Chapter 1, I will take responsibility for you after Jobasing. Night in Illegitimate. A desolate and dilapidated alley, rarely visited by anyone during the day, even more so at night with its eerie silence and no sign of human presence. The cold moonlight fell upon the stone path covered in moss. A stray cat sniffed around for food, heading deeper into the alley. A few seconds later, the cat's pupils suddenly widened as it saw something and recoiled in alarm, arching its back. Before it stood a young girl's body, still warm to the touch, her life seemingly just extinguished. She had a frail physique due to malnutrition, long messy hair, and a filthy t-shirt. There was a swollen red mark on her neck. Yet, the next moment was even more astonishing. The corpse's fingers twitched, and her eyes opened. Did I reincarnate? The girl slowly sat up from the ground, her pale lips parting slightly as she spoke with a clear, bell-like voice. Her black hair flowed in the wind under the moonlight, adding an eerie yet alluring charm to the scene. This body was named Esther, and from now on, this would be her new name. Esther tried to stand, but the original owner's body was too weak, making her stagger. It would take at least a week to repair this damaged body with her current spiritual power. Too long. Just when Esther felt disheartened, a slight movement caught her attention. She sensed something in the air and looked up with brightening eyes. On the roadside, there was a sleek black Maybach. Yinya Bard was sitting inside, waiting for his assistant who had gone to fetch some jade. Herb Gilsaming was hosting a charity auction that evening, inviting notable figures from Illegitimate to participate. Though labeled as an auction, the items were donations from guests' personal collections. Herb family hadn't spent a cent but gained a good reputation, both inside and out, indeed playing a clever hand. Such events usually didn't interest Yinya Bard, especially since he wouldn't be well received if he attended. But with the ties between the Yinyao and Herb families, he felt obligated to show up and donate for old Ismail's sake. Job knock, knock. While looking down at his phone, Yinya Bard suddenly heard a knock on the window. Looking up, he saw a slender girl standing outside the car window, causing him to pause momentarily. She seemed very fragile, perhaps a bit over 5 feet tall, with a face smaller than his palm. Messy long hair draped over her shoulders, dirty face and clothes made it hard to tell her true appearance. A beggar? Yinya Bard hesitated for a moment, then pulled out his wallet from his suit pocket, taking out $500 bills and rolled down the window slightly to hand them over. However, the girl didn't take the money. Just as Yinya Bard frowned, she unexpectedly grabbed his hand. Yinya Bard's pupils constricted as he shouted abruptly, "Let go." It wasn't because he disliked her dirtiness, rather, due to his unique constitution, touching him could cause heart palpitations or even sudden death for those with weaker constitutions. I won't. Surprised, Yinya Bard hadn't expected such a response. And strangely, her grip was extraordinarily strong, resisting his efforts to shake her off. I don't want money. The girl spoke while holding onto his hand. Only then did Yinya Bard notice that despite the dirt, her features were quite beautiful. Especially her clear eyes, bright like glass. What do you want? His voice deepened. I want, the girl leaned closer, uttering just one word, you. What? Yinya Bard's expression froze before he realized his body couldn't move. The next second, the girl's lips pressed against his. When their lips touched, Yinya Bard's eyes widened. All he could see were her trembling eyelashes and her intermingled breaths. After 5 whole minutes, the girl finally pulled away from his lips. Hasn't anyone told you to close your eyes when kissing? Oh, you're right, this isn't really a kiss. Murmuring to herself, she straightened up and said seriously, anyway, since I kissed you, I'll take responsibility for you. Then, Esther rummaged through the pocket of her faded, worn-out jeans. Finally finding a pitiful 1 yuan coin, she forcefully placed it in the man's palm. This is the deposit. We'll settle the rest next time we meet. Oh right, my name is Esther. Lu as in land, Gua as in music. Only after her silhouette completely disappeared did the force restraining Yinya Bard vanish. As soon as his assistant returned with the jade, they saw their boss breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling sharply. What happened, boss? Are you okay? Gordon quickly asked. I'm fine. Yinya Bard took a deep breath, his eyes flickering with indiscernible emotions. Gordon, help me find someone. Search everywhere in Illegitimate if necessary. This encounter with the man carried an overwhelmingly heavy and pure aura. A person's overwhelming aura is something they are born with. Those who are born with heavy sha qi, killer aura, either suppress it with their own aura and become outstanding individuals, or are overwhelmed by the sha qi and die young. In either case, ordinary people whose destiny isn't strong enough cannot get close to someone with heavy sha qi, otherwise they would inevitably invite misfortune. But for Esther, sha qi was the fastest thing that could replenish her soul power at this moment. After only 5 minutes of absorbing it, she felt her body become incredibly light, soul power coursing through every part of her body, even her breath filled with vitality. She sat down wherever there was space available and delved into the memories left by the original owner. Just as she finished looking, the phone in her pocket rang. Someone was calling. Esther took out the phone and glanced at it. On the old, broken Nokia screen was the caller's name, labeled by the original owner as Avram. A member of the Liu family. Esther rubbed her chin. Who had sent people to strangle her an hour ago? Was it her unseen mother, or her sister who was dating her fiancé? Chapter 2, let's start with Avram then. After letting the phone ring several times, Deborah finally pressed the answer button and placed it to her ear. Hello, who is this? Didn't save my number? The man on the other end of the line sounded very indifferent. This is Sullivan. Oh, it's Avram. Deborah's voice was obedient yet shy. I'm sorry, Avram, I forgot to save your note. Alright, the man clearly had no patience. The driver I sent to pick you up at the station said he couldn't find you and your phone wasn't reachable. Where did you go? I'm sorry, Avram, the young girl spoke softly. My phone was dead earlier, and I thought no one came to pick me up, so I left the station on my own. What? Sullivan frowned at the other end of the line. You grew up in the countryside. You don't know anyone in Illegitimate. Why would you run around alone? Where are you now? Deborah looked up and saw a road sign across the street. She just reported the street name when the other side told her to wait, then hung up directly. TSK. Indeed cold. But it was normal for Sullivan to be cold. After all, from the Liu family's perspective, she came to Illegitimate to snatch away Marilyn's man and bring disgrace to the Liu family. The Liu family truly prospered after Randall abandoned Everly, the original owner's mother, and married the eldest daughter of the Gillisong family, Marissa. Over these decades, grandfather Gillisong has poured all the strength of the Gillisong family into supporting his only son-in-law, which led to the Liu family's current wealth and reputation. Marissa gave birth to 5 sons for Randall and was eager for a daughter, eventually adopting the most outstanding-looking 5-year-old girl from an orphanage in Illegitimate, naming her Marilyn. 18 years ago, Randall once went to the despondent Everly who had returned to her hometown in the countryside, and that night he forced himself upon her. Randall thought this secret would be buried with Everly's death last month, but things didn't go as he wished. Before her death, Everly called Randall, telling him that she became pregnant after that night and gave birth to a daughter named Deborah. She also mentioned that her mother had done favors for the head of the Herb family in Illegitimate, Herb Lau, hence the engagement between Deborah and Herb Lau's grandson, Jordy, was set by him. Upon hearing this news, Randall was stunned. That night, he indeed didn't use protection, possibly leaving a seed behind. But how could Everly, raised in the countryside, and her mother have any favor with someone like Herb Lau? Moreover, saying that Herb Lau betrothed Jordy to Deborah, everyone in Illegitimate knew Jordy was dating Juliana. If Herb Lau did this, wouldn't he be humiliating the Gillisong family? However, the fact was, Herb Lau did do exactly that. Expensive dowry flowed into the Liu family one after another, and Marissa, thinking it was for Marilyn, was overjoyed. Only then did Randall have no choice but to reveal the truth. Revealing this old scandal, Marissa, spoiled since childhood and prideful, flew into a rage upon discovering her husband's affair with his ex-wife, and returned to her parents' home. Later, unable to withstand Randall's daily pleading and having to consider her children and the Liu family's face, she reluctantly returned. But the fact that besides Marilyn, Randall had an illegitimate daughter raised in the countryside, spread throughout Gillisang's upper-class circles. Everly passed away, and the underage Deborah needed someone to take charge. Moreover, Deborah's existence was known to everyone, and Herb Lau kept urging, so Randall had no choice but to bring Deborah to Illegitimate. The original host came, but within an hour of setting foot on this land of gold, she was strangled to death and discarded in a small alley. Apart from Marissa and Marilyn, Deborah couldn't think of anyone else who would hate and have the motive against someone they hadn't even met. At this moment, a shiny black Mercedes suddenly stopped in front of Deborah sitting by the roadside. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing a man inside who glanced at her, his eyes revealing disdain. Avram? Deborah's eyes were filled with surprise as she stood up. Sullivan, the eldest son of Randall and Marissa, and also the current CEO of Liu Corporation. Dressed in expensive suits, handsome and aloof, one must admit that though Randall was a scoundrel, he had good genes and looks. At this moment, however, Sullivan sitting in the car felt a wave of nausea. He had thought people from the countryside would at most be rustic and ugly. But this girl before him looked unkempt, her entire body dirty. She sat by the roadside carelessly, showing no manners whatsoever. Even though they shared half the same blood, compared to Juliana, or even the Liu family servants, this Deborah lacked cleanliness and dignity. Sullivan felt a throbbing pain in his temples and couldn't help but rub his nose bridge. Forget it. It was precisely during the critical time when Liu Corporation's subsidiary was about to go public, and they couldn't defend grandfather Herb now. Even if he detested this girl, he would have to temporarily endure it. What's wrong, Avram, are you not feeling well? Deborah asked with a face full of concern. No, just get in the car quickly. Sullivan didn't want to say any more. He thought that bringing Deborah back to the Liu family was already fulfilling his responsibility as her eldest brother. The entire ride was silent. Sullivan obviously had no affection for this sister who grew up in the countryside and showed no interest in getting to know her at all. He even opened the window, as if he couldn't stand the smell from Deborah. Deborah noticed everything, gently rubbing her fingers. She needed human admiration and love to nourish her soul. Mathun's this elder brother hated her so much now, she would start by winning him over. The Liu family resided in a detached villa in the affluent neighborhood. As the car approached, the gates slowly opened. Upon entering, servants lined up to welcome them. The moment Sullivan walked in, he started introducing the family situation to Deborah. Your second and third brothers are very busy and don't live here usually. Benny went abroad for a math competition and won't be home for a while. Mom and Dad, along with Graham, went to watch Juliana's piano competition and will be back in an hour. Sullivan frowned at Deborah's dirty clothes. Take a shower during this time. I'll have a servant take you to the guest bathroom. You can wear Juliana's clothes for now. Okay, I understand, Avram. The girl was more obedient than Sullivan had expected. After entering the Liu residence, she didn't look around curiously and appeared very compliant. Seeing Deborah being led away by the servant, Sullivan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He loosened his tie and sat down on the living room sofa, browsing stock market trends on his phone. About 20 minutes later, he heard Deborah calling him. Habitually frowning, he looked up and froze. Chapter 3, Nice to meet you, Yanadal Matthews Tur. Is this Esther? This was the thought that popped into Sullivan's mind. The messy and dirty girl from before had now just finished bathing and stood in front of him. Her black long hair lay smoothly over her shoulders, still wet and dripping slightly. Her bangs were combed up, revealing a smooth and beautiful forehead. She wore a white knee-length spaghetti-strap nightgown, exposing her fair and slender neck and arms. The waist of the dress was cinched, accentuating her slim waist and long legs. In Sullivan's memory, people from the countryside should be tanned dark from working under the sun, but the girl before him had such fair and delicate skin. Looking at her face, it was small like a palm, with a slightly gaunt chin forming a standard oval face. Her nose was high-bridged, eyebrows naturally black, and lips red without lipstick. Her almond eyes were clear and bright as if they held stars. Israel? Seeing the man seemingly lost in thought, Esther pretended to be confused as she waved her hand in front of Sullivan's eyes. Randall was handsome, and Everly, the original host's mother, was also beautiful. How could their daughter be ugly? However, because the original host never used skincare products and was exposed to the elements daily, though her facial features were good, her skin was rough and red, making her look somewhat rustic. So when showering just now, Esther almost used all of her remaining soul power to adjust her body's skin condition. Humans, 99%, are appearance-driven. It has to be admitted that an attractive face and figure are the best tools for closing the distance with strangers. Sure enough, seeing Sullivan staring at her intently, he finally muttered after a moment in a daze, You have finished washing? Yes, Israel, Esther nodded obediently, hesitating before continuing, but I couldn't figure out how to use the hairdryer in the bathroom, so my hair is still dripping. Following Esther's motion, Sullivan looked over. As the girl gently tilted her head, water droplets slid down her chin, falling onto her slender collarbone, then disappearing into her fair skin. Her gaze was so pure, like an innocent deer. It seemed like she really trusted him as her brother, appearing hesitant only because of his previous attitude. Bring the hairdryer here. Sullivan suddenly said, not knowing what he was thinking. What? Esther blinked, seeming not to understand Sullivan's meaning. I said, bring the hairdryer here, and I'll teach you how to use it, Sullivan said calmly. Oh, okay, thank you, Israel. Esther suddenly smiled, her mouth and eyes curving, seeming happy that Sullivan treated her like this. Her simple yet radiant smile made Sullivan's heart inexplicably speed up. Was this Esther really the same dirty girl from before? With such a face and figure, she didn't fall short of those so-called young ladies from Illegitimate. She didn't seem to have grown up in the countryside at all. Comparing her to Clarissa, Esther wasn't far behind. Esther quickly brought over the expensive 5,000 yuan hairdryer from the bathroom. Sullivan had her sit next to him, teaching her which buttons to press and how to operate it. But the girl seemed to be encountering this device for the first time and couldn't quite get it right. Sorry, Israel, I'm too stupid. Esther bit her lip, lowering her head in disappointment, as if blaming herself for wasting Sullivan's time. Seeing her like this, Sullivan directly took the hairdryer in his hands. Forget it, I have nothing to do anyway. Let me blow dry your hair. Really? Thank you, Israel. Esther's eyes lit up, immediately turning to sit in front of Sullivan, exposing her slender and beautiful back to him. Sullivan lifted a lock of the girl's hair, turned on the hairdryer. Warm air blew through her hair, and the faint scent of shampoo instantly filled the air, even clinging to his fingers. For a moment, Sullivan suddenly felt that having a younger sister might not be such a bad thing. But then he thought that Esther had come to Illegitimate to engage with Geordie, practically taking Clarissa's boyfriend away. Though Clarissa had no blood relation to the Liu family, she was the youngest sister he had watched grow up since childhood, whom he loved dearly. How could he stand by while Clarissa suffered and be nice to the illegitimate daughter born from his father's infidelity? Thinking of this, Sullivan's momentary wavering vanished. His expression turned cold again, and he abruptly turned off the hairdryer, placing it on the table with a snap. Israel? Esther seemed startled by the sound, immediately turning to look at Sullivan. It's about done, Sullivan said coldly, let the maid show you around, I have things to do. Oh. Okay, I won't bother Israel anymore. Esther immediately stood up. Just as she was about to leave the sofa, she accidentally stepped on the water droplets from her wet hair that had fallen onto the marble floor. Her foot slipped, and she fell backward. Ah. Careful. Sullivan reacted quickly, instinctively reaching out to grab the waist of the girl in front of him, pulling the almost falling girl into his arms. Esther seemed startled, instinctively clutching Sullivan's shirt tightly, burying herself in front of him in panic. Israel. At that moment, the door of the house clicked open. A maid's voice sounded, "Mathur, madam, young master, miss, you're back." Randall, Marissa, and Marilyn with Atlee just entered the house and raised their eyes to see Sullivan holding a girl by the waist, looking quite intimate. All eyes met, everyone was taken aback. Esther silently tugged at the corners of her mouth. "Dad, Mom, you're back." Sullivan stiffened for a moment, immediately releasing Esther from his embrace. He straightened up and said, "I brought Esther back. Esther, these are Dad and Mom, and Juliana, and Graham." Esther also hurriedly stepped away from Sullivan, raising her eyes to look at the 4 people standing at the entrance. Randall frowned. Marissa's expression was unpleasant. Atlee knitted his eyebrows and embraced his sister Marilyn beside him. As for Marilyn, upon meeting Esther's gaze, her smile froze, revealing an incredulous look. Esther sneered inwardly. Was her incredulity because she saw her always doting Israel supporting her, who should have been despised? Or was it because she thought Esther should have been dumped in a small alley, yet now stood unharmed in the living room of the Liu family? Without hesitation, Esther walked directly to these people. "Dad," Esther first called out to Randall. Then she looked at Marissa, "Aunt Gillisong, I am Esther. I am very grateful that after my mother passed away, you agreed to take me into the Liu family." Next, she turned to the tall, handsome, and spirited young man in front of her. "You must be Dennis, right? Israel has already introduced you to me. And Juliana." Esther extended her hand toward Marilyn, who had not yet recovered, with a sincere face but an ambiguous smile at the corner of her mouth. "It's nice to meet you, little sister." Chapter 4, Who is the Slut? Asking for Death. Marissa had seen Esther's photos before she arrived, and it was she who agreed to bring Esther into the Liu family. But now, at the sight of this girl, she couldn't help but grind her teeth in hatred. This face looked exactly like Everly, that fox lady, which just infuriated her. If it weren't for the old man from the Herb family insisting on seeing her, she would never have agreed to bring the bastard child into her home. But bringing her here might work out well. Juliana had been meticulously nurtured by her over a decade, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, while Esther was just a wild girl from the countryside. They couldn't proactively suggest canceling the engagement to old Master Herb. Once he saw Esther and witnessed the difference between her and Juliana, he would think of breaking off the engagement himself. Marissa responded coldly with a curt nod. Meanwhile, Marilyn, looking at Esther's extended hand, took a deep breath. How could this be? She had sent someone today to strangle Esther, and even received a photo as proof of success. Yet, how was Esther standing here unharmed? Was the killer lying to her, or was this person before her a resurrection? Marilyn forced herself to calm down, quickly regaining her usual demeanor. She smiled and shook hands with Esther, saying, "Hello, Matthews to Esther, I'm also very happy to meet you." Humph. At this moment, Atlee sneered and rolled his eyes, catching Esther's attention. The secretary of Sullivan had introduced the 5 older brothers of her host body. Apart from the eldest brother, the second brother, Josue, was 23 years old and a surgeon. The third brother, Illegitimate, didn't need an introduction. He was the hottest top-stream celebrity in the entertainment circle and had won Best Actor at the age of 21. As for the fourth brother, Esther E., and the fifth brother, Atlee, they were only a few months older than her, both just turning 18, being twins. Although she had just met Atlee, Esther could clearly sense the hostility towards her from the young man. From his instinctive action of hugging Marilyn just now, it was evident that this fifth brother was a typical sister-obsessed type, his protectiveness of Marilyn written all over his face. "Mathunce, you've come, Aunt Gillisong has also accepted you. From now on, you are part of the Liu family. You should call her mother when you're outside." Randall didn't expect his adopted daughter to be so beautiful and obedient. His slight repulsion towards her instantly lessened. "Your room is on the first floor, let Juliana show you around," Randall casually mentioned. "You're wearing Juliana's dress? It looks quite nice on you." Randall merely threw in a compliment, but upon hearing this, Marilyn's body stiffened. She clenched her fists tighter, yet her smile became friendlier and more innocent. "Come with me, sister." Esther's room was on the first floor. In such high society residences, the first floor was generally reserved for servants and guests. This arrangement seemed intentional on Marissa's part. The room was small, sparsely furnished, and carried a musty smell of damp wood, indicating it hadn't been cleaned or used for a long time. Following Marilyn into the room, Esther sized up the interior decoration, but the door creaked shut suddenly. Turning around, Esther faced a stoic Marilyn. Marilyn's current appearance was a stark contrast to the gentle and compliant demeanor she showed outside. "I won't let you snatch away Brother Geordie." Marilyn suddenly spoke, her voice icy. Esther didn't expect Marilyn to lose patience so quickly, showing her aggression right after meeting. This piqued her interest. With a somewhat innocent tone, she asked, "Oh? But my mother said I was already engaged to that Geordie." "The engagement can be made, and it can be cancelled," Marilyn said sarcastically. Do you really think the sole grandson of the prestigious Herb family would marry a bumpkin like you? You're just an illegitimate child of the Liu family. The one who has been pampered by our parents and brothers for over 10 years is me. When you came here, you even had to wear clothes I planned to throw away. If it were the original host with her inferiority complex, these words would have made her secretly sad and feel unworthy, possibly even initiating the annulment of the engagement. But Esther wasn't the original host. Is that so? Esther suddenly curled her lips. I indeed had no interest in that, Geordie, but hearing you say this, since the Liu family can't accommodate me, I'll find another place. Becoming the young madam of the Herb family, even if I don't have feelings for that young master, my life would be prosperous and carefree. So, I'll seize this opportunity. You. Marilyn lifted her head abruptly. Her guess was right, this Esther was indeed not as simple as she appeared in the living room. Otherwise, why would the eldest brother, who usually kept his distance from women and disliked others approaching him, have embraced her? You really are a slut just like your mother, Marilyn said with an ashen face. Geordie is my boyfriend. Do you think you can take him away from me by relying on some thoughtless engagement made by an old man? Who are you calling a slut? Marilyn had barely finished speaking when the smile on Esther's lips vanished and her eyes turned icy cold. I said. Before Marilyn could repeat herself or react, in the next second, the young girl darted behind her and raised her elbow to fiercely choke her neck. Ugh. Ugh. Marilyn never expected someone who looked even more delicate than her to have such strength in her arms. The moment Esther choked her neck, she felt her airway was directly cut off. Unable to breathe, she struggled with all her might, frantically clawing at Esther's arms with her hands. Even though her long, sharp nails drew blood from Esther's arms, the young girl did not let go. Instead, she tightened her grip as if trying to strangle her to death. Help, help. Marilyn's face turned red with strain, unable to say a complete sentence. All she could do was thrash her legs on the ground, hoping someone outside would hear the commotion and come to save her. But the next second, Esther whispered something into her ear that froze her entire body in place. The person you hired almost strangled me to death in that alley. The young girl's voice was light yet eerie, sending chills down her spine. I've kept a record of this, and I will pay it back to you bit by bit, my good little sister. Suddenly, Esther released her grip. Fresh air rushed into her lungs again, and Marilyn panted heavily, staggering backward while screaming, Mom. Dad. Big brother. Dennis. Help. The sudden screams from the room startled everyone in the living room, and they rushed over immediately. Upon arriving, Marilyn threw herself into Sullivan's arms and cried out, Big brother. Esther tried to strangle me just now, she wanted to strangle me. Marilyn didn't expect Esther to be so sure that the person who sent killers after her was her. But she knew that killer left no trace, even if Esther accused her of hiring a hitman first, the Lius wouldn't believe her. What? Everyone, including Sullivan, gasped. Atlee flew into a rage upon hearing this, angrily looking at Esther. Are you crazy, Esther? Bullying Juliana while we're not around? You even tried to strangle her? So what if you have blood relations with us? Juliana is our precious one. How dare you? However, the young girl remained silent, her head bowed. When she lifted her head again, her eyes were red and filled with tears. If you don't like me staying in the Liu family, I can go back to the countryside. It was you who grabbed my arm and put it around your neck, leaving these marks on me. Why, would you falsely accuse me like this? As she spoke, the young girl extended her slender arms. Her pale wrists bore deep scratches, raw and bleeding. Chapter 5 Her True Identity. What are you talking about? Marilyn was taken aback. She hadn't expected Deborah to play such a trick, so she hurriedly explained to Sullivan and the others. No, big brother, I didn't put my hand on Deborah's neck at all. She wanted to strangle me as soon as she came in. If I hadn't struggled to get her off me, why would I have scratched her arm with my nails like that? Mom, look at my neck. It's red and swollen, just from when Deborah was choking me just now. There were indeed red marks around Marilyn's neck, and everyone looked at Deborah again. Whatever my sister says, it's true. Deborah wiped away her tears and pulled her scratched arm behind her back, seemingly unwilling to defend herself further. You. Seeing this girl trying hard to hold back her tears, Sullivan knew she was putting up a brave front. He suddenly remembered how innocent her eyes had been when he offered to blow-dry her hair for her. How could someone who once had that gaze be evil enough to try to strangle a newly met younger sister? Besides, Deborah was even skinnier than Juliana. How could she have possessed the strength to render Juliana unable to fight back? But Sullivan didn't want to suspect that Marilyn had deliberately framed Deborah, considering she was the sister he'd cherished for so many years. Big brother, I want to go back to the countryside. Deborah looked at Sullivan with red-rimmed eyes. Can you buy me a ticket and send me to the station? Do you want to go back to the countryside? Sullivan was stunned. He hadn't expected Deborah to make such a request. Sullivan heard that over these years Deborah had only lived with her mother, never experiencing any affection from family members. Moreover, her mother had passed away now. If she returned to the countryside, she would be living alone with no one to take care of her. As a half-blooded older brother, how could he? No. Marilyn didn't expect that the first person to oppose Deborah leaving would be Marissa, who had always favored her and disliked Deborah the most. Mom? Marilyn stared blankly at Marissa for a moment. The Herb family is holding a charity gala tomorrow night. I received the invitation this afternoon. The old master personally invited Deborah and said he wants to meet her tomorrow. Marissa remained expressionless, looking coldly at Deborah. Even if you want to return to the countryside, at least wait until after tomorrow's gala. Indeed, age does bring wisdom. Marissa was much more foresight than Marilyn. She understood that with their marriage arrangement still intact, leaving without addressing it could invite trouble from the Herb family. She probably hoped Deborah would embarrass herself at tomorrow's gala and be rejected by the Herb family. Balder doted on his only grandson so much that if he didn't like her, he wouldn't let her marry him, definitely canceling the engagement. Then, Marissa could kick her out without reservation. What a brilliant plan. All right then, Deborah bit her lip. Mom also told me to meet Balder. I will behave well tomorrow. Marissa certainly didn't hope Deborah would behave well. She wished Deborah would disgrace herself badly tomorrow night. Anyway, Deborah wasn't her daughter and had never been educated by the Liu family. Even if it brought shame, it wouldn't taint the Liu family name. Marilyn was quite perceptive. After a brief moment of confusion, she quickly understood Marissa's intention and then held on to Deborah. I should have misunderstood Matthewster today, accidentally scratching her like that. I hope Matthewster won't take it to heart. For tomorrow's gala, the Herb family invited me to perform a piano opening. I hope Matthewster can cheer me on from the audience. Deborah glanced at Marilyn. Methuns Matthewster didn't do it on purpose. I won't take it to heart. Changing gears quickly. If she wanted to act, Deborah would act along with her. The two sisters spoke insincerely, calling each other sister, but the hot-tempered and simple-minded Atlee couldn't follow the rhythm. But did you choke Juliana or not? Atlee glared at Deborah angrily. I tell you, if you dare to bully Juliana, I... Graham. Oren was indeed elder brother. A frown from Sullivan made Atlee immediately withdraw his words. Annoyance flashed in the young man's rebellious eyes as he looked at Marilyn with infinite concern, as if this unrelated girl were closer to him than his own half-sister. Well, it's late. You all should return to your rooms and rest. At Sullivan's command, the others left the room, leaving Deborah alone inside. Deborah glanced at her bruised and scratched arm, suddenly yearning for the man in the Maybach she had encountered tonight. If he were here, just a few dozen seconds of kissing him would immediately heal these minor injuries. The bright moonlight streamed through the window into the room. Deborah walked to the window and opened it, placing her right hand on the windowsill outside. When she lifted her hand again, the cement windowsill miraculously cracked open. A crimson rose emerged from the crack, blossoming proudly under the moonlight, emitting an unusually alluring fragrance. She hoped Cornelius could follow her scent over. Originally, she was a rose demon born in hell, living for 10 years in a human body after coming to the mortal world. However, she was hunted by the demon hunters and had no choice but to die and escape. Wandering in the world for a long time, it wasn't until today that she found this newly deceased body with a compatibility rate of 95% with her soul. Though the original owner of this body had been in difficult circumstances, now that she had taken over this identity, she wouldn't let herself suffer any more indignities. To avoid the demon hunter, she had been living secluded in the deep mountains for the past year, rarely contacting anyone. Now, no one would know about her death. Without declaring her death, it meant her bank account from her previous life could still be used. Whenever she needed money, she could withdraw it. However, the demon hunter might keep an eye on her bank account to find her. If the money was touched or used, it might reveal her current whereabouts. Forget it, anyway, the money wouldn't be lost just sitting in the account. More importantly, the connections and relationships she developed using her former body were far more valuable to her new one. The next day. In the morning, while no one else in the Liu family was around, Deborah learned about the family power rankings in Illegitimate from the servants. The four major families in Illegitimate high society, Yani, Herb, Song, and Tang, all belonged to the wealthy elite. Among them, the Yani family held the highest financial and social standing. The Gillisong family was considered a second-tier aristocrat in this circle, while the Liu family barely made it into this tier, mainly because of their close ties with the Gillisong family and these children. All 5 sons and 1 daughter of the Liu family possessed outstanding talents, especially excelling in appearance, making them very popular in high society. Particularly Marilyn, who was not only beautiful and kind-hearted but also academically excellent and talented in various arts, enjoyed good relations with many young masters and misses. Most importantly, no one in Illegitimate high society knew that Marilyn was adopted by the Liu family. Years ago, when Marissa adopted Marilyn, she claimed that Marilyn was sent abroad due to health issues at birth and only returned at the age of 5. Tonight's charity gala at the Herb family was like a gathering among wealthy families, with young masters and misses from each family attending, making it quite a formal occasion. At 3 in the afternoon, the servant knocked on Deborah's door. Miss Deborah, Madam wants to take you and Miss Juliana for makeup and styling. The car is ready outside. Please come out as soon as possible. Chapter 6 Deliberately picking an ugly dress for her? The Liu family members and Esther all received invitations to today's charity gala. At such events, the attire of men isn't as meticulously considered, but ladies subtly vie for attention through their makeup and styling, each one trying harder than the other with subtle tricks. Indeed, the event starts at 7:30, but Marissa and the others had to start preparing by 3 o'clock. Esther walked out of the Liu family's gate and saw a black Bentley parked by the roadside from afar. She used her soul power to enhance her hearing and caught snippets of the conversation between Marilyn and Marissa inside the car. "Mom, I understand you want me to let Esther attend the gala, but why do we have to bring her along to get made up?" Marilyn said. She grew up in the countryside. How would she know anything about makeup and clothing coordination? Wouldn't it be better if she went to the gala with no makeup and dressed like a bumpkin? "You silly child," Marissa replied. "If my daughter and I are beautifully dressed and only she looks disheveled, wouldn't people think I'm deliberately making her lose face at such an occasion? So naturally, we should help her get styled. Once we're at Crystal, it's still our decision. At that time, give her the worst makeup artist. Let him go all out on her with heavy makeup and tacky styles." Marissa snorted coldly. "Don't worry, sweetheart. Even with that fox-like face so much like her mother, Esther won't steal your spotlight tonight. She'll be more of a laughingstock." "Mom really thinks of everything. I love you the most." Marilyn heaved a sigh of relief and hugged Marissa affectionately. "Crystal. What a coincidence." Originally hesitating whether to go withdraw some money, now she doesn't even need any. As Esther approached, the two in the car fell silent. Marissa and Marilyn sat in the back seat and told Esther to sit in the front passenger seat. It seemed as if they were ladies while she was a servant accompanying them like a chauffeur. "Where are we going, Aunt Gillisong?" Esther asked innocently. "You wouldn't know even if I told you," Marissa sneered, viewing Esther as nothing but a country bumpkin who knew nothing. "Have you heard of Crystal?" Esther shook her head blankly. Matthew's her, Marilyn appeared kind but subtly showcased her superiority as she explained to Esther. "Crystal is Gillisang's most prestigious and expensive private styling studio, run by the chief stylist Andre, whose appointment is very hard to come by. Today's styling appointment was booked a week in advance by Mom." "Well, will Andre style us himself?" Esther asked. Marilyn couldn't help but sneer, mocking Esther's ignorance. "How could he? Do you know who gets styled by Andre? They are all extremely distinguished figures. Andre is low-key and mysterious, with a rather cold and solitary personality. Styling isn't about money for him but purely based on mood and rapport. You can't just throw money at him. Even A-list actresses in the entertainment industry can't book Andre for red carpet styling, and every time there's a party, wealthy families in Gillisang try to hire Andre for a high price, but he mercilessly turns them down." "Is that so?" Esther straightened up, recalling that rainy night years ago in England when she met a shivering boy on the street, whose eyes gleamed defiantly upon seeing her. She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. After several years apart, the boy seemed to have become even more temperamental. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of a grand French-style building surrounded by floor-to-ceiling windows, looking quite upscale from outside. A waiter in white gloves opened the rear door, and staff rushed over, greeting them respectfully. "Abigail, Tegan, welcome." Another staff member added, "The 2 gowns selected by the lady have already been brought here, and Jasmine and Vivian are waiting for you and Tegan." The staff didn't pay any attention to Esther, who wore a long-sleeved t-shirt and blue jeans, assuming she was a servant accompanying the driver for grocery shopping. Thank you," Marissa, accustomed to being attended to, instructed again. "Oh, Brendeni, I've brought someone else today. She will also attend the banquet tonight, so she needs makeup and styling as well." "Oh." The staff member named Brendeni looked at Esther, somewhat reluctantly saying, "You know, madam, our senior stylists require appointments made a week in advance. If you bring someone without an appointment, only ordinary makeup artists can serve this young lady, and it will likely take 2 to 3 hours to get in line. Furthermore, we would have to select a dress here on the spot. The dresses we currently have in stock are not as exquisite in quality or design." Marissa was quite eager for this to happen. "No problem," Marissa waved her hand generously. "We can go pick out a dress for her first, then let her wait in line after that. Do you have any objections, Esther?" Marissa glanced at Esther, who naturally shook her head politely and said, "Whatever is fine, I don't want to trouble Mother." "Mother? Surname Liu?" Brendeni was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, realizing he had stumbled onto some juicy gossip. As they served high society exclusively, Brendeni knew many secrets of wealthy families. Wasn't it common knowledge that the Liu family only had one heiress, Marilyn? Why was this girl, who dressed in such old-fashioned clothes, also calling Marissa mother? It looked like new gossip was about to spread in the upper circles of Gillisangching. While muttering these thoughts internally, Brendeni gestured and led Esther and the others into the studio. The studio was spacious and divided into different areas. After saying she wanted to pick out a dress for Esther first, Marissa instructed Brendeni to lead them to the clothing section. "You can browse around, madam, and choose freely." Facing Esther were rows of racks filled with colorful, dazzling dresses crowded together. As Brendeni had said, the quality and style of these dresses were indeed nothing special, otherwise, they wouldn't be left out so casually. Marissa walked around the area once and randomly picked up a long dress. This dress looks nice. Let's go with this one. When Brendeni saw which dress it was, he couldn't help but ask, Madam, are you sure about this one? In Marissa's hand was a matte pink silk evening gown. Matte pink was notorious for making people look older and darker skinned. Even female celebrities often faced disasters when wearing matte pink, appearing both outdated and rural. Moreover, it was a silk dress. Silk dresses demanded high-quality fabric, but this one felt noticeably cheap just by touching it. Not to mention design and details, this dress didn't even cinch at the waist, making the wearer look 20 pounds heavier. The usually meticulous Marissa was now picking dresses for Esther so casually, almost as if she wanted to make her look unattractive. That's the one. Marissa handed the dress to Brendeni with a glance. Please find an experienced makeup artist for her. Yes, madam. Brendeni caught Marissa's meaning immediately. Rest assured, I'll make sure this young lady gets properly groomed. Chapter 7. It was Alicia who asked me to find you. After helping Deborah choose a dress, Marissa and Marilyn were led by Yanadal Yani to another place to find the two senior makeup artists. Another staff member came up to Deborah and said apologetically, Miss, all our regular makeup artists are busy with other individuals at the moment. It will probably take about 2.5 hours for you to be served. I wonder. It's fine, I can wait, Deborah replied indifferently, shrugging her shoulders as she sat down on a nearby sofa and picked up a magazine from the table to flip through it casually. The first page of the magazine was an interview with Andre. Andre seldom appeared in public, but since being accidentally captured in a photograph while styling a celebrity, his striking face that outshone male stars instantly gained popularity online, even surpassing some idols. Andre rarely gave interviews, making this one of his few reported interviews. One question asked by the journalist was if the now 25-year-old Andre had plans to have a girlfriend. Andre directly replied that he already had someone he liked. Surprised, the journalist asked who this lucky girl was. Andre's response was that meeting her was the luckiest thing that ever happened to him. She was the fireworks that dispelled the cold and darkness for him, the guiding light when he was lost, and the most unique and stunning rose blooming among thousands of others. To be precise, saying like was too superficial. What he felt was admiration, reverence, unrequited love, and infatuation. This article caused many of his fans' hearts to shatter. Deborah closed the magazine. About 2 hours later, Deborah was still sitting on the sofa when Marissa and Marilyn finished their styling and came out. Marissa looked gorgeously elegant, and Marilyn exuded the air of a rich young lady even more. Her thick black curls cascaded over her small, rounded shoulders, complemented by a flower-shaped hairband encrusted with eye-catching brilliant water diamonds. With skin as white as congealed fat and adorned in a billowing white bubble skirt, along with rosy pink blush, she looked incredibly sweet and precious. Marilyn feigned surprise upon seeing Deborah on the sofa. Matthew's her, haven't you been served yet? It's been over 2 hours already. Yes, Deborah kept a straight face and smiled gently at Marilyn. The staff said I need to wait a little longer. In that case, Matthew's her should continue waiting here. After all, there's no point in rushing such things. There's still over 2 hours until the party, and Mom and I plan to get our nails done, Marilyn said. When the time comes, just take a taxi to the venue. Won't you be able to manage on your own? No problem, Deborah kept smiling. Mom and sister don't have to worry. Although there aren't taxis in the countryside, I know how to take a taxi. Marilyn left contentedly with Marissa. Who knew how long this Deborah would have to wait, wearing such ugly and unsophisticated dresses and hastily done-up makeup. It was likely she would be laughed at tonight. Watching the two disappear, Deborah picked up the paper and pen left for guests to leave comments and swiftly wrote a line, then called a staff member over. May I help you, ma'am? The woman, who looked like a recent college graduate, seemed at a loss suddenly being called over. I would like to ask if Andre is at the studio today, Deborah asked. Our director comes to the studio every day and stays in the office until late at night, the woman replied. Can you deliver something to him for me? Deborah handed over a folded slip of paper. Oh, I can't do that, ma'am, the woman hurriedly waved her hands. Our studio has a rule that nobody can go to the director's office without permission. I'm friends with your director, Deborah said. Trust me, if you give this to him, he won't feel disturbed. This. The woman hesitated and glanced at Deborah. This teenager didn't look old enough to be the director's friend. Could she be a fan wanting to give her contact information? But people who came to Crystal for styling were either rich or powerful. Although this girl dressed simply, she might indeed have a connection with the director. Just deliver this to him for me, Deborah added. I will remember your kindness. Ember, after some thought, bit her lip and took the slip of paper. Please wait here for a moment. The worst that could happen is getting scolded by the manager for disturbing the director. But if she incurred the gratitude of this rich young miss, there might be some unexpected rewards. Ember walked towards the inside of the studio with the slip of paper in hand, her hand trembling as she knocked on the office door. She heard a cold voice from inside saying, Come in. Director, good day. Ember took a deep breath after entering and spoke nervously. Andre looked up, his face expressionless, and said coldly, What is it? Well, Director, there's a guest outside who claims to be your friend. She asked me to give you this note. Ember explained as she moved forward to place the note on the desk. Actually, to be safe, Ember had secretly read the content of the note just now. It wasn't any contact information or prank but a line of English poetry. In me the tiger sniffs the rose. Ember studied literature in college and knew that this was a classic line from the British poet Matthew Wegfried Sassoon's masterpiece, In Me, Past, Present, and Herbture. She thought the director might really know the girl outside but never expected him to frown upon seeing the note, then suddenly open his eyes wide in shock and stand up directly from his seat. You said this note was given to you by whom? Where is she now? Andre took a deep breath to stay calm, yet his hand holding the note was visibly trembling. It's the guest outside. She is currently in the waiting room outside the fashion area. Ember was frightened by the director's reaction and answered hesitantly. Bring her to see me. No, I'll go find her myself. Before finishing his sentence, Andre had already left his desk, leaving Ember standing there confused. Waiting room. Deborah sat on the sofa, watching the clock on the wall ticking away. The next moment, a shaky voice came from behind her. Matthews, you. Turning around, Deborah met the gaze of a tall, slender man with striking and cold features. Upon realizing that the girl in front of him was not the one he expected, the excitement in Albin's eyes faded instantly. Who are you? Why did you have someone write this poem and give it to me? Albin took a deep breath and looked at Deborah. Hello, brother Andre. My name is Deborah. Deborah smiled gently. It was Alicia who asked me to find you. Chapter 8, The wine glass fell in surprise. Albin abruptly lifted his head, his voice trembling. You know Alicia? What does she want you to find me for? I've been living in the countryside all along, Esther said. Matthews Alicia came to the village where I lived last year and stayed in a wooden cabin on the mountain for a year. Stayed for a year? Albin held his breath and immediately asked, then where is she now? She has already left, without leaving any contact information, Esther said. As soon as the words left her mouth, the light in Albin's eyes dimmed. Matthews took all her belongings with her when she left and even dismantled the small wooden cabin. She said she doesn't like staying in one place for too long. Albin pressed his lips slightly together. This was indeed something Alicia would say. She had always yearned for freedom and loathed being restrained, making it difficult for others to even follow in her footsteps. You mentioned she asked you to find me. Is there something specific? Albin finally scrutinized the girl before him, who dressed simply but exuded a unique aura. Matthews said that if I ever needed help in Illegitimate, I could go to a store called Crystal and find a brother named Andre. Esther replied obediently. She said that if I wrote this line of poetry on a piece of paper and gave it to him, he would help me. In me the tiger sniffs the rose. This was the poem she had recited to him during his most confused moments, which he later tattooed on his right shoulder. What was written on the note wasn't important. What mattered was that he would never refuse anything she wanted. Albin straightened up. She must value you a lot to send you to me. Just tell me what you need. I only hope you can agree to one thing for me. Esther blinked. What is it? Albin pulled out a business card from his pocket and handed it over. If she contacts you one day, please give me her number. No matter what you want, I will reward you. Esther paused, put away the business card, and looked up at him with clear eyes. Okay, I'll remember, brother. The boy's affection remained pure, but Alicia was already dead. Doing this no longer held any meaning. Esther told Albin that she was from the Liu family and was going to attend the Herb family's charity gala tonight. She didn't know what kind of makeup or clothing would be appropriate. Don't worry, leave it to me, Albin responded. When the other stylists and employees at Crystal saw Andre bringing a girl dressed in an old long t-shirt and jeans into his exclusive styling room, they were all shocked speechless. What the heck is going on? Wasn't that girl waiting in line for a regular stylist? Why did Andre come out to receive her? Yeah, she seems to be from the Liu family. I heard her call Madame Liu mother, but Madame Liu ignored her completely, obviously deliberately cold-shouldering her. That's true. Both Madame Liu and Tegan finished their styling and left, leaving her behind here. I thought she'd have to go to the party wearing that worn-out pink dress. People really can't be judged by appearances. That girl looks ordinary, yet she actually knows our director. Even Zhou offered 1,000,000 yuan for our director to style her for the red carpet, and he refused. The chattering employees all cast envious glances at the closed door of the styling room. Herb residence. The Herb family's charity gala tonight was held in the open courtyard of the old Herb mansion. The gala officially started at 7:30 p.m., but guests began arriving around 7. The vast green lawn and expansive swimming pool were lit by expensive and dazzling crystal chandeliers, chasing away the night. Waiters in uniform and bow ties carried trays through the crowd. Men in suits and women in elegant attire exchanged polite smiles, clinking glasses on the cobblestone path, appearing to chat happily. Next to the classical Western-style fountain, a group of young socialites gathered, drawing particular attention. Each girl was beautifully dressed and radiated grace. Wow, Juliana, your makeup and styling look so beautiful today. Is that dress from Sunshine's latest high-end collection? It's gorgeous. Yes, Marilyn replied gracefully. And my makeup and styling were done by Jasmine from Crystal, so it fits me perfectly. Jasmine? She's second only to Andre in status at Crystal, and it's hard to book her. It's not too bad. But she does pick her customers carefully, Marilyn blinked, seemingly modest but unable to hide her pride. Talented people are all like this. Take Andre for instance, even money can't get you an appointment with him. Who knows what kind of guests he'd accept. Speaking of which, Juliana, didn't your countryside-raised sister arrive in Illegitimate yesterday? One of the girls named Ava said. I heard that the Herb family also invited her to tonight's party. Where is she? At the mention of Esther, Marilyn's expression froze for a moment, then quickly softened into a gentle smile. My mom took her to Crystal today too. She probably hasn't finished getting ready, so she hasn't arrived yet. She also went to Crystal. Aunt Gillisong is really kind and thoughtful to be so nice to a private daughter who doesn't belong in society. Ava pursed her lips. But it makes sense. If that unsophisticated village girl came here without dressing up, it would embarrass the Liu family. Another girl named Yen Nina said, if I say so, Juliana, you're truly unlucky. You were the only princess of the Liu family, pampered by 5 elder brothers, but suddenly this rustic country girl turned out to be your sister. The most ridiculous part is, this illegitimate daughter actually has an engagement with Jai Herb? Yen Nina snorted in disdain. Who knows what old Ismail was thinking? How could such a nobody compare with you? If Jai Herb really left you for her, it would be laughed at in the circle. I will never give up on Juliana. The girls were talking back and forth when a slightly angry male voice interrupted them. Jai? Marilyn turned around in pleasant surprise, watching as a tall, handsome young man walked toward her, dressed impeccably in a suit with a pompadour hairstyle. What is Esther compared to me? An illegitimate daughter from the countryside should know her place. She really thinks she's good enough for me or the Herb family? Geordie snorted coldly, wrapping an arm around Marilyn's shoulder firmly. Juliana, don't worry. Once the auction ends, I'll go talk to Grandpa and have him cancel the engagement. In this life, I will never marry any woman but you. Geordie's impression of rural people was still stuck in TV dramas from the 1980s and 1990s, imagining farm women bent over fields with dark skin and weathered faces. Though he hadn't seen Esther yet, he already imagined a scrawny, sallow-skinned girl with rough hands and thick dialect, perhaps smelling earthy and making one gag. Before Geordie could finish his internal monologue, Ava pointed towards the entrance. Hey, Juliana, isn't that your eldest brother there? He brought a female companion today. The eldest brother is here? Didn't he say he had work tonight and couldn't come to the party? Marilyn lifted her eyes with some surprise and saw Sullivan getting out of a Mercedes-Benz and extending his hand courteously towards someone inside the car. A hand gloved in black velvet rested gently on his hand. Then, the girl inside the car leaned out gracefully and stepped down. For some reason, the previously noisy courtyard fell silent suddenly as many involuntarily turned their heads toward that direction. When Marilyn finally saw who got out of the car, her eyes widened in shock, nearly dropping her wine glass to the ground. Chapter 9 Indeed, it's her. The clear moonlight bathed Deborah in a soft silvery glow. The girl's thick black hair was loosely tied up, with only 2 curly strands of bangs hanging by the sides. A simple hairstyle paired with slightly exaggerated crystal bead tassel earrings made her already small face appear even tinier. She lifted her head, revealing a deep blue silk mermaid dress hugging her figure, with 2 French straps hanging on her plump yet tiny shoulders, accentuating her fair and graceful neck along with her delicate and beautiful collarbone. The fine fabric of the dress highlighted her charming silhouette, and what was most astonishing was the backless design that exposed the girl's vast and exquisite back. 2 thin straps encrusted with crystal beads extended down to her waist, forming an oversized bow that layered intricately and elegantly, as if adorned with fragments of stars scooped from the Milky Way, shimmering at every movement. My goodness, Mariah exclaimed with wide eyes. Did your eldest brother hire which celebrity as his companion? Her beauty is not the main point. Isn't she wearing the deep-sea mermaid dress designed by Mrs. Demi before she went into seclusion? Didn't Andre buy this dress for $8 million to keep in his collection? Why would it be worn by her? It must be that Andre lent her the dress. Can't you tell? This girl's makeup and styling are clearly the work of Andre. Which young miss has such presence? Yen Nina gaped, so beautiful and elegant, and so closely acquainted with Andre, we've never even heard of her. Could she have just returned from abroad? All guests at the banquet looked astonished, and Ava and the others were also buzzing with discussions. Only Alicia seemed unsteady on her feet, muttering in disbelief, how could this be? Geordie was clearly stunned too, but upon noticing Alicia's pale face, he immediately supported her anxiously. What's wrong, Uea? Are you feeling unwell? Alicia bit her lip and struggled to say, I'm fine. Good, Geordie couldn't help glancing again at the girl beside Sullivan. Speaking of which, who is this girl? I've never seen her before. However, as he spoke, the girl in everyone's sight conversed briefly with Sullivan and then approached them. Matthew's her, Deborah said with a gentle smile. I happened to meet elder brother nearby after leaving Andre, so he came with me. The girl's tone was courteous. You and mother arrived early, didn't I come on time? Matthew's her? Oren? Mother? Everyone around them froze. You can't be that Deborah from the countryside, right? Ava stammered, utterly shocked. Are you Uea's friend? Deborah politely extended her hand. Hello, I'm Deborah. Nice to meet you. As if a pause button had been pressed, these heiresses, who had been chatting animatedly moments ago, were now speechless, gazing at the graceful girl before them. But the most stunned person was Geordie. You said, you're Deborah? Geordie's entire body trembled in shock, his eyes and voice filled with astonishment. Deborah pretended not to recognize the boy. May I ask who you are? Jordy could never have imagined that Deborah would look like this. Pale and slender, ethereal in aura, with delicate features, nothing like the dull, dirty, and smelly image he had in mind. This was the fiancé grandfather arranged for him? Meeting the girl's somewhat puzzled yet clear gaze, Jordy involuntarily held his breath, momentarily speechless. Seeing Jordy's fixed gaze on Deborah, Alicia's shoulders shook with anger, but she forced a smile. Matthewster, where did you get this dress? I remember Mom picked another one for you. Deborah glanced down at her dress. This dress was chosen by an older brother named Andre after you all left. He also helped me with my makeup and styling. An older brother named Andre? Yen Nina couldn't help asking, you don't know Andre? Deborah shook her head frankly, no, I don't. How could he help you with your makeup and styling then? Yen Nina took a deep breath, and Andre always regards Mrs. Demi's designs as treasures. How could he easily lend such a dress to a stranger? Andre said he felt a connection when he saw me today and, hearing I was attending the party tonight, he offered to choose the dress and do my styling. And don't worry, sister, Deborah continued, Andre didn't ask for any money. He just said I should return the dress to him after the party. There's such a good thing. Getting makeup and styling done for free by Andre and even wearing an exclusive designer gown from the mysterious Mrs. Demi, how come they never got such a good deal? But upon thinking this way, these girls somewhat came to terms with it. No wonder you look so good, Ava sniffed lightly. Andre has always had the ability to turn nothing into something amazing. Even ugly girls can become beauties under his hands. But you've been living in the countryside all your life, right? Your skin should be pretty bad. Ava glanced at Deborah disdainfully, yet you don't have any clogged powder or foundation patches. Andre really is getting better. In Ava's mind, people of their upper-class families valued lineage above everything else. A girl like Deborah, an illegitimate daughter, shouldn't even be mentioned, let alone stand here with them. Deborah had just gotten off the car and stole everyone's spotlight, receiving admiring glances from many guests. Unaware of this, Ava had been praising her without knowing, which was infuriating to think about. Ava intended to mock Deborah, but Deborah innocently replied, no. Ava furrowed her brows. What do you mean no? I mean, Deborah spoke in a simple tone, rubbing her face. Andre only helped me draw my eyebrows and put on lipstick. He didn't use that kind of foundation, so there wouldn't be any issues like what you said. Huh. Ava once again widened her eyes. This flawless, fair, and delicate face in front of her, you're telling me this is a country girl's bare face? They used skincare products worth thousands regularly and visited very expensive beauty parlors for treatments but didn't achieve this effect. Ava was so choked up she couldn't speak, her face turning red with frustration. Alicia had been ignored since the beginning, and now many of the guests were still sneaking peeks at Deborah, quietly discussing her. For years, she had always been the one who garnered the most attention at such gatherings. Now, she had become Deborah's backdrop. Her newly manicured nails were almost digging into her flesh. Ajay, the opening performance is about to start. Could you go and help me prepare? Alicia took Jordy's hand, speaking softly. Okay. Jordy and Alicia had been dating for nearly half a year, and he usually indulged her every whim, being doting and compliant. Though indeed he was surprised by Deborah, in his heart, Alicia was undoubtedly superior to her. After all, Uea was the legitimate heir of the Liu family, beautiful, academically excellent, and skilled in music, calligraphy, painting, and other talents. How could a country-raised illegitimate daughter compare? Seeing Jordy agree, Alicia smiled on the surface, but as she turned away, her mouth fell, revealing a cold expression. Even if Andre made her look very pretty, so what? She had been raised meticulously by the Liu family with various talents. She had achieved level 10 in piano at 12. What talents did this Deborah have? Could she whistle? Probably never seen a real piano in her entire life. Once she performed on stage later, everyone's attention would refocus on her. She wanted to show Deborah that the gap between them was not just one dress. Meanwhile, the man in the wheelchair, pushed into a corner of the venue, gazed at the girl, his pupils slightly contracting. It was her. The girl who had forcefully kissed him on the roadside yesterday was indeed the Liu family's recently brought to Illegitimate illegitimate daughter. Chapter 10. You. What are you doing? Wally was somewhat surprised. The young girl seemed completely unaffected by his intimidating aura. Instead, she appeared to be more radiant. He instinctively gripped the 1 yuan coin in his suit pocket. During their first meeting, she had forcibly kissed him, gave him 1 yuan, and said that she would repay the rest the next time they met. He didn't expect to meet again so soon. He wanted to see what this audacious little girl would use to repay him. In fact, Esther sensed his presence the moment Wally entered the venue. She raised her eyes, looking past the bustling crowd, and fixed her gaze on the man in the corner. Seated in a wheelchair, the man's right hand rested on the armrest. A bodyguard stood respectfully behind him. The man had a tall and upright figure. Although he was seated, it could be estimated from his leg length that he was at least 185 centimeters tall. A custom-made black striped suit accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist. Though his face was exceptionally handsome, his gaze was dark and profound. His entire being radiated a ruthless aura, cold and powerful, evoking awe. As expected of someone born with such an overwhelming aura, either destined for an early death or to be an outstanding person. Although she didn't know his identity yet, he was undoubtedly a big boss. Esther tilted her head, her gaze landing on the man's long legs encased in pure black suit pants. So he's disabled. When they first met, he was sitting in a car, and she had been too weak to notice. Sensing the young girl's gaze, Wally's thin lips pressed together, and his eyes turned colder. She was looking at his legs. And kept staring. Was she, like others, going to regard him with discriminatory eyes because of his disability? Just as Wally frowned, the next second, the young girl suddenly made her way through the crowd towards him. Initially, everyone's attention was on Esther. Her movement now drew everyone's attention to the man seated in the dim corner. Many people revealed expressions of terror. Wally was also at the party. The Yanni family held immense power in Illegitimate, unmatched by other families. The sole heir of the Yanni family, Wally, was known to everyone. What terrified the crowd wasn't Wally's wealth but his chilling aura like a living llama. Whether it was his expressionless face or powerful aura, it clearly read, "Do not disturb." It was rumored in Illegitimate that anyone who dared to approach Wally within a meter, except his assistant, would be thrown out by the bodyguards. Once, a woman tried to get close to Wally, hoping to become Mrs. Yanni. Before she could even reach him, a gun was pointed directly at her, causing her to cry in fear. Since then, no woman dared to approach the most powerful bachelor in Illegitimate upper-class society. Even women who saw him would quickly hide. Who dared to get close? Even if being with this lord meant endless wealth, was money more important than life? There were rumors circulating privately that Wally must have been injured there during that car accident, making him unable to function. He avoided women for fear of the truth spreading. Some said Wally was psychologically twisted, keeping people away during the day, then taking them to the basement at night, binding them with handcuffs and whips. Whatever people said, the conclusion was always the same: stay far away from this lord, or you might not even know how you died. But this new illegitimate daughter of the Liu family truly knew no fear. Seeing Esther walking straight toward Wally, everyone widened their eyes. This will be interesting. Actually, when Esther started walking over, the bodyguard frowned and subconsciously prepared to stop her. But Wally, his eyes on the approaching girl, slightly raised his right hand, signaling the bodyguard to step back. Didn't expect we'd meet again so soon. Esther stopped in front of Wally's wheelchair, her eyes twinkling with laughter. Wally saw Esther's face clearly, and his usually unperturbed eyes showed surprise. When they first met yesterday evening, the young girl was very disheveled, dirty all over, and he even mistook her for a beggar. Now, she looked so elegant and breathtakingly beautiful. This stark contrast to yesterday left a deeper impression than seeing her as she was now. Wally remained silent, maintaining his usual cold and hard demeanor, his expression stern. If it were a timid girl, she would probably be trembling in fear, but Esther seemed oblivious to the man's coldness, showing no fear on her face. Ava couldn't help but comment from the crowd. I can't believe this Esther is crazy enough to directly approach Lord Yanni on her first banquet. She really doesn't fear death. She actually dared to speak to Lord Yanni. I bet the next second, the bodyguard will throw her out. It wasn't just speaking. Seeing that Wally didn't respond, Esther actually bent down and extended her slender fingers to poke the man's leg. What happened to your legs? Esther blinked, as if she was asking a mundane question. However, everyone at the banquet, including Wally's bodyguard, was completely stunned. What the hell, does this girl not care about her life? No one had ever dared to treat Wally like this or ask such a direct question in front of him. It should be known that his disability has always been a forbidden topic for Wally. Anyone who touched upon it would die. Wally took a deep breath and suddenly coldly said two words: car accident. So it was caused by external injuries. Esther's brows furrowed slightly. The next moment, she made an even more shocking move. She placed her hand on the man's thigh and gently caressed it. The man's thighs were still muscular and solid, not weak and feeble, indicating that despite being in a wheelchair, he had been consistently exercising and rehabilitating. Paralysis must have resulted from nerve damage in his legs due to the car accident. If she had full spiritual power, she could directly help repair it. But in her current state, she could only restore some sensation at most. Therefore, Esther narrowed her eyes. Her hand continued to move towards the inner thigh. Just as it was about to reach deeper, the man, who had been silent all along, suddenly grabbed her wrist. Wally lifted his gaze, his voice hoarse. What are you doing? Chapter 11, Teasing Mr. Yama. I'm checking if I can help treat your leg. The girl showed no sign of panic, tilting her head and saying, though not yet, I'll definitely be able to later. Are you joking? The bodyguard behind frowned. The world's top doctors couldn't cure Mr. Yanni's leg. How dare you make such a big claim, you brat. People at the party were far from the corner, unable to hear clearly what was said, only seeing that Esther had said something and was then reprimanded by the bodyguard. The bodyguard looked utterly disdainful. Could they not be? A girl who didn't know her place dared to approach Lord Yanni, let alone tease him. It would be strange if Lord Yanni didn't show her some colors. Probably, she would disappear without a trace in Illegitimate tomorrow. All silently muttered in their hearts, ready to watch a show. Shockingly, Esther wasn't punished. Wally lifted his gaze towards the bodyguard, eyes cold. Did I ask you to speak? The bodyguard was startled, terrified by Wally's icy stare. Realizing he overstepped, the bodyguard panicked. Sorry, Campbell-Yanni, I... Step aside. Wally spoke expressionlessly. Yes, Campbell-Yanni. Without a word more, the bodyguard retreated quickly, now standing by the side, too afraid to even breathe loudly. Do you think I'm just boasting? Esther pursed her lips looking at the man, seemingly wronged. Her eyes misted over lightly, appearing pitiful. Yet Wally could see through it, she was putting on an act to gain his sympathy. Wally calmly replied, I'm merely curious, how do you plan to cure my leg? Do you really want to know? Esther collected her wronged look, her eyes suddenly showing a mocking smile, slowly leaning close to the man's ear. If you wish for it to happen sooner, we'd need to repeat what happened yesterday, are you willing? What happened yesterday? A soft touch seemed to remain on his lips. With the girl's warm breath whispering into his ear, tingling sensations followed. Wally's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Before he could respond, the girl was suddenly pulled away. Campbell-Yanni. Sullivan appeared before Wally, seemingly having just heard about the situation. He held Esther's hand, pulling her beside him. Apologies, Campbell-Yanni. This is my sister Esther, who just arrived in Illegitimate yesterday and doesn't know your identity. If she offended you in any way, I apologize on her behalf. Sullivan took a deep breath, bowing respectfully, apologizing sincerely to Wally. But Wally frowned deeply, seeing the girl's hand in the man's grasp, feeling inexplicably displeased. Brother. Esther called out, looking timid, nothing like her bold and flirtatious self earlier. Quickly apologized to Campbell-Yanni, Sullivan scolded softly, as if fearing Wally's reproach. Wally lifted his gaze, no need, she didn't offend me. Hearing this, Sullivan exhaled in relief, good that Campbell-Yanni isn't upset. I will teach my sister proper manners going forward. Once that's the case, we won't disturb you further. Please rest. Sullivan politely pulled Esther away. Wally watched as Esther's figure disappeared from view. He noted that though she was pulled away, she didn't look back, not glancing at him again. Quite carefree. He sighed inadvertently. Teased and ran off, huh? Sullivan dragged Esther to a secluded spot, letting go of her hand, barely holding back his anger. Esther. What were you thinking? Do you know who you approached? That man can change the face of Illegitimate with a finger snap. Even I don't dare disturb him casually. Do you understand the consequences if you offended him? It might affect the family business after years of hard work and put you in danger. I must tell you, you're in Illegitimate now, not the countryside. You're part of the Liu family, everyone is watching you. Do you know what being careful means? You. Sullivan spoke fiercely. Someone informed him that Esther went to Wally, flirting with him, making his heart race in worry. Why would Esther go and provoke that living Yama, and even dare to touch him? Sullivan was both anxious and angry, partly because he was worried that offending Wally might affect the Liu group, and partly because he feared something might happen to Esther. Everyone said that Mr. Yanni was unpredictable and ruthless, especially hateful towards women who approached him on their own. If Mr. Yanni got angry, it wasn't impossible for him to drag Esther out of the party, and no one would dare to stop him. He was scolding her fiercely when he saw the girl's eyes suddenly turn red. His reprimand stopped abruptly as he opened his mouth to speak. You. Israel, I didn't just randomly start a conversation, I met this person yesterday. Esther sniffled softly. What? Sullivan was stunned. How did you meet Mr. Yanni? I had my wallet stolen after I got off the train yesterday. Without money, I later encountered this person on the street who lent me some. I didn't expect to run into him at today's party, and I didn't know who he was. I just wanted to thank him, and he didn't find me annoying. So that's what happened. Sullivan was taken aback. No wonder when he first saw Esther yesterday, she was sitting alone by the roadside, covered in dirt. It turned out she had been robbed. How could you not tell me about this? Didn't you have my phone number? Sullivan took a deep breath. Did Israel forget? I forgot to save your contact. Esther lowered her eyes. Anne. I didn't want to trouble you, making you dislike me even more. You. What are you saying? Sullivan stared blankly. I know you dislike me, not just you, but Dad, Aunt Gilasong, and the other brothers all do too. Esther kept her head down, her voice slightly choked, sounding heart-wrenching. Although I'm your sister, I only share half the blood with you, and I was born because of Dad's infidelity. You have every right to dislike me. To come to Illegitimate and know I still have family in the world is enough for me. I don't ask for anything more. Tears plopped onto the ground, forming dark spots. Before she could finish speaking, she was suddenly enveloped in the broad embrace of a man. I'm sorry. Sullivan hugged Esther, taking a deep breath. It's Israel's fault. I should have picked you up from the station myself yesterday. Israel? Esther lifted her confused head, meeting the man's guilty expression. I admit I harbored resentment due to Dad and your mother's affair, but that's not your fault. No matter what, I'm still your Israel, yet I didn't even know you were robbed yesterday. Are you hurt? Sullivan quickly examined Esther from head to toe, sighing in relief when he found no wounds. Fortunately, the robber only took her money and didn't do anything else to the frail girl. Take this card, there's no password. Sullivan pulled out a bank card from his suit pocket. There's 1 million inside. Use it as spending money. When you run out, ask me for more. Esther opened her mouth to refuse but was interrupted by Sullivan's stern tone. Take it. You came here without any clothes yesterday. Buy clothes and necessities with this money. But. Yenison. Well, thank you, Israel. Unable to refuse Sullivan's authoritative tone, Esther sniffled and accepted the card. Turning her head, she caught Marilyn's incredulous gaze and a look of barely suppressed anger. Chapter 12. Is she crazy? Esther had known Marilyn was behind her all along. When Sullivan hugged her just now, she heard a sharp intake of breath nearby. So, she took the opportunity to bury herself in Sullivan's embrace, allowing this guilty older brother of hers to hold her tighter, presenting a deep sibling bond. And now, meeting Marilyn's gaze, she blinked innocently. Little sister, why are you here? Didn't you go to prepare for your piano performance? Marilyn was almost grinding her teeth in anger. She had come specially to ask her elder brother to sit at the front row for her performance. Yet, upon arrival, she saw him hugging this Esther again. How could this be? Having lived in the Liu family for so many years, the times he had hugged her could be counted on one hand. But this Esther has only been here for less than 2 days, and he had already hugged her twice. Moreover, he actually gave her a card with $1 million as pocket money, a treatment she had never received. This wicked Esther really had ulterior motives. Pretending to be pitiful to gain sympathy from her elder brother, unfortunately, her elder brother did become soft-hearted. Hadn't he forgotten that this Esther was just a daughter born in the countryside out of wedlock by Randall's infidelity? Juliana. Sullivan turned his head towards Marilyn after hearing some commotion. Marilyn instantly recovered her usual gentle demeanor. Big brother, my piano performance is about to start. I want you to sit at the front. Marilyn pulled Sullivan's hand, coquettishly saying. How many concerts have you attended? You've always performed effortlessly. Do you still need Big Brother to cheer you on? Sullivan patted Marilyn's head. Well, of course, Marilyn spoke obediently, then glanced at Esther. Matthew's turn should also come to the front row. With Big Brother and Matthew's turn here, I'll surely perform better. Alright, let's go then. Sullivan nodded without much thought. The three walked through the venue, attracting numerous gazes. The consensus among the elites of Illegitimate was that the Liu family members were all handsome or beautiful. Previously, Marilyn had always been the focus of attention at such events. However, today, everyone's eyes were drawn to Esther standing beside her. Sensing this, Marilyn clenched her fists tightly but smiled faintly. I'll go on stage now. Big Brother and Matthew's turn must listen attentively, okay? The garden of the Herb family residence was vast, with an ornamental water pool surrounded by luxuriant valuable flowers and plants. On the outdoor stage specifically designed for banquets, an entirely black high-grade grand piano had already been set up. The guests gathered around, and after the host finished speaking, Marilyn lifted her skirt gracefully and stepped onto the stage. Thank you, Matt Herb, for inviting me to perform for tonight's party. I hope everyone enjoys the piece I play tonight. Marilyn gave a gentle smile and made a slight bow, which exuded the poise and grace of a wealthy young lady, earning applause from the audience. Marissa and other ladies sat in the tea area of the venue, looking at Marilyn with satisfied eyes. This was the daughter she had nurtured, with perfect looks, manners, talent, and capability. How unlike that girl born to Everly. Besides having a cunning face, she had nothing else going for her and always carried a poor, rustic air regardless of what she wore. Marissa shot a cold glance at Esther who was not far away, staring intently at the stage. Marilyn sat at the piano, and suddenly all the lights focused on her. She took a deep breath and placed her well-maintained delicate hands on the keys. This piece is called The Sea, with its Chinese translation being Listening to the Sea, a classic work by the foreign piano master Gatsby. It's very challenging, so Marilyn had started preparing over a week ago, waiting for tonight to shine before everyone. After pressing the first key, Marilyn quickly immersed herself in the music. Smooth and melodic notes flowed from under her fingers, like undulating waves, seagulls circling overhead, and sea breezes whispering past ears. At times it sounded somber, at others profound. The beautiful melody made people feel as if they were truly at the seaside, feeling the wind and seeing crabs crawling on the beach. Marilyn had been learning the piano since the age of 6 and played skillfully. When she finished playing, applause immediately erupted. Ava commented to Yenina next to her, Juliana's piano skills seem to have improved. Amazing. I heard Peking University intends to give her the only special admission spot for outstanding talent in Illegitimate this year. Yenina glanced at the stage. But I guess it has little to do with her piano skills. Her uncle is a top professor at Peking University. Naturally, benefits won't leave the family, Ava added. There still needs to be real talent even if there are connections, Ava pouted. Now I realize I should have listened to my mom and practiced cello and ballet seriously when I was young. Now she can't even help me get into Peking University through connections. After the applause subsided, Marilyn smiled and stood up, bowing gracefully once again. Her gaze, however, glanced at Esther in the audience with apparent intention. That look seemed to carry a hint of challenge, as if waiting to see the show. Esther squinted her eyes. What did Marilyn's look mean? But soon, she would know the answer. After the host returned to the stage, he didn't announce the official start of tonight's auction. Instead, he suddenly said, Ladies and gentlemen, I just received news that another Tegan has also prepared a piano performance for everyone tonight. The very Miss Esther, a spotlight instantly shone on Esther, and the host courteously invited, Tegan, please come up to the stage. What? Esther was going to perform on the piano? Sullivan was taken aback, while Marilyn, standing beside him, secretly smiled. She was truly smart, thinking of such a way to inform Herbja. Someone like Esther, who grew up in the countryside, wouldn't possibly have access to such an advanced instrument as a piano. She probably didn't even know how many keys it had. Now, if the host publicly announced she would perform, if she panicked, hesitated, and refused to go up, it would be embarrassing. If she was forced up and played aimlessly, it would only provoke ridicule from everyone. Especially after her own brilliant performance, Esther would look like a clown. Such a public humiliation would make all the business elites turn away no matter how well-dressed she was today. Balder certainly wouldn't let someone so undignified become his beloved grandson's fiancée and would surely cancel the engagement himself. It was almost a fatal strike. Just thinking about this, Marilyn felt incredibly excited and couldn't wait to see Esther's stunned and panicked expression. But when she cast her glance, she froze. All eyes were on Esther, waiting for her response. Yet, Esther showed not the slightest panic. The girl only faintly smiled, nodding, and responded, sure. In the next moment, Esther gracefully lifted her skirt and walked toward the stage under everyone's watchful eyes. Her exposed back, slender and beautiful, looked gorgeous with the delicate cross straps. The oversized bow seemed studded with stars, shimmering with each step. Just the silhouette alone was mesmerizingly beautiful. Even Fabio, sitting in his wheelchair in a corner, held his breath for a second. Marilyn's eyes widened. Wait. Was Esther really going to go up on stage? Had she gone crazy? Chapter 13 Absolute Talent. Marilyn really thought Brianna had gone mad. She expected her to be flustered, asking the host if there was a mistake or something like that. But she neither refuted nor declined. Instead, she actually went on stage. What was she going up there for? Was she really going to pretend to play the piano? Though surprised, Marilyn then thought that in a while, Esther would definitely embarrass herself in front of everyone and couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. So many pairs of eyes were watching. Once tonight's party was over, the incident of Lou Galace's countryside-born illegitimate daughter disgracing herself publicly would spread throughout the high society of Gillisangching, becoming the subject of gossip and ridicule among those ladies and misses. In the future, everyone would definitely see her as a joke. Juliana, what's happening? Sullivan took a deep breath and quickly looked at Marilyn. Did Esther tell the Herb family she was also going to perform on the piano? Do you know about this? I don't know, it must be a mistake by the host. Marilyn pretended to look anxious too. What should we do, Israel? How could Esther play the piano? Who knows what she was thinking? She actually dared to go on stage when called. If she embarrasses herself in public later, wouldn't it completely tarnish our Lou family's reputation? Sullivan was also worried, but before he could do anything, Esther was already on stage. But now, it would be better to pull her down and say it was a mistake rather than have her humiliate herself by playing nonsense on stage later. Sullivan was about to go on stage to explain when he saw Esther, who had turned around on stage, suddenly wink at him. Brother, don't worry. Sullivan understood some lip reading, so he understood Esther's silent words and couldn't help being stunned. Esther retracted her gaze, sat down on the chair, and looked up at everyone below. Matthewster just played a more solemn piece, so I will play a more lively one for everyone. I'll show my clumsiness. Without saying much, after her words, she lowered her head and placed her hands on the keys. Ding dong ding dong ding. As soon as the first few notes of the first section came out, Marilyn immediately widened her eyes, and some guests who knew piano also looked up in shock. This was actually Summer Forest, a masterpiece created in recent years by Cohen, the most famous British pianist and master of this century, which is known for its technical brilliance. Once released, it was unanimously recognized within the industry as having hell-level difficulty in performance. Although the music was cheerful and light-hearted, the speed of playing was incredibly fast. When Cohen himself performed, his hands flew over the keys with such rapidity that it almost left an afterimage, dazzling to watch, even making it hard to discern which keys he pressed. Anyone without over 10 years of piano practice simply couldn't complete this piece flawlessly. Even if they managed to finish it, there would certainly be many wrong notes. Pieces of such difficulty were rarely used for performances. Even for the highest level piano examinations, this type of composition wouldn't be selected. How dare this Esther? Wait, how could she play this piece? And without sheet music? Marilyn was stunned on the spot. Even with sheet music, she couldn't play even the simplest first section of this piece, and yet she was a level 10 pianist. How could this Esther really know how to play the piano? Where did she get the money to learn this kind of thing? Marilyn tried to keep calm. She thought, even if Esther had previously touched a piano, it was absolutely impossible for her to play this piece perfectly without errors. Even her piano teacher didn't have that level. However, during the next 3 minutes, the piano sounds from the girl in front of the piano were like slaps, continuously smacking Marilyn's face. The young girl sitting in front of the piano had her eyes lowered, looking concentrated and serious. It seemed that in the moment the music began, she stepped into the world of the summer forest. Her agile fingers danced on the black and white keys, pouring out melodies that constantly changed style. Sometimes it was lively and active, like a fawn running and jumping in the forest. Sometimes it was graceful and lingering, like a bird singing on the branch. At other times, it was vigorous and passionate, like the noon sun shining on the lush land, and the animals engaging in an unrestrained carnival dance. If Marilyn's performance earlier made people think it sounded good, then Esther's performance was something that made their scalp tingle, directly stirring all their senses. Pauses held breaths, and when the pace quickened, hearts followed suit. The leaping melody sketched vivid scenes of animal gatherings and forest beauty, drawing everyone involuntarily into its enchantment. After the entire piece ended and the final note from the piano faded away, the audience below couldn't recover from the impact. It wasn't until Esther withdrew her hands and the composed young girl on stage bowed that everyone's stolen breaths were returned. Oh my God. Who was this girl? Among those attending the party today, there were people who hadn't heard of the Liu family's recent gossip and didn't know Esther's identity. Thus, they weren't particularly shocked. They took it for granted that Esther was a well-groomed young lady from a prestigious family, finding nothing unusual about her advanced piano skills. However, many in the audience knew exactly who Esther was. The few labels they couldn't look up to were still fresh in their minds: raised in the countryside, illegitimate daughter, received no elite education, uncultured and coarse. And now, all their jaws were dropping in shock. Oh my God, is this for real? Ava's eyes widened. Esther actually plays better than Juliana. How is this possible? Wasn't she raised in the countryside? I thought people from rural areas can't even afford schooling, let alone learn to play the piano so well. Not just outsiders, but even Sullivan was left stunned. When Esther returned to his side after stepping off the stage, Sullivan took a deep breath and asked, "Esther, how did you learn to play the piano? Who taught you?" "An older sister lived in our village for a year once," Esther explained, attributing everything to her past self. "She was very good at playing the piano and really liked me, so she taught me." "You mean, you've never had formal piano lessons? Just that sister taught you, and you've reached this level in only a year?" Esther nodded. Sullivan was even more speechless. As the heir of the Liu family, Sullivan had also been trained in various skills since childhood. His piano skills were quite high as well, though he rarely had time to play since taking over the Liu enterprise. Leaving aside how skilled this sister was, let's talk about Esther herself. How many people in the entire country could achieve such proficiency in piano within a year, not to mention perfectly performing a difficult piece like Summer Forest? What kind of talent was this? Previously, Sullivan always thought Marilyn was the most talented person he had seen. Starting to learn the piano at 6 years old, participating in big and small competitions from an early age, and always coming in first place, he had always been proud of his younger sister. Yet in the face of absolute talent, Marilyn's former brilliance dimmed considerably. Seeing Sullivan staring at Esther with undisguised admiration, Marilyn felt as if she couldn't breathe. How could Israel look at this country-born illegitimate daughter so passionately when previously he had only had eyes for her? Marilyn took a deep breath and suddenly leaned into Sullivan, gasping, "Israel, my heart suddenly feels so uncomfortable." Chapter 14 I'm not good at lying. Sullivan instantly came back to his senses and looked down at the pained Marilyn in his arms. "What's wrong? You said your heart hurts?" Marilyn covered her heart with her hand and answered through red-rimmed eyes, "Older brother, I feel like my illness is acting up. What should we do?" Sullivan took a deep breath, all his attention suddenly focusing on Marilyn. Marilyn had suffered from a high fever when she was 8 years old, after which she developed myocarditis. Although this condition wasn't especially severe, it could lead to arrhythmia, tightness in the chest, and shortness of breath during mild episodes. Worst cases could result in heart failure or even shock, endangering life. The Liu family had been relying on a private physician to help Marilyn maintain her health over the years, so she hadn't relapsed until now. It wasn't something to be taken lightly, so naturally, Sullivan immediately became tense, his expression serious. "All right, Juliana, don't move for now. Big brother will take you to the car to rest first, if not, we'll go home." With that, Sullivan directly scooped Marilyn into his arms and carried her toward the rear exit of the venue. In reality, Marilyn did not have a relapse of myocarditis. She was merely upset over Esther's behavior and didn't want to remain in the spotlight next to her elder brother, so she pretended to be ill. This trick proved effective indeed. Held in Sullivan's embrace, seeing his worried face made Marilyn's eyes even redder. "Big brother, it hurts." She clung tightly to Sullivan's neck, practically melting against him in a way that emphasized her frailty and vulnerability. Esther couldn't be bothered to expose her. If Marilyn were really having a cardiac episode, her reaction wouldn't be like this. But since they were playing out a scenario of sisterly love, she supposed she needed to act concerned too. However, before they reached the back courtyard, Marissa, who had been chatting with other ladies, followed them. "What happened? Juliana, are you unwell?" Marissa pulled Esther behind her as she stepped beside Marilyn. Marilyn sniffed gently, replying obediently, "Mom, I'm fine, just feeling some discomfort in my heart. Older brother will take me to rest in the car for a while." "Heart discomfort?" Marissa took an immediate deep breath. "What happened? Why would you suddenly get sick?" Before Marilyn could answer, Marissa whipped her head around and glared viciously at Esther. "Juliana hasn't had an episode in years, but as soon as you return, she falls ill. Did you upset her? And who gave you permission to dress up so extravagantly for the party?" What happened to the dress I picked for you? You also went to the Herb family and told them you were preparing a piano performance. Was all this planned by you? The daughter of that slut is indeed another slut. So scheming even at such a young age, it looks like you need disciplining. As Marissa spat out her first insult, the man in the wheelchair not far away slightly furrowed his brows, his eyes darker than usual. Gordon, dressed in a suit and standing nearby, bent down to whisper in Fabio's ear. Mathur, it seems like what I investigated earlier, Abigail doesn't actually welcome Miss Esther back. I reviewed the surveillance footage near where you met Miss Esther last night. A man dragged Miss Esther into an alley. 5 minutes later, he came out hastily with a rope, but Miss Esther didn't follow. I suspect that person might have been sent by someone in the Liu family to do something to Miss Esther, only failing, and then Miss Esther met you afterward. Gordon glanced over at Esther. Mathur, should I go assist Miss Esther? Not yet. Fabio lifted his gaze. I want to see how she will respond. Marissa grew increasingly angry as she berated her. While speaking, she raised her hand, intending to slap Esther. Marissa had long wanted to hit Esther. Just thinking of Esther as the product of Randall's affair with Everly infuriated her. Imagining how Everly must have lured Randall on that fateful night, Marissa wished she could tear apart this girl's face that resembled Everly's, spitting on it. However, as her palm descended fiercely, Esther narrowed her eyes and slightly turned her head, avoiding the blow easily. You dare to dodge. Seeing Esther avoid so effortlessly, Marissa was taken aback at first, then gnashed her teeth angrily. You really don't know your place. As Marissa prepared to strike again, she suddenly heard Esther say, Abigail probably remembers that Baldur is going to see me after the party, right? Marissa froze, lifting her eyes to meet the emotionless gaze of the girl before her, her voice devoid of any sentiment. If I go to see Baldur with a swollen face, he will definitely be very concerned. I'm not good at lying. If Baldur asks me what happened, I can only tell him the truth. You. Hearing this, Marissa's words choked in her throat, and her hand that was about to strike froze midair. She had been so caught up in venting her anger that she had completely forgotten about this detail. The old Ismail hadn't met Esther yet, and he had been eagerly looking forward to seeing her after tonight's party. If he saw Esther with a swollen face as soon as they met, he would immediately ask who did it and stand up for her. After all, Esther was now acknowledged by old Ismail as his granddaughter-in-law, and hitting her was tantamount to slapping the Herb family in the face. Mom. At this moment, Sullivan took a deep breath and said, You can say what you want, but how can you just hit someone? Especially here at the Herb residence. The misunderstanding about the piano performance is just that, a misunderstanding. Juliana's heart discomfort has nothing to do with Esther, so why are you pinning everything on her? Sullivan recalled when Esther was alone with him earlier and told him that she knew everyone in the Liu family disliked her. The look in her eyes had truly made him feel pity. It wasn't surprising that Esther felt this way. Her own mother could even resort to hitting her in someone else's home without giving her any respect. Sullivan thought about how the entire Liu family, and indeed the entire city of Illegitimate, were still unfamiliar territory to Esther, who had just come from the countryside. His mother and sister Marilyn had no blood relation to Esther, and his mother harbored resentment over her origins. If he, as the elder brother, didn't protect her, who else would? Otherwise, her life in the Liu family would only get harder from now on. With this thought, Sullivan set Marilyn down and spoke coldly. It seems Juliana is fine now. If Mom is still worried, take her home first. The driver is outside anyway. As for Esther, I'll take her back to the auction first. Mom and Juliana can return if there's nothing else. Saying that, Sullivan directly took Esther's hand and led her back into the venue. Wait, big brother. Marilyn couldn't believe things had turned out like this. Just moments ago, her big brother had looked at her with concern, afraid that anything might happen to her. Now, he was walking away with Esther without even looking back. Marilyn panicked and called out several times, but Sullivan did not respond. Chapter 15 Be a good girl, Big Brother is here for you. What should we do, Mom? It seems that Big Brother is angry. Marilyn immediately turned her eyes to Marissa, looking like she was about to cry. I know. Marissa took a deep breath, frowning. She knew the temperaments of her sons too well, especially Sullivan. Ever since Sullivan took over the Liu Corporation, he had become increasingly assertive towards outsiders but always protective of his family. His performance just now, along with what he said, clearly indicated that he already regarded Esther as part of the Liu family. What kind of charm did that little wretch use to make her eldest son, who usually doesn't easily trust others, start protecting her in just one day? Marissa felt a lump stuck in her throat, filled with frustration. Let's not worry about your big brother for now. How are you feeling? Is your heart still bothering you? Marissa asked Marilyn. Marilyn was actually fine. She couldn't bear seeing only Esther in Sullivan's eyes and wanted to be alone with him in the car, enjoying the feeling of being cared for by her big brother. Now that Sullivan was gone, there was no need to pretend any longer. But since she claimed to have heart trouble, she couldn't suddenly be all better, so she had to hold her chest and feign discomfort, still a bit. In that case, I'll have the driver take you back to the Liu residence first. Marilyn was stunned, not expecting Marissa to say this. With mother, big brother, and Esther still at the banquet, how could she go back alone to the Liu residence? Marilyn hurriedly said, I'm fine, Mom. I'll rest in the car for a while. Besides, how can you not distinguish between important and trivial matters? What if it's a recurrence of myocarditis? We're going to meet Ismail soon to talk about Esther. Mom can't leave yet. Go home by yourself. Marissa's tone left no room for refusal. I'll call Dr. Yenmin right away and have him come to our house. You'll get checked as soon as you get there. But Marilyn opened her mouth, finally realizing what it meant to hoist oneself by one's own petard. After carefully grooming herself this afternoon, dressing up so beautifully, was she really going to show her face for only 5 minutes before returning to the Liu residence? But she couldn't tell Marissa now that she was fine. That would be like admitting she had been pretending. I understand, Mom. I'll go back, Marilyn reluctantly agreed, but what about Esther and Balder? Don't worry, Marissa coldly snorted. Mom will never let that bastard's child replace you in marrying into the wealthy Herb family. Just wait at home for news. Venue. When Sullivan and Esther returned to the venue, the auction had already started. The numerous guests were seated, each holding a number plate, with some accompanied by personal attendants. Sullivan also received his number plate from a waiter and made Esther sit beside him. Esther, about what happened just now. It's okay, big brother. Before Sullivan could finish speaking, Esther held his hand softly and whispered, "Thank you for standing up for me. I'm really touched." The girl's eyes sparkled brightly. The feeling of being fully trusted brought an immense sense of satisfaction. Sullivan couldn't help but reach out to pat Esther's head, saying in a deep voice, "Be a good girl. Big brother will be here for you, and no one will bully you again." "I understand. Thank you, big brother." Esther smiled gently, looking even more docile as she nodded. Mithun stepping on stage, Esther's soul power had been replenishing steadily. Besides the evil aura, admiration and love from humans could also enhance her soul power as a flower demon. Tonight's makeup and performance on stage were enough to astonish many present. And Sullivan, whose attitude towards her had shifted from initial coldness to genuine concern, his fondness for her had risen rapidly. All her efforts hadn't been in vain. That song, Summer Forest, wasn't easy for humans to play. It nearly caused her hands to cramp. If not for putting on a show, she wouldn't have chosen this piece. Esther had little interest in auctions. For her, observing the people present was far more interesting than watching what treasures were displayed on the auction platform. In a glance, Esther spotted a familiar figure and her eyes lit up. Haley was actually attending this auction as well. It had been quite a long time. At the auction podium, a woman with short, neat hair wearing a white tailored suit was sitting on the right side of the venue, with a young secretary standing beside her. The woman appeared to be in her early 30s, with well-maintained skin. Her sharp gaze and strong presence clearly indicated she was a successful businesswoman. This was Haley, who could also be considered a renowned figure in the business world. 7 years ago, right after earning her master's degree, Haley was determined to start a business. She sought investments all over Illegitimate but encountered numerous setbacks and nearly gave up in despair. However, later on, it was said that an unknown bigwig met with Haley, heard her ideas, and immediately provided her with $5 million as initial capital, encouraging her to go all out, with more funds available if needed. 3 years later, the first B2B e-commerce platform in the country was born, revolutionizing people's shopping habits. The Back.1-510.she Group, founded by Haley, became one of the top conglomerates in the country. However, as the founder, Haley was not the largest shareholder of Back.1-510.she Group. It was rumored that the true majority stakeholder was that mysterious bigwig. This made perfect sense. Nowadays, the Back.1-510.she Group was flourishing more than ever, and everyone marveled at how the bigwig had such keen foresight to spot Haley's potential back then. Even if that bigwig hadn't insisted on holding the largest share, Haley would never have let him down. After all, talented people are common, but those who can recognize talent are rare. Anyone who dared to bet $5 million on your success would make anyone strive to prove themselves and remember this favor for life. Esther actually hadn't planned to contact Haley. The demon hunters were still searching for her, so the fewer traces of Alicia, the better. However, the next moment, Esther saw the item just brought up on stage and her eyes lit up. Ladies and gentlemen, the auctioneer held up a red brocade box. The item I now hold is a 20-year-old crimson ginseng plant. I'm sure you all know the benefits of crimson ginseng. It is a miracle drug for promoting blood circulation and dissolving blood stasis. Crimson ginseng over 5 years old is already quite rare, let alone one over 20 years. This item is donated by Miss Randy, the second daughter of the Bai family. The starting bid is $2 million. Now you may begin bidding. Miss Randy, the second daughter of the Bai family? Hearing this, many people in the audience began to whisper among themselves. Chapter 16 The Two Bigwigs in Dispute. The various families' young misses were sitting together, and with nothing to do, they began chatting about gossip. When the host mentioned Randy, Ava sighed. At the Herb family's evening banquet, even Mathur Yanni personally showed up. This second miss by even specially sent something over. It's truly giving face to grandfather Herb. Someone unfamiliar with the Bai family asked about Randy, so Ava took the initiative to explain. I only know this much from what I've overheard my mom and her friends talking. She says that previously, the Bai family was second only to the Hua family in Gilising, but unfortunately, it doesn't have a large population. By the time of Bai Herbiu's generation, his first wife who passed away early and his second wife who remarried both only had daughters. And 10 years ago, the Bai family's elder daughter, Alicia, went missing while traveling in the Ujoab. Later on, Bai Herbiu fell ill with cancer and became bedridden. Now, the Bai family is run by this Randy. Ava pursed her lips. This Randy, born out of wedlock. Her mother didn't even have a proper status before. But now she has become the Bai family's sole heir, and everyone outside has to respectfully call her second Mississippi. But I heard that actually Alicia didn't just go missing, she committed suicide by jumping into the sea in the Ujoab. Seeing everyone's surprise, Ava whispered mysteriously, I also heard something strange. It said that when someone saved Alicia onto the shore, she already wasn't breathing. But then that person went out to find help, and upon returning, Alicia had vanished, never to be heard from again. That's why the Bai family officially declared that Alicia had gone missing. A dead person suddenly disappears? Yen Nina couldn't help but exclaim, that sounds too mysterious. Yes, and they say it was night, and aside from that man who saved her, there was no one else around at the seaside. It's impossible for the dead Alicia to come back to life and leave by herself, right? So just thinking about it gives me the creeps. Saying this, Ava rubbed the goosebumps on her arms. Meanwhile, quite a few guests participating in the auction had already started bidding. The host was not exaggerating. Blood red ginseng naturally grows in the crevices of cliffs and cannot be artificially cultivated. Already rare, those that are over 20 years old are particularly scarce and difficult to find, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that money can't buy them. Moreover, the blood red ginseng in the brocade box, though only as big as half a palm, had a body and roots as red as blood, clearly indicating superior quality. Steeping this ginseng in wine could have immediate effects if one is sick, and it could extend life if one is healthy. At the very least, it was valuable for collection or as a gift. So within less than 10 minutes, the bid reached 3.5 million yuan. Haley had absolutely no interest in this blood red ginseng. She came to participate in this auction mainly as a business courtesy. Her secretary held the bidding paddle throughout the event, which she never bothered to take. However, at this moment, Haley's secretary bent down beside her and handed over her phone. President Meng, your personal phone has received a message, please take a look. My personal phone? Haley had two phones, one for work, where calls and texts were filtered by her secretary before reporting to her for handling. The other was for personal use. But as an orphan from a humble background, Haley's parents had long since died, and over the years she hadn't formed many friendships free of ulterior motives. Only one person knew her personal phone number. That one person who hadn't contacted her for over a year. Haley took a deep breath and immediately unlocked the phone. Sure enough, there was a new message on the phone, displayed as a hidden number, with only one line of text. Yanelin, I want that blood red ginseng. No matter how much it costs, buy it for me. Seeing the familiar wavy line, Haley's hand trembled, and her nose turned sour. Instinctively, she raised her head to search the venue but did not see the figure in her memory. Before she could continue looking, a second message arrived. Yanelin, I'm not at the venue. I saw about the auction through someone else. Don't try to find me. I'm going to give it to someone as a gift. After the banquet, you can give it to that person directly. Haley lowered her head to type, wanting to ask many questions, but typed and deleted and typed again. In the end, she replied with only one word, okay. However, the person on the other end seemed to understand her thoughts through the screen and soon sent another message. Don't worry, Yanelin. Reclusive living suits me well. You don't need to worry about me, I'm fine. Take care of yourself and Balan. After all, I'm jobless and relying on you for support. Seeing these words, Haley couldn't help but chuckle softly, but her eyes welled up with tears. President Meng. This was the first time her secretary had seen the usually stern Haley display such an expression, which left him somewhat surprised. However, as soon as Haley raised her head, her previous demeanor vanished instantly, and she resumed the appearance of a powerful businesswoman. Xiao Zheng, give me the bidding paddle. At this moment, the bid in the venue had already reached 3.8 million yuan. Without hesitation, Haley immediately raised the paddle and called out, 5 million. SSS. Others were bidding up by increments of 10,000, who would jump from 3.8 million straight to 5 million. Everyone turned around to look. It was Haley from Balan Group. That settled it then. Although Haley wasn't part of the elite circle of Illegitimate, she was undoubtedly one of the richest self-made tycoons. Balan Group was worth tens of billions, far more affluent than some old established families that were merely empty shells with illustrious names. She had the capital to bid boldly. And judging by her determined expression, she seemed intent on securing the blood red ginseng. Although it was valuable, going beyond 5 million would indeed be worth reconsidering. The air was temporarily silent. Just as the auctioneer was about to ask if anyone wanted to bid higher, they heard a voice from the back of the room, 8 million. Who's this now? Seriously. Someone just bid from 3.8 million to 5 million, and now another person jumped from 5 million directly to 8 million? Upon turning around, they saw Gordon, the assistant of Wally, raising the bid. That also settled it. There was no one wealthier than Wally in all of Illegitimate. The Yani family controlled the entire economic lifeline of Illegitimate, with investments spanning various industries. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he could make or break anything. Haley was also taken aback when she saw that she was bidding against Wally. If it were a regular auction, she definitely wouldn't compete with him. After all, the Yanni family in Balan always had commercial dealings, and she needed to maintain good relations with them. But this time, it was what Brielle wanted, so she had to secure it for her. Thus, Haley raised the paddle again, 10 million. Gordon followed suit, 10.2 million. Haley gritted her teeth, 10.5 million. At this point, no one else was participating in the bidding, only these two bigwigs were contending. It had already reached 10.5 million, and Gordon lowered his head to consult Wally. Campbell, should we continue bidding? Haley is not someone who loves the spotlight. She must have a reason to insist on this item. Let's just give it to her, Wally said indifferently. So Gordon did not raise the paddle again. After the auctioneer asked 3 times, the gavel fell. Finally, the item was secured. Haley sighed in relief and happily took out her phone to send a message. Brielle, I got the item. Who do you want me to give it to? I'll hand it over after the banquet. I saw it, Yananlin, the reply came quickly, give it to Wally, the one who was bidding against you. Haley. So what exactly was she competing over just now? Chapter 17. Want to PUA her? No chance. Deborah held her phone and continued messaging Haley. I wanted to call you, but the bidding went too fast. But it doesn't matter anyway, all the proceeds from the auction will be donated. Doing good with this 15 million renminbi. While Deborah was chatting with Haley, Ava suddenly glanced over, looking surprised. What? Look, isn't that a Nokia in Deborah's hand? Ava's shout attracted others' gazes towards Deborah, all looking as if they had seen a ghost. Indeed, Yen Nina almost burst into laughter. Hasn't this brand been out of the market for more than a decade? Where did she get this antique? It's probably only used in some rural areas now. Her phone can only make calls and send messages. I've seen our housemaid use one. A phone like this, even if thrown on the street, no one would bother to pick it up. She is poorer than I imagined. Ava tooted, don't tell me, I feel a bit sorry for Deborah now. With the same father as Marilyn, their lives are worlds apart. In his seat, Sullivan saw the teenager beside him using an ancient, long-retired mobile phone to send messages, also frowning. Not out of disdain, but pondering what kind of life she must have led before coming to Illegitimate to only afford such a phone. Is this your phone? Sullivan asked. Deborah nodded after glancing up from her chat with Haley. Don't use this phone anymore, Sullivan said. Tomorrow I'll let Graham take you to buy a new one at the mall. And he'll also help you buy some clothes. We'll visit Xinjiang soon. Xinjiang? Deborah looked at him, puzzled. Now that you're in Illegitimate, you'll definitely study here. Dad contacted the principal of Xinjiang a few days ago and secured an admission spot for you. Xinjiang is the best private high school in Illegitimate. Juliana and Benny Graham both study there. But entering Xinjiang requires passing an entrance exam, and classes are assigned based on your scores. Sullivan turned to Deborah. I've seen your grades from the middle school in the countryside. They were just average. Passing Xinjiang's exams might be tough. But don't worry too much. Juliana excels in studies and has always been second in Class A. There are 3 days before school starts, so I'll have her tutor you. I'll also speak with the principal again. Juliana is second place? Who's first? Deborah asked. It's Benny, but he's participating in an international math competition and won't return until after Xinjiang starts. Oh, I see. Thank you, brother. I'll study hard with Matthew's tutor Juliana. After talking with Sullivan, Deborah shifted her attention back to the auction stage. The evening's auction was nearly over, with only one last item left. Mathun's the blood-red ginseng sold for a shocking 15 million renminbi. Only Yanyaotian's premium jade bracelet topped 10 million renminbi. The other items mostly fetched a few million each. Everyone expected the final item to be a spectacular finale, but upon revealing the red cloth, the tray only held a rather ordinary night pearl. Although the pearl was of good quality, these rich people present were accustomed to precious treasures and showed little interest. Among the audience, only Deborah kept looking at the pearl. Not because it was special, but because it reminded her of Cornelius, who loved playing with glowing objects. Starting bid was 100,000 renminbi, a peanut price compared to previous items. Deborah hesitated, then regretfully turned away. Without money or bidding eligibility, she couldn't participate anyway. A few bids raised the price to 300,000 renminbi, then stopped. But Elioan's voice from behind suddenly rang out, 1 million renminbi. Deborah instinctively turned around and met Yanyaotian's intense gaze. She blinked and suddenly smiled, appearing genuinely pleased. Her smile stirred something within Yanyaotian. Did she guess he kept staring at her, thus letting Elioan bid on the pearl? Impossible. Yanyaotian narrowed his eyes, but Deborah quickly turned back. After the auction ended, guests scattered and chatted. At this moment, a formally dressed waiter approached Deborah and Sullivan. Miss Deborah, Our Lady invites you to meet in the inner hall. Lady Lu is already waiting. Please follow me. Finally, it happened. The highlight of the evening was to meet Ismail, and then discuss the engagement between her and Geordie. Deborah informed Sullivan and followed the waiter into the inner hall. Just as she stepped in, she saw Marissa chatting amicably with a well-preserved, elegant woman on the sofa. This must be Geordie's mother, Mrs. Herb. Mother, Deborah first greeted Marissa, then turned to Mrs. Herb with a demure demeanor. Hello, Mrs. Herb, I'm Deborah. The girl's voice was pure and crisp, her eyes clear. She appeared simple and easy to manipulate. Are you the Deborah who just came to Illegitimate yesterday? Mrs. Herb straightened up, her eyes carrying a hint of coldness and disdain. You're not as rustic as I imagined. With just one sentence, Deborah felt an obvious hostility. This Mrs. Herb obviously looked down on her because of her humble background, deeming her unworthy of the Herb family and her son. Marissa had likely added fuel to the fire before her arrival, saying who knows what but certainly nothing good. The old man has taken his medicine and is resting. I had someone bring you here first because I need to talk to you. I see, Deborah remained unperturbed, speaking in a soft voice. Then please go ahead, Mrs. Herb. Fine, I'll be direct. Mrs. Herb seemed unwilling to beat around the bush with Deborah and got straight to the point. Even though you've been living in the countryside, surely someone has told you about our Herb family's status in Illegitimate. Not just anyone can marry into a prominent family like ours, let alone someone of your background. If I were to marry you, the Herb family would become a laughingstock in Illegitimate. Mrs. Herb said coldly. To be honest, the old man is just confused due to his age, but I will not allow my son to marry an illegitimate daughter raised in the countryside. Moreover, Juliana is the daughter-in-law I favor. She and Jai are deeply in love. You wouldn't want to be a third party disrupting their relationship, right? So, if you have any self-respect, you should tell the old man to cancel the engagement when you meet him. That way, our Herb family would owe you a favor. If you want any compensation, feel free to ask. Each word from this Mrs. Herb hit directly at critical points. She criticized her humble origin, belittled her worthiness for a prominent family like the Herbs, and labeled her as a third party right off the bat. First using PUA tactics to undermine her self-esteem, then moral blackmail, and finally offering incentives to tempt her. A woman who could become the matriarch of such a prominent family was indeed not someone easily trifled with. But after listening to all this, Deborah blinked and replied, But Mrs. Herb, my mother said that this engagement with Geordie was arranged many years ago. If we're talking about a third party, shouldn't it be Matthew's to Juliana instead? Mrs. Herb and Marissa both frowned, inhaling sharply as they looked at Deborah. What do you mean? My point is, I don't want to voluntarily cancel the engagement with Balder, at least not now. Deborah tilted her head. Perhaps you should talk to Balder. If he agrees to cancel the engagement, I won't object. Chapter 18. What Joband of person is she? You. Mrs. Herb's eyes widened. She didn't expect the young girl to dare speak such words and was momentarily speechless. Her chest heaved, obviously angered. What kind of person was Deborah? A lowly illegitimate daughter from the countryside, daring to talk back to her like this? And telling her to discuss with Ismail? If she could persuade that old man, would she have wasted her breath on a little brat? Truly laughable. Mrs. Herb's gaze instantly turned cold. She had underestimated this country girl, thinking she could be convinced in a few words to break off the engagement voluntarily. Clearly, she had miscalculated. After all, having barely escaped that poor rural area and coming to Illegitimate, such a big city, it was not easy for her. With this marriage contract, she might become a distinguished lady overnight, transforming from an illegitimate daughter hidden away in the countryside into a pampered young mistress of a wealthy family. Anyone in her shoes would value this opportunity and wouldn't give it up easily. Deborah. How do you speak to Mrs. Herb? Marissa glared at Deborah angrily. Seeing Marissa's face full of anger and disgust toward Deborah, Mrs. Herb calmed down. An icy expression flashed through her eyes, calculating. Of course, it was normal for this girl not to want to cancel the engagement. But did it mean anything if she refused? Being an orphaned illegitimate daughter, Deborah would still have to listen to Marissa in the Liu family. Marissa would make sure she suffered. Moreover, even if the old man didn't agree to the divorce, how long could his frail body last? Once Ismail passed away, wasn't everything decided by her? Anyone Liu Jai wanted to marry would be under her control. By then, if Deborah shamelessly still wanted to marry into the Herb family, she would simply have someone throw her out. Just then, someone came from the inner hall, saying that Ismail had rested well and wanted to see Deborah. Sorry, Mrs. Herb, I'm used to living in the countryside. If my words offended you, please forgive me. Deborah stood up, speaking politely and innocently. Methuns Balder wants to see me, I'll go in first. Watching Deborah turn around, Mrs. Herb felt even more frustrated. But Deborah ignored her and walked straight into the room. Honestly, someone like Geordie would consider it unlucky to marry Deborah. He genuinely didn't find her attractive. Marilyn would indeed be more suitable for him. For Deborah, she had just taken over the original owner's body and hadn't yet established herself in the Liu family. The only person who showed some concern for her was her elder brother. She needed something to rely on. The engagement to Geordie was a perfect excuse. Otherwise, Marissa would try every means to kick her out. When she no longer needed this excuse, she'd find a way to tell Balder that Geordie had no feelings for her and she didn't want to force things either. Actually, going back to the countryside wouldn't be so bad. After all, Deborah had lived in seclusion before. But being driven away versus choosing to live in seclusion are two different matters. She preferred living freely as she pleased. Those who provoked her wouldn't get away easily either. Moreover, By being reborn in a human body, she could inherit the original owner's memories and feel their residual emotions. The original owner died with deep confusion and resentment, never knowing who strangled her or why. If she left easily, wouldn't it just satisfy Marilyn's wish? Because she feared losing her boyfriend and wanted to be the only daughter of the Liu family, afraid the father and brother's love would be divided by the original owner returning home, she sent killers to strangle her unknown sister. This Marilyn, with an angelic face but a vicious mind, had no right to enjoy the love of others. As she had told Marilyn before, she owed the original owner and would repay what she owed gradually. The Herb family's interior decoration was antique and elegant, embodying traditional Chinese classical style. The air was permeated with a medicinal smell, a lingering scent from the expensive rosewood furniture. As Deborah entered the room, she heard suppressed coughs. Looking up, she saw an elderly man in dark blue tang attire, with gray hair, sitting on the bed. His eyes lit up when he saw her. "Catherine? You must be Catherine." Ismail seemed very excited, immediately inviting Deborah over. "Come closer, come sit with Grandpa, let me have a good look at you." Balder, Deborah immediately approached, sitting on the stool beside the bed and called respectfully, "Good to see you, Balder." "I'm Deborah." "Yes, yes." Balder excitedly held Deborah's hand, his eyes glistening with tears. "The last time I saw you, you were just a little girl of 3 or 4 years old. I can't believe how much you've grown, and become so beautiful. I wanted to bring you and your mother to Illegitimate long ago, but your mother refused, saying she only wanted a peaceful life and didn't want to be disturbed. I knew your mother was stubborn, but I never thought she would be this stubborn. She fell ill and didn't tell anyone, and then." Speaking of Everly's death, Balder sighed deeply. Deborah also lowered her eyes, softly saying, "Balder, for my mother, death was actually a relief." Balder was stunned. "Your mother told you all about it?" "Yes," Deborah nodded. "Before Mother passed away, she called me to her bedside and told me many things from the past. Mother said that my grandmother slit her wrists after finding out my grandfather had been unfaithful. Mother couldn't forgive my grandfather, so she broke ties with him and moved alone from Beijing to Illegitimate. After coming to Illegitimate, she met and fell in love with my father, Randall, who was experiencing hard times at the time. She stayed by his side, encouraging and helping him get back on his feet. But once the Liu family's business started to improve, my father secretly began dating the eldest daughter of the Gillisong family, hoping to use the Gillisong family's influence to boost his career. My grandfather and Randall's infidelity made my mother lose faith in men and marriage. She chose to divorce my father and lived alone in the countryside. But later, Randall came and forcefully. I was an accident, but my mother didn't abort me. Instead, she raised me. We lived a simple yet happy life in the countryside. It wasn't until later that I found out my mother had been diagnosed with late-stage breast cancer months ago. There was little hope of curing it, and she didn't want treatment anymore. Before passing away, Mother told me she contacted you. She said you and my grandmother were good friends and had agreed to arrange a marriage between our families when we were young, so she asked me to come to Illegitimate. Deborah continued, "I can see that Mother truly hated my grandfather. She preferred sending me to Illegitimate rather than letting me go back to Beijing, and she did trust you. I know Mother was afraid that if she left, I would have no one to rely on in the countryside. If I could marry into the Herb family in Illegitimate, would at least be under your protection. But Balder, I'm not a child anymore. I appreciate your commitment to keeping your promise, but marriage shouldn't be forced." Balder was stunned. "Catherine, what you mean is..." Chapter 19, Does this girl also job know traditional Chinese medicine? Ismail recalled that the Herb family was hosting a banquet tonight, and Deborah must have already met Geordie outside. Could it be that she is dissatisfied with Geordie and does not fancy my grandson? Deborah lifted her eyes and said, "What I mean is, although there is a marriage agreement, Grandpa, you can't just demand that Geordie marry me, a stranger. And I heard that Geordie is already dating my sister, and Mrs. Herb acknowledges her as the desired daughter-in-law, so..." Mentioning Marilyn made Ismail frown. "The sister you mentioned, is she the one named Juliana?" Zhai's little girl actually kept her relationship hidden from me. It wasn't until after we arranged the engagement gifts to your Liu family that I found out he was dating your sister. I've seen that girl. From the first glance, I felt she has dubious intentions. A few days ago when she came to visit with Zhai, she tried to please me but her eyes weren't genuinely innocent, they were full of calculation. Zhai might not see through her, but I am most accurate in reading people. Someone who feels incompatible at first sight will never enter the Herb family. Ismail gripped Deborah's hand firmly and stated resolutely, "My dear, don't worry. I'll make Zhai break up with that girl in these few days and give you a try. Anyway, you are the granddaughter-in-law I've chosen." Ismail was a typical elder with an authoritarian style and rarely changed his mind once set on something. No wonder Mrs. Herb tried to approach her side. Deborah replied, "Grandpa, you shouldn't force Geordie into a breakup. Moreover, Juliana is my sister, which would make things awkward for me." "That makes sense." Ismail frowned tightly, seemingly feeling a headache. "So what do you suggest, my dear?" Deborah responded, "How about this, Grandpa, let's not interfere with Geordie's decisions. If their relationship with Juliana encounters problems later and they break up, then we can talk about this again. For now, let's go with the flow." "Alright, I'll listen to you, my dear." Cough cough. Just as Ismail agreed, he suddenly started coughing and used a handkerchief to wipe his nose. Seeing this, Deborah hurried over to pat his back and noticed a hint of blood on the handkerchief Ismail had used. Grandpa, are you not feeling well somewhere? I see blood on this handkerchief. Did you get a nosebleed? Ah, Ismail recovered and sighed. Nothing serious. It's just that with old age, the body tends to have problems. Do you often have nosebleeds? Deborah asked. Yes, but I've been to the hospital for checkups. Nothing was found. Upon hearing this, Deborah furrowed her brows slightly. Grandpa, may I take your pulse? You know how to take pulses? Ismail looked surprised. Taking the pulse is a diagnostic method in traditional Chinese medicine. Could this young girl really understand traditional Chinese medicine? It seemed Deborah could read Ismail's doubts. My mother has an old friend who knows traditional Chinese medicine, taught me a lot about medicinal knowledge when I was little. If you don't mind, I can help you examine. This wasn't something Deborah fabricated. The original host's mother indeed had an old friend, Hanley, a nationally renowned master of traditional Chinese medicine. A dozen years ago, when Hanley visited Everly in the countryside and saw the original host, he liked her very much and took her as his closed-door disciple, teaching her traditional Chinese medicine all along. Even after the original host went to a boarding high school in town, she didn't put aside her knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine and often immersed herself in ancient medical books at the library. Everly also agreed with her daughter studying this. Although Western medicine dominates nowadays, having knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine would still provide a useful skill that could benefit her. In reality, even if the original host hadn't studied it, Deborah would still understand traditional Chinese medicine. As a flower spirit, she inherently knew the functions and properties of all plants and herbs. Ismail didn't dismiss Deborah's words due to her young age and truly extended his wrist for her to take his pulse. Deborah lowered her head and calmly examined his pulse for 5 minutes. Then she raised her head and seriously said, Grandpa, you have a flushed complexion, shortness of breath, red tongue with yellow coating, and a taut and forceful pulse. These symptoms indicate liver qi transforming into fire, which harms the lungs, leading to nosebleeds. Such lung heat and liver fire damaging the meridians would result in discomfort but wouldn't show specific illnesses in hospital examinations. Here, let me write a prescription for you. You can arrange for someone to gather 5 doses of medicine according to the prescription. Based on my prediction, taking 1 or 2 doses should stop the nosebleeds and bleeding. After completing the 5 doses, you should be fully healed, and your cough will improve. Ismail didn't expect Deborah to speak so authoritatively, clearly indicating a deep understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. Curiously, he asked, is drinking traditional Chinese medicine really that miraculous? You'll see how miraculous it is once you try, Deborah said with a smile, her eyes and eyebrows curved. She found paper and pen from the room and quickly wrote down 2 lines of prescriptions. 20 g of meretricis concha, 10 g of Scutularii radix, 8 g of Gardenia fructus, 8 g of Maton cortex, 8 g of Scrofularii radix, 12 g of Riemanni radix preoperata, 12 g of Imperati rhizoma, 12 g of Rubii radix, 10 g of Ray radix edi rhizoma, 10 g of Nicus. While writing, she explained to Ismail, look here, Grandpa. Meretricis concha and Scutularii radix clear lung heat, Ray radix edi rhizoma and Gardenia fructus directly reduce liver fire. Riemanni radix preoperata, Scrofularii radix, and Maton cortex cool the blood and nourish Rubii radix, Imperati rhizoma, and Nicus specialize in cooling the blood, stopping bleeding, and guiding heat downward. These herbs together can help clear your lungs and relieve liver, embedding hemostasis within cooling the blood. Ismail was lost in what she was saying but felt it made sense. Seeing his chosen granddaughter-in-law so beautiful, obedient, and understanding traditional Chinese medicine that most people don't understand, he felt immensely comforted. He immediately called someone over, gave them the prescription, and had them fetch the medicine the next day. It's getting late. Grandpa, you should rest early. I won't disturb you any longer. Seeing this, Deborah stood up to bid farewell. Good, good, Ismail reiterated before she left. Nanny, since you're in Illegitimate, Grandpa will be your support. If you feel wronged at the Liu family, tell Grandpa, and I'll stand up for you. I know, Grandpa. Don't worry. Deborah nodded. However, Deborah didn't know that as soon as the servant who had taken the prescription left the room, they bumped into Mrs. Herb. Hold on a moment, Mrs. Herb frowned, eyeing the item in the servant's hand. What's that in your hand? Madam, this is the herbal prescription Miss Deborah wrote for the old master, claiming it can cure his frequent nosebleeds. Herbal prescription? Mrs. Herb's frown deepened, snatching the paper with disdain. That little brat understands traditional Chinese medicine? Let me see. Mrs. Herb couldn't make much sense of it either. With a cold snort, she said scornfully, is the old master really losing it? That kind of young girl can understand what about traditional Chinese medicine? He actually dared to use her prescription? Afraid it will cause trouble if taken. What do you mean, madam? The servant was at a loss, unsure of what to do. Mrs. Herb initially wanted to throw the prescription away but suddenly had a thought. Her hand paused mid-air, retracting from reaching the trash bin. What's wrong, madam? The servant asked in confusion. I'll check with someone who knows about these medicines first, Mrs. Herb suddenly decided. If there are no issues, I'll give you the prescription back, and you can go fetch the medicine. Chapter 20 I want to help you cure your legs. When Esther walked out of the inner hall, many of tonight's guests had already left. Sullivan had already returned to the Liu family with Marissa, leaving only the driver waiting for her outside. The once bustling back lawn was now quiet. Esther straightened her body and searched for that person's figure with her eyes. Not there. Did he leave? She sniffed, and a faint whiff of a murderous aura lingered in the air. Esther curled her lips. So, he didn't leave. She couldn't help but frown slightly, wondering why her skill at finding people was like a dog's and not at all cool. Inside the car. Campbell, were you waiting for Miss Esther? Gordon, sitting in the driver's seat, asked Wally in the back seat. The Herb family servant said Miss Esther was talking to Ismail. Should I go ask about it? No need. Wally spat out these two words, leaving his emotions inscrutable. In fact, Wally himself didn't know why he was still waiting here even though the auction had ended. He just wanted to see the girl again. That girl gave him a mysterious feeling, mixed with an irresistible allure. Her unexpected appearance, bold approach, undisguised flirtation, and elusive distance. She was like a bright red rose growing in the wilderness, enticing travelers to bend down and smell her fragrance. But she also exuded an eerie vibe that raised suspicions. Job knock knock. Suddenly someone tapped on the car window. Wally's heart skipped a beat. He looked up to see Haley standing outside the car, holding the red wooden box containing the blood-red ginseng. He lowered the window. Mr. Yanni, I'm sorry to disturb you. Haley leaned forward slightly, speaking politely. Balan Corporation had done business with Yanni Corporation several times before, and Haley had met Wally in public settings. But this was the first time they spoke this closely in private. Indeed, Wally's presence was overpowering, his handsome yet cold face unreadable, giving off an intimidating air that warned others to stay away. President Meng, what is it? Wally asked. Mr. Yanni, Haley looked at Wally. A friend of mine entrusted me to bid on this blood-red ginseng and give it to you. Please don't refuse. Wally paused for a few seconds. President Meng competed with me up to 15 million and then gave me what she won? Haley took a deep breath. Sure enough, her behavior seemed odd and almost like a deliberate provocation. Haley replied, my friend said spending more money means donating more for good deeds. Please don't mind it, Mr. Yanni. I can accept the gift, Wally eyed her speculatively, but I would like to know who President Meng's friend is. Sorry, Mr. Yanni, Haley answered, my friend prefers to keep a low profile, but she definitely knows you, which is why she asked me to buy it for you. Consider my task done when you accept it. Saying this, Haley handed over the box. After a long pause, Wally said, then thank your friend for me, President Meng. Having been in business for years, Wally knew every social interaction involved interests. But he wasn't fixated on knowing who sent the gift. Mathun's they spent so much money getting it for him, they must have something to ask of him. He just needed to wait for them to come forward. Yet the first one to approach was the girl. Yesterday, they met unexpectedly outside his car. This time, she opened the door and got in naturally, as if it were second nature. Mr. Yanni, what a coincidence, Esther greeted with a beaming smile. How was this a coincidence? Clearly, the girl had come directly to their car and got in without hesitation. Gordon couldn't help but be surprised. First, because of the sudden appearance of the girl, secondly, by her lack of fear of Wally, and thirdly, by his boss's attitude. The girl climbed into the back seat without hesitation, and his boss didn't even frown. Wally never allowed anyone to get close. Miss Esther. Methoding in the driver's seat, Gordon nodded in acknowledgement. Are you Mr. Yanni's assistant? Esther asked Gordon with a gentle smile. Hello, I'm Esther. I'm Gordon, Gordon responded courteously. Miss Esther's piano performance earlier was amazing. Thank you. Esther smiled and then turned to the man sitting next to her, waiting for him to speak. Did you come looking for me? Wally raised his eyes. Of course. Esther leaned in a little closer, her eyes sparkling. Mr. Yanni, do you have a gift for me? A flicker of surprise flashed across Wally's eyes. I noticed you were watching me during the auction, and I was looking at you too. You didn't intend to bid on that night pearl until you saw my interest, right? For a moment, Wally was speechless. The girl's boldness exceeded his expectations. She directly pointed out that she had been observing him at the auction and guessed that he only bid for the night pearl because of her interest. Why are you so sure that I spent 1 million on that night pearl to give it to you? Wally said with an impassive face. If I'm not mistaken, we've only met twice. Let me correct that, it's now the third time, Esther smiled. And although we've just met, our encounters haven't just been brief meetings. There was also. Indeed, it wasn't just brief meetings. The first time, she bent down to kiss him by a busy road. The second time, she placed her hand on his thigh in public. I said yesterday that I would repay you the next time we meet. Wally didn't know what motivated the girl's actions yesterday or what she gained from him. But now, he was more curious about what she meant by repayment. What do you want to repay me with? Wally lifted his eyes. Do you really want to know? Esther blinked. You'll have to take off your pants first. Gordon, in the front seat, drew in a sharp breath, trying to remain calm. Campbell, maybe I should step outside. Before Gordon could finish, the girl took out a folded red cloth from her bag. Inside were several rows of silver needles. This is. Wally was slightly taken aback. I want to help cure your legs, Esther's tone turned serious. Your leg nerves haven't suffered complete physical damage, they're immobilized due to severe neuronal damage. So acupuncture can be used to activate blood circulation and repair neurons. I'll try acupuncture on you tonight so you can feel the effect. If you find it useful, I'll help you twice a week going forward. That brocade box contains blood red ginseng, right? Blood red ginseng is extremely effective for improving blood circulation. Combining acupuncture with blood red ginseng will enhance the results. The girl spoke with confidence and determination, her eyes sparkling. I guarantee that within half a month, you'll be able to stand up. Chapter 21, The one who should be more behaved is you. Gordon was stunned speechless by Deborah's words. He had already accompanied Hewitt to see all sorts of the most renowned surgeons both domestically and abroad. At most, they could only restore some sensation to the boss's legs, but no one had ever boldly claimed that they could make him walk again. Moreover, how could a young girl master a skill like acupuncture? She didn't seem to be bluffing at all, she appeared to have her own judgment and confidence. Do you believe me? Deborah looked at Hewitt. Hewitt remained silent, his gaze obscure and inscrutable. After a long pause, he spoke. Why would you do this for me? Why do you care about my legs? I said, since I kissed you, I will take responsibility. Deborah looked at Hewitt without changing expression, her tone becoming more assured, and someone like you shouldn't be in a wheelchair. That was why, during the meeting, she had been staring at his legs from afar. It wasn't because she held any discriminatory views toward people with disabilities, she had been thinking about how to treat his legs. Hewitt took a deep breath and leaned back slightly, silently agreeing. Deborah immediately turned to Gordon, Assistant Elio. Is there a pair of scissors or a knife in the car? She then turned to look at Hewitt, cutting a suit pant leg. President Yanni should not mind, right? If President Yanni worries about the pants, you can really take them off. The girl smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, President Yanni, I won't look where I shouldn't. Her teasing was indeed just right and well controlled. Not looking where she shouldn't? Hewitt felt oddly certain that if he did take off his pants, it would be considered modest and respectful of her if she didn't touch where she shouldn't. Deborah took the scissors from Gordon's hands and carefully began cutting along the root of Hewitt's thigh. This was a custom-made suit pant worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. As Deborah cut, even Gordon's heart tightened, almost wishing the boss would just take the pants off. Too much sympathy for the pants. However, although the girl liked to tease people, she was serious and disciplined when doing things, indeed making no unnecessary movements, quickly cutting off the pants. The man's long legs were exposed to the air. As Deborah had felt through the pants earlier, his legs did still have muscles, not weak or powerless. Then I'll start with the needles. Deborah took out a needle from the needle pack. If you feel pain, tell me. Mathon's losing sensation in his legs. Feeling pain had become an unattainable desire. But with the first needle, Hewitt's pupils constricted slightly. The needle must have hit some nerve or acupoint in his thigh, causing an unexpectedly sharp pain after so long. You feel the pain, right? This reaction was clearly within the girl's expectations. When all the needles are in place, the swelling and numbness will become more obvious. The first session doesn't require leaving the needles in too long. Around 10 minutes is fine. Later sessions will need half an hour each. While talking, Deborah continued to insert needles. When she finished placing all the needles and looked up, she saw that the man had already broken into a slight sweat on his forehead due to the hot and numbing sensation in his legs. Without hesitation, the girl pulled out a tissue, reaching up very naturally to wipe the sweat off Hewitt's forehead. Not comfortable, is it? She wiped the sweat off with a focused expression, her tone as gentle as soothing a child. Be good, it'll be over soon. Deborah spoke naturally. But hearing, be good, and, it'll be over soon, Gordon, who had been with Hewitt for over a decade and was known for being decisive in business, blushed. No one had ever dared to speak to the boss like that. This Miss Deborah was truly an extraordinary person. Leaning against the seat, Hewitt's head was tilted back slightly, his chest rising and falling gently. Watching the girl carefully move each needle, he felt as if his heart, which had been dormant for years, suddenly stirred. A strange yet secret sense of fulfillment spread within him. Hewitt had never liked anyone before, nor had he ever had such intimate contact with anyone, and he didn't know what this inexplicable anticipation and yearning felt like. 10 minutes later, Deborah removed all the needles. Don't move tonight, Deborah sighed in relief. Rest overnight, try walking tomorrow and see how far you can go. After speaking to Hewitt, Deborah instructed Gordon, Assistant Elio, when we get back, boil some water with a piece of red ginseng root and give President Yanni a small bowl to drink. Yes, Miss Deborah. Gordon nodded subconsciously, the famous golden assistant in the business world unknowingly following this girl's instructions. Although Gordon was unsure if the girl's acupuncture could really treat the boss's legs, she appeared to be very confident, making one involuntarily believe her. Gordon, Hewitt suddenly spoke, go buy a bottle of water and come back. Gordon was about to say there was water in the car, then instantly understood Hewitt's intention. Yes, boss, I'll go right away. Once Gordon got out of the car, only Hewitt and Deborah were left inside. Hewitt's car today wasn't the same Mercedes Maybach as yesterday but a black Benz with a spacious rear seat. The car was parked by the roadside, its privacy film blocking outside views. There weren't many people around now, making the interior particularly quiet. Before Hewitt made any move, the girl approached first. Did you ask Gordon to leave because you wanted to do something with me? Deborah leaned close to Hewitt. At this moment, Hewitt wasn't wearing his suit jacket, revealing his broad shoulders and narrow waist clearly. 2 buttons on his shirt were undone, showing well-exercised chest and abdominal muscles. "Your scent is so nice," Deborah whispered softly. There was a faint aroma of incense mixed with a calming medicinal smell on the man's body. The closer she got, the more it made her feel comfortable all over. However, just as her hand lifted to touch his firm chest, it was grabbed by Hewitt, his dark eyes lifting to look at her. The atmosphere inside the car became extremely intimate. "Are you intentionally trying to tempt me?" The man's voice was lower and hoarser than usual, from before until now. Deborah was stunned. For demons, the fastest way to absorb negative energy to replenish soul power is through sexual intimacy. She had to admit that she indeed was tempting him. But apart from the negative energy, the man's face and physique were also very attractive to her. She did want to get closer to him. "You are still a minor, I won't do anything like that to you. Although I don't know why you approached me, if it was to get my attention, you succeeded." Hewitt took a deep breath, then leaned over, lowering his head to briefly kiss the girl's lips, staying for just a short moment. But it seemed the person holding the initiative had suddenly changed. "The time is not early. I'll send you back to the family first." Seeing the girl's stunned expression, Hewitt reached out to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. "The one who should be more behaved is you." Chapter 22, You went to the banquet dressed Nike this? Gordon stood at the supermarket entrance, holding a bottle of water and staring at his watch, deep in thought. The boss had only asked him to buy water but didn't specify when he should return. How long should he wait before going back to the car? 30 minutes? 40 minutes? But if it were the boss, an hour didn't seem impossible either. However, he didn't ponder for too long as he received a call from Wally, instructing him to return to the car. Gordon opened the car door and saw the boss and the young girl sitting in the back seat as if nothing unusual had happened. Had he overthought it? After all, the boss was always aloof and self-restrained. He couldn't even imagine what it would be like for the boss to show emotion. "Go to the Liu family first, drop her off," Wally instructed from the back seat. "Yes, boss," Gordon replied, settling into the driver's seat and starting the engine. The young girl was abnormally well-behaved throughout the journey. Later, seemingly exhausted, she began to doze off. Deborah was indeed tired. She had done so many things this afternoon and evening, waiting in line at Crystal for so long, performing challenging piano pieces at the banquet, then engaging in a battle of wits with Mrs. Herb Gillisanqui, and finally visiting old Ismail. Methooting in Wally's car, enveloped by the man's soothing and calming scent, she finally relaxed. Once relaxed, sleepiness overwhelmed her. "Campbell." Just as Gordon was about to speak, Wally glanced at him through the rearview mirror, frowning slightly. Gordon noticed that the young girl had fallen asleep at some point and immediately shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. Wally let Deborah lean against him and retrieved his suit jacket to cover her, gently and unconsciously. As he covered her with the jacket, he couldn't help but frown slightly. This dress exposed too much of the young girl's back, leaving her vulnerable to catching a cold. But indeed, it was beautiful, which explained why everyone at the party couldn't take their eyes off her tonight. About 20 minutes later, Gordon parked outside the Liu family villa. Only then did Deborah open her eyes, rubbing them and sitting up. Are we here?" "Yeah, we're here." Deborah turned around and saw that the man's black shirt was wrinkled from her leaning on it, while she still wore his large suit jacket. "It's cold outside, wear the jacket back inside. There's my business card in the pocket, with my private mobile number written on it. And this," Wally handed her a box, "is the pearl you bid for." Wally looked at Deborah and paused. "If you like such things, I can give you a bigger one later." "No need, this size is perfect." A larger pearl would be too heavy for her little dog, Cornelius, to play with. Deborah didn't hesitate to take the pearl from Wally's hand, tilting her head as she looked at him. "So, I'm going now?" Gordon had already gone to open the car door for Deborah and was waiting outside. Seeing the young girl bidding him farewell, Wally actually felt a twinge of reluctance. But he didn't show it, only responding mildly, "Yeah." Deborah suddenly smiled, looking unusually pleased. "Rest well and remember to drink the ginseng water." As she spoke, she leaned over and kissed Wally on the lips again right in front of Gordon. Lowering her voice, she whispered near his ear, "Can't do those things, but kisses are fine, right?" Even after Deborah had entered the Liu family villa, Gordon remained petrified, unable to process what just happened. This Deborah was really bold. To dare kiss the boss right in front of him. What Gordon didn't know was that this was already the third time they had shared such light kisses. "Campbell, do you like Miss Deborah?" Gordon couldn't help but ask as he got back into the car. Nike? Wally was slightly taken aback. Gordon tilted his head, analyzing, "Although you just met Miss Deborah, you seem to care about her quite a bit. She seems to like you too. You two seem to get along well." Wally took a deep breath. This feeling of subtle excitement mixed with pleasure in his chest, was this what being in love felt like? He found himself already looking forward to their next meeting. After a nap in the car, Deborah felt refreshed. It was almost midnight. The living room was empty except for the maid who opened the door for her. The other servants had already gone to bed. The rest of the Liu family, including Gillisanqui, Sullivan, Marilyn, and Atlee, were sleeping in rooms on the second or third floors. Deborah suddenly felt that staying in the guest room on the first floor wasn't bad, at least she wouldn't have to face these people. However, the moment Deborah opened the door to the guest room, she was unexpectedly grabbed by someone inside. "Hey! Why did you come back so late? Do you know how long I've been waiting for you?" The tall, spirited young man with messy hair pressed Deborah against the door, his wild and defiant eyes radiating a dangerous aura. He stood very close to her, looking down at her with a fierce gaze, appearing highly intimidating. It was Atlee. Deborah hadn't expected Atlee to be in her room and felt utterly bewildered. "Dennis, why are you in my room? What are you waiting for? You still have the nerve to ask me." Atlee's eyes seemed as if they could devour Deborah alive. "I want to know what you did to Juliana at the Herb family banquet tonight." Deborah blinked somewhat blankly. "What did I do to her? You're even playing dumb with me." Atlee looked even angrier. "Juliana came back from the Herb family so early tonight and all alone. The family doctor examined her heart, she said it hurt, and she kept crying. When asked what happened, she wouldn't say anything. Juliana used to return happily after every banquet she attended. But today, just because you went too, she turned out like this. When I asked if you did something, she cried even harder. I'm telling you, I won't tolerate you bullying Juliana. In my heart, she is my only sister," Atlee warned. "If you dare to bully her again, I won't let you off." Deborah paused for a moment before speaking. "Dennis, I did nothing, much less bullied her." Atlee clearly didn't believe her, saying coldly, "So what happened to Juliana tonight? Why did she end up like this?" The charity gala at the Herb family had media following and filming the whole time. If Dennis wants to know what happened, you can find the videos online. Seeing Atlee pause, Deborah broke free from his grip, her tone turning slightly cold. "If after watching the video, Dennis still thinks I bullied Juliana, feel free to come find me later. But it's very late tonight, and I want to rest." The girl in front of him was dismissing him. Her tone and gaze were cold and distant, as if angry but also tinged with a sense of being misunderstood. Could he really have misunderstood her? Atlee took a deep breath and was about to speak when his eyes suddenly caught sight of the suit jacket on Deborah's shoulders. "Wait," Atlee frowned deeply. "Why are you wearing a man's jacket? Whose clothes are these?" Atlee casually tugged at it but accidentally pulled the jacket off. He couldn't help but catch his breath when he saw the exposed expanse of her slender, pale, beautiful back. A kind of beauty that made men unable to look away. Seeing Deborah dressed like this to attend the banquet, Atlee inexplicably felt some anger. "No, did you go to the banquet dressed like this?" Chapter 23, The Piano Performance Shocks Avram Wu. Atlee wanted to convey that men understood other men best. If the young girl dressed like this to attend the banquet, many men would surely stare at her. What if someone noticed her youth and deliberately approached her, getting handsy? Raised in the countryside, how would she know just how dirty these upper-class men could be? Although he did not like Esther, she was still his blood-related younger sister. The thought of a group of old men leering at her at the banquet irked him. What does this have to do with Avram Wu? Esther raised her head, her face cold. Didn't Avram Wu just say that Yuan is the only little sister in your heart? Mathunce, you don't consider me as your sister. Why care about what I wear to the party? Why do you even bother with men's clothes on me? You. Atlee was momentarily speechless. Wear whatever you want. I couldn't care less. He had genuinely been concerned for her welfare, but she didn't appreciate it. Thus, Atlee threw his jacket to the ground and stormed out of the room, leaving Esther alone inside. Her expression remained unchanged as she bent down to pick up the suit jacket. Then, holding the box containing the night pearl, she walked towards the window. Under the cold white moonlight, crimson roses climbed along the windowsill. Esther reached out, plucking a petal between her fingers. The next moment, rustling sounds came from the grass outside the window. Meow. A furry black head emerged from the bushes, swiftly jumping onto the windowsill. It was an all-black kitten with round emerald green eyes, beautiful like glittering asterisk, means, in Chinese, which is equivalent to agate in English. It placed a ring it was carrying in Esther's palm and rubbed its head affectionately against her hand. I knew you'd find me. Esther rubbed Cornelius's playful head, picked it up into the house, and then took out the night pearl from the box, tossing it onto the carpet. Cornelius, clearly excited by the pearl, narrowed its large eyes contentedly. It lifted a paw, rolling the pearl around on the carpet. Meow. Esther chuckled, her eyes squinting happily. Meanwhile, in Atlee's room. As soon as Atlee returned to his room, he took out his phone and typed, Herb Clan Charity Auction Gala, into the browser search bar. Hitting enter, multiple search results immediately appeared. Originally, the Herb family had contacted several media outlets for today's gala. Being a charity auction, it was important to seize the opportunity for good publicity to enhance their social image. Casually scrolling through the news, the top headline read, Herb Clan Charity Gala, Haley of Balan Group bids $15 million for Blood Red Nixeng. $15 million? These business tycoons really didn't hesitate to spend money. Scrolling down, the second headline caught his eye, Yen of Shot, Liu Clan heiress performs challenging piano piece, Summer Forest, astonishing everyone present. Seeing Liu Clan heiress and piano performance, Atlee naturally assumed it referred to Illegitimate, feeling proud as usual. Yuan had been playing the piano since childhood, praised even by masters, always drawing everyone's attention wherever she went. But when he clicked on the video, he froze. The girl seated before the pure black piano was not Illegitimate, but Esther. Esther could play the piano? How was this possible? Stunned, Atlee continued watching the video, disbelief etched on his face. Until the end of the piece, when the girl bowed to applause, Atlee still couldn't process what he had seen, clutching his phone tightly. She was amazing. Too beautiful. Had it not been a live recording, Atlee would have almost doubted that some master had swapped faces with Esther. The way the girl played the piano was completely different from Illegitimate. Whereas Yuan's skills were refined from years of practice, this girl seemed one with the instrument, her fingertips effortlessly guiding melodies as if she were a musical sprite. Her poise rivaled any wealthy heiress he had ever met, perhaps even surpassing Yuan in confidence and grace, calmly accepting the admiration and astonishment from the audience. However, when the camera panned to Illegitimate in the audience, Atlee saw her pale face and forced smile. Atlee searched for the previous video of Illegitimate's performance. After watching Esther's performance, however, Illegitimate's playing now seemed mediocre and dull. So this was the reason behind Yuan's discomfort. It was because Esther's piano performance completely overshadowed her, making her feel so uncomfortable that she cried alone when she came back. So earlier, Atlee recalled how he had stormed into the room on the first floor and aggressively pushed the girl against the door, harshly questioning her about bullying Yuan. No wonder she said she did nothing, no wonder she instantly became so cold, with a look of stubbornness in her eyes. Anyone would be sad when misunderstood, especially since she had just come to the Liu family, and he was her brother. Atlee took a deep breath. He had an explosive temper and often lashed out at people, but this was the first time he felt this guilty. If he had known, he should have verified the facts before confronting her. Feeling irritated, Atlee scratched his hair. Returning to the home screen of his phone, he saw that Avram Wu had sent him a WeChat message last night. Graham, tomorrow you'll accompany Esther to the mall to buy a new phone, and also take her shopping for some new clothes. Previously, Atlee would have disregarded such arrangements by Sullivan. Apart from Yuan, he wouldn't go shopping with any other girl, he'd rather play games at home. However, now he felt guilty for misunderstanding Esther, and accompanying her to the mall tomorrow seemed like an opportunity to make amends. Though Atlee had a bad temper and acted impulsively, he was not unreasonable. This wasn't about saving face. If you misunderstood someone, you should apologize. The next day, after getting up, Atlee put on a black t-shirt and shorts, dressing in a stylish casual style, and went to knock on Esther's door. Hey. Are you up yet? Atlee cleared his throat, calling out to the room in an unnatural tone, It's me, Atlee. Dennis? Her voice came from behind him. Turning around, Atlee saw that Esther was still wearing the same white spaghetti strap sleep dress of Illegitimate's from yesterday. Her smooth black hair fell over her shoulders, standing behind him. Not sure whether it was guilt or something else, facing those dark, focused eyes looking at him, Atlee felt an inexplicable warmth in his face. So, Avram Wu told me to take you to the mall to buy things. The young man awkwardly scratched his hair, trying to act nonchalant. You've had breakfast already, right? Then let's go. Chapter 24, The younger Matthew's Tur is the cutest creature in the world. I've eaten. Esther glanced at Atlee. If Dennis has something to attend to, I can go to the mall by myself. I have nothing, Atlee said and then coughed a few times before changing his tone. What I mean is, you've just come from the countryside and are unfamiliar with the place. It's unlikely that you could find the mall on your own. He stated righteously, I'm free today, so I'll take you to save myself from being scolded by Israel when he comes back. In that case, okay. Esther nodded. Dennis, let's go then. Atlee was taken aback for a moment. You're going to the mall dressed like this? Esther looked down at herself. The clothes I wore when I came yesterday were taken by the servant to be washed, so I could only wear this. But isn't this a nightgown? And it's so revealing. Seeing Esther wearing only this thin-strapped white nightgown, her pale slender legs exposed, as well as her round small shoulders and collarbone. Her silky black hair and clear innocent eyes made her look like a very appetizing little sheep. Walking on the street like this would attract many secret gazes. No way. Atlee immediately said, You cannot go out dressed like this. It's as if our family can't afford proper clothes, or that we don't have any for you to wear. Just wear mine for now. Wear Dennis's. Esther blinked. I'll get you one of my t-shirts and shorts. Follow me upstairs to my room. Atlee's tone did not allow refusal as he grabbed Esther's wrist and headed upstairs. Atlee's room was on the second floor. Upon entering, the decoration style and furnishings of the room matched perfectly with the rebellious and free-spirited nature of a young man. Dark gray wallpaper, deep blue heavy curtains, and beddings all in dark gray. A collection of model kits and gunpla filled an entire glass cabinet, a very expensive computer chair, and an absurdly large Bluetooth speaker. Atlee let Esther wait while he rummaged through the wardrobe, eventually coming out with a black t-shirt and shorts. Well, Atlee scratched his head. All my clothes and pants are black, not the colors girls usually like. Wear these for now, anyway, we'll buy new ones soon after we go to the mall. Okay, the girl didn't picky at all, naturally accepting them and saying, Thank you, Dennis. I'll change now. Hearing that the girl would change right there, Atlee was startled at first, then took a deep breath and turned away. his ears slightly flushed red. So, change. Call me when you're done. Listening to the rustling sounds of clothes being changed behind him, Atlee thought for a moment and finally stammered, well, about what happened last night, I apologize. Apologize? The voice behind him paused. It was a misunderstanding. I thought you bullied Juliana at the banquet, which made her. But later, I watched the video and found it wasn't as I had imagined. There was a pause behind him before the soft voice spoke again. It's okay, Dennis. Atlee sighed in relief, then heard Esther continue. I just feel very envious of Juliana. Dennis really loves her. To have such a caring brother must be a very happy thing. Hearing the faint longing in her tone, Atlee's relaxed heart began to feel guilty again. What was this, making her sound pitiful? Thinking about it, this Esther grew up in the countryside with her mother, with no relatives around. Now her mother has passed away. She barely made it to the Liu family and found her other relatives, but he treated her rudely ever since they met yesterday, even lashed out at her last night. Both she and Juliana are his sisters. Wasn't he wrong to look at her with hostility right away? After all, it's not her fault for being born out of wedlock, and she didn't make the engagement with Jordy either. Don't you have one too? Atlee suddenly blurted out. What? Esther asked, then said, I'm ready, Dennis. Atlee turned around. Standing at 183 centimeters tall, Atlee's t-shirt on the petite girl looked especially big, the length almost reaching her thighs. The black shorts were also loose, making her legs appear even slimmer and whiter in contrast to his skin. I meant, don't you have a brother? Atlee took a deep breath, holding the belt he found in the wardrobe and walking towards Esther. Stand still, Atlee stopped in front of Esther, his voice low. He bent down to fasten the belt on her shorts to prevent them from falling down due to their oversized waist. They stood very close, the room very quiet. When Atlee wrapped his arms around the girl's slender waist, he even heard his own heartbeat quicken. Brother? Esther called softly. Atlee looked up and met the girl's innocent eyes, his breath paused for a few seconds. So adorable. The girl in his t-shirt and shorts looked like a child who had sneaked into an adult's clothes, so cute. Atlee couldn't help feeling a bit ashamed. He had been a sister-obsessed brother since childhood. He always ignored those girls who harbored secret crushes on him or pursued him, caring only for Marilyn. In childhood, he used to play with Marilyn every day, loving to hug and kiss his little sister, but as they grew up, he needed to avoid suspicion. Then Juliana got a boyfriend and spent all her time dating Jordy. She became less close to these elder brothers, including him. But actually, Atlee enjoyed that feeling of having a compliant, dependent little sister who clung to him. It gave him a sense of accomplishment. A younger sister is the cutest creature in the world. The girl before him was just so adorable. Her big eyes blinked as if she saw only one brother in them and listened to everything he said. Call me brother. Atlee couldn't resist raising his hand to ruffle Esther's hair. I don't like the title Dennis, call me brother. Esther's hair was messed up by Atlee, with several tufts sticking out awkwardly from her head. Hearing this, she obediently and softly called, brother. Damn. Too cute. Atlee barely resisted the urge to pinch the girl's face, taking a deep breath. Alright, let's go after you've changed. Feeling her soul power replenishing, Esther smiled slightly. This Atlee seemed so irritable and easily angered, yet his thoughts were simple and his heart soft. A few sullen whines and he melted completely. Exiting the Liu family residence, the driver respectfully stood next to the car waiting at the gate. Atlee pulled Esther into the car and reported the name of a mall to the driver. Chapter 25 Her sweet call as brother. Beijing is the political center and capital of Huaguo, while Illegitimate is its economic hub, luxurious and prosperous. It's not an exaggeration to say it's a place where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold and one can easily get lost in extravagance. Atlee brought Deborah to a mall called Xingyue, the largest shopping center in Illegitimate business district. The prices inside are sky high, with even the most affordable brands starting at several thousand yuan. Sullivan had instructed Atlee to first take Deborah to buy a phone, so they headed straight for the mobile phone store. As soon as they entered, a very enthusiastic sales assistant came up to greet them. Are you two looking to buy a phone? Let me know what your needs are, and I'll recommend accordingly. Buy one for her. Atlee casually pointed at Deborah beside him, just ask her what she likes. The sales assistants here were all sharp. From Atlee's demeanor and casual attitude, they could tell that this man was definitely wealthy. Got it. The salesperson immediately turned to Deborah. Miss, what brand of phone do you prefer, and what features matter most to you? Deborah thought for a moment. One that can make calls. The sales assistant opened her mouth in surprise. Usually girls her age would be picky about how pretty or good the camera is on the phone, but this girl simply asked for one that could make calls. That requirement seemed too low. She had been ready to give an elaborate pitch for the most expensive model but stopped herself. Aren't all phones capable of making calls? Atlee glanced at Deborah and told the sales assistant, then get the one most popular among girls and just wrap it up for me. Yes, sir. The sales assistant's eyes lit up. Indeed, this customer didn't care about the price. She then ventured carefully, Mathur, we've just received a batch of ZE's latest series. Among them, the pink-white color combination has been particularly popular with young ladies. It's the only one still available in the entire city. Would you like to consider this one? ZE is currently the most premium global smartphone brand. Each new release starts at 10,000 renminbi for the base model yet is always in short supply and sold out quickly after release. With that, the sales assistant handed over a pink-white ZE phone, a lovely and charming design with a high-quality glass body, indeed quite exquisite and suitable for girls. Not bad, Atlee looked at Deborah. Do you like it? Deborah genuinely didn't care much about the appearance of the phone. As long as it met basic needs, it was fine for her. So she nodded. Let's go with this one. Seeing her goal achieved, the sales assistant couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. However, sir, due to the limited supply of this phone, our store manager has reserved these units exclusively for VIP guests. The price of this phone is 29,999 renminbi. If you're not a VIP member, you can now apply for a membership card with a deposit of 200,000 renminbi, and we'll deduct the phone cost directly from your card. 30,000 renminbi for a phone? Isn't this highway robbery? Deborah was about to say she didn't need such an expensive phone and would settle for another one, but Atlee agreed promptly. Fine, where do I go to sign up? Yes, sir, the sales assistant's smile almost spread across her face. Please have the young lady wait here while you come with me to the service desk on the first floor. So stay here and wait for me. Atlee looked at Deborah, unable to resist running his hand through her hair as he lowered his head. Don't run around, or I'll have to find you if you get lost. Deborah realized that Atlee doted on her deeply. He enjoyed being relied upon and pampered. So she nodded sweetly and softly. Okay, come back soon, brother. Atlee's ears turned red instantly. Ah. How could his little sister be so adorable? Hearing her call him brother melted his heart. Just as Atlee left the store with the sales assistant, a young woman in her 20s approached Deborah. She appeared to be an intern sales assistant based on her uniform badge. Enviously, she said, Matthewster, your boyfriend really loves you. He charged 200,000 renminbi for a membership card without hesitation, and he looks so tall and handsome. This person mistook Atlee for her boyfriend, probably because they wore the same black t-shirt shorts from the same brand, thinking it was a couple's outfit. But Deborah didn't bother explaining to strangers. She merely smiled politely and took out her old Nokia to send a message to Hewitt. I'm Deborah, how is your leg feeling? Have you tried standing up and walking around? While Deborah was editing her text message, she overheard a newly arrived girl asking the sales assistant who had spoken to her earlier. I called and asked before coming. You still had the last ZE phone with the pink-white combination, right? The girl's voice carried a somewhat imperious tone. I'll take that phone. Please wrap it up for me. Oh, I'm sorry, Mississippi. Just a few minutes before you arrived, that phone was bought by another customer. Would you like to choose a different model? What? The girl clearly sounded annoyed. I already called to say I wanted that phone. Why didn't you hold it for me? Sorry, miss, the young intern sales assistant apologized. We don't support phone reservations here. We prioritize customers who come in to make purchases. The girl took a deep breath, obviously unhappy, as if trying to suppress her anger. So who bought that phone? Did they leave already? The lady is still in the store, but her boyfriend has gone to top up the membership card, so I'm very sorry. While they were talking, Deborah had been focused on typing, not paying much attention to their conversation. But the next second, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly rang out behind her. Deborah? Is that really you? An acquaintance? Deborah's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she lifted her gaze. The young woman in front of her looked about her age but was dressed rather maturely, staring at her with wide eyes. She wore a Dior dress and carried a Chanel chain bag, even her earrings prominently featured the Chanel logo. From head to toe, her outfit probably cost around 100,000 yuan, yet it gave off an impression of forced opulence. She didn't seem like an heiress, more like the daughter of some nouveau riche family. Deborah quickly searched her memory and found that this girl indeed knew the original owner. In fact, they weren't just acquainted, they were quite familiar. Chapter 26, Big Brother, Give Me a Hug. The girl in front was named Mona, who, like the original host, grew up in Yannan County in the countryside. Yannan County was just a small county, where many households lived by farming. Families with savings of more than 100,000 yuan were considered well off. Yen Nike, the original host who lived alone with her mother without a stable income source, she was considered to be from a poor household. The original host and this Mona lived on the same street. When they were young, they played together very well. They were classmates in elementary school and junior high school, so they were often inseparable. Both of them went to the same high school but were not in the same class, so their relationship became distant. However, soon after entering the first year of high school, they completely broke off relations. The reason was simple. Mona fell in love with a school bully, but that bully had his eyes on the fair-skinned and introverted original host, always coming to find her in class. Mona thought it was because the original host knew she liked that bully but secretly lured the boy away behind her back, so she directly cut ties with the original host and called on all the students in the grade to isolate and bully her. The original host suffered half a year of bullying at school until Mona's father reportedly made millions from coal mining, making their family suddenly rich. They moved from Yannan County to Illegitimate and bought an apartment here. Mona's father also arranged for her to transfer to an aristocratic private high school in Illegitimate. So, the original host never saw Mona again after that, and life at school improved. I said this figure looked familiar. I didn't expect it to really be you. Mona walked up to Deborah, looking down on her with crossed arms and sized her up. How did you end up here in Gillisangching? It can't possibly be for tourism, right? Mona raised an eyebrow and said sarcastically, "Oh, I get it. Your family is so poor that you're taking advantage of the summer vacation to work here in Gillisangching. Did you come to this store to apply as a salesperson? Did they hire you? Should I buy a phone from you to boost your sales?" No, miss." The young salesperson wanted to speak but was stopped by Deborah's glance. Deborah tilted her head and looked at Mona in front of her. The sense of superiority radiated from Mona was almost unbearable. Some images flashed through Deborah's mind, the original host being cornered in the school toilet and doused with water, insults scribbled on desks, red paint smeared on chairs, slandering posts on the school's internet forum. The feelings of restraint and pain experienced by the original host clearly conveyed to Deborah. She lifted her eyelids and said coldly, "Excuse me, who are you?" "You." With this question, Deborah stopped what Mona intended to say. She took a deep breath, her smile forced. "What, Deborah, you don't even recognize me now? There's no need to pretend not to know me. Rest assured, I won't target you anymore. After all, we are not in the same social class now. Considering we played together when we were kids, if there's anything you need help with, you can find me. Is your mother's illness better now? I heard before I left, she decided to give up treatment due to lack of money. Since we've met today, I have to express my sympathy." As she spoke, Mona pulled out her phone from her bag and peeled off the dirty old case. "You may not recognize it, but this phone case is from LV, originally priced at over 80,000 yuan. Though it's old now, you could sell it second-hand for 2 or 3,000. I'm going to switch to Z's latest model anyway. Since we were neighbors, I'll give you this phone case. Sell it to subsidize your family, and consider it as my..." Before Mona finished speaking, someone snatched the phone case from her hand abruptly. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Startled, Mona turned to see Atli staring fiercely at her, his face grim. "Lou." "Atli?" Mona stuttered. "What a coincidence, are you here to buy a phone too?" Introducing herself nervously, "I'm also a student at Xingjing High School. I'm Mona from Class A and good friends with Juliana." Mona transferred to Xingjing High School. The Liu family was one of the prominent families in Gillisangching. Xavion and Atli, twin brothers, and the family's daughter, Marilyn, were famous figures at Xingjing High School. Leaving aside their wealthy background, Xavion was famous for his good looks and intelligence, always topping exams. Marilyn was known for her beauty, kind nature, and generosity. And no one didn't know Atli, tall, handsome, and rebellious with a wild charm. Although he disliked studying and often skipped classes to get into fights, there were still many girls at Xingjing High School who had a crush on him. Mona was no exception, or rather, she had always liked this kind of rogue and unbound boys. But she was in Class A, while Atli was in Class E, so she could only steal glances at him when he came to her class to look for Marilyn. This close encounter was the first time. Seeing this up-close handsome face, Mona's heart instantly started thumping wildly, even worrying if her makeup was okay. "What did you just say to her?" Atli's eyes blazed with anger. Mona felt a bit confused, not knowing what Atli was furious about. Her father was at most a nouveau riche. Even if they tried to enter the upper echelons of society, no true aristocrats or celebrities would ever take them seriously. Thus, she had no idea that news of the Liu family bringing back an illegitimate daughter had already spread within the high society circles. She never imagined that a wealthy young master like Atli could have any connection with Deborah, a poor girl from the countryside. Graham, this person is an old classmate of mine from my previous school, and I was catching up with her." "Catching up? Catching the hell up?" Atli's eyes flared with anger as he cursed. "Who are you insulting with that greasy, filthy, broken phone case?" With that, Atli threw the phone case forcefully to the ground. Startled, Mona couldn't understand why Atli was losing his temper so badly. The young salesgirl quickly intervened. "Miss, sorry, I was trying to tell you earlier that the pink-white ZE you wanted was bought by this miss." "What? That pink-white ZE was bought by Deborah? Wasn't that phone 30,000 yuan each? How could a poor girl like Deborah, who couldn't even afford her tuition fees, buy such an expensive phone?" Then Mona suddenly remembered the salesgirl mentioning that the buyer's boyfriend had gone to top up the card. So, Deborah was dating Atli? This Deborah had actually hooked up with a Liu family young master. The thought that someone she looked down upon was dating the boy she had a crush on and couldn't aspire to made Mona feel worse than being killed. Deborah hadn't said anything until now. Seeing the disbelief and fleeting envy in Mona's eyes, she suddenly turned around. "Oh, so you like Atli?" In the next moment, Deborah directly hugged Atli's waist in front of Mona. As Atli was somewhat stunned, she buried her head in his chest. The youth had a fresh, pleasant lemon scent. Deborah tightened her embrace. "Big brother, she bullied me. Back in the countryside, she used to lead people to isolate me and bully me at school." Rubbing her forehead against Atli's chest, she murmured, "Big brother. I'm scared, give me a hug." Chapter 27 Lost in the Calls of a Brother. Atli and Sullivan have very different personalities, but they share one common trait. Both are very protective, especially when it comes to their family. Previously, a young master from another family had been harassing Marilyn. When Atli found out, he immediately drove his motorcycle to the bar where the harasser was and beat him until his nose was bruised and his face swollen. To Atlee, his sister was his treasure, and he would never tolerate anyone bullying her. When Esther called Atlee brother, both the sales assistant and Mona were stunned. The sales assistant thought, no wonder these two look somewhat alike, they're siblings, not a couple. Mona's eyes widened even more. Brother? Wasn't it true that this Esther only had her mother as a relative? When did Atlee become her brother? At that moment, Atlee was hugged by Esther, who told him about being bullied by the people before her. The teenager subconsciously tightened his embrace. Although rebellious, Atlee had never been in love or hugged any girl before. Being suddenly hugged by Esther felt awkward at first, then he noticed how thin the girl before him was, feeling that one arm could wrap around her. Just imagining her difficult life in the past, never having enough food or warm clothes, with her sick mother, being bullied at school, made him. Atlee felt an unbearable ache in his heart. Be good. I'm here, don't be afraid. Atlee took a deep breath, gently stroked Esther's hair, and then lifted his gaze to look at Mona with an unprecedented coldness. This time, instead of losing his temper, he asked Mona coldly, you said you're also a student at Xingjing High School? Who is your father? Mona hastily tried to explain, no, Graham, I didn't. Who is your father? Atlee's gaze was cold and fierce, giving her no room to explain. Mona was frightened into silence. Why was Atlee asking about her father? Was he going to do something to her father? Just thinking about it made Mona almost cry. The Liu family held significant wealth and power in Illegitimate. Her father had just started a real estate company there, putting all his money into it. If anything happened to her because of this, what would happen to the company? If the company went bankrupt, how could she still live a luxurious life? I'm sorry, Graham, Mona's tears flowed down. It's all my fault, I was immature before. That. Esther, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault, I shouldn't have targeted you. Can you forgive me? Forgive? Esther turned around in Atlee's arms and looked at Mona with a cold gaze. The person before her looked miserable, but the original Esther, who was once bullied in the restroom by this girl, must have felt 10 times worse. Even she didn't have the right to forgive this person on behalf of the original Esther. However, it wasn't the right time to pursue the matter further in public. People were already looking over at them. Mathun's Mona was also a student at Xingjing High School, there would be plenty of opportunities to see her again. Esther ignored Mona and directly said to Atlee, brother, I don't want to see her anymore. Let's go. Alright, let's go. As soon as Atlee looked up, the sales assistant quickly handed over the phone already packed in a bag. He glanced at Mona, whose shoulders were trembling, and asked, you said you came here to buy the latest ZE model, right? Atlee asked the sales assistant, how many of the latest ZE models do you have left in stock? We have 5 left, in black, white, dark green. Pack them all up for me. Charge the cost to the card used earlier. The sales assistant looked at Atlee as if he were a god of wealth and happily replied, of course, sir, I'll pack them for you right away. Then, quite enthusiastically, would you and Miss like to shop at other stores? You can come back later to pick these up. Fine. Atlee agreed without hesitation, taking Esther's hand and walking out of the store without looking at Mona. Mona knew what Atlee meant. He didn't want her to get the phone she wanted, not leaving her any options. But after what just happened, even if the store had phones left, how could she possibly stay and buy one with dignity? She had originally come to provoke Esther and show off her newfound wealth, demonstrating the gap between them now. But who would have thought she'd be with Atlee? Still, what exactly was going on? Why was Esther calling Atlee brother? Did Marilyn know about Esther? What would Atlee do to her father's company? After pondering for a while, Mona decided to call Marilyn. She quickly picked up her bag and hurried out of the store. On the other side, Atlee and Esther stopped walking when they reached a secluded area. Atlee took a deep breath and asked, what exactly was going on with that girl just now? Why did she lead others to bully you before? She liked someone who liked me. She thought I deliberately lured him in. Esther looked up at the teenager, but it doesn't really matter. To a bully, she doesn't need any reason to mistreat others. Atlee pursed his lips as if he had made a decision. If anyone bullies you again at Xingjing High School, come back and tell me. Back then, you only had your mother beside you. Things are different now. You've returned to the Liu family. Now, you have your eldest brother, and me. Atlee stared at Esther earnestly as if making a promise, you're my sister, and I won't let anyone bully you. So, Big Brother 5, you're considering me as your sister now, right? Esther lifted her head, her black eyes looking very pure. Atlee's face flushed involuntarily. Just last night, he had warned the young girl in front of him fiercely, saying he only had one sister, Juliana. And after only one day, he ended up contradicting himself. I told you to call me brother, Atlee said with red ears. He disliked being called Big Brother 5 because it always reminded him that the person in front of him also had Avram, Sergio, Oral, and Benny as her older brothers. He wanted his sister to be closest to him. I know, brother, Esther suddenly smiled, her bright smile seemingly possessing an infectious charm. Atlee couldn't help but smile too, feeling relaxed. So, shall I take you shopping for clothes now? Yes, brother, Esther sweetly responded. That afternoon, Atlee gradually lost himself in the sweet calls of the brother, his suppressed overprotective nature fully revealed. With great enthusiasm, he enthusiastically dragged Esther through various clothing stores, trying all kinds of cute and beautiful clothes on her, wanting nothing more than to buy everything for her. Ah, this one is nice. This dress is also good. How about that one? Pack up this bunny hoodie directly. Is there a pink one of this? Another pink one. When Marilyn found them, Atlee was in the fitting room of the store, tying a bow on Esther's coat. His clumsy hands knotted the tie into a mess, taking forever to undo it, causing him to sweat from frustration. Esther couldn't help but laugh at his clumsiness. Hey, brother, I told you to ask the assistant sister to help tie it. I can do it better. Atlee finally undid the knot, tied a proper bow, proudly turning Esther towards himself, showing her the bow in the mirror on her waist. Look, how does it look? Isn't it nice? They were standing very close, looking very intimate. The surrounding shop assistants envied them deeply. Marilyn took a deep breath, standing at the entrance of the store, almost disbelieving what she saw. She called out, Dennis? Chapter 28, Do Crybabies Get Rewards? Marilyn went out for a date with Jordy this morning after doing her makeup as soon as she woke up. When Mona called, Marilyn was watching a movie with Jordy in a high-end private cinema. Just as Jordy was in the mood and about to get intimate with her, his phone suddenly rang, ruining the moment. Jordy wore an unhappy expression, and Marilyn wasn't in a good mood either when she answered the call. But Mona was relatively close to her, almost like a loyal lackey in class, so she couldn't ignore her. The moment Marilyn picked up the call, Mona cautiously asked, Juliana, do you know someone named Esther? I happened to go to Star Joy to buy a phone, and I ran into your fifth brother bringing her to buy a phone too. Esther even hugged your fifth brother of her own accord. They looked very close. What? Marilyn straightened up immediately, clutching the phone and shouting. Leaving the private cinema, Marilyn directly hailed a taxi to Star Moon and searched store by store. When she saw the scene at the entrance, she simply couldn't believe her eyes. Was this person who looked at Esther affectionately really her Dennis? Although she had no blood ties with the Liu family, all five brothers loved her dearly, especially Atlee, who was always the most direct among the five. From a young age, whatever she wanted, Atlee would get it for her. If anyone bullied her, he would stand up for her, and when she was sad, he would comfort her. Upon learning about Jordy's engagement to Esther and that her father was bringing Esther home, Atlee was furious on her behalf. Clearly, 2 days ago, this Esther still looked at her Dennis with disgust. And last night, after returning early to the Liu family, she complained to him about being targeted at the banquet by Esther, hinting that Esther was the reason she felt unwell and came back early. At the time, Atlee was livid and said he would warn Esther upon her return. But now, what was going on? Juliana? Why are you here? Hearing her voice, Atlee turned around and saw Marilyn standing at the door, looking shocked. He was also surprised. Instinctively glancing at Esther beside him, he opened his mouth to say, Juliana. In the next second, Marilyn's eyes welled up. Didn't you say that you'd only love one little sister? So does this mean that you, like Israel, now only like Esther and not me anymore? If so, then maybe I shouldn't appear before you anymore. As she spoke, Marilyn wiped away tears, turning around and running off in despair. But she didn't run fast, rather, it was more like walking slowly, waiting for Atlee to chase after her. After half a minute passed without Atlee chasing her, she couldn't help but look back and found that Atlee was still standing in front of Esther. Was this Esther acting too? This bitch was definitely scheming again, using some trick to detain my Dennis. Marilyn gritted her teeth in anger. In reality, when Marilyn turned and ran, Atlee indeed had the reflex to chase after her. But then he glanced back at Esther. The girl stood there motionless, saying nothing. It seemed as if she had anticipated that if Juliana came, he would leave her behind to chase after Marilyn. They had spent the whole afternoon together happily, with genuine laughter in her eyes, but now, her gaze became unusually calm. It was as if she hid all her emotions instantly, similar to last night, creating a sense of distance. Seeing Esther like this, Atlee felt a pang in his heart. Did she feel she wasn't qualified to act upset and expect him to chase after her, so she didn't say anything? People say crybabies get rewarded, but wouldn't someone who holds back their tears when feeling upset deserve even more sympathy? Thus, Atlee stopped in his tracks. Brother? Esther looked up. Aren't you going to chase after Matthew's Juliana? She seemed quite sad seeing us together. I'll talk to her later. Atlee took a deep breath. Let's finish buying your clothes first and then get the phone. We can discuss other things when we get home. Esther seemed taken aback. Atlee pressed his lips together, stroked her face tenderly, and helped take off the windbreaker she wore. He told the salesperson, wrap this up, and bring us other suitable jackets. We'll try on some more. When they left the store, Marilyn's figure was nowhere to be seen. She might have returned directly to the Liu residence or gone to find Jordy. On the way back to the Liu residence with Atlee, Esther asked the taxi driver to make a detour to Crystal. There, she found the store clerk who had helped her pass a note to Alban yesterday and handed her 2 gift boxes. The large gift box contained the evening dress she wore to last night's banquet, while the small one held a gold bracelet weighing 20 grams. She had bought the bracelet for 10,000 yuan. It could be worn or sold for cash if the girl didn't like it, serving as a reward for the help. Esther did not meet Alban. That boy was different from other acquaintances, he had an obsession with her. She figured it would be best to completely fade out of his life so that he could gradually move on. Not long after sending those 2 messages, Gil sent a reply. It was quite simple, I can barely stand but still can't walk. Another message came sometime later, which Esther saw when she returned to her room at night. When is the next acupuncture session? I'll send someone to pick you up. Methoding on the carpet with Cornelius in her arms, Esther curled her lips into a smile at the text and replied, in a few days. I have other things to do these couple of days. He replied quickly, all right, let me know when you're ready. Gil, sitting in a wheelchair, lowered his head to reply to the message, his expression unbeknownst to him carrying a gentleness. What Esther didn't know was that at that moment in Yanni's family's vast castle-like mansion, a man with a bruised face was kneeling before Gil, trembling uncontrollably. Master Yanni, you really have the wrong person. I didn't go to any alley on the night before last, and I definitely didn't kill anyone. Please, let me go. The man sobbed profusely. It's okay if you don't want to talk. Gil closed his phone and lifted his gaze. The gentle eyes from moments ago turned instantly cold, his words sending chills down one's spine. If you're an unregistered person, then no one will notice if you die. Gordon, Gil said, get rid of him. Get rid of? The man, beaten half to death, abruptly looked up upon hearing this. Wasn't this a direct order to kill him? Better off confessing and going to jail. No, Master Yanni. I'll talk. Swallowing hard, the man said, someone indeed contacted me on the dark web and hired me to pick up a rural girl at the station the night before last and find an opportunity to kill her, with a reward of 500,000 yuan. But I really don't know who they are. Users on the dark web are anonymous, there's no way to trace their identities. And after I sent photos of the body to the buyer, that person immediately deleted their account. Now, it's impossible to find them. What did you say? Hearing this, Gil suddenly raised his eyes, his gaze sharpening. You said, body? Chapter 29 Red bean allergy, so just pick out the red beans? The man was trembling as he recounted how, after strangling the girl with a rope and confirming she wasn't breathing, he took pictures to send to the buyer. Wally couldn't help but frown slightly. Clearly, the girl wasn't dead. Perhaps she had deceived him in some way, or there was some other unknown reason. Campbell, what should we do now? Gordon looked up and asked. If the hiring of someone to commit murder was done through the dark web, and this person has no information about the buyer, we really can't find out who wanted to kill Mississippi. The most we can do is hand him over to the police. Then hand him over to the police. Wally's voice was icy. He has more than one victim on his hands. He must pay for the people he has harmed. Esther told Wally that she had other matters to attend to these past 2 days, preparing for the entrance exam targeting new students at Xingjing High School. Sullivan asked Marilyn to use this day to help her catch up on lessons and point out key test questions. After what happened in the mall yesterday, Esther thought Marilyn would refuse outright, but unexpectedly not only did she agree, she even came over last night, telling her to wake up early today. It was as if nothing had happened yesterday. Although Esther didn't know what Marilyn was planning, it definitely wasn't anything good. However, Esther was too lazy to guess what exactly she was up to. 8:30 in the morning. As usual, the servant came to call her for breakfast. As Esther was about to go out, Cornelius, who was originally dozing under the blanket, suddenly lifted his head and meowed, meow. Esther turned around, and the next second, Cornelius jumped onto her body, its round little head rubbing against her chest while meowing several times. You're saying, someone wants to harm me? Cornelius only reacted like this when it sensed malice and danger for her. While petting Cornelius, Esther asked, looking down. Meow. Cornelius nodded its little head as if in agreement. I understand. Esther rubbed Cornelius's head and squinted her eyes. Dining room. Though she had only been staying at the Liu family residence for 2 days, Esther had already learned about the daily routines of the Liu family members from the servants. Sullivan got up the earliest, usually leaving for work before 8 every day. Randall and Marissa wouldn't wake up until noon. After getting up, they would eat lunch and then go out for entertainment, coming back late at night. Atlee stayed up late playing games and usually slept until the afternoon. Marilyn was unpredictable. If she had a date with Jordy, she would get up early to dress up, otherwise, she also slept until noon. Therefore, seeing Marissa and Marilyn both sitting at the dining table when she walked into the dining room, Esther couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. These two are up pretty early. That day at the Herb residence, she had thoroughly offended Mrs. Herb and Marissa. If not for her going inside later to tell Balder not to force Jordy to break up with Marilyn and putting their engagement on hold, Marissa probably wouldn't have even shown her any courtesy in the Liu residence. Good morning, Mother, Matthew's her. Esther politely greeted them as she walked to the side of the dining table. Marissa didn't even lift her eyelids, took a sip of her coffee, and coldly said, Mathut. Thank you, Mother. Esther wasn't bothered by Marissa's cold attitude, or rather, it would be abnormal if Marissa were warm to her, so she pulled out a chair and sat beside them. In front of Esther was a bowl of red bean porridge, just like Marilyn's. The Liu family chef made breakfast based on each member's different tastes every day. Marissa preferred Western flavors, usually having buttered toast with fried eggs and coffee. Randall liked noodles, Marilyn enjoyed porridge, and Atlee skipped breakfast. As for her own taste, the chef completely ignored it. Anyway, it didn't matter, whatever was left for others would be hers. Hurry up and eat, Matthewster, your porridge will get cold. Seeing that Esther hadn't touched her chopsticks after sitting down, Marilyn, sitting opposite her, suddenly spoke up. Originally about to pick up the spoon to eat the porridge, upon hearing this, Esther suddenly looked up at Marilyn. Cornelius said someone wanted to hurt her, and now Marilyn seemed unusually solicitous. Looking down at the steaming bowl of porridge in front of her. So, is there something wrong with this bowl of porridge? She paused for a moment and said, sorry, sister, I'm allergic to red beans, so I'll eat something else. What? Red bean allergy? Marilyn was stunned. Yes. Esther nodded, preparing to eat something else, but Marissa suddenly frowned in disgust, saying, stop being so fussy, if you're allergic to red beans, just pick them out of the porridge. You let the porridge that's been made sit there uneaten. For someone who grew up in the countryside, you have no sense of cherishing food at all? Marissa's words were unreasonable. The red beans had been stewed in the porridge for so long, it wasn't as if picking them out would mean they hadn't been in the porridge before. If a person truly allergic to red beans was forced to eat it, it would definitely cause an adverse reaction. But here Marissa was pressuring her, staring straight at her with intense eyes as if she would force her to eat even if she didn't want to. Under Marissa's intense gaze, Esther suddenly smiled gently, Mother is right, we shouldn't waste food. Then I'll pick out the red beans. After saying this, Esther really started to use the spoon to scoop all the red beans from the porridge into a small dish beside her plate, then lowered her head and drank the porridge without any concern. Seeing her drink it, Marilyn couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Esther finished drinking the porridge in 5 minutes, then stood up and said, I've finished eating. I'll go back to my room first. Mother and sister can take your time. Once Esther returned to her room, she used her soul power to hear the conversation between Marilyn and Marissa in the dining room. Mom, she finished all the porridge. And since she is actually allergic to red beans, does this mean we succeeded? Marilyn's voice was full of joy. Humph, Marissa snorted coldly, the homely flour powder I put in the porridge was something I specially arranged for. After drinking it, tomorrow her face will break out in large patches of red spots that won't fade for 3 months. Seeing that face of hers which resembles that vixen of a mother makes me nauseous. With such a face, I don't think she can still show off like she did at the banquet, nor will Balder find her pleasing. Marilyn was also overjoyed. Thinking about how Esther stunned everyone upon her entrance at the Herb family banquet, even catching Geordie's direct gaze in front of her, filled her with hatred. She absolutely wouldn't allow this illegitimate daughter who couldn't grace a stage to overshadow her. This Esther was only fit to be a foil to her. As long as she became ugly, in the future wherever she went, she would only be ridiculed. The most notable Tegan would remain her. Yet listening to the conversation between the two in the dining room, Esther narrowed her eyes. Homely flowers are a toxic type of flower found in southern dense forests. Accidental contact would cause red rashes on the skin, while consuming it would lead to extensive red blotches all over the body, taking a long time to subside. This Mrs. Gillisong was truly venomous, managing to get such a thing. But when Esther sensed it slightly, she knew what was in the porridge. Homely flower pollen would have no effect on her, it might even make her skin rosier and whiter. So she drank it quite comfortably. After all, she was a flower spirit. Any flower naturally felt close to her. But humans were different. Besides causing red rashes, a large dose might even be fatal. These two had no blood relation, yet their vicious intentions were inherited through the generations. They wanted to disfigure her, or perhaps even kill her. Esther gave a cold laugh, raised her palm, and gradually some light pink powder floated above her palm, gathering together with the swirls of airflow. Chapter 30, Marilyn pays an unexpected visit. Room. Before long, there was a knock on the door. Deborah went to open it and found Marilyn standing in front of her with a stack of materials, wearing a friendly and considerate smile. Matthewster, I've come to give you the key points for tomorrow's Xinjiang examination. I've already printed out the materials for you. Oh, thank you, sister, Deborah smiled slightly. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful about my admission. Please come in. Matthewster, there's no need for formality, Marilyn said in a particularly close tone. Mom told me that you spoke to Balder and asked him not to force me to break up with brother Geordie. It was wrong of me to misunderstand you before. Now that Matthewster has come to the Liu family, we are the closest sisters and should get along well. If Matthewster can get into Xinjiang, we can go to school together, and I'm really looking forward to it. This sincere and genuine tone would have made the original Deborah believe it if she were here. But Deborah just smiled and replied meaningfully, yes, I look forward to it too. Marilyn had just walked to the table and was about to put down what she was holding when she suddenly heard a cat's meow behind her. Meow. She was startled and turned around just as a black shadow lunged at her, causing her to retreat and scream. Ah! Heidi was arching his back on the carpet in front of Marilyn, his dark green eyes filled with hostility as he glared fiercely at the person in front of him. Heidi, don't cause trouble. Seeing Marilyn screaming in fright, Deborah called Heidi, who then relaxed and jumped back onto the bed. Deborah, why you actually keep a cat in your room? Where did this cat come from? Marilyn was still in shock, her heart nearly leaping out of her chest. It's a cat I used to raise in the countryside. I saw it by the window yesterday. I didn't expect it to follow me all the way to Illegitimate. What? Marilyn's eyes widened. You mean this cat ran from the countryside to Illegitimate and found you? How is that possible? I was also surprised, but that's how it is. Deborah looked innocent. Marilyn gasped, intending to say that Marissa was allergic to cat hair and didn't allow pets in the house, but then she heard Deborah say, "Don't worry, sister, Heidi won't leave the room and won't bother anyone." He only jumped out because someone came in unexpectedly. I don't know if we're allowed to keep pets, but if not, please keep this a secret for me. Deborah looked up. After all, we are the closest sisters. You wouldn't tell mother, right? Of course. Marilyn forced herself to hold back her words and squeezed out a smile. I won't tell Mom. Don't worry, Matthew's turn. But now, Marilyn had other matters to attend to. She pulled Deborah to sit at the table and began introducing Xingjing High School to her. Matthew's turn, you don't know, Xingjing is the best private high school for aristocrats in all of Illegitimate. Those who can study here are either very wealthy or students from poor families with outstanding grades who were specially admitted. But even if they are very wealthy, they still have to pass Xingjing's entrance exam. Every year when Xingjing starts school, there is an entrance exam for freshmen and transfer students, just like the college entrance exam, with 4 subjects, Chinese, math, English, and either science or liberal arts, for a total score of 750. To get into Xingjing, one needs to score at least 500 points. Then the school will divide the new students into classes based on their scores. Scoring 500 to 549 puts you in Class E, 550 to 599 in Class D, 600 to 649 in Class C, 650 to 699 in Class B, and 700 and above in Class A. Deborah raised her eyes. So that means Class A is the best class in the grade, filled with the top-performing students, right? Of course, Marilyn couldn't hide her pride. I was the second highest scorer in the entire grade during my entrance exam, scoring 729. The first place was Brother Matthew, who got perfect scores in all subjects. Brother Matthew, Reese. Whether it was Sullivan or Marilyn, whenever they mentioned Reese, they looked wistful. This made Deborah interested in this unseen fourth brother. Deborah remained silent, and Marilyn mistook her silence for embarrassment over the gap between them. So she offered what seemed like kind reassurance. It's okay, Matthew's turn. Although Avram told me that your best score at the high school in the countryside was only a little over 500, and the questions from your school are not of the same level as Xingjing's, you don't need to worry. These are reference questions from Xingjing's question bank. Marilyn picked up the stack of materials she had printed. I've printed out all the questions for you, Matthew's turn. If you can read through them all and memorize them, there will definitely be no problem with tomorrow's exam. Deborah glanced at them. Regardless of whether Marilyn genuinely helped her find these questions, just flipping through this thick pile of materials would take at least 1 or 2 days. If she really wanted to remember everything, it would be impossible even if she stayed up all night. Seeing her expression, Marilyn immediately said, these questions are indeed quite numerous. You probably won't finish them in one day. How about this, just go through all the multiple choice questions and handle the main problems as you see fit. Marilyn spoke kindly. The multiple choice questions on the opening exam are basically drawn from the question bank. If you can remember the answers, you'll get 300 points just from multiple choice. Getting 500 points would be a piece of cake. Deborah nodded earnestly. That makes sense. Why don't you help me separate the multiple choice questions while I go get you a glass of juice? Sure, Marilyn agreed readily. Deborah left the room and returned 10 minutes later with 2 glasses of freshly squeezed pomelo juice. Marilyn took one and drank half of it in one go, then focused on marking lines with her pen. Standing beside her, Deborah glanced at a sheet of math multiple choice questions and understood why Marilyn had been so attentive today. All the correct answers marked on these multiple choice questions were wrong. Marilyn had certainly gone to great lengths. Afraid that Deborah might accidentally pass the 500-point mark based on her own abilities, Marilyn decided to mislead her by giving her questions where all the correct answers were avoided, making it impossible for her to even get points from the multiple choice questions. This way, she would absolutely not be able to score 500 points. Unfortunately, for Deborah, such low-level questions were as simple as knowing that 1 + 1 = 2, she could tell the correct answers at a glance. But she still smiled warmly. Thank you, Matthew's turn. Rest assured, I will definitely memorize all these answers today. Chapter 31. Marilyn's face has developed red spots. The next day. Today was the day Xingjing started school. At 7:30 in the morning, Atli, with his hair in a mess, got up from bed in a daze. While brushing his teeth in the bathroom, he suddenly heard a scream from Marilyn's room, followed by the sound of something shattering. He was instantly frightened awake. Not only Atli, but also Randall and Marissa on the 3rd floor were woken up by the noise. Even Sullivan, who had just finished bathing in his room, hurried over upon hearing it was Marilyn's voice. Of course, this included Esther, who had already been awake on the 1st floor. By the time they all arrived at Marilyn's place, as soon as they opened the door, they saw that the floor was littered with broken pieces of a full-length mirror, which gave them quite a shock. Juliana? What is this? Marissa, wrapped in a shawl, exclaimed in shock. Then she saw Marilyn, still in her pajamas, trembling as she turned around, covering her face and shakily said, Mom, my face, look at my face. Marilyn's voice was tinged with sobs, her eyes brimming with tears. As she lowered her hand, everyone around her took in a sharp breath. Especially Marissa, whose eyes almost bulged out of her head, disbelief filling her gaze. They could see several red spots of varying sizes on both cheeks of Marilyn's pale skin, standing out prominently. "Mom, my face is ruined. Wah, what should we do, what should we do?" As Marilyn spoke, she burst into tears in front of Marissa, looking utterly disheveled, far from her usual graceful and elegant self. Strictly speaking, Marilyn's appearance wasn't particularly beautiful. At most, she could be described as fresh and delicate, not exactly a great beauty. But she usually spent a lot of money on skincare, makeup, and dressing up, making herself appear pretty and poised with expensive clothes, bags, and cosmetics worth tens of thousands. And now, having just woken up without any makeup, with these red spots scattered across her face, the sight was indeed startling. She did look rather ugly. "What happened?" Randall asked, equally shocked. "Juliana, why is your face like this?" Sullivan immediately questioned, "Did you eat something you're allergic to? Or is it eczema? Why did you suddenly get red spots on your face?" Atlee was also very surprised, while Marissa was too stunned to speak. The three men didn't know what was going on, but Marissa was all too clear about those red spots. They were undoubtedly caused by consuming red lychee pollen. But the red lychee pollen she had clearly instructed to be placed in the porridge for Esther yesterday. Yet Esther. Marissa quickly turned to look at Esther, who stood at the back of the crowd. Her face was perfectly clean, even radiating an innocent and clear beauty that made Marissa want to tear it apart right then and there. Those big eyes of hers also looked completely innocent, filled with concern as she gazed at Marilyn. Marissa felt a sharp pain in her chest. What is going on? Why was Esther completely fine, while it was Juliana whose face broke out in red spots? Could it be that the cook put the pollen in the wrong bowl yesterday, adding it to Juliana's porridge by mistake, or did a servant bring the wrong dish? But given Juliana's symptoms, the only explanation was that she must have accidentally consumed the porridge intended for Esther. "Juliana, don't panic," Sullivan said, trying to calm her down as she cried harder. "I'll call Dr. Yenin right now to come and check what's happening." As he spoke, Sullivan reached for his phone. But just as he pulled it out, Marissa snatched it away. Without thinking, Marissa sternly said, "No, you can't call the doctor." Sullivan was taken aback. "Why not, Mom? Why can't we call the doctor?" Marissa was momentarily speechless. Red lychee pollen was toxic and only grew in the dense forests of the south, never circulating in the market. If they sent Marilyn to the hospital or called in a doctor, they would definitely find out that the red spots were caused by red lychee pollen. And how did Juliana come into contact with it? Yesterday, she had stayed at home all day, eating only food prepared in the house. Sullivan, being meticulous, would likely interrogate all the cooks and servants and might even treat it as poisoning and report it to the police. If the matter escalated, how would they handle it? As the lady of the Liu family, she couldn't possibly admit that she obtained this thing to poison her own illegitimate daughter, Esther, only for her beloved daughter to end up consuming it by accident. So no matter what, they couldn't call the doctor. I mean, Marissa took a deep breath. It looks like Juliana is having an allergic reaction. It's not serious. There's no need to disturb Dr. Yenin so early in the morning. Moreover, Xingjing is starting school today. How can we manage this delay? Juliana should just wear a mask or cover it up with makeup today. We'll see how things are after she comes back from school. Maybe the spots will fade by evening. Marilyn lifted her tear-streaked face and glanced at Marissa, understanding her meaning. She had watched with her own eyes as the cook put the pollen into Esther's porridge yesterday morning. No matter what went wrong, the person with red spots now was her, and she couldn't say anything about it. If Israel found out that she and Mother had deliberately tried to harm Esther, he would be very angry. So no matter how aggrieved she felt, she could only endure it. Mom is right, Marilyn sniffled. It must be an allergic reaction. I'll cover it up and go to school today. Dad, Israel, Dennis, you don't need to worry too much. You all go out first. I need to change clothes and freshen up before school. Mathun's Marilyn said so. Everyone else left her room except for Marissa, who remained inside, seemingly with something more to say. Sullivan and Randall went upstairs again, while Atlee looked at Esther beside him. Although it was still early, the girl had already finished getting dressed and washed up. She wore the outfit he picked out for her 2 days ago, a simple white t-shirt and light blue jeans that outlined her slender and perfect figure. Her hair was tied high in a ponytail, exposing her smooth forehead, making her look refreshingly clean. Her eyes were clear, her features delicate, and even without makeup, she was stunningly beautiful. Her skin was as smooth as an unshelled egg, white and tender, tempting one to pinch it. According to Juliana, you were doing problems all day yesterday. Did you stay up late? Atlee asked Esther. Esther chuckled lightly. The one who stayed up late was brother, right? You still have dark circles under your eyes, looking like you haven't slept well. Atlee scratched his head. I was just playing games until 2. Now that school has started, I'll try to sleep earlier. Esther nodded, and Atlee was about to go upstairs to change when he was suddenly stopped by the girl. Wait a moment, brother. Atlee lowered his head and saw the girl tiptoeing in front of him, reaching up to touch his chin, causing him to catch his breath. Her hands were a bit cool, and her thumb gently brushed over his lips, wiping away a little toothpaste foam. Brother must have been in a hurry coming downstairs. There's still toothpaste on your mouth. Esther smiled sweetly, like a little angel. All right, brother, go change your clothes upstairs, I'll wait for you downstairs. Chapter 32, The White Eye from Class E's Head Teacher. Sniff, sniff. Atlee's heart was pounding. So this is what it feels like to have a younger sister. Having an adorable, pretty, and obedient younger sister, those who don't have one can never understand this feeling. It was strange, from the moment Juliana was adopted into the Liu family at the age of 5, they grew up together. He and Juliana seemed close but also not quite so intimate. Juliana always appeared very well behaved and understanding in front of all her brothers, yet there was always something about her that made him feel as if she were deliberately ingratiating herself to them. But these past few days spent with the girl in front of him now, every move she made charmed him beyond words, making him unable to resist the urge to cuddle her. Unable to control his impulse any longer, Atlee hugged Deborah right into his arms. Before Deborah could even react, the young man was already tousling her hair wildly. Hey, wait, brother. You're messing up my hair. Deborah couldn't help but call out. Yet when she lifted her eyes, she saw Atlee's bright sparkling eyes, like a big doggy excited over its favorite toy, completely satisfied. Sorry, couldn't help it. Atlee stuck out his tongue, his handsome eyebrows revealing anticipation. Want me to redo your hair? No need, brother. Why don't you go tidy yourself up first? Deborah didn't hesitate, pushing the young man upstairs directly. After changing into his school uniform quickly in his room, Atlee rushed downstairs to the dining room immediately. The Xingjing uniform indeed looked great. Overall, it had a British collegiate style. A striped tie plus a white shirt and a knitted vest on top, with grey dress pants underneath. Made of premium materials and cut perfectly, the uniform made Atlee look both noble and full of youthful vigor. Atlee was tall, with his hair styled upwards with gel, showcasing his handsome and dashing facial features, looking even more unrestrained and cool. So, am I handsome, brother? Atlee moved closer to Deborah. Yes. Deborah nodded honestly. Even though she hadn't met the other 3 brothers yet, judging by Sullivan and Atlee's looks, they were indeed far more handsome than any celebrity idol from the entertainment industry. Good girl. Atlee was obviously in high spirits upon hearing this answer. He told Deborah, by the way, I've asked Avram. He has spoken to Xingjing's principal, and as long as you don't fail today's test too badly, you can get into Xingjing, so no need to be too nervous. Okay. Deborah nodded. Nervous? She didn't even know what being nervous felt like. At this moment, after spending over an hour fussing over her appearance in her room, Marilyn finally tidied herself up and came down to the dining room. The girl's uniform was similar, consisting of a shirt and vest, except for the tie which was replaced by a bow, along with a plaid skirt and knee-high socks, paired with English-style leather shoes. The custom-made school uniform accentuated Marilyn's figure just right, exposing her slender legs. Yen Nike Deborah, she wore her hair in a high ponytail, with a white mask covering most of her face. But even from the visible part of her face, one could tell she was wearing meticulous makeup. Probably because even the concealer couldn't hide those red patches, she used the mask to cover them. When Marilyn came downstairs, she heard laughter coming from the dining room. Upon seeing Atlee and Deborah standing closely together, the hand holding her schoolbag strap clenched involuntarily. She immediately said to Atlee, "Let's go, Dennis. We'll be late for school." Deborah raised her eyes. "Won't you eat breakfast? Your stomach will be hungry." Seeing Deborah's flawless and beautiful face enraged Marilyn, she took a deep breath and said, "I'm not hungry. Matthewster, you should eat more. You're taking an all-day exam today." Humph. So what if her face was prettier than hers? A person who only scored around 500 points in exams back in rural high school wouldn't be able to enter Xingjing anyway. And yesterday, she had memorized all the wrong answers Marilyn had given her. If she didn't get into Xingjing, Deborah would end up going to Yalin High School instead. Yalin was a boarding school, with students only getting 1 day off per week. By then, she wouldn't have to see this annoying face anymore. Thinking about this, Marilyn's mood, ruined by the red patches on her face, finally improved a little. Mom said she would find someone to help remove the red patches on her face. For now, she could only wear a mask to hide them. Half an hour later, the Liu family's driver parked the car in front of Xingjing's entrance. Atlee, Marilyn, and Deborah got out of the car together. They too wore Xingjing uniforms while Deborah wore regular clothes, standing out slightly among the students entering the school. Deborah needed to check in with the vice principal first before taking the exam, while Atlee and Marilyn went to their respective classrooms. Upon arriving at the vice principal's office, Deborah saw that there were already over a dozen people waiting inside, similarly dressed in ordinary clothes. Judging from their attire and demeanor, most of them seemed to come from less affluent families. However, one boy caught her attention. Standing around 1.78 meters tall, with a slender build, he wore a shirt that looked slightly worn from frequent washing. His skin had a pale hue, seldom exposed to sunlight. Originally looking down, he was standing alone in the corner, leaning against the wall. However, he seemed to notice Deborah's gaze and lifted his head to look at her. Despite the bangs partly obscuring his eyes, it was still evident that the young man had delicate and handsome features. The corners of his eyes were slightly upturned, giving him a look that was aloof and distant. This boy didn't seem ordinary. His demeanor was distinctly different from those around him. Deborah's gaze fell, and she noticed a minimalist metal bracelet on his wrist. In the middle of the bracelet was a small silver square plaque, engraved with a simple black key pattern, beneath which was a star. Seeing the bracelet, Deborah couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. A member of the Joab.a club. Definitely not an ordinary person. The vice principal glanced up as Deborah entered and immediately matched her appearance with the photo in the new student records. The girl looked just like her photo, except for her eyes. Her eyes in the photo clearly showed some insecurity, but now the girl stood there coldly, seemingly indifferent to her surroundings. Director, is this the illegitimate daughter of the Liu family you mentioned? The middle-aged woman beside her was Yen Yen, the homeroom teacher of Class E, who whispered into the vice principal's ear. The vice principal nodded. Today, all the students participating in the entrance exam were exceptional students granted special admission qualifications by Xingjing High School, except for Deborah. Xingjing, in recent years, had started to specially recruit poor but academically outstanding students to improve its social image. In other words, the students standing in the office were all from very poor families but were top performers in their rural high schools. But honestly speaking, Illegitimate had one of the best educational resources in the country, leading the nation in both public and private high schools. These wealthy heirs and heiresses at Xingjing had received elite education since childhood, starting off much stronger than others. Xingjing's academic level was significantly higher than that of other city high schools, let alone compared to rural high schools. A top student from a rural high school might not even pass Xingjing's entrance exam. Therefore, the students in the room were extremely nervous. This was possibly the only chance in their lives to change their fates and transcend social classes, so each of them wanted to seize it with all their might. But Deborah was a bit different. She wasn't an exceptional student, nor was she a rich heiress. Rumor had it that she was the Liu family's illegitimate daughter, raised in the countryside since childhood, and had only been brought back to Illegitimate a week ago. It was said that the Liu family had called specifically yesterday to ask for leniency in her case, meaning they wanted her to be admitted as long as her scores weren't too far below the passing line. Yen Yen asked. Director, I heard that Deborah was only mid-level in her previous rural school? The vice principal sneered. What kind of decent grades could come out of such a poor and backward place? Probably not even close to being the worst in Xingjing, let alone an average student. Hearing this, Yen Yen couldn't help rolling her eyes. Chapter 33 Nothing much, just handing in my paper. Yen Yen was specifically here today to proctor the exam. Generally speaking, students from rural areas who manage to get into Xingjing usually end up in her Class E. It's rare for anyone to be able to enter Class D. That's why she came personally today for this entrance exam, to strictly control the admissions into Class E. Class E is originally composed of students with the worst scores at the start of the school year. Up until now, the average score per exam has always been the lowest among all grades. Deborah isn't even an exceptionally excellent student and only had average grades in that rundown rural school. If someone like her were to enter her class, wouldn't she simply lower the average class score? Yen Yen fundamentally didn't want or look up to Deborah. She didn't want Deborah to join her class at all. Mathun's Deborah is a liberal arts student. The subjective questions on her paper have no standard answers, meaning there is considerable leeway in grading. Saying they would be admitted into Xingjing as long as they're not too far from the passing line, it's within her power to decide how much or how little to give on the subjective questions when she personally grades them. Giving a score of around 300, surely the Liu family wouldn't have the audacity to force their way into her class, right? Moreover, being just an illegitimate daughter, there's nothing noteworthy about her. It's not like dealing with young Master Atli where flattery would be needed. With everyone gathered, Yen Yen directly took these dozen students to a classroom, instructing them to prepare here first. Speaking of which, Xingjing's examination rules are extremely stringent. Chinese, mathematics, English plus comprehensive arts or sciences, for major subjects are not separated for exams, but all questions are condensed onto one test paper, with a total of 8 pages and 16 sides. In other words, it's a continuous exam. The upper limit for exam time is 6 hours, from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. During this time, candidates can't even eat. If they finish early or can't hold on, they can submit the paper in advance. So earlier at the Liu family restaurant, Marilyn mentioned to Deborah that she would be taking exams all day today. Joe beeping students mentally tense for 6 straight hours. Xingjing euphemistically claims this is the process to select the most deserving talents under such harsh rules. They say the more pressure one is under, the more it reveals individual capabilities. But in truth, it's all pretentious nonsense. For regular freshmen like Marilyn, the entrance exam spans 2 normal days. These harsh rules are only aimed at these specially excellent students from poor families who have admission eligibility each year. After all, children from wealthy families entering Xingjing can bring benefits to the school, and various school constructions are funded by the annual Parent-Teacher Association fundraising. In contrast, these poor outstanding students would consume school resources. Their sole value lies in their abilities. So Xingjing must choose those with the most outstanding skills, making the resource allocation worth it. After Yen Yen left, the classroom remained dead silent. Almost every student sat at their desks reviewing books, seemingly too nervous to breathe properly. Among everyone, only Deborah sitting in the last row and the boy she stared at earlier weren't reading. Deborah approached the boy and asked, "What is your area?" The boy frowned, suddenly looking at her, seemingly unaware of what she meant. "I mean Joab.A." Deborah pointed at his bracelet and repeated seriously, "What is your area?" Upon hearing this, the boy paused, his pupils slightly constricting as he looked at Deborah. You know Joab.A? Founded 60 years ago by the British physicist Aviv, who won the Nobel Prize in Physics at the age of 25, the Joab.A club is relatively unknown to the public because most people never come across it or hear about it. In reality, members of the Joab.A club are scattered worldwide, but the total number of members globally is less than 2,000. This is because becoming a member of Joab.A requires meeting 3 criteria simultaneously. 1. Being a teenager under 18 years old. 2. Having an IQ above 150. 3. Excelling far beyond the ordinary in a particular field. In other words, only absolute prodigies have the qualifications to receive an invitation from Joab.A, then after passing the online test, they become members of Joab.A. Each member receives a gift personally customized by the current chairman of Joab.A upon joining. This gift is engraved with the Joab.A symbol and star markings. The number of stars indicates the number of fields in which they excel. After reaching 6 stars back then, Deborah received a ruby ring. The shank of the ring was carved with a rose pattern, and there were 3 stars on either side of the pattern. Cornelius has always liked this ruby ring, and he even carried it over to her a few days ago. Just as Deborah was about to nod, Yen walked into the classroom carrying a stack of thick test papers. Alright, everyone, put your books away. I will start distributing the test papers 2 minutes ahead of time. Unable to continue chatting, Deborah sat back down, but the boy couldn't help turning his head to look at her. Once everyone was seated, Yen began handing out the test papers in order. However, when she finally reached Deborah glanced at the paper and raised her hand to stop her. Excuse me, teacher, I would like to do the science test paper, Deborah said. What? Yen was taken aback. You want to do the science test? Aren't you a liberal arts student? Deborah tilted her head. Does Xinjiang have a rule that liberal arts students can't take the science test? The other students heard this and turned to look at her from behind, all except for Joe, who gave her puzzled looks. Yen felt that this girl must be crazy. The mathematics in the science paper is much harder than in the liberal arts one, and the comprehensive science tests in physics, chemistry, and biology are very challenging too. If you don't know how to solve them, you'll have to leave them blank, guessing won't work. Unlike the comprehensive liberal arts tests in politics, history, and geography, where you can always fill in subjective questions and get a few points. A rural liberal arts student actually wants to take the science test at Xinjiang? Is she unaware of her limitations, or does she not want to be admitted to Xinjiang? Anyway, whatever the case, it's a good thing for Yen. This time, she doesn't even need to suppress Deborah's score. With her mediocre level from a rural high school, she might not even reach 200 on Xinjiang's comprehensive science paper. Sure, Yen snorted disdainfully, pulling out a set of science test papers and placing them in front of Deborah. Then do the science test. With that, Yen turned and returned to the lectern. At 10 o'clock, the classroom bell rang on time, signaling the official start of the exam. The examinees began writing diligently, while Yen leaned against her chair, sipping her freshly brewed tea and opened a novel to pass the time. These students would be testing until 4 in the afternoon, 6 hours, enough time for her to finish 2 novels. However, she had barely read 80 pages when she suddenly heard a report from below the lectern. Yen looked up to see Deborah in the last row raising her hand. Instinctively frowning, she glanced at her watch. It was only 10:40. The exam had only just started for 40 minutes. What was Deborah up to? Yen put down her book, frowned, and asked somewhat impatiently, what is it? What are you reporting? Nothing much, Deborah raised her eyes calmly. Just that I've finished and I'm here to submit my paper. Chapter 34, my score will be invalid if I get one wrong. What? When Brianna said this, everyone in the classroom looked up at her, mouths agape in shock. Finish a set of exam papers in 40 minutes and want to submit it? How is that even possible? Even copying answers couldn't be done at such speed, let alone solving them herself. Not only the students but also Yen on the podium had her eyes wide open in astonishment, almost dropping the teacup in her hand. Did you read the questions wrong? Yen took a breath. This set of papers has 8 whole pages. Are you telling me you finished it in 40 minutes? I didn't misread. Brianna pushed the paper forward. I did finish. If the teacher doesn't believe me, feel free to come over and check. A mid-level student from a rural high school finishing a Xinjiang science paper in 40 minutes? This was more absurd than the end of the world tomorrow. Either this Brianna was making things up or scribbling nonsense, otherwise, it was simply impossible. Yen stood up abruptly. She couldn't help but scoff, approaching Brianna with a mocking attitude. She would see what finishing the paper really meant. If it were unfinished or scribbled nonsense, she would report this situation to the principal immediately. Anyone who couldn't take an exam seriously wouldn't be welcomed in Xinjiang, no matter if they were a bastard child of the Liu family. Brianna felt she had already spent enough time. She thought she could finish within half an hour, but the problems were indeed numerous. Even skipping the Chinese essay, it still took her 40 minutes to finish the rest. Before entering the classroom, she texted Hewitt, asking his men to pick her up at Xinjiang School Gate at 11. It had been 5 minutes extra now. She was losing patience. Standing next to Brianna's desk, Yen picked up her paper directly, ignoring the Chinese part and flipping straight to the mathematics section. As a math teacher who had set these questions, she remembered all the answers clearly and knew instantly whether the answers were nonsense. But as she read on, Yen couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Her look of disdain gradually turned to surprise, shock, then became dumbfounded disbelief. Crazy, this was crazy. 12 multiple-choice questions, all correct. 5 fill-in-the-blank questions, all correct. All the major questions had concise key steps and correct final answers despite brief writing. Mathematics, perfect score. It was actually a perfect score. Yen had never seen any specially admitted student from the countryside score full marks on Xingjing's math paper. Even regular Xingjing students rarely achieved this. Let alone that she had increased the difficulty specifically for this set of questions, even A-class students might not score above 135. Yan's hands trembled involuntarily as she flipped through Brianna's paper again. She found that except for the empty Chinese essay, all other questions were indeed completed, and her responses in the comprehensive science test were as precise as the standard answers. Instantly, Yen suspected the questions had leaked and Brianna had gotten the answers beforehand. "Can I leave now, teacher?" Brianna asked, raising her eyes. "No." Thinking of the entrance exam questions being tampered with infuriated Yen, who told Brianna bluntly, "Come with me to the dean's office." Brianna frowned. "Why? Why wouldn't you know?" Yan's gaze toward Brianna was filled with contempt. Surely this illegitimate daughter was incapable of getting answers before the exam. She wouldn't let someone like her into Xingjing. Yen asked another teacher on the platform to continue invigilating and forcibly took Brianna to the dean's office. Jobert, sitting in the last row, only after the girl's figure disappeared from view. It was already past 11. Standing outside the office door, Brianna couldn't help but frown. Several teachers had been called into the office earlier, and shortly after, Brianna was summoned too. The dean looked at her sternly. "Student Brianna, please sit down. The teachers will grade your papers right here." Probably all these were the subject teachers who had set the exam questions this time. 10 minutes later, after all the teachers graded Brianna's papers, they all drew in a sharp breath, staring at each other in shock. Mathematics, full marks of 150. English, full marks of 150. Science, full marks of 300. The only subject without full marks was Chinese, where she left a 50-point essay blank, scoring a total of 100 due to all other correct answers. Adding them up, the total score was 700, just barely meeting the cutoff for entering Class A. But this was under the condition that Brianna had left the composition unanswered. If she had written it and scored just 30 points, her total would have been 730. That was higher than Marilyn's score in the whole grade's second place at the time of the exam. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. She must have cheated. Seeing such a score, Yen still couldn't believe it and said this to the dean right in front of Brianna. Unexpectedly, Brianna suddenly turned cold eyes toward them and looked over. "Teacher, some words shouldn't be spoken recklessly. I did the questions on my own. On what basis do you say I cheated? Or how else could you get all the questions right?" Yen asked, "Not only are you from a rural high school, but even in the entire Xingjing, no one except Brianna has achieved this." Brianna's gaze grew even colder. "Everything needs evidence. You accuse me of cheating, where's your evidence?" "The evidence, of course, is..." Yen choked mid-sentence. This opening exam was different from previous special admissions exams. In the past, multiple-choice questions were drawn directly from a question bank, ensuring a certain base score for the specially admitted students. But this year, even the multiple-choice questions were newly created by teachers. The full set of papers was finished and printed in the office yesterday. The answers were also kept by each teacher. If there really was a leak, it would mean Brianna had to bribe 6 subject teachers beforehand to get all the answers and memorize them overnight to answer every question correctly. Cheating in the classroom was even more impossible. There was a signal jammer and 4 corner cameras covering all angles. If Brianna had cheated, the alarm would have sounded immediately. Seeing Yen speechless, Brianna's patience finally ran out. She said directly, "All right, if you don't believe these questions were done by me, the teachers can give me impromptu problems, any difficult ones you think of." With an expressionless face, she continued, "If I make even one mistake, consider my scores invalid. How about that?" Chapter 35, That bold. Bold. Too bold. Even geniuses wouldn't dare to assure that they could get all questions right, would they? Who would be so bold as to say such things? But it was just half an hour later when Esther came out of the dean's office. Before she left, the dean gave her a chest badge. The design was very delicate. On the left side was Xingjing High's emblem, and on the right were the 4 characters for Class A Senior 3. Esther glanced at it casually and stuffed it into her jeans pocket. All this commotion had made it close to 12 o'clock. Esther checked her phone and couldn't help but frown. She was almost an hour past their agreed-upon time, which she hated most. She disliked even more that events hadn't unfolded according to her plans. However, some people are indeed stubborn creatures who won't change their mind until proven wrong. The school was eerily quiet, with hardly anyone around. It was the first day of school, classes weren't in session today, and all grades had been dismissed at 11:30. The exceptional students taking the test were still engrossed in their work except for Esther, who walked out of the campus, not noticing a boy appear not far behind her. Having finished his test and exited the exam room, Jobert stood by the roadside near the school gate and looked up, seeing the girl walking towards a black Maybach. Just as Esther opened the rear door, she met an incomparably handsome face. And those deep-as-night eyes of the man. "Why did you come?" Esther was momentarily stunned. She thought Wally had sent a driver or Gordon over, but never expected him to come personally. So he'd waited for her with the driver for nearly an hour outside the school? "I came to pick you up." Wally's tone was indifferent, exuding an aura of authority and stability. He suddenly reached out to pull Esther into the car, only for her to grab his hand and climb onto his lap, sitting face to face with him. A certain part inevitably brushed against something. Wally's Adam's apple tightened, his eyes darkening slightly. "Waited for me for nearly an hour?" The girl looked into the man's eyes softly. Gordon in the front seat couldn't resist interjecting. "No, Mississippi Campbell arrived half an hour earlier than scheduled, for fear that we might miss you if you came out early." Upon hearing this, Wally glanced at Gordon through the rearview mirror. "Drive. Let's talk." Gordon immediately zipped his lips and started the car. As the car moved forward, Esther leaned forward, wrapping her arms around the man's slim waist. Through the high-quality dark gray shirt, the scent of incense lingered invitingly. Esther relaxed completely, unable to resist pressing closer, burying her face in the man's broad chest like a lazy kitten curled up in its owner's embrace. "What's wrong? Not happy?" Wally also reached out to wrap his arms around the girl, pulling her closer. Lowering his head and sensing that the person in his arms seemed listless, he couldn't resist touching her hair with his lips, asking. "Nothing, I just feel a bit annoyed and tired. Examinations are really boring. A person's ability should not be judged by a mere paper." Before coming, Wally had asked Gordon to look into it. Esther was supposed to take a test at Xinjiang today, needing to pass to be admitted. Seeing that their meeting time was only half an hour after the start of the exam, and now hearing her say this, he subconsciously believed that Esther found the questions too challenging. "Do you want to enter Xinjiang?" The man asked deeply. "If you do, I can arrange it for you." "No need, I'm already in Class A," Esther mumbled lazily, snuggling in his arms. "Today is sort of a rest day, where are we going?" "Already in Class A?" Wally was somewhat surprised but didn't press further. "It's already noon, let's have lunch first." "What do you want to eat?" Hearing Wally ask what she wanted to eat, Esther lifted her eyes suddenly. "I want to eat." Her gaze then drifted downward slowly, looking at the man's cold and hard-lined lips. The imposing aura surrounding him drew her in. She licked her lips lightly. Seeing this, Wally's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, finally giving in to his desire. His large and slightly cool palm caressed the small face of the girl, leaning down to kiss her red lips. "Mm." A soft moan escaped her lips. Her head tilted back. Their bodies pressed even closer together, their breaths intertwining. The powerful aura nourished Esther's soul, instantly revitalizing her spiritual energy. In the front seat, Gordon started chanting fervently again. "I am blind, I see nothing, I am deaf, I hear nothing, I am blind, I am deaf." Not knowing how long the kiss lasted, Wally finally managed to release her using all his self-control. Esther's chest rose and fell, a flush spreading across her face as she panted slightly against him. The girl really was like an enchantress. Before meeting Esther, Wally had always considered himself indifferent toward romance. But these days, every time he got close to her, a hidden longing would stir in his heart. He wanted to be even closer to her, to hold her tightly and enfold her into his body, to kiss her, and to spend more time with her. Her mystery, danger, ease, and spontaneity all had an irresistible appeal to him. "Can you tell me now where you want to go and what you want to eat?" Wally held Esther, who sat on his lap, like a child and asked softly. "Anything is fine," Esther, feeling satisfied, enjoyed being held by him and lazily lay against his chest. "But your leg isn't convenient, so let's go home to eat. It'll also be easier for giving you acupuncture." "Go home." Wally was slightly taken aback. "You are the first girl who said she wants to go home with me." Wally lightly sniffed the fragrance of the girl's hair. His tone was deep, laced with a touch of indulgence. Gordon in the front seat didn't feel it was appropriate to point out the truth to his boss. It's not that no one ever expressed the wish to go home with him. It's just that no one dared to say it. Countless women in Illegitimate City would line up from here to the suburbs to marry him as Mrs. Yanni, but only the girl in the car had the courage. Yanni Estate. The massive black gate slowly opened, revealing lush greenery lining the driveway as the car drove in. The sheer size and understated luxury dwarfed Liu family's standalone villa by comparison. The car stopped right at the entrance of the main house, where servants were waiting outside, quickly bringing forward Wally's wheelchair. "Master, welcome back. Lunch has been prepared for you." The elderly butler spoke respectfully. Seeing the girl sitting on Wally's lap in the car, he couldn't help but be surprised. "I'll help you down," Esther said as she got off Wally's lap. "No need, just wait for me," Wally whispered. Getting out of the car was strenuous for him. With Gordon's assistance, he moved painstakingly to the wheelchair before finally sitting upright. Seeing this, Esther was taken aback. To outsiders, whenever Wally appeared, he was always seated, his presence so overpowering that no one dared look him in the eye. He exuded an imperious aura. Money, status, power. It seemed like the man had everything. However, people who aren't physically disabled can't imagine the many inconveniences in daily life faced by someone with impaired mobility. Especially for someone like Wally, who had been a pride of heaven, undoubtedly very proud, accepting care from others in daily life must be painful. And this pain, unknown to her, had likely been ongoing for many years. Esther felt a slight stabbing sensation in her heart. This feeling, perhaps this is what humans call heartache. Chapter 36, Hu and Chow Residue. Lunch was ready. While eating, Wally asked the butler and all the servants to leave, leaving only him and Esther in the vast dining room. Surrounded by classical European aristocratic decor, the table was filled with various dishes that looked appetizing in terms of color, aroma, and taste. The table was so long that Esther seriously doubted if people at one end could hear those at the other end clearly. So she disregarded any dining etiquette or rules and simply moved a chair to sit next to Wally. "My footing there is too far away. I want to be closer to you." Her tone was casual and direct, yet very natural. It seemed this was the first time Wally had heard someone speak to him like this. He was momentarily stunned and then chuckled softly as he pulled Esther's chair even closer. "I didn't know what you liked, but I thought you might prefer Chinese cuisine. So I had them prepare a variety of dishes according to different regional styles." Esther indeed preferred Chinese food. In her previous life, staying in England for so long, she never got used to the local diet. Chinese food was much better than Western food. Being close to him relaxed Esther, and she enjoyed her meal more than usual, having 2 small bowls of rice. But Wally ate very little and hardly spoke, just watching her eat from beside her. Esther turned to look at him, frowning slightly. "Why are you eating so little? Do you usually eat like this?" "I'm used to it, don't worry," Wally said deeply, using his napkin to wipe the corner of the girl's mouth. "Are the Liu family members harsh on you?" Seeing her eat quite a lot this time, he wondered if she wasn't getting enough food at the Liu family. Esther casually replied, "They do give me meals, it's just that I often have no appetite." Wally suddenly paused, his voice becoming deep. "Do you know that someone in the Liu family wants to kill you?" Esther was also taken aback, somewhat unexpectedly. Her tone remained calm. "I know. The night I met you, someone pretended to be picking me up from the station and led me to a secluded alley, nearly strangling me to death. I played dead to trick the man. After he left, I got up from the ground and went out, then encountered you." His mind quickly connected the dots to the danger the girl faced that night, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath, his gaze turning cold and sharp. "You've been at the Liu family for a few days. Have you figured out who wants to kill you?" Wally narrowed his eyes. "Want me to help you deal with this?" "I know," Esther met his gaze, "but I don't need your help. I can handle it myself." Although they had only known each other for a short while, Wally had an inexplicable confidence about something. The Liu family regarded Esther as an illegitimate daughter raised in the countryside and not fitting in high society, but he knew the girl in front of him was much stronger than they imagined. Once she understood everything, said she didn't need his help, she must have her own plan. Changing the subject, Wally asked, "You and Geordie from the Herb family, do you have a betrothal?" Upon hearing Wally ask this question abruptly, Esther laughed. "I didn't think you'd bring this up." Wally paused again, raising his eyes. "Why did you think I wouldn't ask?" "Because." Esther leaned closer. "I'm interested in you. How could I possibly look favorably upon someone like Geordie? That betrothal can be cancelled anytime. You should just consider it non-existent." Feeling her face suddenly closer, sweet fragrance filling his nostrils, Wally couldn't help but inhale deeply. The girl was incredibly skilled at teasing him. "Let's go to your bedroom after lunch." "To the bed." "What?" Seeing Wally once again stunned, Esther's mood improved even more, her eyebrows and eyes curving into a smile. "I meant to give you acupuncture, don't get the wrong idea." "All right." He wasn't the one misinterpreting, it was clearly her words that were misleading. Esther followed Wally back to his bedroom. Wally's bedroom suite covered nearly 200 square meters, complete with a living room, walk-in closet, bathroom, and study, decorated in black and gray tones matching his personal style. Wally seemed to have some form of OCD, saying he wanted to shower and change clothes. He asked Esther to wait outside for a moment. Hearing the sound of water from the bathroom, Esther leaned against the sofa by the bed, but suddenly frowned. There was a faint strange smell in the air. And this smell felt familiar. Esther's originally relaxed expression instantly turned cold. She stood up, searching carefully for the source of the smell, stopping suddenly beside Wally's bed and bending down by the pillow. It was the smell of Hu and Chow. Esther took a deep breath, her expression turning serious. She turned the pillow on the bed over, unzipped it, and took out the pillow core. This latex pillow core was from an extremely expensive foreign brand, showing no signs of abnormality from the outside. Brows her brows, Esther tore the pillow core in half with her bare hands. The bedroom door was open. Gordon came to find Wally, wanting to ask him if there were any other arrangements for the day. As soon as he walked over, he saw Esther standing by the bed, tearing apart the pillow core, causing him to stop in his tracks. "Miss Esther, what are you doing?" Without lifting her eyes, Esther continued her actions. Confused, Gordon approached and, upon seeing the white pillow core torn into 2 halves with some green powder falling out, he was utterly shocked. This. What is this? The powder had seeped into the pillow core, turning its surroundings green, and a particularly fresh aroma spread through the air. Mr. Elio, where did this pillow come from? Esther immediately looked at Gordon. All the items in the house should be purchased by specialized personnel arranged by the butler. I will have to check who bought it and from where, Gordon replied. Seeing Esther's stern look, Gordon couldn't help but feel tense. Miss, is there something wrong with the pillow? What are these powders? Esther took a deep breath and looked at Gordon. When did Wally start using this pillow? Well, Gordon mostly handled commercial affairs for Wally and wasn't quite sure about such details. After some thought, he said, I think, maybe a month ago. A month. Fortunately, it wasn't too long yet. Esther continued asking, has Wally's sleep been very poor recently, and has he been eating less? Mr. Yanni's sleep has always been poor, and he has a stomach problem, but now that you mention it. Gordon drew in a breath. It seems that in the past month, Mr. Yanni's sleep quality has indeed gotten worse, and he sleeps very little. Upon hearing this, a sharp light flashed across Esther's eyes, and she gripped the pillow core tightly. The powder inside this pillow core is Huan Chao residue. Huan Chao is a medicinal plant that is toxic itself. It has a light, fragrant smell, but prolonged exposure can cause nervous system weakness, insomnia, vivid dreams, and loss of appetite. Prolonged exposure can lead to various adverse reactions, such as difficulty falling asleep, being awakened by nightmares in the middle of the night, and in severe cases, hallucinations or damage to brain neurons, which can make people react slowly. And the damage to brain neurons caused by this is irreversible. What? Hearing Esther's words, Gordon sucked in a cold breath. Chapter 37 The Struggle of the Wealthy Family. Someone was trying to harm Wally. It couldn't be a coincidence, this was the only conclusion. At the Herb family banquet that day, Esther had overheard others discussing Wally. They said he was young, only 25 years old, yet he controlled the massive commercial empire of the Yanni family. His status in Gilisangching was unattainable for everyone else. Who would want to harm him? And who could do it? Who had the ability to tamper with his pillow, right under his nose every night while he slept? Herbothermore, Huan Chao is as rare and uncommon as blood-red Nixeng, not just anyone could easily obtain it. Upon hearing Esther's words, Gordon immediately frowned, clearly thinking of something. Do you know who wants to harm him? Esther saw Gordon's expression and said, if it were the servant who bought the pillow, they wouldn't have the motive or courage to do this, nor would they be able to get their hands on Huan Chao. So, it must be someone who wants to quietly damage his brain. Is it one of his business rivals? But how could competitors reach inside the main residence of the Yanni family? Not, precisely, Gordon lifted his head. If someone wanted to quietly use this method to harm President Yanni, then this person should be President Yanni's uncle. Gordon had been by Wally's side for over 10 years. Originally, he was the son of a gardener at the Yanni family. Later, when the gardener died suddenly from heart disease, Gordon, being about the same age as Wally, was kept by Lady Yanni to stay with Wally. Afterwards, after an incident in the Yanni family, he became the only trusted person by Wally. When Wally took over the Yanni family as an adult, Gordon also became his assistant, up until now. Wally's uncle? Esther furrowed her brows slightly. President Yanni told Miss that his legs were disabled due to a car accident. Gordon paused. The car accident happened 10 years ago. Master and mistress both died in that crash, but only the 15-year-old President Yanni survived because he was protected by the mistress. When the old patriarch Yanni was alive, he favored President Yanni and intended to groom him as the successor of the family. But with the unexpected deaths of master and mistress, all the assets of the Yanni family had to be managed by President Yanni's uncle, Ferdy. But once President Yanni turned 18, the shares in the trust fund set up by master and mistress for him came into effect, making President Yanni the largest shareholder of Yanni Group and regained control of the family's assets. But for the next 5 years, President Yanni was constantly struggling against his uncle. Only 2 years ago, when Ferdy was defeated and gave up some of his shares to go abroad, did President Yanni finally get a break. But Ferdy is the only remaining heir of the Yanni family besides President Yanni. So if anything happens to President Yanni, everything in the Yanni family would fall back into his hands. Based on my understanding of President Yanni's uncle, that man has deep scheming abilities and is very ambitious. He wouldn't give up such a vast commercial empire of the Yanni family easily. Family struggle. Gordon's words, including Wally's situation, reminded Esther of her previous body. The Bai family held a top-tier position in Beijing, but like the Yanni family, they didn't have many descendants. As the eldest daughter of Dixie, the original owner of the body, she took over the family business at the age of 20, and everyone called her Miss Bai respectfully. However, Alicia suffered from depression since her mother passed away and her father remarried. She wasn't interested in managing the family business, had no desire for wealth and power, and was even weary of constantly battling with her scheming stepmother for interests. So 10 years ago, at the age of 23, Alicia didn't disappear during a trip in the Ujoab. She actually committed suicide by jumping into the sea, wanting to escape the world that made her unhappy. When she reincarnated in Elisha's body, it was just when Alicia was rescued ashore, and the rescuer ran off to find help. She felt the lingering emotions of Alicia within her. Alicia no longer wanted to live as she did before, yearning to escape the family's power struggles and seek natural peace and freedom. So she fulfilled this wish for Alicia. In the following 10 years, she lived freely and spontaneously. After staying in the Ujoab for many years, she traveled to many other countries and cities, met various people, and did many things Alicia never dared to try in life. Until last week, a demon hunter who had been tracking her discovered her whereabouts and chased after her. She had to directly destroy Alicia's body, wandering for a long time before finally finding a corpse of a girl highly compatible with her soul to reincarnate into. Everyone in the world thought having money and power brought happiness. But in reality, people like Alicia and Wally, born into wealthy families with silver spoons in their mouths, might be admired and envied by others, but they might also envy ordinary people. In the face of interests, blood ties often become thin. Human hearts are unfathomable, and human nature can be wicked and sinister. Ordinary people's lives may be plain, but they might possess the most genuine family love, friendship, and romance, with simple happiness. Just as Esther was somewhat distracted, Wally came out of the bathroom and was startled to see the torn pillowcase. What happened? Gordon recounted what Esther had said earlier. Wally's eyes visibly darkened for a moment, a flash of ruthlessness passing through his gaze. You go out first. After Wally spoke to Gordon, Gordon left the room, leaving Esther and Wally alone. Esther walked up to Wally, frowning as she asked, "Is it really your uncle who wants to harm you?" Meeting the girl's gaze, Wally's deep eyes softened. "I indeed overlooked this matter. I didn't expect him to use such methods. From now on, I will be more cautious. I know my uncle well and won't give him a second chance. So don't worry, I'll handle it properly." "All right." Esther nodded. Just as Wally believed she could manage the Liu family affairs, she had no doubt about the capabilities of the man before her. "Then lie down on the bed, and I'll help you with the acupuncture," Esther said. After the last acupuncture session, Wally had been able to stand up with some effort. Once he lay down on the bed, Esther picked up the needles prepared by Gordon. Dozens of needles pierced into the skin and acupoints, sharp pain instantly assaulting him. But to Wally, this pain gave him a sense of reality. This time, the heat, swelling, pain, and numbness in his legs were more intense than before. Wally's chest heaved slightly as Esther finished inserting the last needle and leaned closer to his face. "It will hurt a lot this time. I'll help you distract yourself." With that, the girl lifted her head and covered the man's lips with hers. Their tongues intertwined, breathing became rapid. As she deepened the kiss, Esther raised her hand to stroke Wally's temple gently. "Haven't slept well for a long time, right?" Esther whispered softly. Her soul power gradually seeped into Wally's brain nerves through her fingertips. A powerful yet gentle force enveloped his consciousness, making Wally close his eyes in a daze. "Good boy, have a good sleep." Esther gazed tenderly at him, kissed him again, then straightened up. Chapter 38, Saving Someone in the Middle of the Road. When Esther came out of the room, Gordon was frowning as he spoke with the old butler, probably asking about the pillow. Hearing the sound, Gordon turned around. Seeing Esther, he paused in surprise for a moment, seemingly amazed at how quickly she had come out. He called out, "Mississippi." Esther nodded and said to Gordon, "I gave him acupuncture. He's already asleep." "Ah." Gordon opened his mouth. "You mean Mr. Yanni is asleep? Now?" This was something that would be impossible under normal circumstances. So Gordon was very surprised, and the old butler was clearly also surprised. Esther explained, "It was I who made him sleep. Due to his long-term insomnia, he will sleep deeply this time and may sleep until tomorrow morning. When he wakes up, he'll feel very hungry, but don't let him eat anything else, just give him some light congee. In the morning, remember to have him drink the red ginseng soup. Today I gave him acupuncture for the second time. Tomorrow, he should not only be able to stand up but also walk while holding on to things. But watch him and don't let him walk too much. I just wrote down a prescription, specifically to improve sleep and regulate the spleen and stomach. Have someone grab the herbs according to it and brew them daily for him to drink. I've written down the dosage and usage method on the paper. As long as he takes the medicine on time, his sleep and digestion will quickly return to normal. After several more sessions of acupuncture on his legs, he should be able to walk normally. If there's any discomfort, call me immediately." Esther finished her instructions in one breath. Though still an underage girl dressed very simply, she exuded a strong presence, with her demeanor calm and natural. This series of instructions left Gordon, who was always decisive and efficient outside, continuously agreeing, "Yes, miss, I'll remember. I'll tell Mr. Yanni when he wakes up." Even the old butler was dumbfounded. Gordon felt it was incredible. After Esther had given Mr. Yanni his first acupuncture session, he personally saw Mr. Yanni standing up afterward. Before then, even the world's top neurologists couldn't achieve such substantial recovery for Mr. Yanni. And today, as soon as she arrived at the Yanni family residence, the young girl discovered the poison in Mr. Yanni's pillow and managed to make Mr. Yanni fall asleep within half an hour, detailing what would happen next with Mr. Yanni. Looking down at the herbal prescription written by the girl, the handwriting was like flying dragons and dancing phoenixes, quite messy. Though Gordon couldn't recognize the name of a single herb, he couldn't help but look admiringly at her. These were definitely the scribbles of a true master. She was so casual. How could this be some unremarkable illegitimate daughter? She was clearly a divine doctor. A genius. In just a few minutes, Gordon's gaze towards Esther was full of admiration. The Liu family really didn't know their luck from misfortune, treasuring someone like Marilyn while the real gem was right in front of them. Their boss truly found a treasure. Gordon asked, "Miss, so you are going to?" "It's getting late." "I'm going back to the Liu family," said Esther. Gordon immediately responded, "Then I'll send you back now." "No need, have someone else do it." Esther glanced at the old butler intentionally or unintentionally and told Gordon, "You should focus on investigating where the pillow came from. After all, it's hard to guard against internal threats." Noticing Esther looking at the old butler, he frowned slightly before inconspicuously retracting his gaze. "You're right, Mississippi. I'll have the driver take you back to the Liu family now." It was exactly 3 in the afternoon when they left the Yanni family residence. At a certain intersection, the car stopped at a red light. Esther casually looked outside and her eyes lit up. She sat up straight immediately. On the side of the road was a cotton candy stall. A middle-aged man was stationed at a small cart with 5 or 6 large pink and green cotton candies sticking out, some even shaped like animals, looking adorable from afar. Nowadays, such cotton candy stalls were rare, and she hadn't eaten one for several years. So Esther asked the driver to stop the car by the roadside. "Just drop me off here. I'll walk the rest of the way. You can go back." "Yes, Mississippi." The driver sitting in the front seat respectfully responded and immediately got out of the car to open the door for Esther. After getting off the car, Esther walked toward the cotton candy stall. Standing in front of the cart, she paid 10 yuan via scan code and asked the owner to make a strawberry-flavored cotton candy. "Sure thing, miss, wait a few minutes, and it'll be ready." As he spoke, the owner skillfully turned on the stove and poured pink sugar into the circle at the center of the machine. Esther nodded. She was idly waiting when her eyes inadvertently glanced to the side, and suddenly her pupils constricted. About 10 meters away, a boy who looked to be 5 or 6 years old was running toward the center of the road, seemingly to pick up something that had rolled into the middle of the street. His mother was on the roadside making a phone call, apparently arguing with someone and hadn't noticed her son run off. But it was a red light now. Before the boy reached the middle of the road, Esther saw a white truck approaching from not far away, heading straight for the little boy. Oh no. At this distance, there was no way to save him in time. The driver, only noticing the boy when the truck was nearby, sharply sucked in a breath, leaned back, and slammed on the brakes while honking the horn. The shrill horn instantly pierced the air, and the screech of tires grinding against the ground sounded loudly. These two harsh sounds made one's scalp tingle. The little boy, who was picking something up in the middle of the road, was startled, instinctively turned around, and looked dazedly at the truck speeding toward him. The truck was about to hit him. It was just a hair's breadth away. And the mother, who had been on the phone, finally noticed her son was gone. Her heart nearly stopped as she lifted her gaze. She screamed hoarsely, "Brendan!" Everything happened within 1 or 2 seconds. The mother was several meters away from the little boy and had no chance to reach him in time, but she still rushed over recklessly. At the same moment, she was already filled with despair, expecting to hear a bang in the next second, seeing her son getting thrown out by the truck. However, to her surprise, a figure moved much faster than her. In that split second, she seemed to see the large truck suddenly come to a halt, or perhaps not just the truck, it felt like the surrounding air had suddenly frozen. She herself couldn't move either. She watched that figure lunge toward her son, holding Brendan and tumbling away at the moment of impact. The truck, which couldn't stop, sped past where they were just moments ago. It skidded another 5 or 6 meters before completely stopping. Esther protected the little boy as they rolled several times on the ground. When they finally stopped rolling, she felt a sweet taste in her throat. The next second, a mouthful of blood surged up. At the same time, in a vast room with black walls, an instrument on a desk with intricate patterns like a compass suddenly flashed somewhere. The next second, a man with black hair and white robes took a sharp intake of breath and walked straight to the desk, immediately picking up the device. The flashing spot indicated a general direction, Illegitimate. The man deeply inhaled, and his elegant features grew cold. Finally, he knew where she was. Chapter 39, Avram appears. Deborah forcibly swallowed the blood that was about to spill out and let go of the child in her arms. In the next second, the mother of this little boy rushed over. "Brendan. Are you all right, Brendan?" When she lunged forward to save them, Deborah had completely shielded the little boy with her own body. Thus, he hadn't been injured at all, not even a scratch. Mommy. This little boy named Brendan seemed still to be recovering from the shock. After being hugged by his mother for a few seconds, he suddenly burst into loud sobs. "Mommy." Wah. The woman also started crying. She usually had a dignified appearance, but now she was shaking all over as the horrifying scene just moments ago was etched deeply into her mind. What fear one can have afterward. She didn't dare to imagine what would happen if Sullivanzi hadn't been rescued. What if the corpse of her beloved son, splattered with blood, lay in a pool of blood? All because she took that call. She could never forgive herself and wouldn't have the courage to face her husband and other family members. Her world would have crumbled on the spot. Fortunately, it didn't happen. The woman fumbled over her son's body with trembling hands and after confirming he was fine, stood up immediately and thanked her profusely through her tears. Thank you. Thank you, young lady, for saving my son. I don't know how to thank you, really thank you, thank you. This woman, Daphne, witnessed firsthand how this girl risked everything to rescue her child. For a moment, she thought she had seen an illusion. The truck paused for a split second. In reality, only a tiny bit separated them from disaster. This large truck would have sent the girl and her child flying together. That had truly been a life and death moment. The girl before her eyes was a complete stranger, yet she put her life on the line to save her child. How could one not be grateful? Daphne was so moved that she wanted to kneel down directly to thank her. Deborah quickly pulled her up, her voice hoarse. It's not necessary. Deborah's body had become very weak. In the critical situation earlier, neither the mother of the boy nor she herself could possibly have saved the child. So, at that moment, she had directly activated her soul power to stop the truck for 1 second, then used this extra second to rush forward and rescue them. But her soul power hadn't fully recovered. Using her powers under weakened conditions led to backlash on her body. This kind of backlash couldn't be mitigated by human medical means. She needed to find somewhere to rest and recover her soul power while she was still conscious. At this point, the truck driver also came running down from the vehicle. Many passers-by were starting to gather around, causing the area to become chaotic. Deborah felt herself becoming somewhat dazed and drew a deep breath towards the woman. Take care of your son, I need to go. She didn't expect that this person, who faced such great danger to save her child, would leave without wanting any thanks or reward. Daphne was stunned and subconsciously held on to Deborah, saying urgently, Wait, little girl, I haven't thanked you yet. My name is Daphne, my husband is. I don't need thanks. Deborah forced herself to stay calm. Next time, please be more careful when bringing your children out. Don't let this happen again. Saying that, Deborah turned to leave. Still unable to resist, Daphne pulled her back. Wait, miss. You have a huge favor for my child. At least let me know your name, or your surname. Lou. Deborah was already out of energy and struggled to speak one word before turning and walking towards the roadside. Vaguely hearing sirens in the background, Deborah was too tired to care about what happened next. She walked forward unsteadily, not knowing where she went until she stumbled and bumped into a man. Josue had just come out of the convenience store and lowered his head to reply to a message when someone suddenly collided with him. He instantly frowned. Mathun's childhood, his germophobia made him very resistant to others coming close. Except for patience, he kept a social distance from everyone. Just as he prepared to step back, the girl who bumped into him suddenly grabbed the hem of his shirt and looked up, panting as she opened her mouth. Can you help me find a place? For me, to sleep. I will, thank. Before she could finish her broken sentences, Deborah couldn't hold on anymore and fainted into the man's arms. Josue instinctively supported her. The normally cold and distant expression on his face showed surprise for the first time. When the girl raised her face, he felt she looked familiar. Josue was taken aback, remembering how Atli had specially sent him a WeChat message last night asking when he would come home so that he could meet his sister who had just come from the countryside to Illegitimate. When Atli mentioned the girl named Deborah, he was very excited, chattering on and even sending over a candid photo of the girl, asking if she was cute. At that time, Josue had only glanced at it before closing his phone and continuing to work. He had no interest in anything related to the Liu family, let alone this illegitimate daughter of Randall. What kind of person she was had nothing to do with him. But peculiarly, his memory was superlative, and after just one casual glance, he remembered the girl's appearance. She was indeed the same girl now in his arms. So, what happened to this Deborah? Why was she here by herself and then suddenly fainted into his arms? Out of professional instinct as a doctor, Josue immediately conducted a simple examination on Deborah and found nothing abnormal with her. Her heartbeat and pulse were all normal. Trouble, find a place, for me to sleep. Recalling the girl's words, Josue couldn't help but take a deep breath. It seemed like she had really just fallen asleep. What kind of girl would just fall asleep on the street like that? 5 minutes later, Nicholas, who was sitting in the passenger seat waiting in the car, suddenly heard someone tapping on the window. Looking up, he saw his usually aloof friend, who wouldn't get close to anyone except Patience, standing outside the car with a girl in his arms. Whoa. Nicholas rolled down the window, eyes wide, and said, Aya, what's going on with you? How did buying a pack of wet wipes result in you bringing back a girl? Did you knock her out? Josue rolled his eyes. Open the back door first. After Josue placed the girl on the back seat, Nicholas still looked bewildered. Wait, Ian, what's happening? Who is this girl? Josue took a deep breath, frowned, and wiped the corner of his shirt that Deborah had grabbed with a wet wipe. He then spoke 3 words, my sister. Chapter 40, Girls are always troublesome. Yanidal's sister? Nicolasi's eyes widened even more. Don't you only have Juliana as a sister? Could it be that Juliana had plastic surgery? He leaned back to look at Esther's face, genuinely sighing. You know what, it turned out pretty well. She's much prettier than before. Josue spoke with no expression on his face. This is my father's illegitimate daughter who just came to Illegitimate a few days ago. I bumped into her outside the convenience store just now. So what happened to her? Did she faint on the road? Nicolasi asked curiously. You might not believe this, Josue paused for a second, but she just fell asleep while walking. Ha 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 ha, she could fall asleep while walking? And coincidentally bump into you? Not bad, your new little sister seems quite interesting and good-looking. Nicholas glanced at Josue. So what do you plan to do now? Send her back to the Liu family? Hearing this, Josue frowned. He did not want to go back to the Liu family, nor did he want to let a stranger into his apartment, but he could not leave this so-called little sister on the roadside unattended either. Not going back to the Liu family, Josue said. Do you want to take her to your apartment? Nicolasi turned around, starting the car while asking casually. Go to yours. Josue threw in from the back seat. Huh. Nicolasi couldn't help muttering in front, I really owe you one. You woke me up in the middle of the afternoon and called me over to be your driver. Now, you found your sister and are bringing her to my place. But considering how cute your sister looks, I'll reluctantly agree. Josue is the second eldest among the Liu brothers, 23 years old this year. A year ago, he returned from studying abroad and became a surgeon at the top central hospital in Illegitimate. Such a career choice is rare among heirs of wealthy families. After all, with the opportunity to easily inherit the family business, who would willingly choose such an arduous and exhausting job? However, Josue had no interest in the Liu family's enterprises. Nobody in the hospital knew he was the second young master of the Liu family. He despised the upper-class circle, where people flattered each other or pretended to be something they weren't, finding it all extremely hypocritical. Or perhaps, by nature, he was indifferent, preferring not to deal with people and not particularly interested in money. Mithun's childhood, he felt little about family affection, neither harboring deep feelings toward Marissa and Randall. So after returning to Illegitimate, he bought an apartment and lived alone outside the Liu residence, rarely returning to the Liu family. Among his brothers, he occasionally contacted his elder brother Sullivan but barely interacted with Monty, Esther, and E. He was closest to Atlee. But that was because Atlee had the most lively personality, never minding his cold and sarcastic attitude, often visiting his apartment. As for the adopted younger sister Marilyn, there wasn't even any blood relation between them. Whenever they met, they kept things superficial. He didn't feel anything strongly about her, not particularly liking or disliking her. The same goes for Esther. Though sharing half of the same bloodline, it mattered little to him whether there was a blood relationship or if she was an illegitimate child. Esther was still asleep next to Josue. When the car hit a bump, the girl tilted to the right. But before she could touch anything, Josue pushed her away disdainfully, directly letting her lean against the window as if he did not want any contact. 30 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a detached apartment building. It was getting dark outside. Josue got out first and said to Nicolasi, didn't you say she looked cute? Carry her inside. TCH, fine, I'll carry her. Nicolasi was clearly used to Josue's attitude, walking straight to the back seat to pick up Esther. She was lighter than expected. Nicolasi hadn't seen her clearly when driving. Now, looking down closely, he was quite impressed. This girl had a beautiful sleeping face. Although her eyes were closed and her complexion slightly pale, her skin was as smooth as peeled eggshell, with long, curved lashes fluttering with her breaths. One wonders how beautiful she'd look with her eyes open. I think you're really living in paradise without knowing it. Nicolasi carried Esther and walked inward while talking to Josue ahead. Having a sister is great. Unlike me, who only has a brother and doesn't know what having a sister feels like. That Marilyn irritates me, but this sister here, I liked at first sight. Just now, you two probably didn't even exchange a word. When she wakes up, can you try not to be so indifferent? Be a bit gentler, give her some brotherly care. Josue refused straightforwardly, no. Matthew's turn? Girls are always troublesome. He didn't want to complicate his life further. Once this Esther wakes up, he would call her a cab and let her go back to the Liu family on her own. Not leaving her on the roadside already counted as him fulfilling his duties as an older brother. Nicholas carried Esther into the house and laid her on the sofa. After lying down on the sofa, the frail girl subconsciously curled up. It was unclear whether it was because of the cold or lack of security. Even Nicholas felt somewhat heartbroken watching this, so he went to the guest room to fetch a blanket, coming back to carefully cover the girl with it. In contrast, Josue sat by the coffee table on his own after entering the house, picked up a medical journal he had left here last time, and started reading it intently. It seemed as if the girl had nothing to do with him and was instead Nicholas's younger sister. Nicholas was long used to his attitude and didn't bother saying anything. The deficiency in soul energy was being repaired, and Esther slept very deeply, so deeply that Nicholas wondered if she might sleep until the next morning. Waiting became boring, so he dragged Josue to play video games in front of the TV. However, during the game, his phone suddenly rang. Nicholas picked up the phone casually, his head tilted, eyes fixed on the screen, the phone wedged between his shoulder and cheek, and asked, "Hello? What's up, Mom?" But within seconds, Nicholas threw the game controller onto the carpet and anxiously asked, "What did you say?" "You said Brendan almost got hit by a car?" Josue also couldn't help but be alarmed upon hearing this. "Alright, Mom, I'm going home now, you wait for me at home." Nicholas hung up the phone and met Josue's gaze, briefly recounting what happened. It turned out that in the afternoon when his mother took Yen Nin Yen out, Yen Nin Yen ran into the middle of the road to pick up a toy and nearly got hit by a large truck. Fortunately, a girl risked her life, suddenly rushed over, and saved him. But after saving Yen Nin Yen, the girl left directly without even leaving her name. They only knew she was surnamed Lu. His mom wanted to find this savior, so she called him back home. Neither Nicholas nor Josue ever imagined that the girl lying on the sofa downstairs was also surnamed Lu, never associating the frail girl with someone who would risk their life to save another person. Chapter 41. She was already gone when he returned. Do you want me to go back with you? Josue asked as he immediately stood up when Nicolasi came over. Although his personality was rather aloof, Nicolasi was the only good brother he had from childhood on. What mattered to Nicolasi mattered to him. No need, isn't your sister still not awake? You stay here and look after her, Nicolasi said while putting on his coat. Outside, the night grew darker. Josue watched by the door as Nicolasi hastily drove off. He glanced down at his watch. It was almost 9 o'clock. He needed to get something to eat. He himself hadn't eaten dinner yet, and if the girl woke up in a while, he couldn't just let her leave on an empty stomach. Josue went to a nearby supermarket and returned about half an hour later with a bag of fresh vegetables and meat. Apart from instant noodles, Nicolasi's place was filled with all kinds of processed snacks, none of which were nutritious or healthy. Josue never ate those things and usually preferred making his own meals to ensure they were clean and healthy. However, when Josue opened the apartment door and returned to the living room, he paused for a moment. The girl who had been sleeping on the sofa was gone. Only the soft white blanket remained, neatly folded. Josue frowned and walked over to the sofa. There was a note left on the coffee table next to the sofa, along with a necklace. Sorry, I woke up and no one was around, so I left first. Thank you for letting me rest here. I don't have any cash with me, and my phone is lost, so I can't transfer money. I'll leave this necklace as gratitude. With deep thanks, thank you again. Josue took a deep breath, put the note down, and picked up the necklace for a closer look. A delicate silver chain, with a circular pendant studded with sparkling small diamonds, and the Cartier logo engraved on the back. It was very exquisite and beautiful. Though Josue wasn't well versed in jewelry, he knew that such a diamond necklace would cost more than 40,000 renminbi, and even second-hand, it would fetch at least 10,000 to 20,000 renminbi. Wasn't Esther supposed to be from the countryside, living a life of poverty? It seemed this was the only valuable thing she had, but she left it as thanks to him. Someone who has 10 yuan and uses it all for gratitude is different from someone who has 10,000 yuan and uses 100 for gratitude. Even though the girl lacked money, she placed repaying kindness above everything else. This made Josue develop a hint of goodwill toward his yet-to-be officially introduced younger sister. 20 minutes earlier. When Esther woke up from the sofa, the outside was pitch black. The apartment was completely empty, so quiet that even her breathing was audible. Esther didn't know where she was. She vaguely remembered bumping into a handsome man right before she passed out. This must be that man's residence. She checked herself. There were no unusual marks on her body, and a blanket covered her, likely put there by him. Checking her pockets, she found no cell phone, probably lost during her stumble. Esther took a deep breath. By the usual schedule, she should have finished her exam at 4 in the afternoon and returned home. Now, it was already past 9. She didn't expect her soul energy recovery to make her sleep so long. Marissa, Randall, and Marilyn wouldn't care that she went missing, but Brett, unable to reach her, must be extremely worried. She needed to return home quickly. Looking around the living room, she found some paper and pen. After writing a few lines, she removed the necklace Brett bought her 2 days ago from her neck. That was the only valuable item she had. From now on, she really should carry some cash. As Esther stepped out of the apartment and hailed a taxi, she was actually penniless. She planned to ask Black Bean to bring out some money once she got home. But just as the taxi stopped in front of the Liu family villa, someone rushed over. Esther looked up and saw Brett, his forehead drenched in sweat. Brother? Esther hesitated, opening the car door. Before she could speak, the tall and handsome boy enveloped her in a tight hug. Brett's voice trembled with obvious anxiety. Where did you run off to? You didn't answer my calls or reply to my texts. Do you know how worried I was? Brett directly gave the taxi driver $100. After the taxi left, he held on to Esther even tighter. Esther could tell that the boy was genuinely worried about her, so she didn't resist his embrace. I'm fine, brother, don't worry. How could I not worry? You're a girl who didn't go home late at night. What if you were targeted by some bad men? Where have you been? Now Esther realized. Brett's little sister complex had completely emerged. He now felt that every man except himself was untrustworthy and might covet his little sister. Moreover, he acted like a big dog, being very clingy. When Brett asked where she had been, she couldn't explain that she had slept in an unfamiliar man's residence until now. Brett would probably explode if he knew that. So Esther said, I just went out for a stroll, then my phone was lost. I kept looking for it till now. Hearing this, Brett finally breathed a sigh of relief. He still couldn't help but lecture her, if your phone is lost, let it be. Why waste so much time finding it? Anyway, we bought several last time, you can just get new ones at home. I know, brother, don't be angry, Esther pinched Brett's hand. Hearing such a coquettish tone from the girl, Brett's heart instantly melted. His worry and anger vanished immediately as he took her hand directly. "Let's go, follow brother home." After returning to the Liu family residence, Brett pulled Esther straight into her room, set up a new phone for her, and then enthusiastically dragged her to watch anime together. While watching anime, Esther casually mentioned that she had been accepted by Xingjing High School. Really? Brett's eyes lit up, and he couldn't resist ruffling Esther's hair with pride. "No wonder you're my sister. This way, you'll be in the same class as me in the future." Esther wanted to say she was actually in Class A but didn't bother explaining why she was in that class, so she remained silent. The two of them held chips and watched anime until almost midnight, neither checking their phones. Thus, they had no idea that around 8 or 9 tonight, a video from a traffic intersection in the afternoon had gone viral on a short video platform, sparking heated discussions online. Chapter 42, The entire internet searches for the girl who saved a child. The video was from the surveillance camera at that intersection. It was first released by the traffic police team's official account and then forwarded by various mainstream media platforms. Within 2 hours, it topped the trending charts. Initially, the trending title read, "A teenage girl sprinted to save a boy from being hit by a truck," which later changed to, "The entire internet searching for the girl who saved a boy from under the truck." Because this intersection was in a less central area with outdated equipment, the footage from the surveillance camera was in black and white. When you click on the video, you see a small boy suddenly running into the middle of the road, followed by a large white truck speeding towards him. Despite slamming on its brakes, it could not stop in time. Just as the boy was about to be hit, in a split-second, life and death moment, a girl with a ponytail suddenly dashed over, grabbing the boy and rolling both of them out of harm's way. The truck skidded another 5 or 6 meters before finally stopping. The boy, shielded by the girl, survived this perilous incident unscathed. It was clear that the footage had not been edited or enhanced, yet it was more thrilling than any scene from a movie. When the audience saw the truck almost hitting the child, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Combined with the suspenseful background music of the short video, it intensified the tension further. Some people even closed their eyes when they first saw the video, afraid that the next second would show the boy being hit. Unexpectedly, a girl appeared out of nowhere. Her reaction time and speed were impeccable, and she disregarded her own safety entirely. Even a deviation of 0.1 seconds would have resulted in both her and the boy being hit. These days, aside from one's own children, how many people would put their lives on the line without hesitation to save a stranger? The girl's kindness and bravery earned the admiration of netizens. But what impressed them even more was that after the boy's mother rushed over, seeming to pull the girl aside to say something, the girl said just a few words and walked away. Clearly, she didn't ask for any reward. Such a dangerous situation. If someone did it for money, not many would dare. Moreover, doing it with no expectation of a reward was truly touching. The video lasted only a little over 2 minutes, with black and white footage capturing only the back view of the girl throughout. When she turned around briefly while leaving, netizens tried to zoom in to get a clearer look but found the quality too poor. Hardly anyone could make out what she looked like, just that she had eyes and a nose. But the power of the internet is immense. There are experts among ordinary people. When looking for wrongdoers, there will always be someone exposing information. Similarly, when searching for good Samaritans, many people come forward with clues. For example, under the initial video, several hot comments appeared. The top-rated comment came from someone who was at the scene. He said the girl who saved the boy was very beautiful and looked like a high school student. She refused any rewards or to give her name. Later, the boy's mother managed to catch her and learned that she's surnamed Liu. The second most popular comment was from someone who passed through that intersection that afternoon and picked up a chest badge that belonged to the girl. Netizens checked his profile and saw a video he posted showing the chest badge clearly bearing a school emblem on the left side and grade 3 class A on the right. People soon pointed out that this was a badge from Xingjing High School. Xingjing High School is famous online, and many people outside Illegitimate have heard of it. As a private aristocratic school, if someone tags Xingjing in a post, other netizens often joke about young masters and misses needing to attend school personally, slaves going to carry young masters' luggage, and so forth. Combining the information, Xingjing High School, grade 3 class A, surname Liu, it became easier to find the person. Soon enough, some students from Xingjing came forward saying there was only one girl named Liu in grade 3 class A, Marilyn, heiress of the Liu group. This revelation, like a rock thrown into an already turbulent lake, sent netizens' discussions into new waves of fervor. The girl who saved the child was actually the daughter of the Liu family. Incidentally, Marilyn has accounts on various social media platforms. On this short video platform, her account is called Moon Baby Buns. She has around 200,000 followers and usually posts carefully edited selfies and subtle flaunts of her wealth. Online, Marilyn is known for her beauty, good figure, excellent academic performance, multiple talents, immense wealth, and 5 dashing brothers doting on her. Anyone who sees her feels envious. Thus, those following her are mostly teenage girls who feel she lives their dream life. After someone pointed out that the girl in the video who saved the child was Marilyn, a large number of netizens rushed to her account, showering her with follows, comments, and likes. Within just a few hours, Marilyn's original 20 or 30,000 followers surged to over 700,000. Her most recent selfie video also received tens of thousands of comments, all praising her. praising her kindness and bravery for risking her life to save a stranger. Praising her perfect figure, appearance, family background, and talents. How could there be such an outstanding girl in this world? Some people even dug up her old videos. In a few clips where Atlee and Sullivan appeared, groups of girls swooned over their looks, declaring they wanted to be her sisters-in-law. When Marilyn received Ava's call, she was looking at herself in the mirror. All night long, she had been worrying about her face. The red spots were still very noticeable, and this morning, she didn't dare take off her mask at all, telling others she had a cold when asked. It looked like she would have to go to school with a mask on tomorrow as well, not knowing when she would find a way to fade the red spots. As soon as Marilyn answered the call, she heard Ava excitedly saying, "Marilyn, you did something so amazing and didn't tell anyone. You didn't even mention it to Yen Nina and me in the group." What? Marilyn was completely confused, having no idea what Ava was talking about. "What amazing thing did I do?" "You're still pretending," Ava shouted. "Your information has been exposed. The girl who saved that child is from Xingjing High School's grade 3 class A, surnamed Lu. Who else could it be but you?" "Rescue? What rescue?" Marilyn was even more bewildered. "Anyway, quickly check your Douyin," Ava continued over the phone. "Your followers have more than doubled. You're a total sensation now. But how could you react so fast, and aren't you really fearless? Anyway, when we meet tomorrow, you'll have to tell us everything." Marilyn casually responded a few times and hurriedly hung up, immediately opening Douyin. But once she opened it, she realized her phone was lagging badly, with all notifications for likes, follows, and comments showing 99+. Marilyn took a deep breath, her hand trembling slightly. Chapter 43, 2 people made it into Class A. What was going on here? Marilyn clicked open the post and saw at a glance that all the comments were praising her. Without carefully looking through them, she flipped to the first trending video under the topic. So this was what Ava had meant by saving someone. The video had a latest highly praised comment. Latest news. The girl in the video has been found. She is reportedly Marilyn, the daughter of the Lu group. Follow at Ye. It was this very hot comment that drew hundreds of thousands of netizens to her account. But the problem was that the girl in the video was not her at all. Marilyn looked bewildered. She hadn't stepped out of her house all afternoon while wearing this face, let alone dashed to some intersection risking her life to save a kid she didn't even know. Marilyn checked why netizens deduced it was her, the last name, Lu, a pretty high school girl, and someone found a senior class A student badge of Xingjing High School nearby with a figure resembling hers. However, Marilyn watched the video repeatedly but did not feel that the silhouette resembled herself at all. In terms of body shape, hairstyle, and back view, how come it somewhat resembled Esther? Yet Marilyn immediately denied this thought. How ridiculous. Even if this person was sleepwalking, it couldn't be Esther. The timestamp on the surveillance showed around 3 in the afternoon, when Esther was still in the classroom taking an exam. How could she appear in such a place? Besides, as for that student badge, Esther wasn't even a student at Xingjing, let alone enter Class A. A student from such a small-town high school, no matter how much they tried for 6 hours or had amazing luck, would at best manage to get into Class E. So, this really was a coincidence. This unnamed girl who saved someone just happened to share the same surname as her, and the student badge might have been dropped by someone else passing by from her class. What should she do now? Should she explain to netizens that they had it wrong, and she wasn't the one who actually did the rescue? Marilyn couldn't help scrolling through the comments under the video. Although she had always received praises wherever she went, she had never been universally admired by so many people online like this before. After reading all those flattering comments, Marilyn's heart was pounding, and her face flushed with excitement. She hadn't done anything, yet she instantly became the envy and admiration of everyone. She loved this feeling of being adored. Marilyn's vanity reached unprecedented satisfaction, but alongside the happiness came inevitable unease. After all, the person who saved someone wasn't her. What if this person was found later? Wouldn't she end up humiliated? After pondering, Marilyn came up with the safest plan. She immediately found a well-edited selfie from her album, then posted a video along with a caption. I just opened Douyin and was surprised by the 99+ likes, follows, and comments. It's good that the child is safe. That brave girl isn't me, everyone please stop praising me, I might float away. At the end, she added an adorable shy emoticon. This statement was quite skillfully crafted. On paper, it denied that she was the one who saved the child. But combined with the context and tone, it seemed more like modest humility after receiving praise. Not long after posting the video, many netizens liked and commented. As expected, many replies were consistent, saying things like, young miss shouldn't be modest, doing good without revealing oneself is already rare, now refusing to acknowledge it once discovered, how can there be such a beautiful, kind, and brave girl, love it. Marilyn glanced back at her phone with a satisfied smile. This way, even if the real heroine was found later, no one would blame her. After all, she clearly stated via video that it wasn't her, and it was the netizens who chose not to believe it. Her followers were still growing rapidly, every click showing 99+. Marilyn even felt that she might break 1 million followers by the next morning, which would truly make her an internet celebrity. With such excitement and thrill, Marilyn didn't fall asleep until past 1 o'clock. The next morning, as soon as she arrived at the dining room, she saw Atlee sitting together with Esther again. Atlee was still helping Esther crack walnuts with his head down, gazing at her with indulgence, ruining Marilyn's good mood instantly. Did this Esther have some sort of magic? How come Dennis had become so infatuated with her over these few days, wanting to stick to her all the time? It used to be her who was treated this way by Dennis. Marilyn gritted her teeth. Forget it. Dennis was always a bit simple-minded, and the other brothers wouldn't be so easily charmed by this country-bred, low-born girl. Especially Sergio, who was usually aloof and had a cleanliness fetish. He would definitely look down on Esther and wouldn't even want to get close to her. Moreover, she was now an internet goddess. Dennis's affection wasn't something she needed. Thinking of this, Marilyn instantly calmed down and ignored Esther during breakfast. The three of them went to Xinjiang together. Today, the results for yesterday's top students' exams would be announced, so Esther went to the academic affairs office like everyone else after entering the school. Marilyn was waiting to see Esther fail to score 500 points and leave Xinjiang with her book bag in shame. Just thinking about it made her feel embarrassed for Esther. As soon as she entered the classroom, Ava and Yen Nina surrounded her. Juliana, tell us what happened yesterday, Ava asked, leaning closer. What happened? Marilyn pretended not to understand. The rescue thing. How did you react so quickly? Weren't you afraid that you'd be hit by the big truck too? Ava continued. Marilyn put her book bag into the desk drawer with some guilt. I told you that person isn't me. There's nothing to be afraid of. Juliana, don't be modest, Yen Nina chimed in. Among the girls in our class surnamed Lu, who else could it be? And you didn't wear your badge today, didn't you just drop it there? Of course, Marilyn hadn't lost her badge. She had deliberately left it at home. This only further confirmed that the rescuer was her. At that moment, Jordy walked into the classroom, immediately hugging Marilyn with pride. Good baby. You're so amazing, doing such good things without telling me. As soon as I saw the news, I went to Grandpa with my phone and showed him the video. He never liked you much before, but after watching the video several times, he couldn't help but praise your bravery. Now Grandpa's impression of you has improved quite a bit. Rest assured, he won't force us to break up anymore. Marilyn was also surprised. She hadn't expected this misunderstanding to unexpectedly make that stubborn, annoying old man have a good impression of her. It was indeed a pleasant surprise. She couldn't help praying silently that the girl who saved someone would never be found out, letting this misunderstanding continue forever. Just then, someone came in and said to the others, hey, the bulletin board outside has posted the results for yesterday's top students' exams. You won't believe this, but this year 5 people were admitted to Xinjiang, including 2 who made it into our Class A. What? Did 2 really get into our Class A? The others were stunned. In the past, no top student had ever made it into Class A, this was the first time. Of course it's true. To be precise, only 1 top student got in, a boy named Jobert, the person said. The other girl wasn't even a top student, it seems she got in through connections. Her name seems to be Esther. What did you say? Marilyn widened her eyes and shot up from her seat. Chapter 44, could this Esther be a genius? Are you kidding me? Esther got into Class A? How is this possible? A person who grew up in the countryside, did she ever have any private tutors, attend any cram schools, or receive any elite education? Even if Xinjiang randomly picked someone from Class E, that person could easily be number 1 at her former shabby high school, and it would still be overkill. How could someone like Esther, who barely managed to stay in the middle ranks of that rural trash high school, score over 700 points on Xinjiang's exams? This must be some kind of joke. Moreover, the answers to the multiple-choice questions in the question bank she gave Esther yesterday were all wrong. If Esther had memorized those answers, she shouldn't even have scored 400 points. Upon hearing that a specially excellent student and another student who wasn't even a specially excellent student had gotten into Class A, most of the students in Class A either didn't believe it or were curious, with many of them going to the corridor to look at the announcement. Marilyn obviously couldn't sit still either. Ava and Yen Nina had already met Esther at the banquet and knew about her illegitimate daughter status. Hearing that she had been admitted to Class A, Ava's eyes nearly popped out. Is this real or not, Juliana? Your sister from the countryside, she got into Class A? Ava said. How much did your eldest brother spend to get her into our Class A? Did he donate a building to Xinjiang? We'll know if we go check the scores, right? Yen Nina clicked her tongue. If it was really orchestrated by your eldest brother, he sure has spent a lot of money on this unseemly illegitimate sister. Illegitimate daughter? As these young misses were talking, Mona, who always tagged along behind them as a flunky, overheard and couldn't help but pause for a moment. No wonder the other day when I bumped into Esther, she called Atlee brother. So she's an illegitimate daughter of the Liu family. Mona felt incredibly elated as if she had uncovered some significant secret. What does being an illegitimate daughter mean? It means that Esther's mother was either a third party who interfered with someone else's relationship or a mistress kept by Randall. Either way, she was unseemly, and Esther was the product of an affair. Thinking back to the scene at the mall when she was slapped in the face, and the look on the store clerk's face, Mona still gnashed her teeth in anger. Originally, she had gone there to show off her high and mighty status, flaunting things that were far beyond Esther's reach. She even used her worn-out phone case to humiliate Esther. But then Atlee suddenly jumped in to protect Esther, scolded her, and threatened her. In the end, he took away all the ZE phones, leaving none for her. That was truly embarrassing. At the time, she thought Esther had somehow turned her luck around and climbed the Liu family tree. It turns out she's just a lowly and disgusting illegitimate daughter. With such origins, she doesn't feel ashamed or hide her head. Instead, she dares to act cocky in front of her. Mona despised her deeply in her heart. Seeing Marilyn and the others getting up to leave, she immediately pulled out her phone and logged into the Xingjing school forum, posting anonymously. Revelation. The new Esther who entered Class A at Xingjing is an illegitimate daughter that the Liu family recently brought from the countryside. After posting, Mona hurriedly followed Marilyn and the others. In front of the bulletin board stood many people, a list of grades posted, announcing the scores of the 15 people who participated in the exam yesterday. Marilyn glanced up and saw that the grades were ranked by position. The name at the very top of everyone was none other than Esther. Then she looked at her scores: Chinese 100 points, which was somewhat reasonable. But the next scores, Math 150 points, English 150 points, and Science 300 points, what kind of nonsense was this? In other words, except for Chinese, Esther scored full marks in all other subjects? How is this possible? How did she manage to get these scores? And wasn't she a liberal arts student? Why did she take the science test? The people around her were also stunned when they saw these scores. Even if the scores were good, it's impossible to get full marks in math, English, and science, isn't it? Apart from Esther E., they had never seen anyone achieve such high scores. What kind of background does this new relation have? At this moment, someone shouted while holding a phone, "Oh my god, I saw a post on the forum saying this new relation is an illegitimate daughter of the Liu family, and she came from the countryside." An illegitimate daughter of the Liu family? Everyone instinctively looked at Marilyn. Marilyn's expression dimmed for a moment, seeming somewhat embarrassed as she explained to everyone. Yes, Marilyn bit her lip, looking very hesitant as she told the others, "Esther is indeed my older sister, she only arrived in Illegitimate a few days ago. Now that my older sister is in Class A, I hope everyone can refrain from mentioning such shameful matters in front of her. After all, it's not her fault for being born into such circumstances, it's all because of her mother." These words confirmed that Esther was indeed an illegitimate daughter, implying that her mother had shamelessly conceived a child with a married man and gave birth to this child. As for how shameless she was and how she ended up pregnant, people could imagine on their own. Sure enough, after hearing Marilyn's words, the surrounding people all wore expressions of disdain. They were all sons and daughters of wealthy families, many of whose parents had strained relationships, with fathers having mistresses or affairs outside. Therefore, they despised women who became mistresses or third parties intensely, finding them nauseating even to think about, and had no fondness for children born from such women. How could a woman with no sense of shame raise any good children? But Juliana, someone said, how could your older sister, coming from the countryside, achieve such excellent scores? Could she be a genius? I don't know either. Marilyn seemed puzzled as well. I heard from Avram that Methuster's grades in her previous school were only average at best. Although I tutored her every day before the exam and highlighted the key points for her, there's no way she should have scored this high. What kind of genius? This Esther must have cheated. At this moment, Jordy pointed at the score sheet. Look, this special outstanding student Jobert also scored 700. 100 in Chinese, 150 in math, 150 in English, and 300 in science. His scores are identical to Esther's. How could two people have exactly the same scores, even in Chinese? This Esther must have copied his paper. Everyone took a look, and it was indeed the case. Given her disreputable background, to top it off with such low character, actually cheating by copying someone else's answers to get into Class A? They all felt that Jordy's deduction was reasonable and logical, with only one possible explanation. They never thought that both getting full marks in Chinese might be because neither of them wrote an essay. Chapter 45 about Esther's anonymous post. At this moment, not far from the bulletin board, behind a brick red square pillar, a slim boy in a white shirt stood behind the girl. Davian paused, speaking for the first time on his own initiative. They misunderstand you so much and speak so harshly. Aren't you going to explain yourself? Hazel Lu withdrew her gaze, letting out a light hum as if it mattered little. Let me explain. They are not worthy. To Hazel Lu, explaining herself in this bustling hallway, clarifying whether she achieved her score of 700 by cheating or through her efforts, was demeaning. It was a complete waste of time. Moreover, humans only believe what they want to believe. Furthermore, certain rigid mindsets had limited their cognition to an extremely shallow realm. From the countryside equals lack of quality education equals must have poor grades equals impossible to score 700. Illegitimate daughter equals mother is a mistress or third party equals cunning and shameless equals incapable of raising good daughters. Same Chinese score as others equals copied answers equals achieved high scores through cheating. Special excellent students can't enter a class equals poor children can never enter a class. What a tragedy. These people were born with silver spoons in their mouths, naturally possessing wealth that poor people might struggle their whole lives to achieve, so they always spoke and acted with superiority and condescension. However, family background and wealth are not directly related to moral integrity, empathy, or inherent kindness. Instead, the richer a child is, the more likely they are to be selfish and unkind. Ding dong. Just then, the school bell rang abruptly. The A-class students who were originally gathered around the bulletin board all returned to the classroom. Bar, the homeroom teacher of Class A, walked over. Seeing that Esther and Jobert were both standing in the corridor, he called out, "Are you two waiting for me?" The man's attitude was warm and friendly. "Then perfect, I'll take you into the classroom and introduce you to everyone." Bar was a specially appointed teacher at Xingjing, aged 28 this year. He came to Xingjing to be the head teacher of class at just a year after graduating with a PhD from Gillisan University, truly young and promising. Because of his high quality and broad vision, he wouldn't view people with prejudice. Yesterday, when he learned that two top students had transferred to his Class A and scored the same, he was also very surprised. But his first reaction wasn't to think that someone copied another or cheated, but rather that these two kids were remarkable for managing to get into his Xingjing class through their own efforts from the countryside. Especially when he found out that these two people got a score of 700, which was full marks except in Chinese, he was even more astonished. He knew clearly that compared to the children in Class A who had been exposed to various premium resources from childhood and won at the starting line, it was not easy for rural children to reach such a level. When Esther and Jobert were brought into the classroom by Bar, the originally chattering classroom instantly fell silent. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to Esther. So beautiful. Oh yes, these rich boys had a stereotype like the previous Geordie, thinking that country girls had rough, dark skin and were earthy. And now the girl standing in front of them was breathtakingly beautiful. Her black hair casually tied up in a ponytail, with fair and delicate skin, and exquisite and vibrant features. She wore a simple t-shirt and jeans, yet the clothes seemed to become elegant on her body. The sunlight streaming in through the windows cast a faint golden glow over the girl, making the scene hazy yet clear. Many in the class were stunned. This was the rural illegitimate daughter they talked about just now. She looked so good. Her appearance and temperament didn't lose anything to the so-called young misses in the class. As for Geordie, when he first met Esther in a deep-sea mermaid dress that night, he was so impressed that he couldn't look away. Even now, he was momentarily distracted by the girl standing at the podium. Marilyn, sitting in her seat, took a deep breath, unable to help gripping her face mask tightly. Why? Why was it her and not Esther who developed red spots on her face? If Esther had come in with red spots all over her face, who would stare at her? They'd be too busy mocking and ridiculing her. Yet, just her luck. She did not dare to take off the mask and let Esther steal all the limelight. Hazel stood there in front of the classroom, her eyes sweeping across everyone calmly. She glanced at Marilyn seemingly accidentally, then withdrew her gaze. Everyone has seen the bulletin board, right? Bar said from the podium. This semester, we have two new students joining our class. This is Esther and this is Jobert. Let's all get along well in the days to come. He then pointed to their seats and asked, "You two will sit at the last two window-side seats. Is that okay?" Esther replied, "No problem." Jobert remained his usual reticent self, simply nodding. After Bar left, the English teacher soon came to start the lesson. But almost no one was paying attention. They were secretly playing on their phones under the desks. The school forum was practically bursting with posts, each refresh bringing a myriad of anonymous posts about Esther. I don't believe a person from the countryside who had average high school grades can score 700 points. She must have cheated. Has anyone reported her to the principal? If she didn't buy the answers beforehand, she must have copied Jobert's answers. How else could her scores be exactly the same as his? Didn't Marilyn say she specially tutored Esther and highlighted key points? If she guessed the questions right, it's not impossible. Right, Marilyn is so smart and has such good grades. It's possible she got all the questions right. She is called a genius girl after all. Our school flower is too kind, caring so much for such an illegitimate sister. If it were me, I wouldn't bother with her at all. Illegitimate girls like her only deserve to be despised. If my father had an illegitimate child outside, even if she could enter our house, I would find ways to make her wish she were dead. But I have to say, the new girl Esther looks pretty good, totally my type. If you like her, just go for it. She comes from the countryside and hasn't seen much of the world. Take her shopping, buy her some clothes and jewelry, and maybe you can get her directly. Wasn't it said her mother was kept as a mistress? Such a woman's daughter might also be promiscuous, possibly coming on to you because of your wealth. Indeed, some girls look pure on the outside but are very lascivious in bed, screaming louder than anyone. Seeing this, Jobert, sitting in the corner, tightly clenched his phone. Subconsciously glancing at the girl beside him who was already asleep on the desk, oblivious to the vile comments on the forum. Taking a deep breath, he pulled out a miniature computer from his pocket. Chapter 46, Humiliating the Conceited Man, 1. Esther was awakened by the bell signaling the end of class. As Esther got up from her desk, Jobert quietly took back the book he used to shield her from the sunlight by the window without making it noticeable. Esther didn't know what Jobert had done. She had taken a nap during the class and felt rather cheerful. She decided to go to the restroom to wash her face to stay alert. However, as she came out of the restroom and was about to turn the corner in the hallway, someone suddenly blocked her way, casting a shadow before her. Looking up, she saw Geordie. Esther frowned, wanting to say that good dogs don't block the road, but her upbringing made her hold it back. Instead, she responded indifferently, "What's up?" Jordy hadn't expected such indifference from the girl. Recalling how Esther had previously told his grandfather not to force him to break up with Clarissa or put their engagement on hold, he felt inexplicably irritated. He, being the young master of the Herb family, always caused excitement and shyness among girls at school. Was Esther putting on an act, pretending not to care about him just to draw attention? Was she really indifferent to him? Taking a deep breath, Jordy suppressed his displeasure and looked at Esther. "I want to ask you how you managed to score 700 points. Did you buy the answers beforehand or copy Jobert's paper? What does it have to do with you?" Esther glanced at him coldly. "Of course it has something to do with me." Jordy replied arrogantly, "Our engagement hasn't been officially cancelled yet. You're still my nominal fiancé. If you do something dishonorable, I'll be humiliated too. You wanted to get into Class A to be in the same class with me, to see me every day, right? But let me tell you this, no matter how often we meet, I will never break up with Clarissa and be with you. So, give up on that thought. Are you stupid?" Esther unexpectedly blurted out. Jordy froze for a moment, then opened his mouth after some time. "What did you say?" "I said you're stupid," Esther stated expressionlessly. "Oh, not just stupid, but conceited." Jordy's face turned red with anger. "Esther. Have you gone crazy, talking to me like this? Do you believe I won't? Do you think you can do what?" Esther looked up at Jordy coldly. "So, young Master Herb, are you going to hit a girl?" The hand Jordy had raised stopped midair. No one had ever cursed him like this in his face. Never. Was she counting on him not hitting women so she could provoke him recklessly? But Jordy couldn't retort after struggling for words. Finally, he took a deep breath and snarled, "Don't mistake kindness for stupidity. I came to talk to you for your own good. I'm telling you, someone is discussing reporting you on the forum. If you bought answers or cheated, I suggest you confess and leave Xinjiang as soon as possible. Don't wait until you're expelled by the principal, leaving both the Liu family or my Herb family to clean up your mess. You might be able to afford the embarrassment, but I cannot." Esther tilted her head and asked, "By the way, do you have some heavy tastes?" "What?" Jordy was bewildered again. Turning around while walking away, Esther threw over her shoulder, "Eat less salt, you look bored." Jordy was almost driven mad with fury. In just a few sentences, Esther either insulted him or mocked him slyly. A powerless illegitimate daughter in Illegitimate, what gave her the guts to be so arrogant? Jordy stormed back to the classroom, thinking that if Esther got expelled, he would tell his grandfather first thing. Before he returned to the classroom, he ran into Finn, who was frantically searching for him with his phone. "Damn," Finn immediately said upon seeing Jordy, "where were you, Jai? I've been looking for you." Still fuming, Jordy took a deep breath and asked Finn, "What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry?" "I'm showing you a video." Finn handed him the phone as he spoke. "Just now, an anonymous account posted 2 videos on the forum about your fiancée Esther." The classmates watching it were stunned. "Videos about Esther?" Jordy frowned, puzzled, and tapped to play the first video. It was clearly surveillance footage inside an exam room from yesterday's special examination for top students. He instantly spotted Esther sitting in the last row of the classroom. Isn't that just the surveillance of yesterday's special examination for top students? What's so interesting about it? Did it capture Esther cheating? Finn immediately said, "No." Skip to around 10:40. Jordy was puzzled and slid the progress bar with his finger. He then saw Esther finish writing the last word and raise her hand. The invigilator asked her if there was anything wrong, and she said she had finished and wanted to submit her paper. What a joke. Their special students' exam lasted 6 hours continuously, and they might not even finish within 6 hours. Only 40 minutes had passed, and Esther said she had finished and wanted to submit? Finn seemed to have read his mind. Unbelievable, right? You must think this Esther either didn't finish the paper or just wrote nonsense. Jordy frowned. Isn't that true? Not exactly, keep watching. Jordy pressed play again. The invigilator looked more shocked than he was, jumping up and walking over to Esther, picking up her paper to check it. At that moment, the camera zoomed in on Esther's paper. Xinjiang, as an elite school, equipped with top-notch facilities, had excellent surveillance quality. They could follow the teachers flipping and see every page of Esther's paper clearly. All questions were answered except for the essay. The 50-point essay was left blank by Esther. So, Esther only scored 100 points in Chinese, not because it was her weakest subject, but because she couldn't be bothered to write the essay. Her other subjects were all perfect scores. If she had written the Chinese essay, wouldn't she have scored 745 points in total? This is absolutely impossible. She must have memorized the answers in advance. The essay was left blank because it was too long for her to memorize. Jordy immediately responded. I knew you'd think that way. When I saw this, I thought the same. Finn opened the second video. But watch this next part. The second video showed the footage from the principal's office. Chapter 47 Slapping the Face of a Cocky Man, 2. The second video began with several subject teachers being called into the office one after another, and not long after, Esther was also called in. Those teachers graded Esther's test papers on the spot. Through the zoomed-in surveillance footage, it could be seen that her test papers were filled with red checkmarks. Even the subjective questions in Chinese hit all the scoring points. Apart from the blank essay section, there were no errors on Esther's test papers, which is why she scored full marks in all subjects except for Chinese. When the invigilating teacher still doubted that Esther had cheated, she actually let these teachers give her impromptu tests, stating that if she got even one question wrong, her scores would be invalid. She was truly too bold. These teachers, who had been teaching for many years, had never encountered such a confident and arrogant student who dared to take their tests without preparation and even requested difficult questions. So, in the following half hour, teachers of mathematics, English, physics, chemistry, and biology took turns to set questions, then asked Esther to answer them on the spot. Terrifyingly, the young girl's expression remained unchanged throughout, looking calm and composed. After receiving the questions, she only glanced at them for a few seconds, barely spending time thinking, before directly writing down all the solution steps and answers on the paper. It was as though she knew the answers with just a glance, without needing to think hard at all. When the teachers saw that Esther completed all the questions and found upon grading that every single answer was correct, they were all speechless, including the teacher who had confidently accused Esther of cheating. Jordy, holding his phone watching this part of the video, was also rooted to the spot. All the teachers gave her impromptu questions, yet Esther could write down the answers with just a glance. What kind of person could achieve such ease and proficiency? Xinjiang students all acknowledged that Alicia was a genius prodigy, and even his sister, Alicia, was called a genius, evoking admiration whenever mentioned. But Jordy knew that Alicia only did well in exams because she studied intensively for weeks beforehand, staying up until 2 or 3 in the morning. She just never revised in front of others, pretending to be incredibly smart and able to ace tests effortlessly. As for Esther, to dare say, challenge me with any question, I'll admit defeat if I get one wrong, how could mere last-minute cramming reach such a level? This was a true genius girl, wasn't it? Did she previously score average at her rural high school because she didn't care about being first? Suddenly, Jordy recalled the words he had said to Esther when he stopped her earlier. He had advised her to admit early if she bought answers or plagiarized, suggesting she leave Xinjiang rather than face expulsion reported by someone else, which would force the Liu family and Herb family to clean up her mess. Someone who could answer all the impromptu questions given by the teachers on the spot, stunning everyone to speechlessness, would need to resort to buying answers or plagiarizing to enter Class A? An expulsion. Such an intelligence-overwhelming genius girl would easily secure admission to Gelengda University. How could the principal expel her? The principal should treat her well and make sure she doesn't transfer schools. Holding his phone, Jordy recalled Esther's look at him and felt his face heat up. It was like getting slapped, making him feel dizzy. No wonder she glared at him and cursed him as an idiot. Reflecting on what he had said, it was indeed stupid enough. Jordy felt he had never been so embarrassed before. Finn, unaware that Jordy had confronted Esther earlier, saw him unable to speak after watching the video and reclaimed his phone. How about it, you're stunned too, right? Others bluff, but this Esther is genuinely awesome. I used to not believe there were geniuses in this world, but the first person to show me otherwise was Alicia, and now it's her. Finn leaned closer and said, honestly, Ajay, I thought your grandfather was senile for forcing you into an arranged marriage with some illegitimate daughter from the countryside just because of some old-fashioned betrothal. These days, who still believes in arranged marriages and betrothals? But now, your grandfather seems incredibly perceptive and forward-thinking. Look at her appearance. When Esther walked into the classroom, weren't all the boys staring straight at her? People always praised Alicia for her looks, but I think Esther is clearly more beautiful. After all, Esther doesn't wear makeup and dresses plainly. She looks this good naturally. Imagine how stunning she'd be if she dressed up. Hearing this, Jordy couldn't help but recall their first meeting. Indeed, she looked stunning even with minimal effort, as he witnessed that night. Finn continued, then there's intelligence. Although Alicia has always been second at Xinjiang, her highest score in the opening exam was just under 730. Look at Esther again. All the questions she answered were correct. If she had written the essay, wouldn't she have easily scored over 745? Is this a score an ordinary person can achieve? If I were you, I would choose to date Esther. Although her background is not prestigious, with such a figure, appearance, and intelligence, it's worth it. After hearing Finn's words, Jordy took a deep breath. Esther indeed exceeded his expectations. No wonder his grandfather praised her endlessly after meeting her that night. But, after all, he was the future successor of the Herb family. If the young madam of the Herb family was a rural illegitimate daughter, wouldn't it be laughable? These are all external factors. I value character and personality more. Jordy said righteously, Esther is cold and arrogant, not as kind and simple as Yuya, who is always gentle and sincere. Besides, didn't you see the video of Yuya saving someone at the intersection yesterday? Even central media reposted it. Yuya is being praised all over the internet now. How could Esther compare to her? That's true. Finn felt he might have been shallow in his thoughts, while Jordy had a broader perspective. However, just then, there was a slightly bustling sound from the hallway. Jordy looked up and saw a short-haired woman in a shirt walking towards them. She held a microphone in her hand and wore a badge around her neck, looking like a journalist. Behind her was a man carrying a camera. Next to the journalist were several people, a woman who looked under 30 with an elegant demeanor, holding the hand of a cute boy who appeared to be 5 or 6 years old, along with 2 tall and handsome men. Geordie couldn't help but pause. Because he knew all these people. The woman holding the child was Daphne, the wife of the mayor of Illegitimate City, and the child seemed to be named Yen Nin Yen. The man next to her was the mayor's eldest son, Nicholas, and beside him was Yue's second brother, Josue. Why were they here at Xinjiang? What were they here for? Chapter 48, The Cold-Blooded CEO with a Soft Spot. After washing her face, Deborah didn't return to the classroom. She felt unlucky after talking to Geordie and decided to go up to the rooftop of the teaching building for some fresh air. Meanwhile, she made a call to Wally. The call was answered instantly. Did you sleep well? Deborah asked as soon as it connected. Fine, replied the man on the other end with his ever-pleasing voice. His slightly deep, magnetic tone sent tingles down one's spine, like a breath against the earlobe through the receiver, mysteriously captivating. So, did you behave? Deborah questioned. When I left yesterday, I instructed Gordon with a lot of things. Did you follow them all? Yes, Wally chuckled softly, his usual intimidating demeanor melting into infinite gentleness when dealing with this young girl. I did. I only drank millet porridge in the morning and ginseng soup at around 9 o'clock. I only walked for 10 minutes without getting tired. Someone has already been sent to fetch the medicine, so I will take it this afternoon. Wally recounted each detail meticulously. Yet listening to him, Deborah couldn't help but smile warmly into the phone. He had remembered everything she said and responded accordingly, making her heart feel light and happy. You've been such a good boy. Deborah held the phone closer, her tone softening. I want to kiss you as a reward. There was a brief pause on the other end before his voice became even lower. I'm at the company. Let me pick you up now. Give me 15 minutes. 15 minutes? Deborah blinked. Recalling how she had asked Gordon about Wally's daily schedule at the Herb residence yesterday, including the driving time from Yanni's company to Xinjiang, which Gordon mentioned would be at least half an hour under no traffic conditions. How could Wally make it in just 15 minutes unless he flew over? In fact, Wally was planning to do just that. When he told her he would pick her up over the phone, he had already calculated in his mind. It would take him roughly 5 minutes from the conference room to the helipad on the top floor, and another 10 minutes by private helicopter to reach Xinjiang, summing up perfectly to 15 minutes. Compared to driving, taking a private helicopter would save almost half the time. He didn't want his little girl to wait too long. Deborah didn't realize that her simple words had prompted Wally to have his staff prepare the helicopter on the rooftop. Not thinking much, given she still had classes, she responded, no need to pick me up right now, I have 2 more classes today. But we can have lunch together at noon. Okay, Wally murmured, then I'll wait for you outside your school at noon. How about that? Deborah agreed and promptly ended the call. Wally also hung up. But in the next second, as he lifted his gaze, his usual impassive expression returned. He coldly said, continue with the report. Yes. A balding middle-aged man in a suit jumped to his feet, hurriedly flipping through his documents. The spacious conference room was utterly silent, with everyone seated at the table nervously frozen in shock. They were still reeling from the previous scene. What was that? Wasn't the person who was talking on the phone just now the perpetually grim and ruthless CEO Yanni, who seemed like a living Yama, Hindu/Buddhist god of death? That look was way too gentle. His voice low and laced with laughter, eyes brimming with affection. How terrifying. CEO Yanni is in love? Who has such power to transform CEO Yanni like this? They couldn't help being curious about the girl on the other side of the line. Seeing everyone in the meeting room in a state of utter shock, only Gordon standing behind Wally smirked. These people really lack experience. They would never guess that their supposedly cold, strong, and unapproachable CEO, in reality, had become completely lovesick. Before this young girl, forget maintaining any sort of distance or putting up a cold facade, he wanted nothing more than to hold her close and not let her go, longing to stay close to her always. Even. Gordon noticed today that at some point, CEO Yanni had taken a candid photo of Deborah's side profile during dinner, and used it as the lock screen wallpaper on his phone. The photo was taken without her knowing, focusing on eating rather than looking at the camera. After setting the wallpaper, CEO Yanni stared at his phone screen for a solid 10 minutes. Just when Gordon thought CEO Yanni might have fallen asleep with his eyes open, he suddenly asked, isn't she adorable? Caught off guard, Gordon took a deep breath and managed a polite smile, replying, yes, Miss is indeed very adorable. On the surface, he appeared calm, but inside, it felt like a storm had passed through, blowing away every leaf. After all, before this, President Yanni had never changed his phone wallpaper and probably didn't even know how to do it. So he must have secretly searched on Baidu himself about how to change the wallpaper and then did it himself. Thinking of how the secretary delivering coffee in the morning dared not breathe heavily in the office, while President Yanni was just searching on Baidu with a high and mighty face, Gordon found it amusing. This is what a man in his first love looks like. The power of love is indeed overwhelming. As Deborah went up to the rooftop, on the other side, in the corridor of the teaching building. Upon hearing some commotion, Bar immediately came out of his office and hurriedly approached. A sudden visitor had come to the school, and students from all classes were gathering in the corridor out of curiosity. Hello, Teacher Zhou, said the short-haired woman. I'm Ryan, a reporter from Illegitimate TV station. I've already informed your principal in advance. Today, I'm here specifically to interview the girl who saved someone yesterday. Ryan showed her press card, and Bar immediately shook hands with her politely. Hello, Reporter Sunday. The principal mentioned this morning that someone from your station would be coming, but I didn't expect it so soon. After all, news has to be timely and hot. Ryan smiled politely. Let me introduce you. This little boy is Brendan, whom you saved yesterday. We contacted Brendan's mother, Mrs. Kirsty, and she said she wanted to come with her child to personally thank the sister who saved him. Brendan's brother also came along. It should be a large break now, right? There are still 30 minutes before class starts, Ryan continued. Teacher Zhou, can we conduct an interview with your student Marilyn? Certainly, Bar replied. Juliana is in the classroom right now. I'll have another student call her out. As he spoke, someone ran into Class A to notify Marilyn. When she heard that a TV station reporter had specifically come to Xinjiang and wanted to interview her about saving someone yesterday, Marilyn stood up immediately, feeling very flustered. How could something like this draw such attention, with a TV reporter even coming for an interview? She could have brushed it off online, but if the reporter asked for details about the rescue, how should she respond? Then she heard the person say, and not only did the reporter come, but the little boy you saved came with his family to personally thank you. Marilyn almost choked, her voice trembling. What did you say? Thinking she hadn't heard clearly, the person repeated it. I said the little boy you saved came with his mother. There are also two incredibly handsome guys, probably the boy's older brothers. They want to thank you in person. They're waiting outside now, Juliana. Please go out and see them. Chapter 49 Yen of streaming the exposure of Marilyn, 1. Had the rescued child and his mother also come? Marilyn instantly panicked, her hands trembling. They had witnessed the girl who saved their child. Wouldn't it be obvious at first glance that she was an imposter? But then Marilyn reconsidered. The girl in the video had a similar hairstyle and build to hers. Today, she was wearing a mask that covered most of her face, with only her eyes exposed under her hair. In the emergency yesterday, the rescuing girl left quickly. Standing before them like this, they might not recognize that she wasn't that person. If voice could reveal her identity, she would simply remain silent to avoid exposure. With this thought, Marilyn took a deep breath and headed out of the classroom. Upon exiting, she saw Jordy standing in front of a group of people, speaking to a woman in her 30s, Aunt Kirsty, so the child Juliana saved yesterday was Brendan. Aunt Kirsty? Marilyn paused, listening as Jordy continued, My grandfather has always wanted to visit your home with Mayor Yen, but I didn't expect you to bring Brendan here to find Juliana today. However, Daphne clearly did not recognize Jordy and replied somewhat confusedly, Excuse me, but who are you? I'm Jordy, grandson of Summerlin and Juliana's boyfriend. Jordy introduced himself immediately. Summerlin was the patriarch's real name. Though Daphne rarely ventured out as a full-time housewife, due to her husband's status, she was well informed about prominent figures in Gillisangching's political and business circles. But who the young man's grandfather was mattered little to her. What caught her attention was hearing that Jordy was Marilyn's boyfriend, easing her expression. Are you that girl's boyfriend? Daphne's eyes held unmistakable gratitude. Thank you for saving Brendan. We came specifically to express our thanks. Mayor Yen? Marilyn couldn't help but widen her eyes. This well-preserved, dignified woman was the mayor's wife? Then this neatly dressed, cute little boy must be the mayor's youngest son? People around were equally astonished. While the mayor was often seen on TV news, his wife and children had never appeared in public. Who would have thought that the person Marilyn saved yesterday was the mayor's son, and now the mayor's wife had personally brought two sons and TV station staff to express gratitude? How grand. At that moment, Marilyn's phone suddenly rang. Instinctively answering it, she heard Marissa's excited voice barely contained. Juliana, why didn't you tell Mom about such a selfless rescue? I heard about this from Mrs. Herb. Mom. Marilyn started to speak but was interrupted by Marissa, who was brimming with excitement. Juliana, did you not know that the people you saved yesterday were the mayor's family, mistaking them for ordinary people, which is why you left? Let me tell you, you saved the life of the mayor's most beloved youngest son. Now, our Lu family has done the Yennin family a huge favor. If we ever encounter trouble or need any favors, Mayor Yennin will surely go all out to help us. You've really made me proud. The more Marissa praised her, the more anxious Marilyn felt, forcing herself to say, Mom. I just didn't want to draw attention. I prefer keeping a low profile. Hearing this, Marissa immediately countered, why keep a low profile when you've done something good, not wrong? Why hide it? Mayor's wife is at Xinjiang right now, isn't she? Get out here and make a good impression in front of the camera. The entire web is live streaming this. Everyone can see it. Maybe tomorrow, our Lu group's image will greatly improve because of you, maybe even a stock surge. Oh, your second brother is friends with Mayor Yannin's eldest son. He's also at Xinjiang. Have you seen him? You'll have lunch with your second brother and Mayor's wife today. I'll also rush over. This is a golden opportunity to get closer to Mayor Yannin's family. Marissa exclaimed, Juliana, this is a great chance for the Lu family's development. It all depends on you now. Marissa's joy almost overflowed. Marilyn, however, trembled more the more she listened. It's over. Because of her ambiguous post last night and her refusal to deny when asked, everyone now believed that she had been the one who saved the child. But she hadn't expected that the girl had saved the mayor's most beloved youngest son. If people as influential as the mayor and his wife discovered she was impersonating their son's savior, what would happen? Marilyn dared not imagine. She wanted to hide immediately, but from a distance came Geordie's shout, "Hey, Juliana, where are you going? Come over here quickly, everyone is waiting for you." Marilyn, who had just turned around, froze, feeling countless gazes fall upon her. With no other choice, she could only force herself to turn back again. "Mom, Mom." Beside Daphne, the beautifully dressed little boy in a shirt and suspender suit pants gripped his mother's hand nervously, stuttering as he spoke. "Brendan, be good, don't be nervous." Daphne immediately bent down, her voice gentle, telling her son, "Didn't you want to see that big sister again and thank her personally? That big sister is right there, she'll come over soon." Yen Nin Yen was holding a band-aid. When the big sister carried him out yesterday, she had tightly protected him. He hadn't been hurt at all, but he saw that the big sister's arm had been scraped. But she left too quickly. Before he could say anything or ask if she was in pain, the big sister was gone. He felt so guilty. The big sister was injured while protecting him. Seeing her son's anxious face, Daphne couldn't help but touch his head. Yen Nin Yen had mild intellectual disabilities and slight autism. Even at 5.5 years old, he still struggled with speech and expressing emotions, especially when anxious, which made him stammer. Last night at home, until it was time to sleep, he still held the band-aid, tugging at her not to let go, saying he wanted to find the big sister and thank her. Daphne also wanted to find her son's savior. Media people contacted her, saying someone online had revealed the identity of the girl who saved them. So she decided to bring Brendan to the girls' school the next day to express their gratitude in person, showing their sincerity. Her husband supported this action too. After all, the girl's behavior was selfless, and the government intended to promote this deed and award her for bravery. Nicholas looked at Josue beside him with admiration. "I never expected it would be your Juliana who saved my younger brother. I don't know how to thank you." "You don't need to thank me," Josue replied coldly as usual. "The person she saved has nothing to do with me. I'm not close to her either. If you hadn't insisted on dragging me along, I wouldn't have come." Nicholas couldn't help rolling her eyes. This Josue was an ice block, even solid inside, indifferent and expressionless even towards his own sister. She wondered if she would ever see Josue care deeply about anyone. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Marilyn walked over with great difficulty. Daphne stepped forward gratefully. "Young lady, finally we meet you. Yesterday, when we asked for your name, you didn't want to say it. Fortunately, you left us with your surname, helping us find you. Brendan says you were injured when you rolled out carrying him." "He's been very worried," Daphne said, looking down at Yen Nin Yen. "Brendan, didn't you want to see the big sister? Go ahead and thank her." Daphne indeed didn't recognize her. Marilyn breathed a sigh of relief. But she still dared not speak, afraid she might give herself away. So she pretended to be reserved and poor at talking. Unexpectedly, the little boy before her looked at her intently, then suddenly stepped back in fear. "It's not the big sister. Mom, she's not the big sister." Chapter 50 Yen of streaming to reveal Marilyn's true colors, 2. Marilyn had genuinely become famous. Mathun someone pointed out last night that she was the girl who had risked her life to save others without leaving her name. Her Douyin account now has over 1 million followers. The official account of Illegitimate TV immediately started a live stream upon entering Xinjiang. Netizens flooded into the live room, all wanting to see what this kind and brave girl looked like. As Marilyn turned around reluctantly when called, the photographer quickly focused the camera on her. At the same time, the number of netizens entering the live stream also reached a new peak. More than 400,000 were watching online. Comments flew by so fast that it was hard to tell who said what. At Dugianinzi, "Aw. So this is the girl in the video. Indeed, she is as kind-hearted and beautiful as they say, with a fantastic figure." At Alicia, "Why is Marilyn wearing a mask? With a mask on, you can barely see anything except her eyes." At Mario, "Wearing a mask is definitely because she's low-key. She didn't even want to leave her name yesterday. She probably doesn't want to show her face in public." At Chinjo, "But she often shows her face and posts selfies on her Douyin account. Tad, I wanted to see what the beauty looks like in real life." At Phyllis, "You guys are all watching Marilyn, but I'm screaming for those two handsome men who flashed by just now. Aw, they're so handsome." At Fei Chibabai Xian Xian, "Me too. I'd call Mayor Yen Nin and Mrs. Yen Nin my grandpa and grandma, but could someone find out who that aloof big handsome man is?" As Marilyn approached, Daphne came forward and expressed a lot of gratitude. But she remained silent, only nodding, saying not a word. This made the netizens feel somewhat puzzled. Judging from Marilyn's usual Douyin posts, she doesn't seem like someone who is introverted or afraid to speak in front of a camera. Why didn't she say a word during this interview? Could it really be because she was being low-key and didn't want to face the journalist? However, at this moment, Mayor Yannin's young son, Yen Nin Yen, suddenly stepped back in fear, shrinking into his mother's arms and said, Not sister. Mommy, she's not my sister. No one expected Yan Ningyan to say that. Everyone in the corridor was stunned. The comments in the live stream paused for a second. Then they began scrolling faster than ever. At Galisu Xia Weiliang. Holy shit. What's going on? At Forecast and Herbture, why would Yan Ningyan say Marilyn isn't his sister? What does this mean? At Yu Quan, he means that Marilyn isn't the one who saved him yesterday, right? At Aishi Chihua, what? Then did the netizens make a mistake? At Chi Ze, no way, in that Douyin post Marilyn made last night, the tone clearly suggested she was the one who saved the kid. Maybe he didn't recognize her because of the mask? Upon hearing Yan Ningyan's words, the worst thing Marilyn feared finally happened, her heart almost stopped beating. She couldn't help but glance at the camera. No. This is live streaming to the whole network. At this point, she absolutely couldn't let everyone know she wasn't the person who saved him yesterday. If she were exposed and left in a miserable state in front of the camera, how could she continue playing Douyin or engaging online? Wouldn't she immediately shift from receiving nationwide praise to nationwide ridicule? Not to mention offending Mayor Yan Nin and losing all her reputation in Xinjiang. Though Marilyn didn't initially intend to speak, she now had no choice but to explain. She immediately adjusted her voice, speaking in a muffled, hoarse voice with a nasal tone. Sorry, Mrs. Yan Nin. I have a cold, which is why I'm wearing a mask today. She looked at Yan Ningyan hiding in Daphne's arms, trying to appear gentle and familiar. Yanadol Yan, is it because I'm wearing a mask that you don't recognize me? Hearing Marilyn's explanation, people around her felt relieved. Mayor Yanin's young son seemed quite timid and introverted, so perhaps he couldn't recognize her because she changed clothes and wore a mask. So Daphne immediately bent down to comfort him. How could this not be your sister, Yanadol Yan? This is the sister who saved you yesterday. It's impolite to say so. No, it's not sister. Yan Ningyan shook his head even harder, holding up a band-aid, stuttering more as he grew more anxious. Math used her doesn't smell like perfume. Her arm is injured. After Yan Ningyan said this, Daphne recalled that Yanadol Yan had been thinking about the scratch on his savior's arm from protecting him. She then raised her eyes and asked Marilyn, Miss Marilyn, how is your arm injury? Yanadol Yan specially brought you some band-aids, he's very worried about you. That girl's arm was injured yesterday? Marilyn was instantly immensely relieved that Xinjiang school uniform shirt was long-sleeved. It was impossible for someone to ask her to roll up her sleeves and check in front of the camera. She instinctively pulled her arm back, forcing a smile. It's fine, Mrs. Yan Nin. It's just a minor injury, nothing to worry about, it has healed. Daphne heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. At this moment, Ryan, holding a microphone, came forward. Miss Juliana, the Gila-sanctioned government also places great importance on your heroic rescue efforts, instructing our TV station to promote it vigorously and award you with a bravery award. In any case, we admire that at such a young age you can make such a kind and brave move, spreading positive energy to society. I've heard Miss Juliana has excellent academic performance at school too. We hope your future will be even more brilliant. Finally, she had gotten through it. The reporter's words were clearly a closing statement, and the break period was about to end soon. Marilyn felt her heart finally settling down, speaking softly. Thank you for your blessings, but we're about to start class, so we shouldn't affect the normal teaching order of the school because of me, don't you think, Mrs. Yan Nin? Yes, Daphne immediately replied. Methuns, we have thanked you in person, we won't disturb your class anymore. Here's my contact information, Miss Juliana can reach out after school. As she spoke, Daphne handed over a piece of paper. Contact? How could there possibly be any further contact? Having barely managed to get away with it, Marilyn wished Daphne would take the child and reporters away as soon as possible and never come looking for her again. Her cold couldn't last forever, nor could she keep meeting this mayor's wife wearing a mask every time. But on the surface, she naturally accepted the note, gracefully saying, Okay, Mrs. Yan Nin, please walk slowly. The reporter put away the microphone, and the cameraman prepared to end the live stream. Just as Daphne was pulling Yan Ningyan to leave, Yan Ningyan suddenly broke free from his mother's hand. No, not sister. Yan Ningyan repeated this, then ran directly to Marilyn, abruptly raising his hand. Marilyn didn't have time to react. Before she knew it, the child had ripped off her face mask. Heavens! As Marilyn's face appeared, everyone was stunned. Chapter 51, Yaniv streaming the exposure of Marilyn, 3. Everyone in the hallway was stunned. The students from Xinjiang school were astonished because they saw Marilyn's mask being torn off, revealing several large and small red spots on her face. It looked ugly and frightening, no one knew what had happened. Daphne was surprised, of course, because this girl in front of her was definitely not the young girl who saved Wilfred yesterday and told her to watch over her child better in the future. Marilyn's eyes widened instantly, and she subconsciously covered her face with her hand. She hastily picked up the mask from the ground, wanting to put it back on in a panic, but it was too late. The camera hadn't been turned off just then, and all the netizens in the live streaming room had already seen her face. At Tide Rise, what the hell? What's going on? Why is Marilyn's face like this? Is she allergic? At Star, no wonder she wore a mask. It wasn't because she had a cold, but because her face couldn't be shown. At Gilasangsu, isn't this very normal? Which beauty-loving girl would appear on camera with such a face? At passing by your time, I don't think it's an allergy. It looks more like red spots caused by the pollen of the red lychee flower, which I've seen online before. As the netizens were still discussing, Mayor's wife's expression changed suddenly, and she said to Marilyn, "You're not the girl who saved Wilfred yesterday." Daphne took a deep breath. "I spoke face-to-face with that girl yesterday, and she's definitely not you." After hearing Daphne's words, the live streaming room exploded. What did Mayor's wife say? Marilyn isn't the girl who saved someone yesterday? So what was she doing with those videos she posted earlier and her actions just now, deliberately impersonating? Marilyn's shoulders trembled, unable to speak for a moment. After a while, she managed to squeeze out a dry sentence. "I said on Douyin yesterday that I'm not the girl who saved the boy." That was utterly laughable. Mathunce, you weren't the one who saved him. Why did you pretend to have met Mayor's wife and Mayor's youngest son just now? When journalists praised you for your bravery and passing on positive energy, this honor never belonged to you, yet you accepted it without a trace of guilt. Isn't this obviously impersonation? How strong must one's mental strength or thick-skinned must one be to do such a thing? If the child hadn't pulled down the mask, and Mayor's wife hadn't recognized her, wouldn't she have gotten away with it? Nicholas behind Daphne also didn't expect such a twist. Even Josue, who had always shown little emotion and wasn't very familiar with Marilyn, frowned at Marilyn. What was going on here? Marilyn was about to cry. In an instant, all the doubtful, contemptuous, and mocking gazes shot at her like knives. She didn't even dare to imagine what those netizens watching the live stream were saying, how Marissa and Lady Lou watching TV might feel, or what Mayor's wife, the mayor, Jordy, and her second brother would think. Her good reputation accumulated in the upper circles of Illegitimate over the years was completely ruined. At that moment, Deborah happened to finish her phone call and walked down from the rooftop. Lifting her eyes in the hallway, she saw a crowd gathered ahead, not knowing what was happening, but she didn't care either. Just as she was about to walk alone towards Class A little kid's voice, milky and urgent, came from behind her. "Matthews Tur. Matthews Tur. Matthews Tur." Why did it feel like she was being called? Deborah furrowed her brow and instinctively turned around, seeing a little kid push through the crowd and run towards her. Upon clearly seeing the child's face, Deborah couldn't help but be surprised. This was actually the little boy she saved yesterday, who seemed to be called Wilfred. "Matthews Tur." Yen Nin Yen ran up to Deborah, holding her sleeve anxiously. "Matthews Tur, I come to thank." Yen Nin Yen had a round head, looking cute and delicate. His big eyes were clear and bright like obsidian, filled with eagerness as he looked at Deborah. All the people around, including the netizens in the live streaming room, hadn't recovered from the shock of Marilyn's exposure and fell into new shock. What's going on now? Who is this suddenly appearing girl? The mayor's youngest son immediately ran over when he saw her, tugging at her clothes and calling her sister. So, is this the real girl who saved Yen Nin Yen? The next second, Daphne's actions confirmed everyone's guess. She walked over, looking at Deborah excitedly. "Young lady. So you're also a student at Xingjing?" "What the?" Nicholas glanced at Deborah, drawing in a sharp breath. "Matthew Yen, if I'm not mistaken, this is the new little sister you brought to my place to sleep yesterday, right? So it was actually her who saved my brother. That means, last night when I went home and searched online with Mom for the benefactor, she was actually sleeping on the sofa in my apartment?" It was indeed surreal. Josue's pupils dilated slightly as well, thinking about how the girl looked and they first met her yesterday. After colliding with him, she fell asleep immediately. Could it be that she had hit her head while saving Yen Nin Yen, causing her to faint and fall asleep? Marilyn stood there stunned. What was going on? Why were the mayor's wife and the kid coming towards Deborah? They said Deborah saved the child yesterday. How could that be possible? This was like an annual plot twist drama. Isn't this more interesting than watching any movie or TV show? The live streaming room exploded again. The number of viewers exceeded 1 million, and the barrage of comments surged. There were students from Xingjing School in the live streaming room who explained that Deborah was the illegitimate daughter of the Liu family, recently brought from the countryside to Illegitimate, and she was Marilyn's older sister. It's impossible. Marilyn shouted suddenly, seeing everyone looking at Deborah. At the time the boy was saved yesterday, Deborah should still have been taking the exam in the classroom. How could she have been at that intersection? And how could she possibly have a class's school badge? Marilyn didn't finish her sentence before she suddenly realized something. Deborah indeed had passed into a class. It was possible she had obtained the badge early. After the recent incident, Jordy was completely dumbfounded. Originally standing proudly beside Marilyn, he now felt like he was standing on needles, thoroughly disgraced. Hearing Marilyn say such things, he couldn't hold back anymore and spoke up. "What are you talking about? Didn't you see the video on the forum?" Marilyn paused, rarely looking at forums. "What video?" Jordy felt embarrassed even speaking to Marilyn now. He struggled to suppress his temper. Deborah turned in her test paper at 10:40 yesterday and left the school before noon. "What did you say?" Marilyn couldn't believe it. That test takes 6 hours to complete. How could she finish it in 40 minutes? 40 minutes isn't even enough to write an essay. Because she didn't write the essay. Jordy said, she finished all other questions within 40 minutes and turned in her test paper, getting full marks on everything she answered. If you don't believe me, check it out yourself. Jordy looked at Marilyn with a look that clearly said, "Stop talking, you're making us lose face." Chapter 52, Entire Web Crazy, Oral Goes Yaniv. So this young lady, it turns out you saved Mayor Yanin's child yesterday? The situation took such a dramatic turn, today's live stream is going to explode. Seeing the situation, Ryan, who was very sensitive, immediately ran up to Deborah with the microphone, and the cameraman hurriedly followed with the camera on his shoulder. A high-definition lens was thrust right into Deborah's face, revealing her bright features clearly to all the netizens in the live room. Well, how to put it? Netizens just felt that their hearts were hit by this sight. If they were startled when Marilyn's mask was suddenly pulled off earlier, then this girl named Deborah was simply an eye-opener for them. So beautiful. This must be a face blessed by heaven, as if chiseled by an artist. She looked naturally beautiful even without makeup, her features like a painting. Her demeanor was dignified and otherworldly. If not told she was just a high school student, netizens would surely have thought she was some celebrity. Seeing some students of Xinjiang saying Deborah grew up in the countryside and was the illegitimate daughter of the Liu family, many people simply didn't believe it. Could an illegitimate daughter raised in the countryside be more refined than Marilyn, the pampered daughter of the Liu family? Clearly, this Deborah looked more like a wealthy miss. I just happened to be buying cotton candy there. Saving him was incidental. Seeing Ryan hold the microphone in front of her, Deborah said. Noticing the camera on the right still aimed at her, Deborah frowned slightly and asked, "Excuse me, are you live streaming?" Yes. Ryan replied. "Can you please turn off the live stream? I don't want to be filmed like this." Deborah's tone was polite but had a hint of aloofness. "I didn't know what happened before or why you found the school. But saving someone was just my instinct, and I don't need any rewards or accolades. As long as Brendan is fine." Hearing his sister call his name, Yen tugged at Deborah's clothes again. Looking down, Deborah saw big, watery eyes looking up at her as if he had a lot to say but couldn't express himself, appearing quite anxious. Deborah's expression softened instantly. She reached out to pat Yan's head. "Don't worry, your sister knows what you want to say. Be good." How gentle. The netizens were all stirred by this gentle, "be good" from the girl. Yet the next moment, the live stream cut off abruptly. The screen went black. Many netizens holding their phones couldn't help but exclaim. They haven't seen enough yet. Why did the live stream cut off so suddenly? Did anyone record the previous scenes? Surely someone recorded it. Quickly post it for everyone to see the girl's face again. While everyone regretted the interruption, they couldn't help but marvel. What is being low-key? This is true low-key. She was so beautiful that she would be adored just by her looks. If she detailed her rescue on the live stream, she might become famous online. Yet, the girl asked the journalist to turn off the live stream right away and said she needed no reward or praise, just like her attitude toward the mayor's wife yesterday afternoon. Oh, right, even knowing she saved the mayor's little son, her attitude remained unchanged. For her, whether it was a common child or the mayor's child, she only hoped the kid was fine. Compared to Marilyn falsely claiming credit on the live stream, spouting official-sounding words, the girl's realm was immeasurably higher. After the live stream ended, this matter didn't die down but heated up online instead. Many people fiercely criticized Marilyn. This Tegan, clearly not the one who saved the child, ambiguously failed to clarify, evidently exploiting netizen support for positive energy to boost her popularity. And the pretense she displayed on live, she almost deceived the mayor's wife, revealing her full-heartedness and hypocrisy. Last night, Marilyn's Douyin gained over 1 million followers, and after the live stream ended, she lost 20 to 30,000 instantly. Moreover, her selfie video last night just opened Douyin and was shocked by 99+ likes, follows, and comments. Thank goodness the kid is okay, and the girl who saved him isn't me. Don't praise me anymore, I'll float away. Now, it seemed extremely ironic. The girl who saved the child wasn't you, what floats will it bring you? The comments section under this video was filled with millions of scathing remarks. On the other side, discussions about Deborah were heating up. At Nana, Deborah is so beautiful. She's way more beautiful and elegant than that Marilyn. Loose slut, step back. At a lemon, it's not just her beauty. Didn't you hear what Jordy said about how Deborah got into Class A? At Dream Crusher, I heard it. Apparently, she finished a 6-hour exam in 40 minutes, all questions fully scored except for the essay. At Haitang, really? They say Deborah grew up in the countryside. Could she have had the answers beforehand to be so fast and accurate? At Slight Rain, check this out, someone on Weibo posted 2 videos that seem to be surveillance footage of Deborah during the exam, everyone go see. At UNI, wow, someone also dug up a video from last week's charity gala. There's Deborah performing on the piano, absolutely crushing Marilyn. At Xinghua, what kind of treasure girl is this, beautiful, kind, brave, and a genius in studies and piano, I'm totally hooked. Online discussions about Deborah were growing more intense, and she wasn't just trending first on Douyin but also on Weibo. Apartment. When the agent opened the door to the room, thick curtains blocked out the light, making the room dim. The man on the bed was still sleeping, hugging a huge blue whale stuffed animal. The man's chestnut hair was messy, yet his sleeping face was so handsome it couldn't be ignored. Half of the thin blanket had slipped to the floor, revealing his bare, muscular back with a sensual line. Zephyr seemed accustomed to such scenes, bending down to pick up the blanket and shaking the man awake with a cold expression. Get up, it's already late. Yesterday, the production team finally gave you a break. Instead of resting properly, you stayed up all night gaming. Do you want me to scold you again? Ugh. Monty didn't even open his eyes, his sleepy voice hoarse yet sexy. June, you know I was up all night, let me sleep a bit more. Get up quickly, I need to show you something. Zephyr was clearly unaffected by the man's coquettishness. Didn't you tell me last time that your eldest brother wanted you to come home when you have time because your younger sister from the countryside came to visit, named Deborah? The air froze for a few seconds, as if Monty was trying to recall who this person was before finally opening his eyes. Seems like. What's up? She's trending first on Weibo today, with explosive popularity. And your sister Marilyn is also involved in this. Want to take a look? Chapter 53, When people make mistakes, they should apologize. The air was still for 2 seconds. His half-sister he hadn't met yet, born from his father's affair with another woman in the countryside, had topped the hot search list and exploded? Monty subconsciously raised an eyebrow, yawned while sitting up, and walked toward the bathroom bare-chested. Give me 5 minutes, I'll take a shower and then we'll talk. 5 minutes later, Monty came out of the bathroom casually wrapped in a white towel around his lower body. At just 21 years old, he exuded both youthfulness and masculinity, with a tall and lean physique and well-defined muscles. His damp, tousled hair still dripped water. His exquisite features were godlike, and his beautiful, alluring almond eyes looked deep and affectionate. No wonder this face became a top star right after debut. Some people are just born to be in the entertainment industry. Zephyr glanced at him, thinking that if these fans saw this scene online, they would probably faint from excitement. Give me your phone. Monty took the phone from Zephyr, and by the way, I want jjajangmyeon for lunch, so it's up to you, Junjun. For the next half hour, Monty sat on the sofa, watching the live stream recording that went viral through Zephyr's account and scrolling through many comments. The more he watched, the more intriguing his expression became. By the time Zephyr came out of the kitchen wearing an apron with 2 bowls in hand, he saw Monty still staring at the phone and asked, "Finished watching?" Finished. Monty placed the phone on the table and looked up. I thought my new sister was just a pitiful little girl, but she surprised me. Leaning back into the chair as if discovering something amusing, his carefree eyes sparkled with anticipation. But his tone remained nonchalant as always. Film production has finished recently. Help me arrange for a few days off so I can visit the Liu family. Suddenly, Monty's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID before answering. Hello, Mom? Yinyuan, have you seen the news today? Have you heard about Juliana's situation? Marissa's worried voice came through the phone, along with faint crying sounds, likely from Marilyn. I know. Monty paused, the smile fading from his face. You're still so calm despite knowing. Juliana is almost being torn apart online. Marissa urgently urged, you have such a powerful PR team. Don't you think you should help her figure something out, try to salvage this mess? Mom, Monty straightened up, his usual flippant tone now colder, even somewhat stern. This can't be salvaged anymore. When Juliana decided to impersonate someone, she should have anticipated the consequences. She was exposed publicly, and the person she deceived was the mayor's wife. No matter how good the PR team is, they can't whitewash black and white facts. Monty was right, but Marissa wouldn't hear of it. Even if there's no solution, you have to find one. If this continues, our Liu family's reputation will be ruined too. Yinyuan, don't forget that Juliana grew up under your watchful eye since childhood, while that Deborah is that bitch's daughter, a bastard child of your father. Are you going to let a bastard trample on your own sister? Marissa's emotions escalated, and Juliana has heart disease, which makes her vulnerable to stress. Now those netizens' insults have driven her to consider suicide. Aren't you going to do anything about her life and death? Monty rubbed his nose bridge, irritated by Marissa's shouting on the phone, and took a deep breath, his voice devoid of emotion. Mom, the only solution now is for Juliana to apologize to the netizens. People make mistakes, and when they do, they should apologize. If Juliana truly acknowledges her mistake and sincerely apologizes, I'll have Zephyr arrange it. If she refuses to apologize, I can't help her. After saying that, Monty hung up. In Monty's view, indulging one's child is tantamount to killing them. Whether as a brother or parent, boundless favoritism without principles and boundaries harms the other party. Everyone must take responsibility for their actions. Even if Juliana had grown up under his watch, he wouldn't use public relations to buy support and spread disinformation to rehabilitate her image. On the other side, a few hours ago. In Deborah's memory, she didn't recognize Josue and Nicholas. When she passed out yesterday afternoon, she was already delirious and her vision was blurred, unable to clearly see the man she had collided with. She only vaguely remembered that he was very handsome, and there seemed to be a faint smell of disinfectant on him. That faint scent wasn't pungent, it just made one feel cold and distant, whereas the daily burning incense aroma on Fabio gave her a sense of reassurance. So in her perspective, Josue and Nicholas were both strangers. Deborah didn't even give them a glance. After turning off the live stream, she just continued talking to Brendan. Matthewster, this Band-Aid won't hurt. Finally, Brendan could hand over the band-aid he had been holding tightly in his palm for a long time to his cherished sister. Deborah wasn't wearing a school uniform shirt but an ordinary white t-shirt. Brendan carefully pulled her hand, and when he saw the abrasion on her elbow, his eyes turned red in an instant. Matthewster, protecting Brendan, getting hurt. Brendan hurts. Deborah realized that this child named Brendan seemed to have some intellectual developmental issues, speaking brokenly as if unable to fully express his thoughts. However, communication between people isn't solely dependent on language. Seeing the clear eyes of this child full of concern and worry, Deborah felt a softness in her heart. It just looks serious, but it doesn't actually hurt at all. Deborah took the band-aid, asking, "Will Brendan help Matthewster put it on?" "It will get better soon after it's on." After one night, the abrasion on Deborah's arm was almost crusted over. Putting on the band-aid now wouldn't really serve any purpose. But she still leaned against the wall and let Brendan help her apply it because she knew that doing so would ease the child's worries. "Okay." Sure enough, Yen Nin Yen immediately nodded upon holding the band-aid. The little hands carefully peeled off the adhesive strip of the band-aid, gently blew on Deborah's arm, then solemnly and cautiously placed the band-aid on her wound. Despite the many people around, Deborah completely ignored everyone else, lifting her hand to stroke Yen Nin Yen's head. Sunlight spilled down the corridor, casting the profile of the young girl with a slightly tender smile, while the innocent and simple child focused intently on sticking the band-aid. This scene inexplicably gave off a warm and comforting feeling. Someone quickly snapped a photo of this moment and posted it on Weibo. Soon, it became a widely shared iconic image across the internet. Many years later, in an online global selection of the top 10 most beautiful girls, this photo would be nominated every year. But that's a story for another time. Right now, not long after the band-aid was applied, the school bell suddenly rang. The students who were watching could no longer gather in the hallway. Daphne had to say to Deborah, "Young lady, you need to go to class now. Please return to your classroom." Okay, Deborah thought Daphne and others were about to leave, so she said, "Saving Brendan yesterday was just a minor effort, you don't need to take it to heart." By risking her life to save Brendan yet brushing it off as a minor effort, the more Deborah spoke, the more Daphne found her likable. Beautiful, excellent, kind, and brave, truly endearing in every way. And Brendan clearly adored her too. Usually, Brendan was very shy around strangers, always shrinking back in fear whenever he encountered them, but he trusted and approached this young girl without hesitation. If only she could become my daughter-in-law. I wonder if such a good girl would like my irresponsible eldest son. Watching Deborah enter the classroom, Daphne immediately shot a disapproving look at Nicholas, leaving Nicholas utterly bewildered. Hadn't he stood there without saying a word? Why was his mother glaring at him? Chapter 54, The World Has Changed When Avram Wakes Up. Deborah returned to the classroom and sat down in the corner at the back. Almost everyone in the class was secretly watching her. Even though the teacher had come in, few people were paying attention to the lesson, they were all secretly playing with their phones under the desks. Marilyn didn't return to the classroom, probably embarrassed after what just happened and couldn't face being there. Jordy hadn't returned either. Deborah ignored the other stares, frowning slightly as she searched on her phone for Xinjiang's campus forum, which Jordy had mentioned contained videos about her. After watching the two surveillance videos, she suddenly lifted her eyes and looked at the young man sitting beside her who was engrossed in his book. "Did you hack into Xinjiang's system to get these two videos for me?" Deborah asked. Jobert was taken aback, not expecting the girl to figure it out so easily. His gaze flickered but he didn't deny it. "That day you asked what my domain was, you didn't have time to hear my answer. Now it seems I'm proficient in computers. The Xinjiang system isn't something anyone can hack into so easily, especially in such a short time." Jobert paused, then spoke quietly, "Those people were saying terrible things." Deborah glanced at him. "Actually, I don't care much what those people say about me, but thank you anyway. I'll remember this favor. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. You're also a member of Joab.A, right?" Jobert hesitated before asking the question he'd been curious about. "What's your code name and domain?" Deborah didn't intend to hide it. "If you're asking about the code name, mine is Demi. As for my domain." Seeing the girl pause, Jobert said, "If it's inconvenient to say, you don't have to." It wasn't inconvenient, just that she had too many domains. Deborah picked one casually. "I play the piano." Upon hearing that Deborah's domain was the piano, Jobert recalled seeing her perform at the banquet. On stage, she shone like a star, her long and fair fingers dancing freely over the black and white keys, drawing all the listeners into the musical world she created. Indeed. Hard work might make someone proficient in a piece, but only a genius could transcend the rigid notes and score, giving life to the music. After talking with Jobert, Deborah checked her WeChat messages. She found dozens of notifications waiting for her. First were unread messages from Atli, who had sent over a dozen alone. "I just took a nap during the break period, what happened? The mayor's wife came to school to thank you personally. Juliana impersonated you and was exposed. What's going on? When did you save someone on the street? You rushed out like that, nearly giving me a heart attack. Watching that video made my heart stop. What if something had happened to you? You only took 40 minutes in yesterday's exam and scored full marks on all the questions? That's even more impressive than Benny when he did it. I'll definitely brag about this to him when he gets back. Aha, no wonder my little sister is amazing. How awesome are you? Come see me at lunch and let me mess your hair up a bit. Let's go for ice cream tonight, okay? But it's painful not being in the same class. No way, I won't play games this month. I'll do well on the midterm exam and join you in the A class. I swear it. Why hasn't class ended yet? Is it really this long? Why did I wake up directly to dismissal when I napped last time? Oh yeah, Sergio asked me for your WeChat. I've told him about you several times. Make sure to accept his friend request if he adds you. To say the world had changed while sleeping would perfectly describe how Atlee felt now. Even through the screen, Deborah could sense his confusion and excitement. Despite how silly the messages seemed, she couldn't help but smile. An overprotective brother actually seemed quite cute. So she replied. Nothing important, just random stuff. I've got plans for lunch, brother, go home by yourself. In E-class. After sending a mountain of messages, Atlee started staring at his phone screen, checking every 5 seconds for any new messages. It had been 10 minutes already. Why hasn't my sister replied? Is her phone broken? Just as Atlee kept flipping his phone over and over, suspecting it must be malfunctioning, a message notification finally popped up. However, before he could feel relieved, he saw Deborah mention she had lunch plans. Lunch plans. Deborah had only recently arrived in Illegitimate and shouldn't know many people yet. Who did she have lunch plans with? Could it be a new classmate? Boy or girl? Does that person have a crush on her and invited her out? Atlee's mind instantly went into high alert. No way. His little sister was so adorable. What if that person made a move on her during lunch, taking advantage of her? But he couldn't tell Deborah not to have lunch with others, that would seem too controlling, and she deserved her own social freedom. So, after some thought, Atlee decided to pretend to agree and secretly follow her at noon to ensure the person having lunch with Deborah wasn't a bad guy before leaving. Deborah had no idea that mentioning having lunch plans had led Atlee to imagine scenarios of her being taken to a hotel after getting drunk. She opened the messages from Wally. Compared to Atlee's numerous exclamation points, this older man indeed spoke much more steadily. Gordon showed me the replay of the live stream. Saving someone on the street happened yesterday afternoon. I will accompany you home in the future. Though the situation was urgent, don't do such risky things anymore. I'll be worried. Though the message ended with only 3 words, Deborah could almost see the man in his office staring at the video, his face looking stern yet deep, his brows furrowed, making one want to smooth them out with a fingertip. Suddenly, she missed him. Okay, I won't anymore. Deborah typed a few more words. I miss you. We'll meet soon, Wally replied immediately. I miss you too. Seeing his boss sitting at the desk, staring blankly at his phone screen, Gordon knew exactly who he was messaging without even thinking. Deborah had only registered her WeChat a few days ago, with only Sullivan, Atlee, and Wally in her contact list. Now there were several friend requests. 3 people sent friend requests. Deborah opened each one. The first profile picture looked like a woman, and the verification message read, Miss Deborah, I'm Daphne, Brendan's mom. The second profile picture was of an anime teenager, and the verification message read, Hello, Matthew's Janine. The third profile picture was blank, and so was the verification message. Recalling what Atlee said earlier about Sergio adding her on WeChat, Deborah figured this second person must be Josue. Thus, she quickly accepted the friend requests from the first 2 but rejected the third outright. What a weird person, seemed like a pervert. At the cafe outside Xingjing School. Daphne looked at her phone happily. Janine has accepted my friend request. Yen Nin Yen, drinking juice obediently while waiting for her sister to finish school, heard this and eagerly pulled Daphne's hand to see. Mine was also accepted. Nicholas glanced at her phone and asked casually, What about you, Matthew Yen? Was your request accepted? Josue opened his WeChat. Sorry, your friend request was rejected. Josue. Chapter 55, he's about to make a scene. As noon approached, the school dismissal bell finally rang. Deborah slung her school bag over her shoulder and walked out of the school. Along the way, countless curious eyes followed her, but she pretended not to notice. Wally had said he would wait for her under the big tree on the west side of the school gate. When Deborah exited the school gate, she immediately saw a familiar black car parked there with a man standing in front of it. The man was very tall, probably around 6 feet 1 inch. A dark suit accentuated his broad shoulders and slender waist, while the gray shirt had the top 2 buttons undone. His long legs were encased in well-tailored trousers, exuding an aura of restraint. At first glance, the man appeared imposing, exuding an air of nobility and detachment as if he stood above the crowd. His face was strikingly handsome, reminiscent of a medieval European nobleman's depth. The moment his gaze landed on her, the cold expression softened. Suddenly, he curved his lips into a smile that seemed like ice melting under the sun. Slowly, he opened his arms to her, and it looked like he called, Catherine. Catherine. Wally was standing. A hint of surprise flashed across Deborah's eyes. The effects of her acupuncture treatment were even better than she had expected. In less than a week, he could already stand up. Just as Deborah was about to run into Wally's embrace, someone called her from behind, "Miss Deborah." Deborah turned around and saw Daphne walking towards her, holding Brendan's hand, accompanied by two tall and handsome men. "Ms. Kirsty?" Deborah paused, somewhat surprised. "I thought you had already left." "Well," Daphne explained to Deborah, "we didn't finish our conversation before the class bell rang. So we decided to wait for you after school and invite you to lunch. Would you like to join us? Even though you say it's no big deal, you are still Brendan's savior. It's only right that we meet properly over a meal. And Brendan insisted on waiting here for you." Deborah hadn't expected that Daphne would wait outside for nearly 2 hours just to invite her to lunch. Mathun's others had waited so long, and seeing the expectant look on Brendan's face, Deborah couldn't bring herself to refuse. "Sure, I can join you," Deborah said, "but I already have plans with someone else. If you don't mind, why don't we all go together?" "Of course, that's fine. Just call your friend and let me cover the bill," Daphne said happily when Deborah agreed. "By the way, I haven't introduced them yet. This is Nicholas, my eldest son and Brendan's older brother. There's no need to introduce him. I believe your second brother and my Nicholas are good friends." "Sergio?" Deborah lifted her eyes. The man in front of her was about 6 feet 1 inch tall, wearing a tailored shirt and trousers, with meticulously styled hair. His features and demeanor resembled a bright moon in the night sky, cool and distant. Deborah faintly detected a faint scent of disinfectant from him, which oddly felt familiar. "Hey, Matthews to Catherine," Nicholas approached. "You passed out after bumping into your Sergio yesterday afternoon. I carried you into the apartment and placed you on the sofa myself. Surely you don't remember at all?" It really was him. The man she bumped into yesterday was actually the original protagonist Sergio, Josue. What a coincidence. "Hello, brother Nicholas. Hello, Sergio." Deborah looked at Josue. "Sorry, Sergio, I didn't recognize you yesterday. I didn't realize the person I bumped into was you." Josue responded indifferently. Josue had found the girl's indifferent behavior in the hallway earlier too cold, even colder than his usual attitude toward others. But now it seemed she simply didn't recognize him. Not only did she not know he was her Sergio, but she also didn't know he was the person she had bumped into yesterday. So, she must have rejected his friend request because she didn't know who he was. Josue comforted himself internally. Mature men must learn to console themselves. Meanwhile, Wally, who had been waiting under the tree, frowned upon seeing the girl being stopped by someone talking to 2 other men. "Who are those 2 men?" Wally asked. Gordon glanced over. "The one in the hoodie is the eldest son of Mayor Yannen's family. The one in the shirt should be Josue, Tegan's Sergio." As a competent assistant, Gordon had memorized the appearances and basic information of the Liu family members when initially investigating Deborah's identity, preparing for any impromptu questions from the boss. So they were her brothers. Wally's furrowed brow relaxed. "I'll go tell my friend over there and ask if he wants to join us," Deborah said to Daphne. Deborah ran up to Wally. Strictly speaking, she wasn't short, but compared to him, she looked much smaller. With others watching from behind, Deborah couldn't be overly affectionate with Wally. She just told him about the situation and asked if he wanted to join them for dinner. Wally naturally had no objections. He held back his longing and impulse to embrace her, instead lifting his hand to gently tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, saying in a deep voice, "All right." However, before his hand could touch Deborah's hair, an urgent shout came from behind. "Hey, what are you doing? Why are you touching my sister's hair? Put your hands down." The moment Josue and the others walked over, they saw Atlee suddenly appear and pull Deborah away from the man. He stared warily at Wally like a mother hen protecting her chick. "Who are you? Are you very familiar with my sister?" "Graham?" Josue was stunned. "Dennis?" Deborah was also stunned. "Mr. Yanni?" Daphne was utterly surprised. "Wally?" Only now did Atlee clearly see the man's face, staring with wide eyes. The scene seemed to freeze for a moment. After a few seconds, Daphne finally managed to speak. Miss Catherine, did you mean this Mr. Yanni as the friend you mentioned?" In Illegitimate, anyone with some status would know Wally. Even if they hadn't met him, they would have heard of his name. There were countless rumors about Wally. Some said he wielded immense power, ruling Illegitimate with an iron fist. Others said he was a lonely star, having outlived his parents from a young age, and anyone who dared to approach him would meet a bad end. Still others claimed he was heartless and cold, with an unpredictable temper. This Deborah had only recently come to Illegitimate. How could she possibly know someone as influential as Wally? They even seemed quite familiar. Moreover, wasn't Wally disabled, confined to a wheelchair? How could he be standing now? Wally glanced over. Although Josue and Atlee were younger than him, they were his future brothers-in-law, so he needed to make a good impression. "Hello," Wally introduced himself. "I am Catherine's admirer. My name is Wally." Admirer? Atlee almost howled aloud. His precious sister hadn't been under his protection for long when this admirer appeared, someone nobody in Illegitimate dared to provoke, even their eldest brother. Why did this happen while he was right here? He was really going to make a scene. He really was. Chapter 56, Illegitimate apology post. Admirer. This simple three-word phrase carries many meanings. The first implication is that Fabio places himself in a position lower than the girls, which naturally surprises others. Because in their eyes, whether in wealth, status, or power and prestige, Fabio stands at the pinnacle of Illegitimate, untouchable by anyone. And the girl was merely an orphaned illegitimate daughter who came from the countryside to seek refuge with the Liu family after her mother's death. Such an identity could be despised and ridiculed wherever she went. Yet, Fabio claimed to be Deborah's admirer. He even introduced himself proactively without any airs, clearly because of the girl. Previously, whenever they saw Fabio in public settings, he always sat on his wheelchair, exuding an intense sense of authority even from afar. Each person present had their own thoughts. Atli need not be mentioned, just 2 words, devastated. He didn't care about who was important, anyone who lusted after his precious little sister was just a dirty man. Daphne felt regretful. She had hoped to introduce her eldest son to Deborah to build a relationship, but now it seemed Fabio had already set his sights on the girl. In terms of height, appearance, demeanor, or wealth, status, and power, who in Illegitimate could compare with this man before them? Before, when Fabio was disabled and confined to a wheelchair, his son being lively and agile gave him some advantage. But now that Fabio's legs were cured, even that edge was gone. Nicholas harbored no romantic feelings towards Deborah. He had liked her from the moment he saw her yesterday, but it was the affection one might have for a younger sister. At most, he was surprised by Fabio's words. He never expected his good friend's little sister to be so charming that even Fabio, a man who usually kept women at arm's length, would fall for her. As for Josue, he couldn't help but feel curious about Deborah. She grew up in the countryside, raised solely by her mother and should logically be timid, unremarkable, and insecure as an illegitimate child. Instead, she turned out to be an outstanding genius. Smart yet humble, kind-hearted and grateful, indifferent to material wealth, she almost possessed all the qualities that made Josue look at her differently. Sister. She was his half-sibling, though they hadn't exchanged many words, Josue felt a natural kinship for the first time. Methuns were going for dinner, let's head to Lan Hotel. We can go there directly, Fabio said after introducing himself. Everyone looked up. Fabio's assistant had mysteriously driven a stretch Yannicon and parked it roadside, already standing respectfully by the car door, waiting to welcome them. One couldn't help but marvel at how adept the people surrounding such a powerful figure truly were, with impeccable insight and swift action. Then we'll trouble Mr. Yanni, Daphne, though initially nervous seeing Fabio, quickly regained composure as the mayor's wife who has seen countless influential figures. She boarded the car along with Brendan, followed by Josue and Nicholas. Only Atli held on to Deborah pitifully. Catherine. Let's get in. Deborah saw Atli looking dejected like a dog deprived of its favorite toy, gently rubbing his head. Big brother, be good. Deborah's be good immediately revived Atli. Yes, Fabio called himself Catherine's admirer, which meant they weren't together yet, only at the pursuit stage. He shouldn't feel disheartened but should take the opportunity to observe what kind of person Fabio really is. If he turned out to be the pervert others rumored, he would never hand over his beloved sister. Once everyone else got into the car, Fabio leaned forward slightly, carefully covering the top of the car door to prevent Deborah from bumping her head. Noticing this, Deborah smiled faintly and discreetly squeezed his other hand as a consolation, for not being able to show affection despite being close. Fabio sensed it, a gentle look passing through his eyes. Lan Hotel was the highest-end and most expensive restaurant in Illegitimate. With a per capita cost of around 4,000 yuan, only the wealthy and influential could dine there. Others wouldn't stand a chance to visit on a whim, as Lan only accepted reservations made at least a month in advance. However, being part of the Yanni family's assets, it supposedly had exclusive VIP rooms reserved for Fabio. In the car, Deborah received a message from Jobert. Illegitimate apologized on Weibo and Douyin. Apologize? Would someone like Marilyn take the initiative to apologize? This was indeed a bit out of Deborah's expectation. Deborah casually opened Weibo and saw that Marilyn had posted a long apology 20 minutes ago. At Yuewa Xiaotuanzi, hello everyone, this is Marilyn. I'm posting this Weibo to sincerely apologize to everyone. I'm really sorry. Yesterday evening, I opened Douyin and found many people were liking, following, and commenting on my posts. It turned out everyone thought I was the one who rescued someone at the intersection, so they were all praising me. Back then, I posted a video on Douyin clarifying that the girl wasn't me. But I didn't expect that everyone seemed to think I was being modest. I also didn't expect that this morning, Mrs. Nin would come to the school with reporters. I really wanted to explain clearly. However, at that moment, all my classmates in the corridor were watching me, and the cameras were pointing at me. I was extremely nervous. I was afraid that if I said everyone got it wrong, those enthusiastic netizens who praised me might scold me. I didn't want to see disappointment on Mrs. Yanin's and Brendan's faces, nor did I want to be seen as a liar by teachers and classmates. So, I made a stupid decision in a confused state. I am truly sorry to everyone. Now, I deeply regret my actions and feel utterly ashamed. I will accept all criticisms and even insults, and from now on, I will be more cautious in my words and deeds. To express my apology, I have donated all my pocket money, saved from childhood to now, to a welfare institution for disabled children. I hope that all children injured in car accidents can grow up healthy and happy just like normal kids. Below this post, there was indeed a screenshot of a donation. The donor's name was Marilyn, and the donation amount was 2 million. Clever. After reading through Marilyn's post, Deborah couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Admittedly, her younger sister was skilled at controlling public opinion. Chapter 57, Elderly Ismail coughed up blood and fainted? Before Marilyn posted this apology on Weibo, she was almost cursed to death by the entire internet. Netizens attacked her for two main reasons. First, it was clear that Marilyn did not save the person, yet her TikTok video was ambiguous without denying it outright. Second, she knew that the mayor's wife also made a mistake but still pretended in front of the camera that she was the one who saved the person. It was a deep ploy, utterly hypocritical. But after this Weibo post came out, everything changed. In these few hundred words, Marilyn first apologized to netizens and expressed her attitude to calm their anger. Next, she explained these two incidents. First, she wasn't intentionally impersonating someone else. She saw the news last night and immediately clarified on TikTok, but no one believed her. This way, being manipulative became just a matter of poor wording, leading to misunderstanding. Second, she didn't lie on camera intentionally. It was because everyone was watching her, and the camera was pointed at her, causing her to feel immense pressure and make a momentary mistake. This way, extreme hypocrisy turned into a young girl lacking psychological resilience and a bit of vanity, which made her actions seem less blameworthy. Following this, she sincerely apologized again, expressing deep remorse and shame, saying she accepted all criticisms humbly, putting herself in the lowest position. A wealthy heiress apologizing so modestly to all netizens online, even donating 2 million yuan to a children's welfare institution. After all, the internet always supports charity. Even stars filled with scandals would have people defending them if they donated money. Sure enough, when Esther opened the comments under this Weibo post, the tone had completely changed from the previous ones. And Esther could see at a glance that the top 5 or 6 highly rated comments were clearly bought by shills. Saying things like, no one is perfect, it's already good that she admitted her mistake, and donating 2 million deserves admiration. Some even brought up examples of online trolls driving internet celebrities to depression and suicide, calling for more tolerance and rational discourse online. This shift in tone left little room for anyone to continue harsh criticism as before. Marilyn indeed wasn't stupid, she quickly reversed the public opinion. The car stopped at the entrance of Lanin Hotel. Esther put her phone back in her pocket. Mr. Yanni, you've arrived. The manager had been waiting respectfully at the door, bowing slightly as he saw Hewitt. The private room has been prepared. Please follow me. During the ride, Esther and others had grown closer while chatting. When getting off the car, Brendan even summoned the courage to hold her hand. Although Hewitt could walk now, Gordon kept in mind Esther's previous instructions about not overdoing it, and provided him with a blackwood cane. This meal was quite pleasant. Initially, the atmosphere was somewhat stiff due to Hewitt's presence. But soon everyone noticed that Hewitt hardly spoke, mostly just observing Esther, exuding grace and composure in his every move. Indeed, rumors aren't always true, powerful figures aren't that frightening after all. The only ruckus came from Atlee, wanting Esther to sit next to him alone and giving suspicious glances to Hewitt from time to time. Hewitt placed a dish on Esther's plate, and Atlee added 10 dishes. Eventually, Esther's bowl became a small mountain before he was satisfied. However, as they finished the meal, just as Esther was preparing to leave the hotel with others, she received a call from Sullivan. Big brother? Esther called. Receiving a call from Sullivan was unusual since he was usually very busy. Although Randall was the chairman of Lu Corporation, he hardly managed company affairs, simply enjoying life. Josue and Elysianu lived outside the home, and Atlee and Esther were still in school, not involved in the management of Lu Corporation. Thus, the large company was handled entirely by Sullivan. Recently, with the impending listing of a Lu Corporation subsidiary, Sullivan had been working long hours, even sleeping at the office one night. Esther hadn't seen him these past few days. Esther, where are you now? Sullivan's voice came through the phone. His tone sounded stern and somewhat anxious, making Esther involuntarily stop walking. I was having dinner outside, and now I'm with Sergio and Dennis, Esther replied. You said Matthew and Graham are with you? Sullivan was momentarily stunned. It made sense for Graham to be with Esther since they attended school together, but how did Matthew meet Esther and even have dinner with her? He always detested dining out, thinking that restaurant food wasn't clean enough. But that wasn't the most important thing now. Sullivan spoke gravely on the phone. Esther, tell me, did you write a prescription for elderly Ismail after the dinner party that night? Prescription? Only when Sullivan mentioned this did Esther recall it. She had written a prescription for 5 days that night, and calculated by now, Balder should have just finished taking it, his illness presumably fully recovered. There is such a matter, Esther asked. What's wrong, brother? It really was your prescription, Sullivan drew in a cold breath, urgently saying, wasn't that just fooling around? How could a high school student, not even a licensed doctor, casually diagnose and prescribe medicine for others? But oddly, elderly Ismail liked you and followed your prescription. What happened, brother? Hearing the severe tone of Sullivan on the other end, Esther suddenly had an ominous premonition. Did something happen to Balder? Sullivan took a deep breath, I don't know the exact situation either, only heard that elderly Ismail coughed up blood right after breakfast today, then fainted and hasn't woken up yet. The doctors from the Herb family rushed over but couldn't figure out what was wrong, so they asked about his diet and routine these past few days. The servants said his diet and routine were the same as usual except for the medicine he has been drinking every day as per your prescription. So Mrs. Herb erupted in anger over the phone, saying you intentionally harmed elderly Ismail. Balder coughed up blood, and he's still unconscious? Esther clenched her phone tightly. The medicine she prescribed was supposed to help clear the lungs and soothe the liver, while coughing up blood suggested symptoms of liver fire affecting the lungs and weakened lung qi, even leading to fainting. It couldn't be the problem with the prescription. So how could this have happened? I'm heading to the Herb family residence now, and since you're with Matthew Yen and Graham, Sullivan said, come to the Herb family together now, I'll get leave arranged for you and Graham. Esther took a deep breath and agreed, understood, brother. We'll head over right now. Chapter 58, Wally's Two Faces. Esther hung up the phone and raised her eyes to see several people around her looking in her direction. Wally, upon hearing that the call was from Sullivan and mentioned Elder Herb, frowned slightly and asked Esther, what happened? Esther took a deep breath. Unlike her previous easygoing demeanor during dinner, she now wore a serious expression as she recounted what Sullivan had said on the phone. You mean you prescribed medicine for Balder when you went to the Herb family? There was a trace of surprise in Josue's eyes. You know traditional Chinese medicine? My legs were cured by her. Before Esther could answer, Wally spoke up gravely. And besides, after only 2 acupuncture sessions with her, I was already able to stand and walk. What? Everyone present was stunned, their eyes wide open. It was well known that Wally had been disabled and sitting in a wheelchair for over a decade. With the wealth and power of the Yanni family, they could certainly find the best doctors worldwide and use the most advanced treatments. If curing his legs was something simple, Wally would have stood up long ago. But now, Wally claimed that his legs were cured by Esther. Just 2 sessions of acupuncture made someone who had been in a wheelchair for over 10 years stand and walk again. This wasn't just knowing traditional Chinese medicine, this was miraculous. Even in the entire country, it was hard to find another person with such skill except Chief Traditional Chinese Medicine Master Hanley, who was famous but no longer accepted patients. And such a remarkable miracle worker turned out to be a young girl standing right before them, not yet an adult. How could this not astonish everyone? Atlee thought Esther's piano performance at the banquet and scoring full marks in all subjects in 40 minutes at the Xinjiang examination were impressive enough. He never expected she had such skills too. Good heavens, Atlee hugged Esther proudly, you truly are my precious little sister. How many more surprises do you have that your brother doesn't know about? If this counts as a surprise. Esther thought there were still plenty left. But if your medical skills are so incredible, why hasn't Balder's condition improved? He even started coughing up blood and fell into a coma, Daphne asked. I don't know, Esther frowned, I need to examine him to understand what happened. I'll go with you, Wally said, Balder is also my elder. Naturally, I should visit him if he's unwell. Okay, Esther nodded in agreement. After all, this was a matter of the Herb family. As an outsider, Daphne couldn't involve herself much, so she and Nicholas left. Esther, along with Josue and Atlee, got into Wally's car. Gordon drove the car toward the Herb residence. Herb residence. When Esther and the others got off the car, a servant from the Herb family was already waiting outside to guide them. Sullivan probably hadn't arrived yet. Passing through the classical Chinese garden filled with colorful flowers and the path paved with pebbles led them to the annex where Balder lived in the old Herb family residence. The exterior decoration of the house was just as ancient and elegant as Esther remembered last time. The servant guided them inside and then went to inform those inside that Esther had arrived. When the servant returned and told her to enter, Esther walked forward. However, the moment she pushed the door open and stepped into the bedroom, a teacup suddenly flew towards her. You heartless peasant. Do you have the nerve to come here? It was the scolding voice of Madame Herb. Esther stiffened and ducked her head to avoid it, but the anticipated sound of shattering did not occur. Before the teacup reached her, Wally, who stood in front of her, caught it quickly. Esther looked up and saw that the relatively spacious bedroom was now crowded with people. Apart from the closed-eyed Balder lying in bed and the aggressive Madame Herb, she didn't recognize anyone else. You. Madame Herb Perry, who was furious, was about to scold again because the teacup didn't hit Esther, but upon seeing the man who caught the cup, her eyes widened in shock. Not just her, everyone in the room was taken aback. Madame Herb, is this how your Herb family treats guests? Wally stood in front of Esther, his voice cold as he lifted his gaze. His expression was as gentle with Esther earlier as it was dark and ominous now. Gripping the teacup tightly in his large hand, his extremely handsome face exuded a chilling aura that instilled fear. The once noisy bedroom instantly became deathly quiet, with everyone staring in shock. Bard? Perry paused, showing a brief look of panic before quickly softening her tone, embarrassed. How did you come here without any notification from the servants? Perry hadn't expected Wally to come. She had assumed only Esther would arrive, so without even looking, she hurled the teacup. However, not only did Wally show up, but Randall's other 2 sons also came. Israel Yanni? A girl beside Perry, dressed in a Chanel suit with exquisite makeup, looked at Wally, her mouth agape in shock. Your legs. Wally was here, and he was standing? Could it be his legs were already cured? This girl was named Avon, 23 years old, the beloved only daughter of Balder's daughter, and also Geordie's cousin. Avon was the current president of Herb Group, frequently appearing on the internet and television screens, considered exceptionally capable among these rich second-generation kids. A year ago, she met Wally at a business dinner after returning from studying abroad and became infatuated with this man whose appearance, physique, family background, and status were unparalleled. But such a man who left ordinary people far behind was, unfortunately, a cripple confined to a wheelchair. No matter how amazing Wally was or how much she liked his face, as the proud Miss Herb, she could never marry a cripple, so Avon quickly suppressed those feelings. However, now Wally stood before everyone, his incomparably handsome face and imposing aura making her heart tremble. So tall, so handsome. The most handsome man she had ever seen. But Wally didn't even glance at her, nor did he answer her question. He just coldly stared at Perry, demanding an explanation. On the side, Atlee, younger and easily irritable, couldn't match Wally's composure. Seeing this Herb family woman throw a teacup at his precious little sister upon entering, he was instantly furious. You crazy. Just as Atlee was cursing and about to argue, he was suddenly held back by Esther. I'm fine, brother, don't be impulsive. Esther said while glancing at Perry. After all, she was a noble lady, no matter how dirty her heart might be, she always pretended to be dignified and graceful on the surface. For Perry to directly throw a teacup at an outsider like her showed not just disdain but utter audacity. Mrs. Herb, Esther straightened up and raised her eyes. As a junior, you threw a teacup at me as soon as I entered and called me a black-hearted peasant, saying I had no face to come. The beautiful girl's eyes were calm, more cultivated than Perry. I wonder what I have done for you to treat me like this? Chapter 59, Lou family can't afford it, but Yanni family can. Do you still have the nerve? Perry was about to say, do you still have the nerve to ask, but upon seeing Fabio's expression beside Deborah, she bit her tongue. Why was Fabio with Deborah? Could it be they knew each other? How could this country bumpkin have the capability to know someone like Fabio? Herbal of questions, Perry still shot a glare and pointed at the unconscious Ismail on the bed, indignant. You still dare ask me? Are you not aware of what you've done? Ismail, although he has been in poor health these past few years, never experienced something like this, vomiting blood and fainting right after dinner. If it hadn't happened, I wouldn't have known that you, a mere high school kid, had the guts to prescribe medicine for the old man, who actually took it. Now, hospital tests show nothing, and Ismail remains unconscious. If anything happens to him, can you afford the consequences? Perry launched into an impassioned rant. At this moment, the woman who had been standing by Ismail's bedside, holding his hand, also stood up, her gaze towards Deborah filled with a lethal chill as if ready to devour her alive. This woman looked to be around 40 or 50, dressed in a dignified dark purple Chinese qipao, adorned with a jade Buddha pendant of excellent quality that clearly cost a fortune. Her demeanor was opulent and elegant yet authoritative, a force not easily trifled with. She must be Ismail's daughter, Summer. So, you are Deborah, my father insisted on by being engaged to? Summer looked at Deborah coldly. Just a bastard from the countryside, and my father held you in high regard despite your low station. Yet you repay kindness with hatred and want to harm him. I'm warning you, if anything happens to Ismail, even though you're just a minor, I will never let you go unpunished. Who can't appear before decent society? This time Deborah couldn't hold back Atlee, who exploded instantly. Do all of you Herbs have such foul mouths? You're accusing my sister of intentionally harming Ismail without understanding what really happened. Do you think we lose our dead meat? Shut up. Hearing this, Summer abruptly raised her eyes, as if using her gaze to carve up the irate Atlee. Without knowing what really happened? The servants say Ismail's eating daily routine haven't changed these days. But ever since he took the medicine this girl prescribed, his condition visibly worsened every day. Strangely enough, Ismail said that Deborah told him there might be some side effects at first, but after the 5th dose, his body would fully recover. Today is when he took the 5th dose. What happened? He vomited blood and passed out. Are you still telling me we don't understand what's going on? And you, a junior member of the Liu family, are qualified to talk to me like this? When did it become your turn to speak here? You. Atlee was speechless under Summer's tirade, while Josue's expression turned cold. Just then, Sullivan's voice sounded from behind them. Graham isn't qualified to speak to you. I am the head of the Liu family. Surely I have the right. Deborah turned to see Sullivan walk into the bedroom in a suit, with a middle-aged man dressed in a black coat following behind. Madam Herb, Aunt Yun, I brought my brother and sister here to find out what happened to Ismail, not to listen to you insult us. Tall and composed, Sullivan looked travel-weary, having rushed over. He looked sharply at Summer, obviously having heard what she said earlier. I understand your upset feelings regarding Ismail, but Graham wasn't wrong. Without fully understanding the situation, you shouldn't immediately accuse my sister of causing harm. Besides, regardless of where my sister comes from or her background, she is now a precious daughter of the Liu family, adored by all her older brothers. If it turns out that my sister indeed caused harm to Ismail, the Liu family will take responsibility. If not, I hope the Herb family can give my sister an explanation. Take responsibility? Avon snorted and stepped forward. If anything happens to my grandfather, can your Liu family bear that responsibility? What does your Liu family have to offer as compensation? Within minutes, the atmosphere in the room had turned highly tense. Respected figures from Illegitimate were arguing openly. Deborah's gaze turned cold, just about to speak when she felt Fabio's grip on her hand, as if reassuring her. The Liu family may not be able to afford it, but the Yanni family can. Fabio suddenly raised his eyes. If it's really Liu Tian who caused something to happen to Ismail, I'll offer 1% of Yanni Corporation's shares as compensation. Now, can the doctor that Israel Liu brought take a look at what exactly happened to Ismail? Fabio's tone was calm and unemotional, but the words he spoke were startling. 1% of Yanni Corporation's shares? The Herbs, who had been aggressive just moments ago, all opened their mouths, momentarily speechless. What did Fabio's words mean? According to the current market value of Yanni Corporation, 1% of its shares would be worth around 2 billion. 2 billion. In other words, if Ismail was really harmed by this country bumpkin girl, Fabio would directly give 2 billion to the Herb family. Upon hearing this, Perry's eyes nearly popped out. That's 2 billion. Split between several families, her family alone would receive at least 5 to 600 million. What kind of relationship did Fabio have with this Deborah that he was willing to use 2 billion to cover up for such an illegitimate daughter from nowhere? Perry couldn't help but glance at Ismail on the bed, imagining the money in hand, a greedy glint flashing in her eyes. With Fabio's words, everyone in the room immediately had different thoughts. The more direct and collateral branches a wealthy and prestigious family had, the thinner their familial ties became. On the surface, everyone seemed closely related, but in reality, interests intertwined unclearly, each family having their own calculations, considering how they could gain more from every big or small matter. Once 2 billion was put on the table, even Summer, Ismail's biological daughter, momentarily thought about letting her father actually fall ill to claim this fortune. But then she felt guilty, knowing that lying on the bed was her own father, and she was actually hoping for him to be hurt for money. How filial that is. Regardless, no one was arguing meaninglessly anymore. Only now did everyone notice the plain-looking middle-aged man who came in with Sullivan. Summer took a deep breath, stopping her troublemaking toward Deborah, and asked, "This gentleman is?" Sullivan glanced over. "When I heard from Mrs. Herb that Ismail has already been examined at the hospital without any abnormalities found, I invited Mr. Barrett." Barrett? The person Sullivan brought was actually Barrett? Barrett was also well known in Illegitimate. Everyone knew that Hanley, the chief master of traditional Chinese medicine in Huagua, had retired years ago. In his lifetime, he only had 2 apprentices he trained personally. The first apprentice was named Yanni Mingzhang, who was now over 50 and settled in Beijing. It was said that he no longer easily saw patients, making him hard to invite. The second apprentice's name, age, and even gender were unknown. Nobody knew who he was or where he was, making him extremely mysterious. This Barrett was Yanni Mingzhang's disciple. It was said that he possessed exceptional medical skills, capable of curing incurable diseases that Western medicine could not treat with just a prescription. Hearing Barrett's name, Summer immediately stood up, showing great respect. "Mr. Gao, I have long heard of your reputation. Please examine my father's condition. If you can make him better, I will pay 10 times the consultation fee." "Madam, you are too kind. The consultation fee has already been paid by Mr. Liu. I won't accept any more." Barrett politely declined and walked to the bedside. He first bent down to carefully examine Ismail's state and complexion, then sat on a chair beside the bed, attentively taking Ismail's pulse. The room was very quiet, so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Everyone was tense, hardly daring to breathe, waiting for Barrett's diagnosis. Atlee was especially nervous, thinking if it was indeed the medicine written by Deborah that caused the problem, he would pull her away immediately. He couldn't let Janine fall into the hands of the Herb family. Those 2 terrifying old women might devour her alive. Anyway, with Israel and Sergio here, and that Lord Yanni offering billions for Janine, these adults would definitely handle everything properly. Methoding by the bedside examining the pulse, Barrett's frown deepened, his expression becoming increasingly serious. After a while, he suddenly looked up and asked the maid who usually attended to Ismail, "Is the prescription that young lady wrote still available?" "Yes, as soon as anything happened to Ismail, I found the prescription immediately." The maid hurriedly handed over the prescription Deborah wrote that day to Barrett. Barrett stared at the prescription, his eyes widening abruptly. Taking another deep breath, as if confirming something, he asked, "Is there still any leftover dregs from today's decoction?" "It's still here," the maid nodded immediately. "I didn't have time to throw it away this morning. I'll go get it from the kitchen right now." After the maid brought the dregs in a bowl, Barrett examined them with his hands, then glanced at Ismail on the bed, who was deathly pale. He sighed deeply. "I'm sorry, madam, but Ismail. I might not be able to save him." Chapter 60. A careless mistake. What? Summer, who was waiting for the result by the bedside, almost lost her balance when she heard that the old man might not survive. Upon hearing this outcome, everyone in the room except Perry tightened their expressions. Wally's eyes turned cold, and almost instinctively, he gripped the somewhat cool hand of the girl beside him. It was both a comfort and a public display of his protective attitude towards Deborah, preventing any sudden attack from the Herb family members. Summer gritted her teeth and asked Barrett, so it's true that this Deborah doesn't understand medical techniques, giving the wrong prescription to the old man, resulting in this state? After finishing her sentence, Summer suddenly turned to look at Deborah, glaring at her with fury, her hands trembling. That's not the case. Barrett shook his head immediately. This young lady definitely knows medicine. Her prescription wasn't randomly written. On the side, Avon paused, confused. If her prescription isn't random, how could it have made my grandfather so sick? Barrett sighed. The prescription isn't random. If this young lady didn't intentionally harm the old man, then she must have made a fatal slip of the pen. She accidentally wrote chestnut root instead of chestnut leaf. Hearing Barrett's words, Deborah, who had been silent all along, suddenly raised her eyes. Impossible. Before others could react, she took a few steps over and snatched the prescription from Barrett's hand. Lowering her head to look at it, she couldn't help but stiffen. The handwriting on the prescription was as free and easy as her usual style. And at the end of the list, it indeed said, chestnut root 10G. But Deborah saw at once that this prescription had definitely been swapped. Someone had copied her original prescription and deliberately changed one word, writing chestnut root instead of chestnut leaf. Deborah's eyes instantly turned as cold as ice, tightly clenching the prescription in her right hand. One word changed, and this healing prescription became a deadly one. Someone wanted to use her hands, under her name, to take old Master Herb's life. You shameless wild girl still has the nerve to snatch the prescription? Perry stepped forward immediately, wary. Are you trying to destroy evidence? Summer wasn't paying attention to Deborah now and immediately asked Barrett, Dr. Gao, we don't understand traditional Chinese medicine. What are these chestnut leaf and chestnut root? Barrett explained, chestnut is a very special plant that grows in the high mountains of extremely cold places. Both its leaves and roots are traditional Chinese medicines, but they have completely different properties and effects. The servants say that the old man previously had nosebleeds. Coughing with shortness of breath and phlegm, stagnation in the throat, dry stools, dark yellow urine, chest pain, and itching. These are all long-term symptoms of liver dysfunction and heat transformation due to liver qi stagnation. To treat it, medicines that soothe the liver, regulate qi, clear heat, and detoxify are needed. Chestnut leaf has a mild nature and is excellent for clearing heat, detoxifying, smoothing meridians, and regulating blood and qi circulation and stopping bleeding. So if this young lady originally intended to prescribe chestnut leaf, there would be nothing wrong with this prescription. It could even be considered highly skilled. Indeed, after taking 5 doses, the old man's body would basically be completely recovered. Hearing Barrett say this, Summer frowned and quickly continued to ask, then what about chestnut root? Chestnut root. Barrett took a deep breath, his expression becoming serious. Chestnut root and chestnut leaf have completely different properties and effects. Chestnut root is hot and vigorous, attacking rapidly and fiercely. And since the old man himself already has heat syndrome, the more chestnut root he takes, the worse his symptoms become, mouth ulcers, swollen gums, constipation, uncontrollable bleeding. The longer it goes on, the worse it gets. Yes, the servant stood up immediately to supplement. These are exactly the symptoms the old man has had recently. But he said that medicine always comes with side effects, and a little adverse reaction is normal, so he didn't take it seriously. But Barrett wasn't finished. More importantly. Summer quickly asked, more importantly, what? Barrett gently shook his head and sighed. More importantly, chestnut root itself is highly toxic and must strictly control the dosage for medicinal use. Each dose of chestnut root taken orally should never exceed 1 gram, otherwise, it can be fatally dangerous. On this prescription, 10 grams of chestnut root divided into 5 doses means each dose is 2 grams. Furthermore, the properties of chestnut root clash with other ingredients in the prescription. Boiling them together will cause a toxic reaction. So the old man is now coughing blood and unconscious, but in reality, toxins have entered his body. The toxins from chestnut root damage his nerves and heart, and the toxins from chestnut root and other herbs hurt his liver, lungs, spleen, and stomach. This kind of damage is irreversible. If we had discovered this a few days earlier, we could have induced vomiting and washed the stomach for the old master in time. I could have helped him with acupuncture, bloodletting, and prescribed medicine to clear the toxins. But now, it's been 5 whole days. With breathing difficulties, dropping blood pressure, failing body temperature, and arrhythmia, it will lead to circulatory failure directly harming the heart and ultimately. Barrett looked at Summer and shook his head. Madam, please forgive my lack of skill. With current medical means and my abilities, it is impossible to save the old master. Summer spoke shakily, disbelief on her face. Are you saying my father has no hope of survival? A moment of silence filled the room. The atmosphere, which had just barely eased, instantly turned tense again, and Deborah once more became the target of everyone's accusations. Atlee clenched his fists. Just as he took a deep breath, preparing to go over and drag Deborah away, she suddenly raised her eyes and said, "There is a way." Upon hearing these words, all eyes in the room turned to her. Perry was just rejoicing over the 200 to 300 million about to fall into her hands. Hearing Deborah's words next, she first froze, then immediately shouted angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting, girl?" Perry glared at Deborah coldly. "You were careless in writing the wrong prescription, causing such harm to the old master, and we haven't even started holding you accountable yet. Now even the renowned Dr. Gao says there's no saving the old master, and you still have the audacity to claim there's hope. So what, do you think you're better than Dr. Gao? What can you possibly do to save him with just your mouth? Deborah returned her cold gaze. I did not write the wrong prescription because this isn't the prescription I wrote. Someone copied it exactly according to my handwriting, deliberately changing chestnut leaf to chestnut root. Ignoring the astonishment in everyone's eyes, Deborah looked at Barrett and said, and when I say there is a way, there truly is. Dr. Gao, have you not heard of the return pill? With the return pill, we can save Balder's life. Chapter 61, Public Humiliation plus the first mask falls off. Return pill? What is this again? None of the people present were knowledgeable in traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, so everyone was confused. However, Barrett obviously knew what Deborah was talking about and looked at her in surprise. Young girl, you actually know about the return pill? Summer took a deep breath and asked on behalf of everyone, Dr. Gao, what exactly is this return pill? Barrett turned to her and explained, the return pill is a type of pill mentioned in the Feng family medical canon. The Feng family medical canon is an ancient medical text passed down by our ancestor. It records the methods for making various miraculous medicines for treating difficult diseases. But since many of the herbs have not been widely tested on patients, it cannot be guaranteed that they will not cause harm to the patient. So according to our family tradition, the recipes recorded in the Feng family medical canon, and the medicines made from them are not allowed to be spread outside, only our family members can study them. This young girl knowing about the return pill has surprised me. Barrett glanced at Deborah, but she is right, if there were a return pill, then the old master's life could be saved. Because as recorded in the medical canon, the return pill is a miracle antidote, almost like an elixir. It can neutralize all kinds of poisons, and someone poisoned will wake up after taking one pill. Such a divine medicine exists in this world? Upon hearing this, Summer was filled with unexpected joy and said excitedly, then how can we buy this return pill? No matter how much money it costs, I will get it for my father. You can't buy it. Barrett's next words poured cold water on the newly ignited hope of everyone. As I said earlier, following our ancestral traditions, the medicines created based on the Feng family medical canon by our ancestor cannot be spread outside. Moreover, even if they could be spread, they can't, because our ancestor never managed to make this particular pill. Summer stopped breathing momentarily. What did you say? Many pills recorded in the Feng family medical canon either lack the required medicinal plants that no longer exist or have extremely rare ingredients. Barrett continued, I heard from my master that after turning 60, he decided not to take more patients anymore but tried to create the return pill. But the medicinal plants needed for making the return pill would require traveling across the country and searching through mountains and valleys. Our ancestor no longer had the physical strength and energy for such a task, and my master, who has been practicing medicine in the capital city for years, lacks both the time and interest for this. I've only heard that he handed over the task to a senior uncle whom I've never met. Whether that senior uncle ever successfully made the return pill, I don't know. But based on my speculation. Barrett shook his head, my senior uncle probably didn't succeed in making the pill. It was made, Deborah suddenly spoke up, I have the return pill here, and I already had someone fetch it from the Liu family. Her words caused another uproar. This time, Summer finally lost her patience with Deborah and rushed forward to slap her, shut up. You impudent brat, what nonsense are you spouting now? Before the slap landed, Wally turned and shielded Deborah, protecting her in his arms. Summer's slap struck the broad, strong back of the man instead. Wally, shielding Deborah, turned his gaze sharply, and even Summer, used to commanding respect despite being in her 40s or 50s, was startled by the sharpness and ferocity in his eyes. Aunt Yun, if you dare touch her, don't blame me for being impolite. Wally's tone was like ancient ice that never thaws, exuding an imposing aura that made one shiver. Seeing Wally angry at her mother, Avon hurried over, Brother Yanni, please don't be angry, Mom was just losing her temper. Mathelia, don't plead for her. Summer quickly regained her composure, still unable to control her anger. Wally, I don't know what relationship you have with this yellow-haired girl from the countryside, but why are you defending her like this in public? In terms of age and respect, you should call me Aunt Yun. In terms of family ties, the Herb family and the Yanni family are connected by marriage. Now you're defying me publicly for a bastard child of the Liu family? I thought it was just a minor issue with the old master, but did you hear what Master Gao said? He said the old master can't be saved. Summer said agitatedly, this girl's mistake in writing cost the old master his life. Legally, this is called negligent homicide. I will make her pay. Wally clenched his fists in the dark and slowly said. Deborah said the prescription wasn't written by her. Of course she would say it wasn't hers. If she admitted to writing it, would she still be standing here? Summer said angrily, and just because she says it wasn't her, does that make it true? You believe her just like that? I believe her. Wally didn't hesitate at all, and Summer was so enraged that she almost fainted. The atmosphere once again fell into an impasse. Sullivan also took a deep breath. If it was really because Deborah had written the wrong character that caused Grandfather Herb's passing. Whether intentional or unintentional, it was still her fault. He couldn't possibly defend her, and the Herb family would absolutely not let her off. Even with Wally around, this matter wouldn't be easily resolved. At this moment, Josue suddenly looked at Barrett and said, Didn't Dr. Gao say you don't know if your uncle made the return pill or not? That means he might have not made it, but he also might have. Mathun's that's the case, can you contact your master and ask for your uncle's contact information to see if he actually has the medicine? Josue gave a blank expression as he glanced at Summer. The old master is still alive. We should think about how to save him rather than how to make my sister pay with her life. Indeed. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Why not just ask? Although Master Gao's uncle was rumored to be very low profile and mysterious, no one knew his name, gender, age, or whereabouts. Master Gao's teacher, Hanley, surely knew. Hanley, after all, had taught him. He must have his contact information. For matters of life and death, Hanley and the great master would certainly not ignore it. Yes, Barrett immediately replied, I will send a message to my master now. Everyone watched as Barrett typed on his phone for a while, explaining the situation, then sent it out. They all waited anxiously. After about 2 minutes, there was a beep from the phone. Barrett glanced at the reply, unable to hide his excitement. My master replied. He gave me my uncle's contact information, and he said my uncle is currently in Illegitimate. He is in Illegitimate? Everyone felt immense relief, and Summer immediately urged, then call your uncle quickly and ask if he has the medicine. If he does, I will send someone to get it right away. All right. Barrett agreed and dialed the number immediately. Because everyone was waiting for the result, Barrett put the call on speaker so everyone could hear the reply as soon as possible. However, just as the phone rang twice, another ringtone echoed in the room. Everyone instinctively looked for the source of the sound and saw that Deborah's phone was ringing. Summer couldn't help but curse. Turn off your phone, you wild girl. Don't you see Dr. Gao is calling that great physician? I'll settle with you later when we get the result. She turned back to wait anxiously for Barrett's call to connect. Deborah remained expressionless as she picked up her phone and pressed the button. At that exact moment, Barrett's call was answered on the other end. Everyone held their breath involuntarily. Barrett also took a deep breath, clearly nervous about talking to his never-before-met uncle for the first time. He respectfully greeted into the phone, Hello, Matt, this is Barrett. I got your contact from our master. I want to ask if you have made the return pill. I have a patient who is critically ill with multiple toxins in his body, and only the return pill can save him. After Barrett finished speaking, there was no response on the other end. He tried again hesitantly, Matt. Suddenly, the indifferent voice of a young girl echoed in the room, exactly matching the voice from the phone. Everyone instinctively turned around and saw Deborah standing there with her phone pressed to her ear. Barrett lifted his head, eyes wide open, seemingly realizing something. He looked at the fair, underage girl not far away, utterly incredulous. Then, the middle-aged man, over 40, tentatively called out to the young girl, trembling slightly. Matt? Yes, you were asking if I made the return pill, right? Deborah stood still, expressionless, and spoke into the phone. You didn't believe me when I told you in person, so now I'm telling you on the phone. She repeated what she had said before, which earned her a scolding from Summer. I made the return pill. It's here with me, and I already had someone fetch it from the Liu family. To save on-call charges, I'll hang up now. With that, Deborah ended the call. Chapter 62, Rise, Younger Martial Niece. Mathulance. Still silence. Mathulance was the theme of tonight's Joabankyo. Upon seeing Esther end the call, Barrett's hands-free phone also emitted a busy signal. Everyone in the room stared wide-eyed, too shocked to speak. What's going on here? The call made by Barrett was answered by Esther. What's happening? Summer's eyes were wide like bells as she looked at Esther with trembling lips. Dr. Gao made the call. Why did you, this girl, answer it? Esther raised her gaze, her tone calm yet tinged with sarcasm. Is there a possibility that the person he intended to call was me all along? What did you say? Perry gasped sharply, lifting her head in disbelief. You're saying? Dr. Gao's younger martial uncle, Fong Gillen's mysterious closed-door disciple who has never appeared in public, is you? It's me. Esther looked into Perry's eyes and said calmly, Fong Gillen is my master, and Yanni Mingzhang is my senior brother. In terms of seniority, I naturally deserve the title of the martial uncle from Barrett. Esther's voice remained unperturbed. These words left not only the Herb family members like Summer, Perry, and Avon stunned but also the Liu family members and Wally speechless. Wally knew the young woman beside him was skilled in medicine. After all, it took just 2 needles for her to make him stand up. But he hadn't associated her with Fong Gillen's closed-door disciple. After all, the master had announced years ago that he had taken on a closed-door disciple, while Esther was only a teenager, making their age gap quite significant. This is impossible. Avon suddenly stood up, challenging, that Master Fong took his second disciple 12 years ago. You're still in high school now. How old were you 12 years ago? Avon continued, a 5-year-old child living in the countryside, being taken in as a closed-door disciple by the nation's most prestigious and influential chief traditional Chinese medicine master. How can that be possible? Why not? Esther's expression remained blank. 12 years ago, Master came to the countryside to visit my mother. He saw that I had an exceptional memory at 5 years old and loved plants, believing I had a talent for learning traditional Chinese medicine. He decided then and there to take me as his disciple. In this field, people often judge a doctor's skills based on age and experience. Master didn't want me to face doubts because of my young age, nor did he want me to be swayed by worldly affairs. He hoped I could focus on studying and researching medicine when I was young. So over these years, he has never directly brought me to treat patients or let me appear in public, nor has he mentioned my identity to others. Every month, he would come to the countryside to see me, and this has been consistent for over a decade. As for the rejuvenation pill, as Barrett just mentioned, Master found his physical strength insufficient due to age, so he handed the task over to me. During the summer break of my first year in high school, I spent 2 months traveling across the country to gather all the required materials. Under Master's guidance, I successfully produced 3 rejuvenation pills. Master used the first one himself to verify its effectiveness. Of the remaining 2, he kept one for himself and gave me one, instructing me to keep it for emergencies. The pills have been sent to the Liu family, and they should arrive shortly. Esther raised her gaze, looking around at everyone. Now, am I clear enough? This couldn't be clearer. She explained not only the reason and context for Feng Gillen taking her as a disciple but even detailed the origin of the rejuvenation pills. There was no one left to question her claims. Seeing Esther was indeed Feng Gillen's closed-door disciple, even proud individuals like Summer and Avon, who held high positions, displayed complex expressions. That was Feng Gillen. In this world, the only thing considered fair is that regardless of whether you are a beggar under a bridge or a billionaire, everyone only has one life. Everyone gets sick eventually, it's just a matter of when, the severity, the pain, and if it's fatal. Why were those present so well versed in Feng Gillen's matters? Why did even Avon know exactly which year Feng Gillen took on his closed-door disciple? Because the wealthier and more powerful someone is, the more they fear losing what they have, and the more they cherish their lives. For the renowned traditional Chinese medicine master, Feng Gillen, who supposedly possessed miraculous healing powers and had long retreated from society, countless influential figures from upper-class circles wanted to meet and establish a relationship with him. This included Summer and Avon. A few years ago, a lady from the Song family's second branch managed to invite Feng Gillen to treat her through connections with Feng's niece. Not only did Feng Gillen cure her, but he also provided her with a prescription to regulate her body and enhance her beauty. Thereafter, that lady from the Song family's second branch drank medicine every day according to the prescription. Even at 50 years old, she still had a rosy complexion, radiant appearance, and smooth skin with luster. Her state simply overshadowed other wealthy madams who went to hospitals for facelifts, bone contouring, and injections of botulinum toxin and water-light needles. Watching her made Summer and Avon extremely envious. Although Avon was only in her 20s, she had already started worrying about getting old in the future. She had been trying to find connections to meet Master Feng these past few years. But the master she could never meet no matter how hard she tried was this yellow-haired girl's teacher, whom she met every month. Wouldn't that mean if they got along well with this girl, they might have a chance to connect with Master Feng? Moreover, the girl herself was Feng Gillen's closed-door disciple, personally trained by him for over a decade. Her medical skills must be quite remarkable as well. These days, for people like them with plenty of money, anything that could be bought with money didn't count much. What couldn't be bought was precious. Yet her mother and aunt had just insulted and mocked Esther, even attempting to strike her. They had completely offended her. Avon felt deeply regretful. Had she known earlier, she would have stopped her mother immediately. Things weren't clear yet. Everyone present had their own thoughts, while Barrett, sitting beside Balder's bed, finally recovered from the shock. He never expected that his admired but unseen junior uncle was this very girl before him. 12 years ago, he was 35, and his junior uncle was just a 5-year-old baby then. This is really... Barrett took a deep breath, finally steeled himself, got up, and knelt down to Esther, his voice trembling. Junior uncle, I, your senior nephew, greet you. Regardless of age or identity, following the rules of Feng school, juniors must perform the kneeling salute when meeting seniors. Barrett's kneel shocked everyone present. A man in his 40s or 50s and kneeling to a teenager girl in front of so many people? Only Esther remained calm, glanced at Barrett lightly, and said, "Get up, little nephew." The term, little nephew, made Barrett's shoulders tremble again, and then he heard Esther instruct, "The friend I asked to fetch the medicine should be arriving soon. Go out and welcome them." Chapter 63, Medicine is a matter of life and death. Even someone as renowned in Illegitimate as Barrett could only assist at this moment with his master's uncle here. Herb Thermore, he had just admitted that he couldn't save Ismail with his current abilities. Upon receiving Esther's instructions, Barrett immediately stood up, replied, "Yes, Master," and left the bedroom to welcome the guest. Regardless, there was now hope for Ismail to recover, and everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Except for Perry. Her hands were trembling, unseen by the others, whether from anger or fear. Only she knew how Ismail ended up in this state. How could it be? Perry couldn't understand how this country girl could possibly be Master Hanley's last disciple and possess a miraculous revival pill that can counteract all poisons. Is this some movie plot? Is there really such a divine medicine in reality? She had gone through so much trouble, managing to kill the old man without leaving any traces in framing Esther, whom she despised so much. But now this girl claimed that Ismail could be saved. Perry clenched her back teeth hard. At the Herb family banquet that night, Perry tried every means possible to force Esther to cancel the engagement with Geordie but was rebuffed in a few sharp words. Perry was furious. She wouldn't let such a wild girl become her daughter-in-law and enter the Herb family. She vowed to find a way to end this engagement. Later, when she saw a servant come out of Ismail's room with a prescription written by Esther, she initially dismissed it and was about to throw it away. But upon closer inspection, an idea struck her. This might be an opportunity. The prescription was written by Esther, and the old man trusted her enough to take the medicine she prescribed. The old man was already frail due to age and had been lingering between life and death for a long time. If she tampered with the medicine, perhaps by adding or replacing something, could she kill him quietly and undetectably? This way, the old man would be seen as dying from taking Esther's prescription. Naturally, people would blame Esther, not her. If the old man died, she could easily terminate the engagement between this girl and Zhai Zhai. Plus, the girl would go to prison or even face execution for murdering the old man. After all, she was just an illegitimate daughter of the Liu family, who couldn't match the power of the Herb family. And a powerless newcomer in Illegitimate would have no one to help her. A few years in prison would serve as punishment for daring to defy her that day. The more Perry thought about it, the more she believed this plan would achieve two goals at once. So the next day, she went alone to a place without telling anyone. The man glanced at the prescription and said that altering just one ingredient would cause the old man to die suddenly within 5 days, with no hope of recovery. His apprentice had exceptional talent and could mimic handwriting perfectly after a single glance. It turned out the man spoke the truth. Each day over the past 5 days, the old man became weaker from taking the medicine. Whenever servants reported his worsening condition, she calmly told them it was nothing, secretly hoping the symptoms would worsen. Today was the 5th day. As expected, the old man vomited blood and passed out after eating breakfast, clearly due to poisoning. Perry was thrilled. She first notified Summer and Avon, then contacted Sullivan to interrogate him. When Esther entered, she even threw a teacup at her. Even if Wally disapproved, she felt justified. Attacking someone who harmed their elder was completely reasonable. Who would believe Esther when she said the prescription was altered? Apart from the man who saw the prescription, only the old man, the servant fetching the medicine, and herself knew about it. A minor change would go unnoticed by the servant. And the old man was now unconscious, leaving no one to vouch for her. Esther couldn't prove her innocence. What Perry hadn't anticipated was that within minutes, Esther was revealed to be Master Hanley's last disciple and claimed to have a miracle drug to save the old man. Could the revival pill really be that miraculous? Master, I've brought your friend. Soon after, the door to the bedroom opened. Everyone looked as Barrett led in a slender young man wearing a white shirt. The young man had a clear-cut and handsome appearance, with a cold expression. His shirt and pants were washed almost threadbare, indicating a modest background. But he ignored all the wealthy people in the room and walked straight towards the young girl standing among the crowd. I've brought what you asked for. Corbin stopped in front of Hazel Lou and handed her a small red brocade pouch. As Esther took the pouch, her expression finally relaxed somewhat. Thank you for your help. But isn't Gillis and Xing having classes now? How did you get out? Esther asked as she looked up at him. Seeing the bright and focused eyes of the girl on him, Jobert's gaze trembled slightly, feeling a bit unnatural as he turned his head away. No need to thank me. I climbed over the wall. Bard Yanni beside Esther frowned slightly. Although it was just a fleeting moment, he clearly caught the trace of shyness in the young man's eyes and the slight redness on his ears. This was the sign of a young heart fluttering. Wally stepped forward, subtly putting some distance between Esther and Jobert, asking in a low voice, "Who is this?" "He's my desk mate at Gillis and Sheng and also the only friend I have now," Esther explained without much thought. She bent her head to rummage through the brocade pouch and took out an exquisite little wooden box. Opening it, there lay inside a not-so-big black pill, which seemed rather ordinary. "This is the return pill?" Sullivan asked. "Yes." Esther pinched the pill between her fingers. No one could tell from her action that this was one of the 2 most precious antidotes in the world. Esther was about to walk to the bed where Ismail lay when Barrett suddenly pulled her back, hesitatingly saying, "Wait, Master Matt." Turning around, Esther looked at him. "What's wrong?" Barrett drew a deep breath. "Didn't you forget that according to our ancestral rules, this return pill cannot be used on outsiders? If you do this, aren't you going against our traditions and regulations?" "What?" "Just when they had found the medicine to save the old man's life and even had it in hand, you're telling me it can't be used?" When Summer heard this, she felt like exploding again. She thought if Esther put the medicine away, she would grab it right away. But Esther looked at Barrett seriously. "You pulling me aside to say this shows that you always keep our traditions and regulations in mind. As your uncle master, I am glad to see that. But you should understand why medicines from our medical canon are not allowed to be passed outside. It's because we're uncertain whether they might harm patients. However, the efficacy of this return pill has been personally verified by Master Su Dachuan once wrote in Medical Source Theory, medicine is a matter of life and death, and nothing is more significant than this. To save lives, breaking the tradition will not incur blame from Master, otherwise, he wouldn't have given you my phone number earlier." The girl spoke with a calm tone, her clear eyes gleaming softly. Despite her young age, she gave off a sense of profoundness and vastness, as if embracing everything. Everyone present was captivated by her. Finally, no one blocked her path as Esther approached the bed of the old man. Seeing his pale face and lips devoid of any color made her feel a pang of pain. Suddenly, she recalled that night when Balder held her hand, saying, "Zara, since you've come to Illegitimate, Grandpa will be your stronghold. If you suffer any injustices in the Liu family, just tell Grandpa, and I'll stand up for you." At that moment, Balder looked at her as if she were his own granddaughter, with utmost affection. Esther took a deep breath, but her gaze turned cold. Not only did she intend to bring the old man back, but she also planned to improve his health beyond its previous state and find the person who harmed him through her. Esther held the old man's mouth open and slipped the return pill into it, then subtly channeled soul power to help facilitate its absorption. Everyone gathered around the bed, anxiously awaiting the outcome. After a couple of minutes, the old man's fingers finally twitched, and he opened his eyes, albeit with difficulty and a hint of turbidity. Before anyone could celebrate, his expression suddenly turned excruciatingly painful. His head tilted, and a mouthful of dark blood spat onto Esther's hands as she tried to support him. Chapter 64, Slapping Their Faces Until It Echoes. Ismail spat out blood again. This time it was black blood. The old man was already over 70 this year. The elderly are naturally frail, but even a robust person can't endure such repeated episodes of hemoptysis. After spitting out this mouthful of blood, the old man fainted on the spot. In bed, his eyes were tightly closed, beads of sweat the size of beans seeped from his forehead. His body twitched as if he was enduring immense pain. His face and lips were pale without a trace of color, looking like he was about to pass away, as if one foot was already in the coffin. After learning that Esther was Hanley's last disciple, everyone had high hopes for her medical skills and the effects of the elixir. They thought Ismail would regain consciousness after taking the medicine. Who would have expected him to end up like this? Summer exploded on the spot, shaking with anger. What's going on? Why did the old man spit blood again, and he looks worse than before? She pushed Esther aside, lifted Ismail, and couldn't help crying, Dad. Dad, wake up. It's Xiaoyun. Can you still hear me? When Avon saw the old man turn like this, her face turned cold immediately, glaring at Esther fiercely. Did you give my grandfather an antidote or poison? She pointed at Esther's nose and said, I tell you, if anything happens to the old man today, you little bitch won't be able to walk out of our Herb family door. Indeed, she's just a good-for-nothing little girl, proficient in what medical skills? What kind of last disciple of Master Hanley is she? Must that master be blind? Esther didn't get a chance to explain when a shout came from behind the crowd. Grandpa. It was Geordie. He probably just arrived after hearing the news and saw the scene of the old man barely hanging on. Geordie had already heard on his way here that the old man spat blood after taking the medicine prescribed by Esther. He couldn't believe that a not-yet-adult high school student dared to prescribe medicine for his grandfather, nor that the situation would become so serious. A few days ago, the old man was fine, and now he looked almost dead. Geordie had been pampered by Ismail since childhood. Immediately, his eyes nearly popped out, and he stared at Esther in disbelief. Esther, do you have any conscience? My grandfather was so good to you, and you want to kill him? Before anyone could react, Geordie rushed forward and pushed Esther forcefully. A tall boy around 6 feet exerted all his strength, pushing the slender and weak girl back awkwardly. Caught off guard, Esther collided with a large, over 6-foot-tall vase standing behind her. The vase shattered upon hitting the ground, shards scattering everywhere. Due to inertia, Esther couldn't stop herself and fell to the ground, her right hand landing directly on sharp fragments, immediately bleeding profusely. Tian Duo. Esther. Matthews. Hewitt and the Liu family members sucked in a breath sharply. Hewitt reacted first, stepping forward to pull Esther up. But when he lifted her hand, he saw several pieces of the vase embedded in her palm. Her hand was covered in fresh blood, dripping down to the ground. The sight was shocking, almost stopping Hewitt's heart. Initially rushing over as well, Jobert saw Hewitt lifting the young girl. This man should be the one who waited for her outside Xingjing restaurant on exam day in that black Maybach. Jobert's gaze dimmed momentarily, forcibly stopping his steps. What the hell? Is there something wrong with you, Geordie? On this side, seeing Esther injured, Brett's eyes reddened instantly. He went crazy, dashing over and throwing a powerful punch at Geordie. This punch used full force. Geordie was nearly knocked to his knees, instantly bleeding from the nose, unable to stop the bleeding as he clutched it. Seeing her beloved son beaten by the Liu family, Perry went berserk. Brett. How dare you lay a hand on Zai Zai? Why shouldn't I retaliate against someone who hurts my sister? Brett growled like a furious puppy at Perry. If you dare to hurt my sister, I'll beat you too. Sullivan knew his brother's temper. Brett had always been spoiled and unafraid like they, the adults, were cautious. If he said he'd hit Perry if she touched Esther, he wasn't just saying it, he would actually do it. So Sullivan hurriedly grabbed Brett. Why, don't be impulsive. Mathien, come hold him back. All of this happened within a few dozen seconds. The originally quiet room was now in chaos. Yanishan. Hewitt took a deep breath, holding Esther in his arms and touching her hands somewhat tremulously. Forget about them. I'll take you to the hospital first. I'm fine, Esther said immediately, raising her left hand to touch the furrowed brow of the man in front of her. This man who was always calm now had eyes brimming with care and self-blame. Esther knew that he would rather be hurt himself than see her like this. At this moment, a weak voice came from the bed. "What are you all doing?" It was Ismail's voice. Everyone was startled, turning their heads in unison to see Ismail had woken up and was looking at them. "Dad. Grandpa. Grandfather." Seeing Ismail awake, Summer, Perry, and Avon, even Geordie whose nosebleed hadn't fully stopped, forgot everything else and rushed to the bedside. However, what shocked them was that not only had Ismail woken up completely, but his condition seemed entirely different from just now. His originally pale face now had a healthy redness, his clouded eyes were clear and bright as if he had fully recovered. He even looked better than before the incident. What was happening? Summer, Avon, and Geordie were all stunned. Grandfather. At this moment, Esther also walked over. Everyone instinctively made way for her, watching as she knelt beside Ismail's bed. The shard still embedded in her palm continued to bleed, but the girl didn't even frown, only asking, "Grandfather, how do you feel now?" "Guang guang." On the contrary, Ismail was startled, his eyes wide open. "What happened to your hand?" "It's okay, Grandfather." Esther hid her right hand behind her back, focused on him. "Don't worry. Tell me how your body feels. Are you uncomfortable anywhere?" Ismail felt his body. "I don't feel uncomfortable anywhere. Instead, I feel very relaxed, my whole body is comfortable." "That's good." Esther's tone was gentle. "You were poisoned these past few days. I gave you an antidote just now. The black blood you spat out just now flushed out all the toxins accumulated in your body. After recovering, you'll be fine." When Esther said this, Summer, Avon, and Geordie were dumbfounded. That black blood wasn't a sign of worsening poisoning but rather the toxins being expelled with the blood? And those signs that looked dire were just the effects of the return pill taking action inside his body? So, Esther hadn't harmed Ismail but saved him from the brink of death, bringing him back to life? But what did they do just now? They verbally attacked Esther, ready to tear her apart. Geordie, just back home, misunderstood the situation and directly attacked Esther, injuring her hand so badly that it was still bleeding uncontrollably. The better Ismail looked now, the more ashamed these Herb family members felt. The girl hadn't defended herself earlier, nor did she look at them now, she just kept her eyes on Ismail. The less she said, the more magnanimous she appeared, making their embarrassment sting even harder. Everyone couldn't help but draw a deep breath, feeling uneasy and ashamed for the first time. Chapter 65, Not my fault, why should I admit it? However, it wasn't over yet. As her voice fell, Esther took out a small wooden box from the red brocade bag. This time, inside the wooden box was a green pill. None of them recognized this object except for Barrett, who showed a look of shock. "Junior Master, could this pill be the spring return pill?" "Spring return pill?" Hearing this name made Avon immediately ask, "What is this spring return pill?" Barrett held his breath and said, "The spring return pill, named after the meaning of spring coming to withered wood, is one of the divine medicines recorded in another ancient medical text. Legend has it that it can regulate human blood lipids, blood sugar, and blood pressure, improve memory, vision, and sleep, repair and protect vital organs such as the liver, spleen, and kidneys, and even delay aging. In short, it's a miraculous medicine that can make a person's physical condition decades younger when consumed, and it's extremely difficult to produce. If this spring return pill in Junior Master's hand is real, it might be the only one in the world, even more precious than the return pill. A divine medicine with so many effects and capable of delaying aging, and there's only one in the world?" Even Summer, who had seen much, couldn't help but pause for a moment upon hearing this. If this spring return pill is as miraculous and rare as Barrett described, then this tiny pill would be worth a fortune. It might sell for tens of millions, and even people in high society would fight over it. Avon also took a deep breath. She only heard the 4 words, delay aging. In other words, if this inconspicuous little pill truly had this effect, wouldn't it mean she could retain her youth forever? Only Geordie still looked puzzled. He didn't know why this middle-aged man called Esther Junior Master, nor did he understand what this spring return pill or return pill was. But seeing the man's respectful attitude toward the girl, could it be that this Esther really understood traditional Chinese medicine? Yes, Esther just responded indifferently and gently handed the pill to old Ismail with her left hand, saying softly, "Grandfather, please take this. After taking it, your body will not only recover quickly, but it will be even better than before you fell ill." But old Ismail had heard Barrett's words. Although he didn't know how the girl obtained such a precious pill, if it was indeed the only one in the world, how could he casually eat it? "No, Zara," old Ismail refused, "Mithun's grandfather is already better, there's no need to take this thing. Grandfather, even though someone tampered with my prescription to intentionally harm you, this poisoning incident is ultimately because of me." Esther pushed the pill forward insistently, "So grandfather, please take it, I can always make another one if this one is gone." Tampered with the prescription? Intentionally harm him? Old Ismail had been unconscious all along and had no idea what was going on. Taking advantage of his shock, Esther quickly slipped the spring return pill into his mouth. Seeing old Ismail swallow the pill, she turned to face the Herb family members. Her gentle expression toward old Ismail instantly turned cold. "How can you still try to talk your way out of it when someone tampered with your prescription to deliberately harm you?" Perry suddenly spoke up, looking somewhat agitated. For a girl your age, being careless is common, but especially when you write wrong characters and refuse to admit it, pushing blame onto others. Even though you caused our grandfather to be like this, considering you've cured him and gave him the spring return pill, we, the Herb family, may not hold you responsible. I think you should know when to quit, admit your mistake, and leave quickly. Not my fault, why should I admit it? Esther suddenly looked at Perry and lifted her eyes. Just now, Madam was eager to keep me here in the Herb family to make me pay the price, but now you're in a hurry to drive me away? The girl's gaze and tone were slightly mocking, but her simple question made Perry's heart skip a beat. What did this girl mean by that? Could she have noticed something was amiss? I cannot just leave like this, Esther said sharply. Someone tried to use my name to harm Grandfather Herb. A lid lies nothing, but if I hadn't had the return pill, Grandfather might have died. Therefore, I must find out who did this. With that, Esther took out the prescription and walked to the servant who served old Ismail. The servant was an old man around 40 or 50 years old, bent over, and seemed to have worked for the Herb family for a long time. I remember you, Esther said, looking at the servant. After I wrote the prescription that day, Grandfather gave it to you to get the medicine the next day. I'm asking you, after you left with the prescription that night, did you give it to anyone else or let anyone else handle it? For a moment, all eyes were on the elderly servant, making him feel as if needles were pricking his back and cold sweat poured down. The servant instinctively glanced at Perry, who gave him a piercing look that clearly warned and threatened him. He quickly averted his gaze, waving his hands nervously and stammered, No, I took it directly to get the medicine the next day. Esther's expression grew even colder. So you mean the prescription was with you all along until you went to get the medicine, and no one else touched it? The servant said, yes. Hearing this answer, Esther turned around and walked back to the bed, approaching old Ismail. Grandfather, what exactly happened? Old Ismail asked hurriedly. What about writing wrong characters and changing prescriptions? Esther didn't hand the prescription to old Ismail directly but asked, Grandfather, when I wrote the prescription for you that day, I explained the effects of each herb as I wrote. Do you remember? Old Ismail immediately nodded. I remember, I didn't understand those herbs, and I was lost listening to you. Do you also remember that when I wrote the last herb, lima, I specifically told you that both its leaves and roots can be used in medicine, but one is toxic? As Esther spoke, old Ismail remembered. I remember you said the root of lima is toxic, so the dosage must be carefully controlled. But since you prescribed lima leaves, there was no need to worry. So, what I wrote on the prescription was lima leaves, right? Esther asked. Of course, I watched you write it. And you pointed to the finished entry of lima leaves while explaining. I couldn't have gotten it wrong. After these words, Esther raised her eyes to the speechless Herb family members. Grandfather just woke up and doesn't know much about medicine. If he hadn't listened to my explanation that day, he wouldn't know the difference between lima leaves and roots. So, now can I prove that the prescription I wrote had no issues? Esther continued, Mithun's the prescription I wrote has no problem and the servant says no one else handled it, there's only one possibility. She suddenly pointed at the flustered servant. This means the prescription was switched by him, and he's the one who wanted to kill Grandfather. Such an act counts as attempted murder. By criminal law, even if not life imprisonment, he would serve at least 10 years in prison. Mithuns, we've figured it out, let's call the police. Esther deliberately said this for the servant to hear. Sure enough, her words caused the servant's face to turn deathly pale, and his legs gave way as he knelt down on the spot. No. It wasn't me. I didn't switch the prescription. Not you? Esther approached him, her icy and sharp gaze making the servant tremble uncontrollably under her strong aura. If not you, then who? You just said no one else touched the prescription except you. There is. Terrified of being arrested and spending years in jail, the servant trembled and pointed at Perry, stuttering, It was Madam. She took the prescription that night and gave it back to me the next morning to get the medicine. Chapter 66, We're taking Janine home first. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. The servant pointed at Perry and stammered, It was Madam who took the prescription that night and only gave it to me the next day to get the medicine. Everyone in the room instinctively followed the direction he pointed at, turning their gaze towards Perry, whose body suddenly trembled. What did the servant mean by these words? Did it mean that Mrs. Herb tampered with the prescription, which led to the patriarch being harmed? As if a bolt of lightning had struck before her eyes, Perry felt her mind go blank for a moment, filled only with buzzing noise. The shocked and bewildered gazes of the people around her stabbed at her like sharp knives, making her legs feel weak and shaky. But she still tried to appear calm, rushing to stand before the servant and slapping him hard across the face. What nonsense are you spouting, you lowlife? Perry's cold glare seemed as though it could kill the servant. Is it to slander your master that the Herb family raised you? You want to frame the patriarch and pin it all on me? Perry refused to admit it. Of course, she wouldn't admit it. If this matter were confirmed, what would await her? A daughter-in-law accused of ruthlessly harming her father-in-law, how could she remain a noble lady of a wealthy family? Everyone in the high society of Illegitimate would despise her, and Summer would personally send her to prison. She couldn't admit it, absolutely not. At that moment, Perry regretted what she had done. Back then, Perry had become pregnant while working as a secretary, and after determining the baby in her womb was a boy, she was able to marry into the Herb family, becoming Mrs. Herb. However, from the moment she stepped into the Herb household nearly 20 years ago until now, the old patriarch had never shown her any kindness. Perry knew that the old patriarch deeply disdained her, barely tolerating her presence only because she was the mother of his only grandson. She thought it was because of her rural background that the patriarch despised her. But she was wrong. If the old patriarch truly valued one's origin, how could he have so eagerly hoped for Deborah, also from the countryside, to become his granddaughter-in-law? The old patriarch didn't disdain her background, he disliked her character. A woman like her, who had lured her superior into an affair and became pregnant out of wedlock, wasn't fit to be the matriarch of the Herb family. It was a disgrace to the family name. For all these years, no matter how high and mighty she appeared before the servants or how dignified and grand she seemed to outsiders, she remained cautious and tried every means to win favor in front of the old patriarch. But no matter what she did, the old patriarch always treated her with indifference, often ignoring her even in front of the servants, showing her no respect. So she hated him, wished for the patriarch's death. Without his existence, she could finally lift her head high in the Herb family, and her words would carry weight. For instance, she didn't want her son to marry such a girl from the countryside, yet in front of the old patriarch, she dared not voice any opposition and could only suppress her frustration. Now, Perry was afraid and regretful. She was afraid of being exposed and going to jail. She regretted not having been more patient. The old man was already in his 70s or 80s. Even if Deborah managed to improve his health, how many more years could he possibly live? Even if she waited, the old man would eventually pass away. She shouldn't have been so hasty. But now that Deborah and the servant had exposed her on the spot, even if she denied it, how could she explain it away? How could the patriarch believe her? In the meantime, the old patriarch had taken the prescription from Deborah and examined it. Seeing that the last ingredient had changed from Castanopsis leaves to Castanopsis roots, and recalling what Deborah had just said, he guessed what had happened. It turned out he hadn't been poisoned by the medication prescribed by Zara but because someone had tampered with the prescription, deliberately substituting one ingredient and causing the poisoning. And the person the servant accused was his own daughter-in-law. Being past 70, the old patriarch saw through people's hearts rather than their surfaces. Even as Perry slapped the servant and angrily claimed she was being slandered, the old patriarch could see from the panic in her eyes that the servant spoke the truth. The old patriarch sighed inwardly. Perhaps it was also due to his harshness towards her over the years that pushed her to do this. What is this all about? Hearing the servant's words, Summer looked at Perry incredulously. Methuster-in-law, did you really tamper with the prescription? Did you change it? Geordie also looked bewildered. Mom, what is this servant talking about? Is grandfather's poisoning incident related to you? Speak up. Enough. Just as everyone was looking at Perry who seemed unable to hold it together, Grandfather Herb suddenly sat up straight in bed and spoke in a grave and authoritative tone. Grandfather Herb did not look at Perry, whose shoulders were trembling slightly, but first looked at Wallene Sullivan. The young people from the Yanni family and Lou family have gone to great lengths for my sake today, and I appreciate it. The remaining matters are internal family affairs of the Herb family, so I won't keep you any longer. It seemed that Grandfather Herb already had a clear understanding. After saying this, he looked at Deborah, who immediately went to the bedside and called out, Grandpa. Zara, Grandfather Herb's expression instantly softened as he carefully lifted Deborah's injured hand, looking extremely concerned. He sighed guiltily, saying, Zara, you suffered for Grandpa's sake today, all because of me. No, Deborah shook her head and said earnestly, what matters most is that Grandpa is fine, it's just a minor injury. You go home with your brothers first and get your injuries treated. Once Grandpa resolves everything, I will personally bring gifts to the Lou family to apologize and thank you. Grandfather Herb wanted to personally go to the Lou family to apologize and express gratitude. What status and position did Grandfather Herb hold in Illegitimate? Even someone as domineering in Illegitimate as Wally showed reverence before Grandfather Herb. Now, Grandfather Herb was offering to personally go to the Lou family to apologize and express gratitude to an underage child. How greatly he must value Deborah and give her face. Sullivan immediately stepped forward upon hearing this. No need, Elder, our Lou family has received your intentions. For now, you should focus on getting better. We'll take Zara home to treat her wound and won't disturb you further. Upon saying this, apart from the Herb family members, everyone else left the bedroom. Before leaving the room, Geordie couldn't help but stare at Deborah continuously, but Deborah remained indifferent and didn't even glance at him properly. After leaving the Herb residence, Jorge, who barely had any presence, had already quietly slipped away at some point. Sullivan said to Wally, Mr. Yanni, thank you for defending our Zara today. She still has an injury on her hand, so we'll take her home now and won't disturb you further. Wally's gaze deepened upon hearing this. After meeting today, there had always been others around, and he hadn't had the chance to hold or kiss his precious one. Seeing her injured pained him deeply. But with these 3 elder brothers-in-law here, he couldn't stop them from taking Deborah away and keeping her by his side. He could only take a deep breath and say, all right. Only after watching the Lou family's car disappear from sight did Wally finally turn away, instructing Gordon to start the car. In the car, Sullivan sat in the front passenger seat while Deborah sat in the middle of the back seat, with Josue and Atlee sitting on either side of her. As soon as they got in the car, Atlee tightly embraced Deborah. Chapter 67, An older brother is born to stand up for his younger Matthew Stir. Just a moment ago, Atlee was making a big fuss in the Herb family's home, protecting Deborah and wishing he could bite Geordie and Perry to death. But now, he was hugging his sister, eyes turning red. Holding the young girl entirely in his arms, with sorrow almost spilling out of his eyes, he said angrily, "That damn Geordie, when we get back to school, I will definitely find an opportunity to beat him up again. Tianjian, it's all my fault as your older brother that I didn't protect you well." Atlee loosened his grip on Deborah and gently lifted her palm, which was still embedded with fragments of vase, asking anxiously, "Does it hurt? Let me blow on it for you. Shall we go to the hospital?" Josue frowned slightly, massaging the back of his neck, but his gaze inadvertently fell on the wound on the girl's palm. Going to the hospital would require registration, queuing, and a lot of other procedures. He could help her handle it much faster. "No need for the hospital," Josue, who usually had a cold demeanor, spoke suddenly. "I have a full set of tools and medicines in my room at home. Let's go home and I can disinfect and bandage it for her." Atlee was surprised. Is today's sun rising from the west? It has been so long since Sergio has returned home. "Are you actually coming home with us now? It's been a while since I've been home." "I'll stay at home these days," Josue said expressionlessly, yet a hint of unnaturalness flashed through his eyes. He absolutely couldn't admit that he wanted to return to the Liu family because of this young girl. After they returned home, Josue cast a faint glance at Deborah and told her indifferently, "Follow me to my room, I'll help you deal with the wound." "Okay." Deborah nodded obediently and went upstairs with Josue. Indeed, Josue hadn't lived at home for a long time. But his room was cleaned daily, so it remained very tidy. The decoration style of the room revealed the personality of its owner. Atlee's room, be it the furniture or decor, perfectly matched a rebellious and free-spirited teenager. In contrast, one glance into Josue's room showed that the owner must have a severe case of OCD, combined with a cleanliness obsession. He might even be a perfectionist Virgo. A cold scent of cedar filled the air. The walls were pure white, with minimalistic design, no excess furniture or decorations, purely simple. An 1.8-meter wide bed with pale gray pillows and quilts stood there. On the left side was a desk next to a tall wooden bookshelf, stacked high with various medical books. To the right of the bed sat a life-size human skeleton, looking quite eerie at first sight. One wonders if Josue might be startled awake by it in the middle of the night. "You can sit on my bed. Anyway, I'm going to have the sheets changed later," Josue said, lifting his head. "I'll fetch the first aid kit." What Deborah didn't know was that even though he planned to change the sheets soon, Josue had never allowed anyone except himself to touch his bed since he grew up. As a child, Atlee once used his bed as a trampoline, causing Josue to come home from school and immediately order it replaced. He had always been aloof by nature. To him, the bed was an absolute personal domain, and he always repelled others from approaching it. But now, Deborah sat down on the edge of the bed. Soon, Josue came out of the cabinet carrying a large first aid kit and pulled a chair to sit opposite Deborah. "Give me your hand," Josue instructed. Deborah handed her hand over to Josue. So much time had passed that the blood on her palm had clotted, staining the entire palm red. The whiteness of the young girl's hand made the crimson color of the blood even more startling. Upon closer inspection, Josue, who looked emotionless, flinched slightly. There wasn't just one piece of glass, but 4 or 5 tiny shards embedded in the center of her palm. Having endured such pain for so long must have been excruciating. Yet, not once did she cry out, in Herb's house, or even in the car on their way back. Atlee appeared more pained than she was, yelling all the way and cursing Geordie and the Herb family members. But the young girl only comforted him, saying it didn't hurt and telling him not to worry. How could it not hurt? If it were Marilyn, she would probably hang around all day with tears in her eyes, seeking comfort from her elder brother and Graham. "I'll wipe off the dried blood first," Josue said. "Okay," Deborah replied. Josue found antiseptic wipes from the first aid kit, pinched the corner with 2 fingertips, and carefully wiped around Deborah's injured area. These were hands accustomed to holding surgical scalpels. Long and slender, with distinct knuckles and neatly trimmed nails, they were beautifully formed. With each wiping motion, faint blue veins subtly rose on the backs of his hands, exuding a cool and restrained aura. It took about 5 or 6 wipes before all the dried bloodstains were cleaned. Josue took out a pair of tweezers from the first aid kit, inhaling deeply before saying, "I'll help you take out the small fragments. Tell me if it hurts." The tweezers gripped the largest piece of glass, and as it was pulled out from her flesh, the young girl couldn't help but hiss sharply. Blood soon gushed out from the wound again. "Does it hurt a lot?" The young girl gave a light response. Josue's thin lips pressed together slightly. The usually cold man, who appeared unapproachable, showed an unusually gentle expression in front of the young girl. He put down what he was holding and rummaged through his dress pants pocket, surprisingly pulling out a candy with an adorable packaging, a Wansi milk candy. Noticing the young girl's somewhat surprised gaze, Josue's eyes flickered slightly, appearing a bit uncomfortable. Without speaking, he tore open the candy wrapper and offered it to Deborah's mouth. "Ah." Deborah subconsciously opened her mouth and was fed the candy by Josue. The sweet milky fragrance immediately spread throughout her mouth. Suddenly leaning closer, Josue's handsome face, which was both cool and elegant, loomed larger over Deborah, whispering softly. Eating candy will make the pain go away. I'll be gentle. Thank you, Sergio. Deborah chewed on the milk candy in her mouth. It was quite sweet. Hearing this call of Sergio, Josue's heart softened again. The young girl before him was his half-sibling, someone who would risk her life to save a stranger on the street, capable of completing all subjects' tests perfectly within 40 minutes, the only disciple of the foremost traditional Chinese medicine master, and someone who didn't complain at all even when injured. He had missed having such an outstanding little sister for 17 years. Mithun's childhood, Josue had always felt lonely deep down. It wasn't that he was born indifferent and unwilling to interact with others, rather, he felt he didn't fit into this world. The family affection in the wealthy mansion failed to meet his need for warmth during his childhood, so after growing up, he chose to stay away and no longer expected anything. Underneath his cold exterior lay an empty yet soft heart. He never knew how to fill this emptiness and loneliness until today. In the Herb residence, he saw Sullivan and Atlee stand up for the young girl against outsiders. In the car, Atlee held on to the young girl, incessantly nagging about her, worrying about her relationship with Wally, and fretting about her reputation online. Although the scene in the car was chaotic, which should have annoyed him, he instead felt something inside him stir. After feeding Deborah the candy, Josue continued to treat her wound. Once all the fragments were removed and the wound disinfected, Josue took out bandages from the first aid kit to wrap up her hand. Seeing the focused look on Josue's face, Deborah casually remarked, "At lunch, Nicholas said that yesterday, when Sergio first saw me, you even disliked touching me and refused to hold me." Deborah added, "I thought Sergio really didn't like me." Josue paused in the midst of wrapping the bandage. Once her right hand was fully bandaged, Deborah got up from the bed. Just as she straightened up, preparing to thank him, she was suddenly hugged by Josue, who was more than a head taller than her. "Sergio?" A refreshing scent enveloped her. As she called out from his chest, she heard Josue's low voice say, "Never disliked." He raised his hand and placed it on her silky long hair, his voice still cool, "Your necklace, I'll give you an even prettier one. You are my younger sister, and a brother is born to protect his sister and stand up for her. So don't be so understanding all the time. If it hurts, just say so. If you feel wronged, tell me too. Got it?" Chapter 68, She Stole the Show, Became the Clown. Josue's personality and temperament were completely different from Sullivan and Atlee. As the eldest brother, Sullivan was mature, steady, and restrained. Atlee, being the youngest, was rebellious and arrogant. Josue's first impression on people was one of aloofness. His indifferent and detached aura made it seem as if he was always floating outside the noisy crowd, like a flower on a snowy mountain peak, indifferent to anyone or anything. But at this moment, his embrace was warm and welcoming. Josue didn't hug for long. Perhaps because he had never been so intimate with others before, he quickly released Deborah. His expression remained naturally calm, only clearing his throat and placing his hand by his lips, saying, "I'll be staying at home these few days. Come to me every night to change the dressing. Don't let the wound get wet." "I know," Deborah replied softly, her voice gentle. "Thank you, Sergio, for helping me bandage it. And the milk candies are really delicious." This act of endearment from Deborah immediately bridged the gap between them. Even though they weren't very familiar before, blood relations were something mysterious. Josue's gaze flickered, lost in thought for a moment. So this is what it feels like to have a younger sister. It seemed not bad. By the time they went downstairs, Sullivan and Atlee were sitting on the sofa in the living room. Seeing that Deborah's right hand was thickly wrapped in white gauze, Atlee immediately began fussing over her again, pulling her into another bout of sympathy and cursing Geordie. Anyway, Geordie had been repeatedly criticized during these hours. Deborah even began to worry that tomorrow, when she returned to school, Atlee would go straight to Class A to confront Geordie. "Mithun, it's rare for Matthew Yen to come home. Let's go out for dinner tonight," Sullivan suggested. "My friend has a newly opened Western restaurant. Want to try it?" "Do you want to eat Western food?" Josue asked Deborah. "If you don't feel like it, we can choose something else." Although Josue showed no expression, Deborah knew he probably remembered she grew up in the countryside and might feel uncomfortable eating Western food, which was why he asked her opinion first. "Sure," Deborah nodded. "Let the brothers decide." "I'm not picky." "That won't do," Atlee draped an arm around Deborah's shoulders. "You're our beloved little sister, so your choice is what matters most." Josue frowned and pulled Atlee's hand away from Deborah. "Have you washed your hands since coming home? Don't touch others if you haven't." "I did. Besides, who besides Sergio wouldn't let me touch them unless my hands are clean?" Atlee retorted indignantly, "And even if I hadn't washed my hands, my little sister wouldn't mind, right, Catherine?" Deborah said seriously, "Actually, I do mind a little." Seeing Atlee suddenly looking dejected, Deborah smiled and took his hand. "Come on, brother, I'm hungry." Seeing Atlee instantly perk up again, Sullivan chuckled and tapped him on the head. "Look at you, such low tolerance." The scene was heartwarming. Josue couldn't help but feel warmth in his heart and followed them. Not long after Deborah left the house, Marilyn also dragged her exhausted body back to the Liu family residence, looking extremely haggard. It was almost 8 o'clock. She looked around and saw that the house was empty. Gavin Ma? Marilyn called out immediately, and the servant working in the utility room hurried over. Yes, Miss Juliana, I'm here. What's wrong? It's this late, where is everyone? Marilyn asked immediately, hasn't Avram and Dennis come home yet? Master Lou and Master Wu came home with Miss Deborah in the evening. Oh, and Master Air too, Gavin Ma answered. They all went out to eat about an hour ago and haven't returned yet. What? Hearing Gavin Ma's words, Marilyn felt as if the sky was collapsing. She hadn't gone to school all afternoon, and neither her eldest brother nor fifth brother had called or messaged her once. No one cared where she was despite her coming home so late. They actually took Deborah out for dinner. That was treatment only she used to receive. And Sergio. Why would Sergio willingly dine with Deborah? He hated dining with outsiders the most, didn't he? Her eldest brother and fifth brother now treated Deborah as one of their own. Could it be that even Sergio, with his odd temper and cold attitude, now liked that bitch? Marilyn bit her lip hard and ran upstairs, bursting into tears as soon as she closed the door. That morning at school, she was unmasked in front of the entire internet by that damn child and exposed by Daphne for not being the one who saved her son. She had never felt so humiliated in her life, especially with that face full of red spots, hideously ugly. Marilyn had always been the most outstanding among everyone from a young age. How could she bear the stark contrast of going from being praised by the entire internet to being condemned? When she was scrolling through those netizen comments, she genuinely felt like she would be better off dead, sobbing uncontrollably in front of Marissa. Fortunately, Marissa pitied her. Or rather, Marissa simply couldn't leave her alone. After all, she was the Tegan that Marissa had meticulously cultivated over the years, representing the Liu family's reputation. Even after disgracing herself today, Marissa merely scolded her for a few moments before starting to help her find a way out. The first step was calling Oral, but he said there were no other options unless she sincerely apologized. Only then would he find someone to assist her. Thus, Marilyn had to post an apology on Weibo and even bit the bullet to donate 2 million yuan from her pocket money to clear her name. Throughout the afternoon, the hired marketing accounts and internet trolls were constantly operating, while she kept an eye on the real-time online comments. Marketing accounts posted screenshots of her competition and exam results over the years to prove her excellence. They released photos of her doing charity work for credits to show her kindness. Countless trolls argued that she never intended to impersonate anyone, claiming it was all a misunderstanding, urging netizens to be more lenient with such an excellent and kind-hearted girl who was willing to donate 2 million to make amends. They even capitalized on the red spots on her face, saying it was due to a strange illness she recently developed, asking netizens not to attack a patient over this. By nightfall, the public opinion finally turned completely in her favor. No one was criticizing her anymore. Anyone who criticized her now faced backlash. Marilyn finally breathed a sigh of relief. But she didn't have time to celebrate for long. Upon returning home, she learned that her brothers had taken Deborah out for dinner. From the afternoon to the evening, when she was in so much pain that she wanted to die, no one cared about her at all. These brothers, who used to adore her the most, were now all revolving around Deborah. The thought that she had become a laughingstock while Deborah garnered fame because of the video on the forum and saving people gnawed at her insides with rage. The more she thought about it, the more unbearable it became, causing her to cry even harder. When she answered her Uncle Renee's call, Marilyn was crying as if her breath was running out. Hello? Matt. Her sobs clearly startled the man on the other end. What happened, Juliana? What happened? Why are you crying like this? Chapter 69 The Piano Master Jobin. The person who called Marilyn was Marissa's elder brother, also Marilyn's maternal uncle, Rene. Rene is a level 1 professor at Gillison University and quite influential in society. This year, he is 48 years old. Men of his age generally don't watch Douyin or Weibo, so Rene had no idea what happened to Marilyn today. As soon as he answered the phone, he was shocked by Marilyn's heartbreaking sobs. Marilyn obviously knew this too. Matt. Sniff, sniff. Marilyn started sobbing even harder. All right, Juliana, stop crying, Rene hurriedly comforted her. Tell Matt what happened. Why are you crying like this? It's because of that Esther. Marilyn said through her tears, Matt. Now all the brothers like her and not me anymore. Today when I came home, I found no one there. I asked the servant and found out that Avram, Sergio, and Dennis took Esther out for dinner. No one cared whether I came home or not. Matt, it feels like I'm an extra person in the Liu family, sniff, sniff. Hearing this, Rene was stunned. Esther? Are you talking about your father's ex-wife's illegitimate daughter? Yes, it's her. Marilyn cried in response. You're saying that now your brothers only care about the illegitimate daughter but not you at all? How could this happen? This incident clearly subverted Rene's understanding. He naturally heard from his sister about Esther's existence. It was said that 18 years ago, one night, Randall's ex-wife seduced him and left behind this offspring. These past few years, Rene had indeed heard his sister, Marissa, curse Everly many times, but they never knew that Randall had such an illegitimate daughter in the countryside. An illegitimate daughter suddenly appeared, which was enough, yet this girl was rumored to have a childhood betrothal with Juliana's boyfriend, truly laughable to the extreme. In Rene's mind, bringing an illegitimate daughter who just lost her mother from the countryside to Gillison was already an immense favor to this Esther, and his sister had done everything possible. But he didn't expect that such an unseemly bastard would actually make his beloved niece suffer, crying so bitterly in the middle of the night. Renee's question made Marilyn sob even louder, making one's heart ache. Matt. This isn't Avram, Sergio, and Dennis's fault, it's because Esther is very scheming. Ever since she came to the Liu family, she has used various means to get close to the brothers, trying every way to win their affection. On her first day in the Liu family, she tried to strangle me in the room, attempting to kill me, but later told Avram and the others that I was deliberately framing her. She's always framing and defaming me, making the brothers increasingly distant and more disliking me, but I can do nothing. Matt. I'm too innocent. I can't compete with her at all and can only watch helplessly as she takes away what belongs to me. What should I do? Sniff. While Marilyn was sobbing on the phone, Renee couldn't help but burst into curses on the other end. Pa. What kind of garbage? One illegitimate daughter, after being brought to Illegitimate, dares to bully you without behaving properly? Have you let her get too cocky? Make your mom send her back to the godforsaken countryside where she came from. Finally hearing someone curse Esther, Marilyn felt somewhat relieved. But she still choked out, no, Matt. Mom can't send Esther away right now. Not only would the brothers disagree, but old man Herb from the Herb family really likes her, and our Liu family has business with them. Now, I can only bear all this. I don't want to make things difficult for Mom and Dad and Avram. Hearing his obedient niece say this despite being bullied so badly while still considering the Liu family, Renee felt even angrier. Having never met Esther, his impression of her was already at its worst. A low-born illegitimate daughter raised in the countryside, lacking education and upbringing, full of schemes, good at acting and framing others, even trying to usurp her place. This was outrageous. Renee took a deep breath. All right, Juliana, I understand. I'll ask your mom about it later, but stop crying for now. How could a distinguished young lady from the Liu family be bullied by a country illegitimate daughter? Where did all the poise and elegance go that you've learned over the years? If that Esther bullies you, then you should bully her back. Don't forget that you have your mother and your uncle supporting you. She's just a bastard raised in the countryside. Now that her mom is dead, who can support her in Illegitimate? Why are you afraid of her? Marilyn sobbed in response, I know, Matt. I will pull myself together. Then she suddenly remembered, right, Matt, did you call me for something? Marilyn's crying made Renee forget why he originally called her, but now he was reminded. You don't remind me, and I almost forgot, Renee recalled, Juliana, you know the national piano competition is being held in Illegitimate this year, right? I know, Matt, Marilyn replied, wasn't it supposed to be held at the Illegitimate Convention Center next month? I called you to tell you that the date has been moved up, Renee explained, the piano competition will now take place next week. I expect you'll receive your invitation soon. Marilyn paused in surprise. Matt, how could the competition suddenly change dates? This is too sudden. Renee said, Jobin is coming to China for a tour next week. The organizers want him to judge, so they decided to move the competition up to next week. Jobin? Marilyn's eyes widened. Anyone who studies piano knows the name Jobin. One of the greatest musicians, composers, pianists, and conductors from the Yu-Joab, he is one of the few living legends and is internationally recognized as a deserving piano master. So many people worldwide dream of hearing Jobin perform live. Unfortunately, after turning 50, Jobin no longer performs on stage and rarely appears in public. And now, he would actually be judging this year's Chinese piano competition. What does having Jobin as a judge mean? It means every participant this year has the chance to receive personal guidance from the master. And this year's competition will have unprecedented attention, not only domestically but worldwide. Marilyn instantly felt exhilarated. If she wins first place in a piano competition judged by Jobin, and earns his recognition, she'll gain international fame and solidify her position in China's piano community. On the phone, Renee said, Juliana, I told you this piano competition is very important. If you win first place, you will secure the special talent admission quota at Gillis University. Now that the schedule has been moved up so much, you must prepare intensively this week and ensure there are no mistakes. Jobin and I have some acquaintance. I specially introduced you to him and sent him videos of your previous performances. Jobin said he looks forward to your performance. You must not disappoint him. What? Master Jobin is looking forward to her performance? Marilyn took a deep breath, feeling almost overwhelmed with excitement. Chapter 70, accompanying the president climbing through the window at night. After Deborah and Sullivan finished dinner and returned to the Liu family residence, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Cornelius, who was sleeping in her bed, immediately opened its eyes when it heard the door moving. Initially sluggish, it now jumped nimbly in front of the young girl, meowing. Cornelius was accustomed to getting his head rubbed by Deborah every time she came back, purring with contentment and licking her palm with its small red tongue. However, this time, Deborah's right hand was bandaged due to an injury. Cornelius dared not touch her, as if afraid to hurt the young girl accidentally. Its round emerald green eyes were filled with grievance, heartbroken that its owner was injured by those detestable humans. It's just a minor injury, it doesn't hurt. Deborah spoke casually and stroked Cornelius's fur with her left hand as a comfort. The next second, the notification sound of a text message rang out on her phone. Have you arrived home yet? It was Wally, timing it perfectly. I've arrived, just got back to my room. After thinking for a moment, Deborah added another message. This morning when I called, I said I wanted to kiss you as a reward for being obedient, but I didn't even get a chance to hold your hand today. During lunch in the afternoon at the Herb residence, there were always people around. After leaving the Herb residence, Deborah directly returned home with Sullivan. She didn't have any intimate moments with Wally, nor did she get the chance to speak much with him. The moonlight tonight is beautiful. Wally suddenly sent such a sentence. Deborah instinctively replied, what? I mean, I miss you very much. I'm outside your house, would it be convenient to meet briefly? Wally had always been deep and restrained in front of her. Deborah didn't know how long he had been waiting outside the Liu family residence. Even though the man had waited outside for who knows how long and really wanted to see her, he only asked if it was convenient for her to come out instead of demanding that she do so. To outsiders, Wally always appeared high and mighty, intimidating without showing anger. Yet in front of her, he always prioritized her feelings. Avram is in the living room, if I go out, I'd have to explain to him. In the car, seeing the message from Deborah, Wally's gaze dimmed slightly. She couldn't come out. But then he saw the next message from the young girl. However, you can drive around to the back of the villa. I live on the ground floor, you can enter my room directly through the window. I'll be waiting for you here. Seeing the words on the message, Wally paused. How is it going, boss? Has Miss returned? Gordon, sitting in the driver's seat, couldn't help but rub his somewhat sore shoulders. We've been waiting here for over an hour. She has returned, Wally said. Is Miss coming out to see you? Gordon asked immediately upon hearing that Deborah had returned. She won't come out to see me, Wally looked up and said, I will go to see her. Gordon never imagined that one day, as a senior executive assistant to a CEO, he would be following his boss at 10:30 at night to climb into someone else's window. And President Yanni, the sole heir of the prestigious Yanni Corporation, standing at the pinnacle of wealth and power in Illegitimate, had to rely on climbing through a window to see the girl he liked. This was simply. Gordon felt helpless. When Miss instructed them to climb through the window into her room, Campbell actually followed through. He thought having the boss set the side profile of the girl as his wallpaper all day was already enough of a love-brain act, but now it seemed like nothing compared to this. Now President Yanni acted as if he was sneaking in to rendezvous with Miss. Gordon even worried that there might be alarms in the backyard of the Liu family, possibly catching them both. However, the situation Gordon feared did not happen. The car drove around to the back of the Liu family villa, and from afar, they could see the young girl waving by a window. Walking with Wally to the window, Gordon asked Deborah in front of her, President Yanni, should I wait outside for you or? Wally paused, but Deborah answered for him. With a smile, she said, Assistant Elio, please go back and rest first. Come early tomorrow to pick us up. Does this mean President Yanni will sleep here tonight? Gordon knew that even if Wally slept in the same bed with the young girl, he wouldn't do anything improper to her. He just found it quite magical. He had been with Wally for many years. Everyone envied how Wally was born with a silver spoon and became an undeniable leader in Illegitimate at a young age. Only he knew how lonely Wally had been these past few years. At 15, he lost both his parents in a car accident, surviving by chance because his mother protected him, witnessing the gruesome deaths of his parents firsthand. An underage teenager facing the massive business empire left by his parents alone, with cunning uncles eyeing his position within the family, the pressure was unimaginable. Due to his inherent nature as a celestial lone star and poor physical condition, anyone with weaker health who got close to him would suffer adverse effects. Therefore, for years, he never approached others easily. To outsiders, Wally appeared unperturbed by joy or anger, his aura keeping everyone at arm's length. What others didn't know was that his distant demeanor was because he feared harming others. Gordon was probably the person who understood Wally the most in this world. He knew that no matter how superior Wally's background and appearance seemed to be, his inner self was profoundly lonely. Deep down, Wally always blamed himself for his parents' deaths, attributing everything to his own faults. But he was accustomed to suppressing his feelings, hiding all his pain from others. Even Gordon knew that at just 25 years old, Wally had already planned for a solitary life until old age. He felt that someone like him didn't deserve family love or friendship, not to mention romance. However, the appearance of this young girl was like a beam of light, suddenly illuminating Wally's dark world. The girl was intelligent, excellent, brave, and kind, able to help President Yanni walk again with just 2 needles, and even detect toxic substances in his pillow with 1 sniff. She was also very low-key and mysterious. For instance, when Dr. Barrett knelt and called her Shifu at the Herb family residence, Gordon was truly astonished. Moreover, she acted boldly, without any reservations in front of Wally. Not only was she unaffected by President Yanni's negative energy, but she always took the initiative to get close. This was the first time such a person appeared beside President Yanni. It was as if they were meant to be together, naturally attracted to each other. This soul-deep compatibility transcended time, place, and circumstances. It seemed perfectly fitting, as if it was destined to be. This made Gordon feel amazed. As they neared the car, Gordon couldn't help but look back. Wally had already entered the room. The young girl buried herself in his arms, her slender arms circling his lean waist, seemingly inhaling his scent. The man tightened his embrace, holding the girl tightly, lowering his head to gently kiss her hair, with tenderness and longing almost overflowing from his eyes. The bright moonlight bathed the window. Gordon looked up and saw that the moonlight tonight was indeed quite beautiful. Chapter 71, Joab. A China region members group chat. Finally embracing the long-desired girl, Wally felt completely at ease. As if his heart had been feeling hollow all day, it finally settled down now, filled with a sense of belonging. He loosened his tightly encircling arms and kissed her lips, his voice low and deep, sending Gordon back. Do you want me to sleep here tonight? The girl spoke frankly, not hiding her thoughts, pointing to her bed, but the bed is only 1.5 meters wide, so you'll have to hold me tighter to fit. All right. Wally glanced at the bed that was indeed not very spacious, and the corners of his mouth curved upward involuntarily. He lowered his head again to kiss her earlobe and murmured deeply in her ear, even if the bed were 2 meters wide, I would still hold you tight. Meow. At that moment, Cornelius suddenly darted out from under the quilt, leaped into Esther's arms, wedging itself between her and Wally. Your cat? Wally was slightly surprised. Yes, Esther nodded. It seems to be sizing me up. Wally noticed Cornelius's round eyes. Does it not like me? No, Esther laughed and rubbed Cornelius's head. If it didn't like you, it would have already scratched anyone else who held me like this. The room where Esther lived was originally a guest room of the Liu family. The bathroom cabinet just happened to have brand new disposable toothbrushes, cups, towels, bathrobes, slippers, and even underwear prepared. Job knowing these items were in the room, Esther had let Gordon leave earlier. After they both took showers, Esther gave Wally another acupuncture session. By the time they finished, it was almost midnight. Esther went over to turn off the lights. Only a floor lamp next to the bed emitting a soft warm yellow light remained on. She then climbed into the quilt where Wally was. The man naturally leaned over, wrapping his strong arms around her without disturbing her bandaged right hand. Esther's body was slightly cool, but Wally's embrace was warm. The similar scent of their shower gel mingled in the secret air between them. Even though they had been intimate before, this was the first time they shared a bed. Yet, their actions felt perfectly natural. Esther nestled in Wally's embrace as the male energy nourished her soul, repairing the damage from yesterday when she stopped the truck by force. She felt an unprecedented sense of security, subconsciously wanting to get closer and be held even tighter. The room was quiet, and Esther suddenly raised her head and asked, Before I gave you acupuncture yesterday, haven't you slept well for a long time? Wally was taken aback. Yes. Esther probed further. How long has it been? Wally seemed to fall into a brief memory before lowering his gaze and slowly said, About 10 years. 10 years. So it wasn't just due to the recent effects of the Huanshan grass. Since witnessing his parents' death 10 years ago, this person might never have had a good night's sleep. Esther felt a pang in her heart. Although such emotions should only appear in humans, having spent so much time as a human, she also developed human perceptions and desires. She sensed the long-standing loneliness in this man. A loneliness that mirrored her own over the years. Esther asked Wally again, Have you found out the source of the Huanshan grass? It's my uncle. Wally's tone turned colder when he mentioned his uncle. He bribed the old butler of the Yanni family to place the problematic pillow on my bed. This matched Gordon's speculation from the previous day. Esther frowned slightly. Blood-red ginseng, red lychee flower, Huanshan grass. These plants were originally extremely rare. They grew either in the crevices of cliffs or in the high mountains and deep valleys, very scarce and difficult to find on the market. Why were there so many recently? Where did they all come from? Perhaps driven by some intuition, Esther suddenly thought of someone. Or rather, not a human, a pearl clam that became a spirit by the river of forgetfulness, Methunclair, who was once her mortal enemy when she was a flower fairy. Back then, he claimed to love her, coming close every day, but stole her primordial pill during the last stage of her cultivation, delaying her arrival in the human world by several years. And Methunclair, with her primordial pill in hand, disappeared. Her primordial pill could transform any ordinary plant into a rare one. Could it be that Methunclair was selling these things? Ever since she was Alicia, Esther had always wanted to find Methunclair and get her Goyuan pill back. But over the years, she hadn't been able to trace his whereabouts. What are you thinking about? Noticing the girl's distracted expression, Wally couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Esther shook her head. We need to wake up early tomorrow. Let's go to sleep. The girl leaned into the man's face for a kiss. But Wally rolled his Adam's apple, then suddenly turned his head away. Seeing the puzzled look in her eyes, Wally took a deep breath, holding Esther tightly in his arms, resting his chin on her head. His voice was slightly hoarse. Be good, let's just sleep like this. My self-control, isn't that strong? Being so close to someone he loved in bed, anyone would find it hard to resist. But all Wally did was hold Esther as if he were coaxing a child, patting her back until she fell asleep. After a while, Wally also drifted off. Esther opened her eyes in the dim light. First, she kissed the sleeping man deeply, making up for the missed goodnight kiss earlier. Then she quietly slipped out of bed barefoot and walked to the desk. On the desk lay the laptop that Atli bought for her at the mall. Esther opened the computer and pressed the power button. Once connected to the internet, her fingers tapped on the keyboard quickly, and soon a chat group interface appeared on the screen. Joab. A China region members group chat. It showed a total of 35 members. All Joab.club members had IQs above 150 and were prodigies with exceptional abilities in various fields. To look up information, there might be no quicker way than asking here. On the other side of the ocean, in a certain country. In the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel. A red-haired teenager sat cross-legged on the sofa, aimlessly flipping through the computer when suddenly he sprayed milk all over the screen. Pfft. The teen exaggeratedly exclaimed, "No way, I'm not seeing things, right? This never logged-in user named Demi has 6 stars. Beside him, another black-haired teenager frowned at the milk-stained screen. This teenager had a slim build, skin pale from lack of sun. His messy bangs slightly covered his eyebrows, and his features were exquisitely perfect. Those deep, beautiful black eyes had a teardrop-shaped mole at the corner. Underneath long black lashes was a layer of cold indifference, even hinting at danger. If you have time to care about how many stars someone has, you might as well think about whether there will be any oversights in tomorrow's mission. The teenager stood up, tossed a handgun onto the sofa without emotion, said, "Don't drag me down," and walked into the room. Chapter 72, The First Encounter with a Yeniving Methusstar Sr. Esther had no idea that her sudden appearance online late at night had already caused quite a stir in the group chat. The Joab.club had only 35 members in Huagua. Frankly speaking, any youngster who could join the Joab.club before the age of 18 was already hailed as a genius from a very young age by those around them. Geniuses are always different from ordinary people. Some were skilled in analytical synthesis and logical reasoning, some were extremely creative and imaginative, some possessed photographic memories. They each had talents in different fields. But there were commonalities. Apart from all having extraordinarily high IQs and unconventional thinking patterns, geniuses tend to be loners. Either they were aloof and didn't fit in with their surroundings, or they were too proud to associate with ordinary people. In short, these people found it difficult to make friends in real life. Plainly put, they were on a completely different level intellectually from everyone else and couldn't converse on the same topics. Only among their peers could they find spiritual resonance, so this group chat became their way to socialize. It was simple, anyone in this group chat was a genius. All had IQs over 150, just distributed across different fields, making none inferior to the others. Thus, most of the people in the group had chatted publicly or privately, some even meeting in person and becoming real-life friends. The Joab.club did not reveal the true identities of its members, everyone remained mysterious, using aliases in the group chat. Online members would have stars displayed after their alias, indicating how many fields they excelled in. Those who were offline wouldn't show any stars. Before Esther logged in, the group only had one member exceeding 2 stars, a 3-star senior with the alias, Ming. However, upon Esther's login, the alias, Demis, showed 6 red stars, immediately stirring everyone lurking in the group. Whale, wow, I'm not seeing things, right? At Demi's first time seeing a live 6-star senior. Jin, seems like it's her first time online. She never appeared in the group before. Justin, judging from the alias, she seems female. At Demi's sister hug, which city are you in? Want to meet up? Walnut, Methussstars is indeed impressive, wonder which 6 fields. Spade Joab, someone who can match at Ming has shown up, 6 stars versus 3 stars. Whale, I talked to at Ming, but he ignored me completely TAT. Meanwhile, when Jorge saw the notification and opened the group chat, he also had his pupils widen sharply at the sight of the 6 stars behind, Demis. The girl had mentioned to him that morning that her alias in Joab.a was Demis. Jorge indeed saw that name in the group. However, he never expected Demis to be a 6-star senior. That meant, if this was Esther, she had top-tier skills in 6 fields, with piano being just one of them. Seeing the messages rapidly scroll by in the group chat, Esther started typing on her keyboard. Demis, hello everyone. Demis, I want to ask if anyone knows of any recent ways to purchase rare herbs and plants. Demis, or, do you know if anyone is selling such items recently? Justin, rare herbs and plants? You mean the kind not usually available on the market? Demis, yes, some are extremely rare and precious, while others are toxic and banned from sale. Justin, I don't know about it, but I can search for you on the dark web and black markets. I love browsing peculiar stuff there. Justin, black markets usually have items not found on the regular market. Give me half an hour, I'll dig through the black market. Whale at Demis, why do you need to buy rare herbs and plants, making elixirs? Can I tag along? Justin at Whale, can you be more serious? What's on your mind all day? Justin, P.S. If you're really making elixirs, please take me along too, I want one. Mathawena and Brenda were already familiar with each other, often joking around in the group chats, mentioning elixirs casually. They didn't expect her to actually agree. Demis, sure. Demis, not exactly elixirs, but I can make detoxifying and beauty-enhancing pills for you all. They're good for health. Whale, holy cow, really? At Demis, one of your specialties is Potion Master? Demis, no, it's traditional Chinese medicine. Having read this far, Jorge was now certain that Demis was indeed Esther. Justin. At Demis, I'll go help you find someone. HY, if you need to trace the seller's IP, you can contact me privately at Justin. When Esther saw the name HY in his message, it was clear he was a hacker, so she privately messaged him. Demis, Jobert? It's me. I'll help Justin look for it. I'll tell you when I have news. About half an hour later, Justin sent Esther a message. Justin, I found an account on the black market that just registered a week ago. It should be the person you're looking for. Justin, this is the link to enter the black market. I'll give you my account so you can contact that person. Demis, thank you for your help. Can you provide me with an address? I'll send you the medicine pills after I make them. Justin, wow, I can actually eat the elixir made by a legendary doctor. Thanks, Demis dear. Justin, I heard from HY that you're in Illegitimate, and supposedly Ming is also in Illegitimate. I will definitely find you guys if there's a chance to meet up. Justin sent over an address in the capital city. Judging from the address, her home was located in the top-tier wealthy area of the capital city, where land was worth its weight in gold. It was unknown whose daughter she was. Esther clicked on the invitation link, logged in with Justin's account and password, searched for the ID, and found the person Justin mentioned. The profile picture was black, showing an offline status. The name was a string of random characters, but the bio stated the sale of rare herbs and various poisons, with a 100% positive transaction rate. Openly listing the sale of poison in the bio, such blatant selling of contraband could only happen on the black market. Esther sent a message, do you have fresh arsenic grass? Arsenic grass, a plant that had already gone extinct, was highly toxic. If the person had this, it must be methunclair. But since the other party was not online, it was obviously impossible for a prompt reply. After exiting the black market, Esther incidentally opened her email that she hadn't logged into since entering her new body. Coincidentally, while she had dozens of unread emails, the most recent one was sent just a few hours ago. The sender was shown as Cohen. Chapter 73, Jacob's second alias appears. It's Jobin. Deborah hadn't been in contact with him for several months, so when she saw an email from him, she was somewhat surprised and clicked it open with her mouse. Dear Lilia, I haven't received any new compositions from you recently. I wonder what you have been busy with. I've been taking the pills you sent me for nearly 2 months, and my body has mostly recovered its vitality. I wonder if there will be a chance to thank you in person. I have some good news to share with you. I saw online a video of a young Chinese girl playing my piece, Summer Forest, at a banquet, and I admire her very much. I plan to find this young girl, so I have set my next travel destination to Illegitimate, China. I remember you are also in China. Would you be able to meet me? The feeling she plays reminds me of the audios you have always sent me. She makes me think of you. I have been looking forward to meeting you and await your reply. After reading the email, Deborah lifted her head. About a year ago, when Deborah was still Alicia, she met Jobin. At that time, Jobin had just turned 58 and suffered from severe insomnia and anxiety, along with creative block and an inability to write any new music. However, he was someone who held himself to extremely high standards and felt compelled to create every day. Thus, he asked his assistant to solicit original piano pieces online, hoping others' creations could inspire him. If he liked any of them, they would be included as special tracks in his new album. For a pianist or enthusiast, having their own composition included in the new album of the world-renowned pianist Jobin was the highest honor. So at that time, thousands of people from around the world submitted to Jobin's email, and Deborah was one of them. Her composition was called Daylight Fireworks. To Jobin at the time, it was stunning and left him incredibly moved. Later, once the album was released, the name Lilia became an instant sensation worldwide. Because the piece was simply amazing. It wasn't due to its complex structure or intricate harmonies, nor did it show off technique deliberately. Yet it contained immense power. The opening was unrestrained and free-spirited, the middle part accelerated playfully and boldly, and the ending made a dramatic turn, elongating before coming to an abrupt yet inspiring conclusion. As soon as the piece was released, people analyzed that daylight fireworks actually referred to war and smoke. From the moment the first note rang out, listeners were transported into a whole new world, as if they were experiencing the turmoil of war firsthand. The stirring melody resembled fierce cannon fire, and the sudden shift evoked images of war-ravaged ruins, while the final firmness gave rise to hope amidst despair, symbolizing a longing for peace. People had different feelings and situations, leading to varying interpretations of music. But for the piece Daylight Fireworks, whether Lilia indeed symbolized the horrors of war, it allowed everyone to feel an indomitable and uplifting force. It was no exaggeration to describe it as awe-inspiring. This composition had spread far and wide around the globe. People back then, and even now, wondered about this mysterious Lilia. But not only netizens, even Jobin himself knew nothing more about her than her name, Lilia, and her email address. He only knew she was Chinese from their email exchanges. Deborah was slightly astonished by what Jobin mentioned in his email. What a coincidence. She admired Jobin greatly, so the first piece that came to mind when she was coerced into performing at the banquet that night was Summer Forest. Yanadal did she expect the video would be seen by Jobin himself. Jobin truly wanted to meet her, mentioning it at least 10 times over the past year in emails. He even said if she ever went to Britain, he would personally pick her up at the airport. Such emphasis and regard were probably unimaginable to others, like an ancient emperor personally welcoming a commoner at the city gates. Jobin, a musical genius, regarded her as a genius as well. Thus, he appreciated and sympathized with her across differences in age, status, or gender. His desire to meet her stemmed from wanting to hear her perform live. Previously, she never agreed because she had been living secluded in the mountains, deliberately avoiding contact with the outside world, making it inconvenient to see anyone. But now that she had changed bodies, there was nothing preventing a meeting. So Deborah replied, "Sorry, Jobin. I just saw your email. What a coincidence, the young girl in the video you saw is actually me." It was 2 o'clock in the morning in China, 7 in the evening in the Ujoab, where Jobin was having dinner. Jobin knew that when he sent the email, it was resting time in Huagua, so he didn't expect a reply. Suddenly receiving an email notification and seeing that it was from Lilia, he immediately became excited. And upon opening the email and reading its contents, he got so excited that he dropped his fork onto the dinner plate. "Is this true? Lilia, you are the beautiful girl in the video?" Jobin had been learning Chinese since his youth, so he spoke and wrote it quite well. He had always communicated with Deborah in Chinese. Deborah replied, "Yes, my real name is Deborah, Crystal, and I am 17 years old. Jobin, if you come to Illegitimate, you can call this number, 177XXXXXXXX. As the host, I can help arrange your hotel and travel itinerary and take you to taste Huagua cuisine." Seeing Deborah's reply, Jobin was extremely excited. Or rather, he had never been this eager for a trip. "Oh, my goodness, I'm still immersed in shock and excitement. Lilia, or should I call you Sheng, my assistant will arrange the hotel and travel itinerary, but I am very much looking forward to having dinner with you. Methuns this is the case, let's meet in Illegitimate, Huagua." As he had imagined, Lilia was indeed a genius, a musical prodigy girl. After replying to the email, Jobin immediately messaged his assistant to move up his flight to Illegitimate scheduled for next week to tomorrow. He couldn't wait to meet this girl named Deborah. After finishing the conversation with Jobin, Deborah closed her laptop. Looking back, she noticed that Fabio on the bed was frowning, with fine sweat seeping from his forehead, as if he were experiencing a terrifying nightmare. Deborah hurried over and lay back under the covers, hugging the tall man whose shoulders were trembling slightly. She wiped the sweat off his forehead, kissed his brow, and gently patted his back to comfort him. What was Fabio afraid of? What kind of nightmare was he experiencing? Deborah did not intend to pry into others' privacy, but the person before her was no longer just anyone to her. So she closed her eyes and placed her palm over Fabio's temple. Chapter 74 Redemption and Yen Night in a Nightmare. Deborah used her soul power to enter Wally's dream. It was a gloomy evening. The sky seemed shrouded in a heavy haze, desolate autumn winds swept up the leaves by the roadside and let them flutter back down, as if foreshadowing an impending storm. On the wide highway, 2 crashed cars were severely deformed, clearly from a horrific accident. A teenager, drenched in blood, sat amidst a pool of it, almost in a daze, hugging a woman's corpse with her arms severed and half her head crushed. Not far from him lay the mangled body of a man. His dark beige trench coat was thoroughly soaked in blood, turning black, and the man lay motionless on the ground, unrecognizable. Seeing this scene, Deborah's heart clenched painfully. The teenager's face was smeared with blood, mostly the woman's, making it hard to see his features. But the clear-cut contours that had defined his young face told her that this teenager was Wally. The scene in Wally's dream was clearly from the car accident he had experienced 10 years ago, a brutal crash where he witnessed his parents die before his eyes, his mother's head flattened while protecting him. 10 years have passed, yet this scene haunted his nightmares every night. No wonder he hadn't had a peaceful night's sleep for a decade. Because he had never truly woken up from this nightmare. Dreams are reflections of the subconscious. They mirror reality but aren't entirely real. So, in this vast world of dreams, it seemed that besides the young Wally, only the endless highway and the bodies of his parents remained. The teenager was dazed. Dazedly, he touched his mother's horrifyingly disfigured head with his beautiful, slender hands trembling, trying to find traces of her past self or perhaps wake her up. But it was all in vain. All in vain. Unchangeable past makes people struggle and long for something in their dreams. Everyone is the master of their own dreams. People can twist facts and reverse the future in their dreams to comfort their powerless selves in reality. So Deborah thought that when Wally saw his parents die again in his dream, he would make some changes. Yen Nike making the sky suddenly clear, restoring the vehicles, erasing all blood, and having his parents wake up safely. As if nothing ever happened, as if everything was fine. Deborah hoped Wally would do something. But the next moment, she saw the teenager pull out a dagger from somewhere in the silence around him. He gently laid his mother's body down on the ground, straightened up silently. Fine rain began to fall, washing away the blood on the teenager's face. The teenager stood in front of his parents' bodies, slowly raising the dagger in his hand. Slowly, aiming at his own heart. At that moment, Deborah felt like she couldn't breathe either. Wally's hope wasn't to change the fact of his parents' deaths. Even in his subconscious, he knew that it was unchangeable. His hope was to die in the same accident as his parents. The cold and sharp blade gradually pierced into his heart, but the youth's expression relaxed, as if he had been looking forward to this moment of self-destruction for a long time. As the blade fully sank into his heart, the teenager kneeled on the ground, swaying in the rain. The fresh blood spilling from his chest was immediately washed away by the merciless rain. Deborah sensed the intense guilt in the teenager. He blamed himself for his parents' deaths. So he killed himself. At the end of the blood flow was redemption and freedom. Watching beside him, Deborah felt moisture on her face. Not from the rain, but from tears. She was a demon, yet she cried because of a human's dream. It shouldn't be this way. As if driven by instinct, Deborah hurriedly walked to the crashed car. Searching beneath the chassis, her pupils constricted upon finding the brake line, obviously showing signs of being deliberately cut. This accident wasn't an accident, it was arranged by someone. This wasn't Wally's fault. It wasn't because he was cursed that he caused his parents' deaths. Someone wanted to kill all three of them. Realizing this, Deborah ran without hesitation to the kneeling teenager. The teenager seemed aware of someone approaching, his dazed consciousness gathered slightly, barely opening his eyes in the rain. Wally. The rain grew heavier, now pouring down. The girl also knelt before the teenager in the heavy rain, almost solemnly reaching out her hands to cup his face. Wally, it's not your fault. Your parents' deaths weren't because of you, someone tampered with the brake line to kill all of you. Wally, don't blame yourself anymore. It's not your fault, it never was. Not my fault. The youth looked at her mutely. Who are you? I'm here to save you, Deborah said, I'm here to save you. In the next second, she directly pulled out the dagger embedded in the youth's chest. A gush of blood instantly spurted out, but at this moment, she kissed the boy's cold lips and placed her palm over his heart. When their lips touched, the teenager's eyes widened in shock. All he could see were the girl's slightly trembling lashes and the intermingling of their breaths. Just like that day when Wally first met Deborah in reality. It felt as if a powerful force surged into his heart, rapidly healing the wound and making his heart beat strongly again. At the same time, the girl raised her other hand. The torrential downpour suddenly stopped, and a beam of light pierced through the thick clouds. The teenager's heart quivered violently. The man on the bed also abruptly opened his eyes. Not the highway, no car crash. The room was dimly lit, with only the soft glow of a floor lamp by the bed, as if the whole world had shrunk to just him and the girl in his arms. Looking down, he saw the petite girl burying her head in his chest, seemingly fast asleep, with her left arm tightly wrapped around his waist. Wally's chest heaved dramatically, still not recovered from the dream, and even the pillow was slightly damp. For these 10 years, almost every night he relived the same nightmare. But this time was different. This time, she was in the dream. She told him the crash wasn't an accident but sabotage on the brake line. She said she came to save him. Back then, the accident was caused by the other driver being drunk and his father failing to brake in time. He had never doubted it was anything but an accident. But at this moment, all Wally could think about was the girl who suddenly appeared in his dream. Was it because he missed her too much during the day that he dreamed of her? Wally took a few deep breaths to calm himself, then tightened his embrace, holding Deborah even closer. Afraid of waking her, he dared only gently kiss her forehead and lips. His obsidian eyes filled with deep longing as he looked down at the girl before him. She was his light. He didn't know if he deserved such beauty, but even if it was just a dream now, he hoped the dream could last forever. If only it could stay like this. Wally held the person in his arms and closed his eyes once more. Chapter 75, this tormenting Yanadal sprite. The next day, at 7 in the morning. When Esther opened her eyes, Wally had already finished washing up and changed his clothes. He was sitting on a chair beside the table waiting for her to wake up. Clearly, Wally was an extremely self-disciplined person, whether it was in his diet, sleep, work, or fitness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have managed to run the massive Yanni family business so efficiently all these years alone, while also maintaining a good physique despite his physical disability. Wally had a great figure. Esther had felt it last night without any gap. At that time, before bed, she sought a kiss, but Wally turned his head away. She simply stretched her hand into his bathrobe, touching his well-defined chest and abs which felt amazing. However, when she tried to explore further, she was caught by the wrist by the man whose eyes darkened and breathing became unsteady. After taking a deep breath, he pressed her against his chest and ordered her to sleep. Awake? Wally walked over, bending down to kiss the girl's forehead. His movements and gaze were deep yet gentle. Are you leaving? Esther rubbed her eyes, yawned, and sat up from the bed. Yeah, Gordon is waiting for me outside. Wally picked up the girl and placed her on his lap, hugging her tightly with his strong arms. His tall stature made Esther appear petite, their size difference was obvious. Seeing Esther not saying anything, Wally leaned down to kiss her ear and whispered deeply, Do you not want me to go? I'll miss you. Esther rubbed herself against the man's chest, still speaking nasally from just waking up, sounding incredibly adorable to Wally. Then I won't go. After thinking for a moment, Wally actually said, I'll ask Gordon to bring my computer here. I'll work in your room today until you come back from school. Are you serious? Esther lifted her head. Yeah, Wally nodded. Is this what they call keeping a beauty in a golden house? Esther imagined the scene. In this case, you seem like a little wife hidden in my room, only waiting for me to come home every day. Hearing this, Wally chuckled softly, patted her head, and said lovingly in a low voice. As long as you like it, being your little wife is fine with me. Wally, the living Yama who made people shudder in fear in Illegitimate, was willing to be a little wife in front of a girl. If others heard him say this, they would likely drop their jaws in disbelief. If Gordon were here, it would definitely, note, there seems to be a Chinese term mistakenly left in the text. It should be translated as, refresh his understanding, about his boss being love-struck. But Esther appreciated it very much. She liked him putting her first. But she still said, no need, if my fifth brother discovers you're here, he might tear off the roof of this room and seal the windows overnight. Recalling Atlee's wary and alert look towards him at lunch yesterday, Wally couldn't help but nod. Alright, then I'll go back. I have some matters to investigate today anyway. Esther knew what Wally was going to investigate, the real cause of the car accident involving his parents 10 years ago. But she acted as if she knew nothing. She only reminded him, I gave you the 3rd acupuncture session last night. After this, you should have no problem walking. But remember to drink the red ginseng soup and take the medicine I prescribed on time. Alright, I'll be obedient, Wally replied. I'll send you messages when I eat and take my medicine. This was the self-cultivation of a crazy husband pampering fanatic. Although she wasn't his wife yet. Good boy, the girl smiled, reaching up to mess up the man's neatly styled hair, then leaned in to inhale sharply from his chest, barely satisfied. Alright, go now. This action and dialogue made her seem like she'd thoroughly enjoyed him before casually abandoning him. But obviously, the party involved didn't mind at all. He even raised his slender and handsome hands, undoing 2 buttons of his shirt to reveal his full, solid chest muscles. Do you want it more like this? Wally asked, raising his eyes. He noticed that the girl seemed particularly fond of his chest muscles. Not only did she like to touch them, but when she hugged him, she loved burying her face in his chest. You, this tormenting little sprite. Seeing how willingly he responded, Esther's eyes went wide. With an "A-oh," she lunged forward again, rubbing against Wally's chest wildly, finally feeling content. How did you train them so big? Esther asked earnestly, next time when you're working out, remember to tell me. I want to learn alongside. Gordon, who accidentally overheard this conversation outside the window, blushed instantly. What kind of learning? Miss, whatever you're planning in your heart, he could hear clearly from outside the window, almost as if it was right in his face. Yet his boss still responded seriously, sure. If you like it, I'll make them bigger. Oh heaven. Gordon couldn't help but look up at the sky. What was this conversation even about? Was this still his boss, the one who never showed his emotions and instilled fear in others? But Gordon quickly knew that it was indeed him. Because as soon as Wally came out of the window and saw him, he instantly reverted to his usual expressionless self, saying, let's go, to the company. Yes, boss. Gordon straightened up immediately and responded respectfully. He had long gotten used to these 2 faces of his boss, really used to it. After Wally left, Esther also got out of bed and walked over to the table, turned on the computer, and logged into the black market. The person with the garbled name still hadn't replied to her. Esther couldn't help but take a deep breath and then closed the laptop again. After washing up, she went to the dining room. Marilyn didn't come down for breakfast, only she, Josue, and Atlee were there. And even after finishing breakfast, Marilyn still hadn't come downstairs. It was Wednesday today, and Esther casually asked the servant. The servant said Marilyn had taken Thursday and Friday off from school. When asked why, the servant replied that Miss said she would practice piano on the 4th floor and no one was allowed to disturb her during these days. Practice piano? Suddenly practicing so diligently for no reason, even skipping school. But Esther didn't care much. After breakfast, Josue took her upstairs to his room, disinfected and rebandaged her right hand before letting her go to school with peace of mind. Actually, if she wasn't afraid that Josue might notice something unusual about her wound healing much faster than normal, Esther could have easily repaired the injury with her sole power. Now, she could only go to school with her hand wrapped in thick bandages. When she arrived in class, Esther heard some people gathered together discussing. Have you heard? The time for this year's national piano competition has been moved up to next Monday. Next Monday? That's only 4 days away, someone exclaimed. Why did they suddenly change the date? It said that master pianist Cohen will be visiting our country next week, so the organizers invited him to be a judge for this competition. Cohen? Are you saying Cohen will be a judge? That's unbelievable. My God. If it's true, when do the tickets for the competition go on sale? I've only seen Cohen in textbooks, this time I must get a ticket to see the master live. Hey, we can only try to grab tickets and might not even succeed. I heard from Ava that Marilyn received an invitation SMS to participate in the piano competition this morning. Chapter 76, Esther restrains the overconfident man with one hand. Hearing this, Esther now understood why Marilyn had suddenly taken leave to prepare for the piano competition at home. It turned out it was because of this piano competition. The people in the classroom continued to discuss. Invitation to participate? That means Marilyn is going to compete next Monday? Wouldn't she then be able to receive guidance from Master Jobin on the spot? Yes, after all, she is widely recognized as a piano prodigy. There's no doubt she'll be invited. We who have only studied piano can't compare to her. And I heard from Ava that if Marilyn can secure first place in this competition, this year's Peking University special talent recruitment quota will likely be hers. Special talent recruitment? Are you talking about Peking University's policy that allows exceptional talents to be admitted with 100 points less than the regular score? Yes. I envy her so much. Lowering the score by 100 points means she can enter effortlessly. We don't have such opportunities. We're all the same. After all, this is a national-level competition, performing on an international stage. In our whole Xinjiang city, only Maryland has such an opportunity. Just as this person finished speaking, Esther felt her phone vibrate. Picking it up, she saw a message from an unknown number. Miss Esther, I am one of the organizers of China's 7th National Piano Competition. After watching your piano performance video online, I sincerely invite you to participate in this year's competition on behalf of the organizing committee. Information about the competition time, venue, procedures, and other details, as well as the official invitation letter, are in the link below. If you are interested in participating, please fill in the basic information within the link. Thank you very much. Esther was slightly taken aback upon reading the message. She wondered how the organizer knew her phone number after seeing her video online. If it were just any ordinary piano competition, she wouldn't be interested. But hearing these people talk, Jobin would be one of the judges this time. Esther knew that Jobin had always wanted to hear her perform live. If she participated, it could fulfill his long-held wish. So, Esther filled out the contestant information form and submitted it casually. During class, Esther continued to sleep. Human courses were far too dull and boring for her. The problems teachers strained to explain seemed as simple as child's play to her. Finally, when the class ended, Esther went to the bathroom. Upon exiting, she was blocked by Jordy. Upon realizing it was Jordy, Esther almost wanted to punch him if not for not wanting to bully the weak. Was he here to study or guard the bathroom door? Why did he keep blocking people at the entrance of the restroom? I want to talk to you. Jordy stammered, his eyes landing on Esther's right hand wrapped in bandages, his expression somewhat unnatural. Speak. Esther uttered a single word expressionlessly. The girl had coldness written all over her face, but Jordy didn't get angry this time. A week ago, he never imagined that a girl from the countryside could be not only beautiful and academically excellent but also the last disciple of renowned Dr. Hanley. He originally thought that his grandfather must have been senile to insist on betrothing him to such an unsuitable illegitimate daughter, looking down on Esther from the bottom of his heart. But now his thoughts had completely changed. Although Esther's background was less desirable, her looks, intelligence, and talent made her a decent match for him. Especially after Marilyn's embarrassing performance during the live stream yesterday, which embarrassed him as well. Even though the online sentiment later shifted, the memory still left him feeling like his face had been slapped. Jordy couldn't help thinking that if he dated Esther instead, how much more face he would have had yesterday, and surely Mayor Yen would have noticed him too. Therefore, the more he thought about it, the more he felt he needed to mend relations with Esther. Though he was currently with Marilyn, having Esther as a backup option wasn't a bad idea in case they broke up. I came to apologize, Jordy said awkwardly, as if apologizing was something rare for him. I pushed you without knowing what happened yesterday and caused you injury. Oh. Esther responded briefly, preparing to leave. But just as she turned around, Jordy unexpectedly grabbed her wrist. Wait, you're leaving already? I haven't finished talking. Esther instantly frowned and shook off Jordy's hand. You apologized. What else is there to say? Now that I've apologized, aren't you going to say something? Jordy widened his eyes, seemingly surprised by her reaction. Esther's tone grew even colder. Didn't I say, oh? Oh, means I've acknowledged it. What more do you want me to say? You. Jordy was left speechless. In the entire school, so many girls dreamed of talking to him, yet when he initiated contact with Esther, she was this cold? Was she deliberately playing hard to get to draw his attention? Jordy wanted to continue, entangling, but then heard a voice from not far away. Jordy. Let go of my sister right now. Before Jordy could react, just like in Balder's bedroom yesterday, he was punched again by the suddenly rushing Brett. Yesterday it was his right cheek, today it was his left. Now they were symmetrical. In the next second, Esther was pulled into Brett's embrace as he examined her face anxiously, asking, How are you, Janine? Did Jordy do anything to you again? Brett, are you sick? Jordy had been angry since getting hit yesterday, and now being hit on the other cheek, he was nearly exploding with rage. As Jordy cursed and charged forward, he instantly wrestled with Brett. Brett was originally the school bully at Xinjiang High. Although he was devastatingly handsome, his temper was notoriously bad, ready to fight anyone who irked him. When it came to fighting, Brett was naturally many times stronger than Jordy. People in the school heard the commotion and gathered to watch. Initially expecting a fair fight, they only saw Brett one-sidedly beating down on Jordy. Someone went to report to the principal, and soon enough, the pot-bellied principal hurried over, shouting, Stop, stop, stop. Don't fight anymore. Seeing these two boys wrestling, the principal felt a headache. One was the young master of the Herb family, the other was the young master of the Liu family. He couldn't afford to offend either. Seeing that even teachers had come, Esther had no choice but to intervene. Brother, stop. Seeing Esther approach, Brett stopped his punch mid-air to avoid hurting her. But the enraged Jordy took advantage of this opportunity, swinging his right fist straight at Brett who was looking at Esther. However, before the punch landed, Jordy didn't even see clearly what happened. His fully powered fist was suddenly grabbed by Esther. The strength of the girl was immense, gripping his fist so tightly it couldn't budge at all. He couldn't even pull his hand back. Jordy's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the girl in horror. Esther's tone was icy cold, gradually increasing the force of her left hand, and lifting her eyes to look at Jordy. I said stop, can't you hear me? Chapter 77, wearing the green hat while methoding at home? What's going on? How could a girl possibly have so much strength? Jordy, clenched by Deborah's fist, felt the force gradually increasing. He even felt that his hand bones were about to be crushed by the girl. Jordy gritted his teeth tightly, trying hard not to cry out in front of everyone, otherwise, it would be too embarrassing for him as a man to be overpowered by a girl like this. Seeing Jordy's shoulders trembling from holding back pain, Deborah suddenly let go of her grip. The moment she released him, Jordy felt like he had narrowly escaped death. Jordy couldn't help but look at her in horror. Just who is Deborah? How can a normal girl have such fast reflexes and such immense strength? Are you okay, Day-Day? Upon seeing Deborah release her grip, Atlee immediately grabbed her hand, concerned. Let me see if your hands are dirty. Jordy felt himself about to burst with anger. He was the one whose hand nearly got crushed. Yet, Atlee went over to grab Deborah's hand and asked if she was alright. The head teacher, seeing the two stop fighting, finally sighed in relief and stood up, saying, students should live in peace and not fight. Then he continued firmly, Atlee and Jordy, you two write a self-criticism and give it to me. Other students, please disperse and get ready for class. With these words from the head teacher, everyone finally dispersed. Atlee rolled his eyes at Jordy and had no choice but to return to Class E. In the evening, just before school was over, Deborah received another text message. Dear Sheng, it's Cohen. I've already arrived in Illegitimate and just checked into my hotel. Would I have the honor of dining with you? Cohen has arrived in Illegitimate? Wasn't he supposed to come next week? Before Deborah could question, Cohen had already provided an explanation. To see you earlier, I had my assistant reschedule my flight to the earliest one available. Surprised? I've booked a restaurant and look forward to meeting you, Sheng. Indeed, it was surprising. After nearly a year of only exchanging emails, their meeting now could be considered a first in-person encounter between online friends. Deborah told Atlee that she wanted to go out to clear her mind and took a taxi to the address of the restaurant Cohen sent her after school. This was a very high-end and well-known private restaurant in Illegitimate, clearly indicating that Cohen had done some research on local cuisine. Following the waiter to the private room, Deborah met Cohen for the first time face-to-face. Almost 60 years old, though showing signs of age, Cohen looked more like he was in his 40s or 50s. With his striking blue eyes and dark brown hair, wearing a high-quality black trench coat, he certainly looked like a dapper English gentleman. When Cohen saw Deborah, his eyes sparkled with undisguised admiration. My goodness, Cohen stood up and greeted her, bending down to kiss her hand, genuinely praising her. Sheng, you're even more beautiful than in your videos. Thank you, Deborah smiled, you also look better than the Cohen I've seen on TV. Despite the 42-year age gap, Deborah and Cohen were already considered close despite their significant age difference. But Cohen had a youthful mindset, and they always chatted as friends via email, so their conversation now felt quite relaxed. To meet you, I specifically dyed my gray hair brown before getting on the plane. Cohen winked playfully. Doesn't that make me look younger? No, Deborah's eyes curved with a smile. You're naturally young and don't need the hair color to accentuate it. You really know how to talk, Sheng. Cohen grinned happily and sat down with Deborah. They mentioned the piano competition during their chat. Deborah said she received an invitation from the organizers in the morning but didn't expect Cohen to be the one who called them. Sheng, no one deserves to participate in this competition more than you. You are the most talented person of your age I've ever met, a true musical genius. Of course, although we are friends, as a judge, I will evaluate fairly based on your performance. So Sheng, I hope you won't disappoint me in 4 days. You know, I've been looking forward to your live performance for a long time. I also look forward to hearing your new pieces. Every composition you've sent me, I've listened to countless times. Deborah had reviewed the competition rules today. Most pianists don't compose, they simply play according to the sheet music. However, this competition has invited pianists with very high skill levels as recognized by the organizers, making the ability to perform original compositions a basic requirement. Alright, I will go back and write a new piece, Deborah agreed. Really? That's fantastic. Cohen was visibly excited but then looked at Deborah's right hand with concern. But Sheng, did your hand get injured? Deborah smiled lightly. It's just a minor issue, it won't affect the competition. After dinner, out of courtesy, Deborah accompanied Cohen in a taxi to drop him off at his hotel. But upon arrival, there were some issues with Cohen's registration information. As a foreigner, Cohen naturally didn't understand, so Deborah stayed with him at the reception desk for about 10 minutes to sort it out, then sent him up on the elevator. What Deborah didn't know was that during those 10 minutes, Ava, who had just checked into a room with Finn, immediately spotted Deborah's figure in the hotel lobby. I can't be wrong, right? Isn't that girl at the reception desk Deborah? Ava immediately said to Finn. Deborah? Finn paused, then couldn't help but widen his eyes upon closer inspection. Damn, it really is her. Ava couldn't help but draw in a breath. My God, the man with her looks like he's in his 40s or 50s judging by his profile and posture. She's a high school student and actually came to a hotel with an old man? I never expected this. Finn was also extremely surprised. Previously, he thought Deborah looked quite aloof. Yesterday, when he showed Jordy the forum video, he even commented that Deborah was pretty and smart, so dating her wouldn't be a loss for Jordy. Yet, it turned out that while Deborah appeared pure and innocent on the surface, she secretly came to a hotel with an old man for intimate activities. This man, from his attire, seems quite wealthy, Ava said disdainfully. She would actually sell herself to such an old man for money. Just as expected from someone raised in the countryside, poor and inexperienced. It's already embarrassing enough that the Liu family brought an illegitimate daughter from the countryside to Illegitimate. If this gets out, the Liu family probably won't be able to hold their heads high in society anymore. And isn't Deborah technically still Jordy's fiancé? Jordy truly is sitting at home and getting cuckolded from afar. Ava tut-tutted while speaking, then quickly raised her phone and secretly snapped a photo of Deborah and Cohen. Chapter 78, The True Heiress of a Wealthy Family versus the Country-Born Bastard? After seeing Jobin off, Esther took a taxi back to the Liu family. The following Thursday and Friday were peaceful days. Alicia Yang seemed determined to excel in this piano competition. She had locked herself in her upstairs room to practice piano all day, making no trouble as she was rarely seen. Esther went to school and came home normally, enjoying this rare tranquility. But this kind of life lasted only for 3 days. On Sunday morning, Esther's peaceful life was disrupted by an official Weibo post from the piano competition. At China Piano Competition Organizing Committee. Announcement: this year's piano competition will be held at 7 p.m. next Monday at the Illegitimate Convention Center. The organizing committee has sincerely invited world-renowned pianist Chuck Jobin to serve as the chief judge for this competition. The list of contestants and their resumes is now released. Let's meet on Monday night at 7 p.m. Jobin really was coming to be the judge for this year's China piano competition. Once this official Weibo post was made, it quickly topped the Weibo hot search list and remained there for hours. Previously, it had been rumored online that the organizing committee had invited Jobin as a judge, but many people didn't believe it. After all, Jobin, being a world-class pianist, seemed too high-profile even for the highest-level piano competition in China. However, the confirmation via the official Weibo post immediately validated the rumors, causing much excitement among netizens. After all, this was someone who had entered textbooks while still alive, an undisputed master and legend in both music and the piano world. It was exciting for people to have the chance to see him in person for the first time in China. After the shock over Jobin being the judge subsided, people started looking at the list of contestants. The piano competition was a national event with unique features. Contestants were not restricted by age, profession, or gender. They could either submit their resume and works to register voluntarily and be screened by the organizing committee, or they could be directly invited by the organizing committee based solely on talent. Thus, regardless of the method, it guaranteed that the participants were among the best in the country. Opening the list of contestants, each name was followed by a dazzling record of achievements since childhood. Most of these people had been winning first and second places in various children's piano competitions since they were very young. Among them was, of course, Alicia Yang. Her resume was impeccable. All were top domestic competitions where she always won first place, truly deserving of her reputation as a well-known piano prodigy on the internet. The list was arranged alphabetically by the first letter of the contestants' surnames. Compared to the lengthy record of achievements behind Alicia Yang's name, Esther's entry seemed out of place. Or rather, without needing to compare her to Alicia Yang, Esther already stood out awkwardly on the entire list. Everyone else's names were followed by long lists of accomplishments, while hers was followed by just one simple word, none. Esther, none. This confused many netizens. What did none mean? Was it saying that this Esther had never participated in any piano competition, or that she had never won any awards in any piano competition? In either case, her piano skills couldn't be very good. How could such a person participate in the competition? Soon, people began questioning in the comments section, asking how someone who had never won any awards in a piano competition could qualify for this competition, suggesting favoritism from the organizing committee. But soon after, another netizen replied with a link to a video of Esther playing Summer Forest at the Herb family banquet. At 1-510.she, though it seems magical, Esther actually has no record related to piano competitions, but her skill level is definitely not low. You can check this video. At 1-510.she, based on the video alone, although Alicia Yang didn't play at her best, just from their performances in this scene, Esther clearly outshone Alicia Yang. Internet users have short memories. At first, netizens hadn't reacted, but now seeing Esther's name and the video. Wasn't she the girl who saved a child from under a truck a few days ago? She can play the piano too. Esther was about to compete against Alicia Yang, instantly filling netizens with anticipation. After all, it was said that one was a young lady cultivated from a young age in the Liu family, and the other was a bastard recently brought back from the countryside, both exceptionally beautiful. Who wouldn't enjoy watching two beauties go head-to-head? And it was the dramatic showdown between the true heiress of a wealthy family and the bastard, simple enough to grab everyone's attention. After the professional trolls and marketing team's manipulations, Alicia Yang did not become a universally despised figure due to being publicly humiliated during the live broadcast. Instead, she gained more followers later on. The clickbait accounts later propagated that Alicia Yang was actually framed by her half-sister, this so-called bastard. It was claimed that this Esther deliberately did not tell Alicia Yang whom she saved, intending to embarrass her in public. Most netizens lacked independent judgment, simply following the herd. Everyone was cursing this person, so even if I didn't delve into the truth, I could casually join in the cursing, maybe even get some likes. Everyone praised this person, so if I said something negative about her, wouldn't I be seen as an oddball? Therefore, I stopped criticizing and started praising to appear positive. Moreover, Alicia Yang's titles of Piano Princess and Musical Prodigy were well known online. Her previously posted competition videos and daily performance clips had accumulated many fans among netizens. So after seeing Esther's name on the list, many people went to Alicia Yang's Weibo page, saying they wanted to see her dominate Esther in the competition. Dominate Esther in the competition? Alicia Yang hadn't even thought that Esther could also participate in the competition. Alicia Yang had no idea about Esther's relationship with Jobin, nor could she imagine that Esther was personally recommended by Jobin to the organizing committee. Seeing Esther's name on the list, all Alicia Yang could think was, how does she deserve this? How does she deserve this? How could a country-born bastard like her deserve to be on the same list as herself and compete in the same competition? Alicia Yang was so angry that her hands were trembling, feeling that whatever good thing she had, Esther always tried to intervene. At this moment, she suddenly received a WeChat message from Ava. I saw the list of piano competition participants, and Esther is actually on it. Alicia Yang took a deep breath and replied while holding back her anger, I just can't understand how someone without any competition experience got approved. Alicia Yang never considered the possibility that Esther might have been directly invited by the organizing committee instead of applying. Alicia Yang initially only meant to vent but didn't expect Ava to reply, actually, I know what happened. Alicia Yang was taken aback, you know what happened? Ava, on Wednesday night, Finn and I saw Esther at a 5-star hotel. Guess what she was doing? She was going to bed with an old man. The man looked around 40 or 50, older than your dad. I thought she was just after money, but now it seems the man must be one of the organizers. She actually got her entry into the piano competition by sleeping with an old man. This Esther is really something. After saying that, Ava sent a clearly stolen photograph. Chapter 79, You say someone is insulting me on Weibo? Marilyn's eyes widened when she saw what Ava had said and the photo she sent. Upon clicking to enlarge the photo, she immediately saw Brianna and a man registering at a hotel front desk. Although they were side profiles and the photo was quite blurry, from the slightly hunched figure of the man, this person must be in his 40s or 50s. Brianna actually went to a hotel with such an old man for intimate purposes? No wonder she could participate in this competition. It turned out she was selling her body. How disgusting. First feeling disgusted, but then Marilyn thought again, and her eyes lit up. This is a great opportunity. With the photo in her hands, if she exposed the incident, wouldn't both Brianna and that old man be finished? Last time when she was scolded all over the internet, Brianna was being praised. Just thinking about this made Marilyn want to tear Brianna apart. Now Brianna, a minor girl, went to a hotel with a man older than her father just to participate in a piano competition. Wasn't this more serious than her pretending to be someone else? She was shameless and immoral. It would be surprising if she didn't get heavily criticized online. The man who pulled strings for her would definitely be expelled by the organizing committee. Just thinking about this, Marilyn, holding her phone, trembled with excitement. She could already imagine how miserable Brianna would be, being called despicable and nauseating all over the internet. How satisfying. She still had the contact information of the last Water Army team leader, which could be useful once again. Marilyn felt the breath caught in her throat finally let loose, her mouth wide open with happiness. Meanwhile, Brianna knew nothing about all this. Because she didn't even use Weibo. And she hadn't even looked at her phone. Mr. Yanni, didn't Miss say she came today for important matters? Seeing that Fabio left the bedroom for the third time to make business calls in the study, Gordon couldn't help but ask. Fabio glanced at him. Brianna said she came to the Yanni family for important matters today, so Gordon drove Fabio to the Liu residence early in the morning to pick up Brianna. However, after arriving, the young miss first spent a long time reading books in the study, then had lunch with Mr. Yanni, and afterward returned to the room with him. Gordon was called into the room once during this period. Expecting something important, he walked in only to see Fabio sitting on the sofa, holding a sleeping young girl like one holds a child. The girl sat on the man's lap, her head resting on one shoulder while her hands tightly circled his waist. Her breathing was steady, indicating deep sleep. Fabio gently patted Brianna's back with one hand and motioned Gordon to check the WeChat message. Gordon immediately opened his phone and saw only one sentence from Fabio, "Be quiet, go tidy up the blanket." Okay, indeed important matters for the boss. After arranging the pillow and blanket, Fabio stood up, still holding the sleeping girl. His strong arm supported her buttocks while the other held her back, lifting her head that rested on his shoulder as he walked towards the bed. He bent down carefully to place her on the bed. Pushing some strands of hair behind her ears, Fabio kissed her forehead before standing up. Methoding on a chair next to the bed, he looked at the sleeping girl with deep and tender eyes. Gordon wisely exited the room. But he didn't expect the girl to keep sleeping until 3 without waking up. It seemed that the main task of coming to the Yanni residence today was to eat well and sleep well. In the study, Fabio was still on the phone. Gordon sat on the sofa looking at his phone. Actually, today was his day off, but Gordon lived in the Yanni family anyway, and over the years he had become used to staying near Fabio most of the time, always ready for instructions. Suddenly, Gordon, who had been watching his phone, stood up abruptly, eyes wide open. Mr. Yanni. Fabio frowned slightly, unaware why Gordon showed such shock, and after hanging up the phone, he looked at him. What happened? Gordon took a deep breath and walked over quickly. Mr. Yanni, look at this. Gordon handed over his phone. On the screen was a Weibo post. At paparazzi grandmother, scoop. Lou family's underage illegitimate daughter gets piano competition qualification by sleeping with an old man. Accompanied by hotel registration photos. Fabio immediately saw Brianna in the photo. And the man standing beside her was unfamiliar to him. Mr. Yanni, this is what I saw when I clicked into the trending topic on Weibo. Gordon glanced at Fabio's expression and cautiously said, I scrolled through, and many marketing accounts have forwarded this Weibo post. The comments section is full of people cursing Miss. It's terrible. It wasn't just terrible, it was downright foul. Some comments called Brianna a young girl who had already resorted to prostitution, others labeled her as dirty, despicable, and nauseating. Some even said that being born from a slut ex-wife, she turned out to be a little slut too, and some commented she was fresh meat for old men to play with. Thankfully, Brianna didn't even have a Weibo account, otherwise, she would definitely be flooded by hateful messages now. Although Gordon had only known Brianna for a short while, he knew that the truth couldn't possibly be what was said on Weibo. It must be a misunderstanding. But just seeing this photo could easily make people think like that. The man in the picture did look to be around 40 or 50 years old, and he clearly wasn't from the Lou family. How could an underage girl who just came from the countryside to Illegitimate go to a hotel with a middle-aged man late at night? Before Fabio could respond, a voice suddenly came from behind Gordon. You're saying someone is insulting me on Weibo? Fabio looked up and saw the girl standing at the study door, wearing only socks, frowning slightly as she asked Gordon, what are they saying about me? Chapter 80, Pectorals over 100 are a man's best dowry. Mississippi. Noticing Esther had somehow come to the study and overheard what he just said, Gordon couldn't help but take a deep breath. The words those people on the internet were saying were so harsh. If Miss saw them, she would certainly be very angry and sad. As Wally stood up, he directly put Gordon's mobile phone into his trouser pocket as if he hadn't seen any pictures at all. Why did you run here barefoot? The tall man walked over to the young girl with long strides, yet there was no blame in his tone. He bent down to carry her horizontally who only wore socks and then instructed Gordon, go get a pair of slippers. Yes. Gordon immediately agreed and walked out of the study. But while Wally was carrying Esther to the sofa, Esther reached into his pocket and pulled out the phone. Let me see what happened. The phone screen hadn't been locked in time and it still displayed the Weibo post by Babu of Paparazzi revealing the photo of her and Jobin standing at the hotel reception desk. That night, someone actually took a picture of her without her knowing? Esther's eyes darkened. Just as she wanted to look at the comments below, the phone was snatched away by the man holding her. Don't look at these, I'll handle it. Wally tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear. Are you still sleepy? If so, rest your head in my arms for a while. I'll hold you. Esther paused her actions and looked at Wally. Don't you want to ask who this man is that checked into the hotel with me? This man held an important position. The more power and status one has, the stronger the possessiveness and control they often exhibit. She didn't know if he cared. Not important, but he should be your friend, Wally thought for a moment, maybe a friend from out of town, so you were helping him check into the hotel. A teenager being friends with a man in his 40s or 50s sounds unbelievable. But Wally's tone was steady and certain, clearly never doubting that the young girl had an improper relationship with anyone else. Indeed, he is my friend, Esther replied. There was an issue with his registration information at the hotel, so I went over to help him. She took the phone back from Wally's hand again. This time, Wally didn't stop her from reading through the comments under the Weibo post. It was evident from her calm tone that she was internally stronger than he imagined. Do you need me to do anything? Wally asked beside her. Wally didn't push to find out who this friend of hers was. He respected the young girl's independence, lifestyle, and social circle. If she didn't want him to interfere, then he wouldn't do anything. After reading all the highly rated comments criticizing her, her expression became calmer and even somewhat mocking. This photo, which hadn't been published a few days ago, suddenly surfaced right after the list of names for the piano competition was announced today, and the high praise comments were suspiciously uniform in their attack. It was hard not to think that there was someone orchestrating this behind the scenes. However, Esther had to admit that whoever was pushing this incident to slander her was really foolish. They were digging their own grave, waiting to be buried. I don't need any help. I have everything under control. Esther turned off the phone. Moreover, these online comments won't affect me. I don't care about what people say who lack judgment and whose hearts are filled with filth. Seeing the young girl so resolute, Wally's gaze softened even more, showing a hint of admiration. He liked seeing her composed and capable demeanor. He hoped her little girl could always do as she pleased without fearing anything. People grow stronger through trials, and he just needed to stand by her side, appearing only when she needed him. Which room is the piano in? Esther asked, putting aside the matter of Weibo. It's on the top floor. Wally lifted his eyes. Do you want to play? I'll go up with you. The piano competition the day after tomorrow. I promised to write a new piece for someone, Esther explained. The Liu family doesn't have a piano I can use, so I thought I'd come over here. So you came for the piano. Wally pursed his lips slightly, gently rubbing the girl's earlobe with his fingertips, speaking lowly. I thought you missed me. Seeing the usually strong and aloof man outside act coquettish in front of her, this contrast made Esther feel a soft spot in her heart. Are you stupid? Esther wrapped her hands around Wally's neck. If I came for the piano, would I remember this now? Their closeness meant their scents intertwined, and Esther now had a faint hint of Wally's distinctive incense fragrance, which she found intoxicating. By the way, when are you going to work out today? I promised myself I would observe and learn, don't forget. The young girl spoke with utmost seriousness, yet her actions were boldly daring. As she talked, she slipped her hand into the man's dark gray shirt, tracing up his sharply defined abs, eventually stopping at the part that felt best. Tell me, what's your chest measurement? Esther asked as she pinched gently, her tone casual. Have you ever measured it? 102. Wally's voice was slightly hoarse, his head tilting back subconsciously, the seductive Adam's apple prominently visible. Though her fingertips were cool, each inch of skin they touched rapidly heated up, as if setting off a blazing fire across his body. As expected, chest muscles over 100 are a man's best dowry. The young girl smiled, leaning close to his ear. Hey, I really like them. Her warm breath tickled his ear, making even his scalp tingle. Wally took a sharp breath, almost instantly lifting the girl off his lap. I need to use the bathroom. Clearly trying to maintain composure, his body betrayed him more than his words did. Watching Wally leave hastily, unlike his usual composed self, Esther's lips curled upward slightly. Just as Wally opened the door, he saw Gordon squatting by the doorway, holding slippers, hesitating whether to knock or wait outside. The study's soundproofing wasn't great. Gordon obviously heard their earlier conversation. Standing up, he looked somewhat embarrassed to meet Wally's gaze. Mr. Yanni. Bring her the slippers. Wally took a deep breath, and asked someone to prepare some afternoon tea. Have it sent up to the top floor later. She'll be hungry when she wakes up. Yes, Mr. Yanni. Gordon immediately agreed. Watching Wally walk away, for the first time, Gordon's eyes showed a hint of sympathy. Tegan's 18th birthday was still over a month away. And even after she turns 18, Campbell Yanni would likely continue to restrain himself. Gordon called it sweet torment. Indeed, it was quite tormenting. Chapter 81, Aliciaro's Sneak Attack. Esther sat by the piano on the top floor, composing and playing as her inspiration flowed effortlessly through her fingers, her expression lazy yet spontaneous. She only took half an hour to compose a new piece, something that only a genius could do in the human world. For the remaining hour, she lounged on the sofa in the second-floor gym, admiring the man who had a stunning physique and worked out diligently on various machines until he was drenched in sweat. It had to be said, Wally really pampered her. He never refused any of her requests and always remembered them all. Before dinner, Wally sent her back to the Liu family residence. However, as soon as she entered the door, Esther heard a strange man cursing in the living room, this shameless bastard. Behind our backs, bullying Juliana until she nearly became depressed. Now with everything about her spread across the internet, your Liu family's reputation is ruined. How many grand awards has Juliana won in piano competitions from a young age? She was invited by the committee because of her talent. What did this illegitimate child rely on? Sleeping with older men at such a young age? Shameless thing. A worthless daughter born to a cheap woman. If you don't discipline her properly, one day she might bring even bigger trouble to the Liu family, dragging it down. Fortunately, she isn't your biological daughter, otherwise, even I would not be able to hold my head up in Gillising. With a flurry of insults, Esther lifted her eyes and saw the man sitting on the sofa spewing these words. The man looked to be in his early 40s, with thick eyebrows, full lips, and a square face. He resembled Marissa to some extent. His face was red and neck swollen from agitation, breathing heavily from excitement. Judging by his appearance and age, this person should be Marissa's brother, Renee. Methooting beside Renee was Marilyn, looking wronged. Her eyes were red as if she had just been crying, and she clung tightly to her uncle, seeming to have finally found shelter. Esther squinted her eyes slightly. No one knew what method Marissa had used, but after a few days, the red spots caused by the osmanthus powder on Marilyn's face had faded, and her skin was back to normal. And the object of Renee's rant was none other than Marissa, who sat opposite him, her face livid. The servants noticed the situation immediately and cleared their throats to remind everyone. Only then did those on the sofa realize that the young girl had returned and was standing in the living room. Upon seeing Esther, Marissa's already unpleasant face darkened further. Immediately glaring at Esther, she shouted angrily, "You shameless brat, you still have the nerve to step into our Liu family home?" Marissa stood up suddenly and marched over to Esther, enraged. "Where did you go today? Were you sleeping with more old men? Do you have any sense of shame left?" Josue had moved back to his own apartment after 3 days, and Sullivan hadn't come home from work yet. Atlee also went out today. That meant only Marissa, Marilyn, and Renee were home now. As Marissa spoke, she raised her hand to slap Esther but was suddenly caught by the wrist. The young girl lifted her cold eyes to the woman before her. "Just talk, why do you have to hit me first?" Marissa gasped for breath. Why? Because I am the mistress of the Liu household, and you should call me mother outside. You shameful thing, you've disgraced the Liu family. Doing such scandalous things, and now you dare to stand before me so boldly asking why I can hit you? I'll tell you, if this were ancient times, beating you to death would be justified. While cursing, Marissa tried to pull her hand back but was surprised by the incredible strength of the girl. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't free her hand. Biting her teeth and exerting all her strength, the other person suddenly loosened the grip, almost causing her to fall forward due to the force. She barely managed to regain her balance. Renee never expected that this illegitimate child from the countryside would dare to touch his sister in the Liu family. He thought she only bullied Juliana secretly but didn't expect her to be so audacious as to treat Marissa like this in the living room, completely out of line. This bastard wants to rebel? Renee stood up suddenly. A bastard indeed has no manners at all. She needs to be disciplined. Taking large steps, he came over and raised his arm, ready to strike Esther too. But Esther took a few steps back and suddenly raised her phone. I recorded it. Renee paused. What did you say? I recorded you hitting me. Esther's pitch-black pupils stared straight at Renee, her gaze cold, as she spoke slowly. A top professor at Gillison University, a man in his 40s, actually laying hands on an underage girl in his own home. If this video were to be posted online, I imagine that regardless of the reason, Professor Gillisang's social reputation would be greatly affected. After hearing Esther's words, Renee's hand suddenly paused mid-air, his eyes revealing disbelief. Are you threatening me? Esther continued to look at Renee. I'm just stating a fact. What happens next is up to Professor Gillisang. Renee drew a sharp breath, for the first time in his life being infuriated to the point of trembling by a mere young girl, while the previously flustered Marissa was now uncontrollably furious. The atmosphere in the living room fell into a deadlock. No one noticed that while Esther was talking to Renee, Marilyn quietly moved over and picked up a heavy ornamental stone from the house. Just as Esther finished speaking to Renee, she felt an unusual sensation behind her, her eyebrows subconsciously furrowing. Alertly turning her head back, Esther saw Marilyn lifting the large stone, abruptly smashing it down forcefully towards her head. There was a dull thud. Human bodies are fragile. The girl staggered forward 2 steps, and within seconds, fresh red blood trickled down from the back of her head to her neck. The intense dizziness caused her vision to go dark. She didn't even have time to activate her soul power before closing her eyes and fainting to the ground. Seeing Esther fall unconscious, Marilyn couldn't help but take a deep breath, the excitement in her eyes almost impossible to suppress. So perfect. Enduring all this time, she had finally made the bitch who had always trampled on her since coming to the Liu family taste some suffering. Chapter 82, She will Joe-bill Esther with her own hands. Marilyn suddenly attacked from behind, and with one stone, she knocked Esther unconscious, bleeding from the head. Even Marissa and Renee were shocked. Renee opened his eyes wide, looking at his always gentle and obedient niece with disbelief. Juliana, you. Aunt, Mom, I can't stand Esther treating you like this anymore. Marilyn threw the stone to the ground, her red eyes filled with a sobbing tone. She is just an illegitimate daughter, yet she dared to hit Mom and even openly confront and threaten Matt. She doesn't take you seriously at all. It's all because Mom was too lenient with her before. Our Liu family has been too kind to her, which gave her the guts to step on Mom and Matt. Marilyn looked at Marissa. Mom, it's rare that Avram, Sergio, and Dennis are not at home now. No one will protect her. You must give Esther a taste of hardship. How about we lock her in the underground wine cellar for one night? We'll tell Avram and the others that she went out with friends tonight. Let her learn a lesson. Marilyn spoke every word for Marissa and Renee, but in fact, ever since she saw Esther's name on the piano competition list today, she had made up her mind. She absolutely cannot let Esther participate in the piano competition. At the Herb family banquet that night, Esther's performance of Summer Forest completely overshadowed her, making her look dull and unremarkable. Her performance before Esther seemed like just the brick leading up to the jade, and no one remembered her performance after that. Marilyn still couldn't understand how a girl from the countryside, whose family was so poor they couldn't even afford a piano, could have such advanced piano skills. If Esther really participated in the piano competition, even if she tried her hardest, she wouldn't have any chance of winning. She had to win first place in this piano competition. Only by winning first place could she possibly get admitted to Gillison University as a specially recruited talent. Therefore, she couldn't tolerate any possibility of anyone surpassing her. The only way was to make sure Esther couldn't go to the competition tomorrow night. After hearing Marilyn's words, Marissa, who came back to her senses, glanced at the unconscious Esther on the ground and took a deep breath. She had long wanted to teach this brat a lesson. As the daughter of a lowly woman, she really thought of herself as a noble lady. Somehow, she managed to bewitch her sons in such a short time, and they all protected her. Before, there was always Sullivan. With Sullivan managing the Liu family and always protecting Esther, Marissa didn't dare do anything openly to Esther. After all, if her eldest son got angry, she would be afraid. But now, no one else was at home. If they really locked Esther in the basement for one night and said she went out, no one would find out. But Marissa was still a bit hesitant, but we will eventually have to let her out. If she goes to your brother and tells him. We just won't admit it, Marilyn said. Avram is your son and my brother. Would he believe an outsider over us? In fact, Marilyn knew that if Esther really told Sullivan that she had been knocked out and then locked in the basement, Sullivan would believe her. But she had no intention of giving Esther that opportunity. Because at the moment she threw the stone, she had already decided. She wanted Esther dead. She used to be the only Tegan, the center of attention wherever she went, loved by her brothers, and the brightest star in school. But after Esther came, she took everything that made her proud away. When Esther was first brought to Illegitimate, she had hired a killer to kill her, but somehow Esther had narrowly escaped. This time, she would do it herself. Renee immediately looked at Marissa. Joby, Juliana is right. The daughter of that woman only came to our family a few days ago and dared to talk back to you like that. If you don't teach her a lesson, she won't respect you anymore. Saying this, Renee picked up the unconscious Esther and put her on his shoulder. It's just a night of confinement, it won't hurt her. It'll teach her a lesson. Following Marissa's instructions, Renee carried Esther downstairs toward the underground wine cellar. Marilyn picked up Esther's backpack that had fallen to the ground, planning to throw it somewhere where Sullivan wouldn't see it when he returned. However, as she bent down to pick up the backpack, she saw a printed sheet of music through the partially open zipper. This is. Marilyn took a deep breath and immediately pulled open the zipper, taking out the sheet. The more she looked at it, the wider her eyes grew. This was a piano score, and just one look revealed that it was composed by a master. But she had been familiar with all the works of masters both domestically and internationally since childhood, and this piece called Twilight Subsides was entirely new to her. This sheet music was in Esther's backpack. Could it have been written by Esther? It never occurred to Marilyn that Esther could compose music. These past few days, she hadn't even left her house, racking her brain to create an original piano piece. But no matter what she wrote, it never met her standards. She always felt something was missing. She never expected that Esther had already composed a new piece, and it seemed so highly skilled. However, her first reaction wasn't jealousy but excitement. If Esther couldn't participate in the competition tomorrow and this score ended up in her hands, wouldn't she be able to use this piece for the competition tomorrow night? Marilyn took a deep breath. She immediately ran upstairs into her room, opened the piano cover, laid out the score, and sat down to play. After playing through the piece once according to the sheet music, Marilyn was almost incomparably excited. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. It was stunning enough to amaze both experts and laymen. If she used this piece to compete tomorrow night, the championship would definitely be hers. Marilyn took deep breaths to calm herself. After the excitement, her resolve became even firmer. She must eliminate Esther for her to reclaim her former glory. Thus, Marilyn quickly put away the score and hurried back downstairs. At this moment, Marissa and Renee were no longer in the living room. Marilyn first scanned the surroundings and then quietly descended the stairs alone. In the dim and narrow underground wine cellar, besides the smell of wine, there was also a hint of cold dampness due to lack of sunlight. Esther remained unconscious on the ground. Marilyn pinched her nose slightly in disgust, then took a deep breath, gripped the towel in her hand with a chilling gaze, and walked over to Esther. Chapter 83, Isn't Yennefer good? Why seek death? Marilyn knew that this underground wine cellar of the Liu family had a direct passage leading to the back gate, built originally for convenient wine delivery. That meant she could carry out Esther from this passage without anyone knowing after killing her. It was so late that no one would notice anything. When the wine cellar door opened the next day and they found the passage entrance open but no sign of Esther, it was natural to assume she escaped through the passage. Thus, a young girl wandering alone at night, facing any misfortune would be possible. After all, the dead couldn't come out to defend themselves. Marilyn felt her plan was simply brilliant, and she wanted to applaud her own intelligence. A cold smile curled at the corner of her lips as she bent over immediately, forcefully covering Xing's mouth and nose with the towel in her hand. After several silent seconds, the unconscious girl twitched due to the sensation of suffocation. Marilyn instantly pressed down on the towel even harder, determined to suffocate her to death until the girl's body went completely still. Only then did she take a deep breath, remove the towel, and check for breath. No breathing. Esther was dead. This Esther, whom she wished to skin alive, was finally dead. Marilyn's eyes sparkled with a sense of revenge fulfilled. It seemed as if Esther's death erased all the humiliation and disgrace she had suffered, and brilliance awaited her from now on. Now, as long as the corpse was dealt with, everything would be over. With her hands passing under Esther's ribs, Marilyn dragged her body into the passage with some effort. It took her about 5 minutes to drag her outside the large back gate of the Liu residence. The corpse of the girl lay silently on the lawn, pale under the moonlight. Marilyn took out the burlap sack she had prepared and stuffed Esther into it entirely. Then she took out her phone and sent a message with a prepaid SIM card to a cleaner she contacted before on the dark web, indicating her current location. Here is the exact location. Come quickly to pick up the cargo and deliver it to the dump. This cargo, of course, referred to Esther. And this dump referred to the mass burial ground. After a few minutes, hiding behind the bushes, Marilyn saw a short man appear, dressed in a black raincoat and rubber boots, wearing a black hat and mask. He moved quite skillfully, directly throwing the burlap sack containing Esther onto a tricycle marked, garbage collection, and then drove away. When the man and the tricycle disappeared from sight, Marilyn let out a long sigh of relief. Finally over. She would destroy the SIM card and the towel when she returned, and Esther would be considered missing. Even if the police found her body later, they wouldn't trace it back to her. It was a perfect crime. No, how could this be a crime? Someone as annoying as Esther shouldn't have existed in this world. While Marilyn tidied up everything in her room, the man in the raincoat drove the tricycle to the mass burial ground in the outskirts. Getting off the vehicle, he tossed the sack onto an unknown grave covered with grass and left. At this moment, Esther inside the sack remained motionless. Esther usually kept her soul power retracted, only releasing it when necessary. Therefore, when Marilyn attacked her earlier, she was purely in human form, which led to her fainting. Human bodies were too fragile, needing time to regain consciousness after being knocked out. After being suffocated by Marilyn's forceful actions, Esther fell into a deep slumber. The quiet outskirts at midnight, countless wild graves, and overgrown weeds. Under the moonlight, tree shadows swayed in the wind, adding an eerie touch. After an unknown duration, a meow broke the silence. Suddenly, a jet-black cat appeared, its fur slightly bristling, with emerald-green round eyes radiating a piercing light. It jumped beside the sack, claws becoming extremely sharp in an instant. In a few moments, it tore a large opening in the sack, revealing the closed-eyed, bloodless face of the girl. The cat's pupils constricted slightly, and in the next second, something happened that might defy human comprehension. Under the moonlight, the curled-up black cat transformed into a naked teenager within seconds. The teen's black hair reached his waist, his skin cold and white, his emerald-green eyes like glowing glass in the darkness, and his appearance surpassingly beautiful. Although he had taken human form, his behavior was still cat-like. Lying beside the girl, he rubbed her face with his head. Then, raising his head, he bit down sharply on her shoulder with two small canine teeth. It was as if he was passing on some sort of power, or using pain to awaken the girl. This lasted for about 10 seconds. The teenager seemed to have exhausted his limited strength, and his breathing became unstable. After a moment, he transformed back into a cat and curled lazily beside the girl. But soon, the girl in the darkness suddenly opened her eyes. Cornelius? Esther sharply inhaled, sat up, and picked up the listless black kitten beside her. Was it you who saved me? Esther's memory was still at the moment she was hit on the head by Marilyn with a stone. Her consciousness had been lost due to the limitations of her human body, which suffered severe damage. But in her semi-conscious state, she faintly heard Marilyn's voice, experiencing the suffocating feeling of being choked to death by having her mouth and nose covered. Even now, she could still feel the lingering effects. Marilyn had knocked her unconscious with a stone and then caused a false suffocation by covering her mouth and nose, placing her here. Esther looked around. Countless wild graves at the mass burial ground sent a chill down her spine, making her eyes icy cold. Marilyn. What a daring and ruthless Marilyn, beyond her imagination. The Cornelius in her arms looked extremely weak, too tired to even meow. Esther took a deep breath and stroked the drooping head of Cornelius. 10 years ago, when she had just reincarnated into Elisha's body, she met a thin, dying kitten in an alley. She bent down and gave half of her soul power to this kitten, saving its life. And now, it must have been Cornelius who, by biting her shoulder, transmitted soul power to her, reviving her. Esther stood up from the ground with Cornelius in her arms, her expression colder than ever. 1 a.m., Marilyn's room. She had a piano competition the next day, and to look good on camera, she needed to maintain her skin condition at its best without staying up late. Yet, thinking about standing on the champion's podium tomorrow, receiving cheers and praise from everyone and the internet, made Marilyn too excited to sleep. Suddenly, she seemed to hear a noise coming from her door. What? Before she could finish saying, "Who is it?" Marilyn felt a cool sensation on her neck. In the pitch-black darkness, an ice-cold hand suddenly appeared beside her bed and clutched her throat tightly, making her pupils shrink instantly. Mm. Instinctively, Marilyn struggled wildly, but the hand gripped her so tightly that it seemed to want to strangle her to death. She couldn't even utter a complete syllable. It tightened more and more. She couldn't breathe. Marilyn heard an extremely cold voice right by her ear, the breath as icy as death itself. Isn't living good? Why do you seek death? Chapter 84, Experience what fear of death truly is. In the dark room, the voice of the girl was as cold as ancient ice that never melts, causing goosebumps to rise. At the sound of it, Marilyn's body hair stood on end, her eyes wide with terror. This is Esther's voice? Didn't she die by her own hands? How could she suddenly appear in her room now? Wah. The grip around her neck tightened. The intense suffocation made Marilyn's brain begin to lack oxygen, her vision blurred, and she struggled out of instinct. Yet, she couldn't resist or break free at all. In just a few seconds, her vision went black, and her body began to convulse uncontrollably. She was dying. She was being strangled to death by Esther. This was the first time Marilyn truly felt what it meant to be terrified of death. Her eyeballs felt as if they were about to burst from the high pressure. But then, unexpectedly, the grip on her neck loosened. Cough, cough. Dragging herself back from the brink of death, Marilyn clutched her throat clumsily, gasping for air and coughing violently. However, before she could catch her breath, the next second, she was yanked up from the bed by her arm. Yen Nike discarding trash, the girl threw her harshly against the wall with bone-chilling eyes, making a loud thud. Ah! Marilyn felt like her bones were breaking. She tried to scream but, having been choked earlier, only a hoarse sound emerged. Her head, neck, and entire body were in agony, yet she lacked the strength to even think about these pains because the chilling girl had approached her again. Marilyn was nearly crying in fear. Ignoring her body's pain, she instinctively backed up against the cold wall, trembling uncontrollably, watching the figure before her with sheer horror. Could a human girl have such strength? And those eyes. Pale moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the girl's face. Her eyes were fierce and cold like a lioness in the jungle, making one's heart skip a beat. She even felt that the person in front of her wasn't human at all. Not in the slightest. Esther slowly squatted in front of Marilyn. Unsuccessful in killing me once, you dared to try again. I underestimated the ugliness and jealousy in humans. You should thank your luck that I can't kill right now, otherwise, you'd be a puddle of flesh in front of me. The girl spoke emotionlessly, yet her words were chilling. Marilyn took a deep breath and, in the next second, was horrified to see the girl's pupils turn red. Esther's pupils glowed with a bloodlust in deep red, and within them, rose-like marks appeared, beautiful yet eerie. Human or ghost? Marilyn's eyes widened as her heart nearly stopped, and she fainted on the spot. Seeing Marilyn faint, Esther straightened up. Cornelius emerged from the darkness, meowing and jumping into her arms, its head rubbing her collarbone, looking somewhat recovered. Foolish human. Esther cast a cold glance at the unconscious Marilyn against the wall. With one hand holding the cat, she lifted Marilyn with the other, throwing her back onto the bed like a rag. Losing control over her anger exposed her true form unintentionally. It wouldn't be easy explaining Marilyn's condition to the Liu family. Esther frowned, pressing down on Marilyn's head, erasing the bruises on her neck and wiping away the memory of that incident. Then, she carried Cornelius back to her room downstairs. The next day. When Marilyn woke up, she felt as though she had been run over by a truck. Her entire body ached as if she were dying. Suddenly, she remembered something. She recalled smothering Esther with a towel in the basement wine cellar last night and calling the cleaners to take the body to the potter's field, after which she returned to sleep. But vaguely, she also remembered Esther appearing beside her bed late last night, almost strangling her to death, then throwing her to the ground. Then she lost consciousness. Was this a dream or reality? If it was real, why were there no marks on her neck or body? Moreover, Esther was already dead. How could she appear in her room at night? But if it was a dream, why did her neck and body hurt so much, as if someone had squeezed and thrown her? Could it be sleep paralysis? Marilyn couldn't help but take a deep breath. Forget it, no point worrying about it anymore. Today was the day of the piano competition, and with that annoying Esther out of the way, tonight was going to be her stage. Just thinking about the competition tonight made Marilyn immediately excited again. She endured the pain, hurriedly got up from bed to freshen up, and then eagerly went downstairs to prepare for school. However, when she reached the living room, she froze on the spot. At the entrance, Atlee was crouching down to tie Esther's black leather shoes, carefully asking if they were too loose or needed to be tighter. And standing beside Esther, tall in a striped suit, Sullivan looked at her with approving eyes, adjusting her bow tie for her. Tonight is a national piano competition, live-streamed globally. Are you really going to wear your school uniform? Should I help you prepare an evening gown? Esther shook her head softly. No need, brother. It's a piano competition, not a beauty pageant. What I wear doesn't matter. Right, Atlee stood up and couldn't resist hugging Esther, rubbing against her affectionately. We are always so pretty, even with a plain face and school uniform. We look better than those girls who meticulously dress up in evening gowns. This was Esther. Marilyn couldn't believe what she was seeing. She had clearly smothered her to death last night and watched as someone took her body away. Why was she standing in the living room now as if nothing had happened? Could it be that she wasn't dreaming when she almost got strangled last night? At this moment, the girl seemed to notice someone watching her. Her eyes suddenly turned towards Marilyn, saying lightly, "Ah, my sister has woken up." Esther's expression was half smiling, yet the smile didn't reach her eyes, which were cold. I didn't expect to have the chance to participate in the piano competition with my sister. It's truly an honor. Don't worry, Matthew Stir. I'll give my best performance tonight and won't embarrass you. Chapter 85, Praising Too Much Leads to Drifting. Giving it her all? Who asked her to give it her all? Marilyn was almost shouting out loud. Was Deborah human or a ghost? Why was she so persistent? Despite killing her twice in a row, she still stood here unharmed. What on earth was going on? Marilyn was about to explode with anger and couldn't figure out what was happening no matter how hard she tried, thinking this simply did not make sense. But she couldn't show any signs of strangeness. Her elder brother and fifth brother had no idea that Deborah was locked in the basement wine cellar last night, and it was clear that Deborah hadn't told them either. So she couldn't let them know. Okay, sister, Marilyn forced a smile, we will both do our best tonight. If we can both get placements, it would also be an honor for our Liu family. Yeah, you're right, sister. Deborah's lips curled up, but there was a hint of ridicule in her eyes. Yesterday's photo on Weibo of so-called Deborah in a hotel room with an old man was spreading wildly online. The moment Deborah entered the classroom today, she received countless disdainful and mocking looks, with people secretly gossiping about her. Conversely, when Marilyn entered the classroom, she was greeted with incredibly enthusiastic treatment. Almost everyone immediately swarmed around her. The reason was simple. Marilyn had said in the class group yesterday that she had gotten 50 tickets from her uncle, who asked the piano competition organizers, intending to gift them to all classmates, giving everyone a chance to see Master Jobin up close at the scene. This caused an uproar in the group. After all, once the news broke that Master Jobin would be judging, all tickets to the live event were sold out within an hour. Front row tickets were being scalped for thousands each, reaching sky-high prices. These students from Class A all came from wealthy families, none of whom lacked money, but the problem was that tickets were hard to come by even if one had money, as demand far exceeded supply. But now, Marilyn was giving tickets to everyone, and they were even front row VIP seats. It was incredible. Everyone in Class A knew that Marilyn's uncle René was a top professor at Illegitimate University with high prestige and extensive connections in society. Indeed, it proved he lived up to his reputation. Seeing everyone thanking René in the group, Mona, Marilyn's lackey, quickly chimed in. Juliana's uncle isn't just acquainted with the organizers, he's also very close to Master Jobin himself. Matt Gillisong said Master Jobin personally watched Juliana's previous performance videos and praised her as a genius. Master Jobin actually complimented a high school girl as a genius? For pianists, this was praise of the highest order. Even the homeroom teacher Bard joined in to commend Marilyn in the group. Looking at those messages on her screen, Marilyn's vanity was greatly satisfied, yet she pretended to be modest. Oh, Master Jobin only said he looked forward to my performance. I'm worried that if I don't perform well, I might disappoint him. How could you not do well? Your piano skills are amazing. Exactly, there's no need to worry at all, you'll definitely amaze everyone. Not just amaze, you should bring glory to the country. Everyone echoed in agreement. Then someone remarked, indeed, a proper rich girl is different from a village-born illegitimate daughter. Juliana was invited by the committee based on her strength and was praised as a genius by Master Jobin, while someone else got the qualification through a rendezvous with an old man. How disgusting. This message was quickly withdrawn by the administrator. It wasn't for fear that Deborah would see such comments since she wasn't even in the group. It was Barr who saw their conversation and frowned, quickly instructing the admin to retract the message. He had seen the photo and rumors about Deborah online, but recalling the girl's composed demeanor, he didn't believe she would sell herself to get a competition spot. This piano competition was a major event in Illegitimate and across the nation, drawing immense online attention. China's economy had surged in recent decades, promoting cultural and artistic industries, with the piano being highly esteemed as a musical art form appreciated worldwide. School dismissed at 5:30 p.m., but Marilyn took leave and left at around 4 p.m., being picked up by Marissa for makeup and styling at Crystal. Obviously, Marilyn and Marissa wouldn't invite Deborah along. They still felt the sting from losing out to Deborah at the Herb family dinner party. Just thinking of how Deborah captivated everyone at the banquet made them gnash their teeth in frustration. However, Deborah had no intention of spending much effort on her appearance or style. However, during the last class, when Deborah woke up from her nap on the desk, she found that she had received a text message an hour ago. It was from Alban. Deborah, right? This is Andre. I saw you're going to attend the piano competition at the convention center tonight. If you need makeup and styling for your performance, you can come to Crystal to find me. 1 hour ago, at Crystal. Alban stared at the message he had sent to the girl on his phone screen, took a deep breath, yet still felt somewhat anxious. It had been many days since he last saw the girl, but for some reason, her face kept appearing before his eyes. What made him even more concerned was that these days, he couldn't help but take out the note the girl had someone pass him on that day and read it over and over again. The line of English poetry on the note, "In me the tiger sniffs the rose," he had read it repeatedly many times. The more he read, the more he felt that the handwriting was extremely similar to Elisha's. His elder sister's Chinese handwriting was like dragons and phoenixes dancing, and her English handwriting was even more free and unrestrained, just like her personality, uninhibited and loving freedom. He used to keep a book of handwritten English poems by his sister by his pillow. On the nights when his sister was away, he would flip through the poetry collection every night before falling asleep hugging it. He was very familiar with her handwriting. Even he felt that he might understand her handwriting better than she did herself. So the more Alban looked at the English on the note, the more he felt that it seemed as if his sister had written it personally. Although it wasn't exactly the same, the writing habits were highly similar. How could this be? Could it be that while his sister was with this Deborah, she even taught her how to write letter by letter? Alban had many chaotic speculations and thoughts in his mind, but no matter what, he wanted to see the girl again. However, after an hour had passed, he had unlocked and checked his phone many times, but still hadn't received a reply from the girl. Has she not seen the message yet? Alban's handsome eyebrows couldn't help but furrow slightly. Just then, someone knocked on the door outside the studio. "Director, there's a Tegan outside who wants to see you. Would you like to meet her?" Chapter 86, The Back-to-Back Humiliations Begin, 1. Tegan wanted to see him? Alban's first reaction was that it must be Deborah. So it turned out she hadn't replied because she had come directly here. Without even realizing it, Alban felt more excited and happy than he had imagined, but his voice remained cool as he immediately responded to the person outside. Have her wait for me a moment. I'll be right there. Alban tidied up his hair and shirt in front of the full-length mirror in his office, then took a deep breath before opening the door and walking out. As he walked, he pondered what he should say first upon seeing the young lady. However, the nervousness in his heart, the bright light in his eyes, and the slight upward curve at the corners of his mouth vanished in an instant when he saw who was waiting. This Tegan was not Deborah. It was a girl he had never seen before, accompanied by someone who looked like her mother. A strange but intense disappointment filled his heart, and Alban's expression instantly turned cold. Becoming as aloof as usual, with a blank face, he asked, "Excuse me, may I ask who you are?" In the reception room, Marilyn stood up immediately with an agitated expression as soon as she saw Alban approach. "Hello, Mr. Andre, I'm Marilyn from the Liu family in Illegitimate." The Liu family in Illegitimate? Alban remembered that Deborah seemed to be the daughter of this Liu family. An employee said that Deborah was a bastard child of the Liu family. Therefore, this Marilyn in front of him must be the legitimate daughter of the Liu family. Feeling Andre sizing her up, Marilyn took a deep breath, trying to appear dignified, polite, and likable. At Herb family's dinner party, Deborah appeared in a deep-sea mermaid dress that stunned everyone, capturing all attention the moment she showed up, beautiful enough to take one's breath away. Deborah explained that it was because Andre felt a connection with her when he saw her and, upon learning she would attend the banquet in the evening, proactively helped her pick out the dress and design her makeup. And Andre didn't even ask for payment, he only requested she return the dress after the event. At that time, Marilyn was both jealous and envious. Andre was such a big name in the industry that even top-tier actresses couldn't get him to do their makeup and styling. Not to mention the deep-sea mermaid dress, it cost $8 million for Andre to buy and keep as a collector's item. He actually lent it to Deborah just like that. Just because he found a connection with Deborah? How could such good fortune exist, and why did it fall into the hands of that little wretch, Deborah? Therefore, Marilyn came to Crystal today, dragging Marissa straight to Alban. Comparing beauty and demeanor, how could Deborah possibly match her? If Andre liked Deborah, he would surely find her even more likable. If she could build a good relationship with Andre and become friends, with Andre doing her makeup and designing her looks, she would be the most dazzling at any event she attended. Marilyn was already getting excited just thinking about it. When she heard Andre telling her to wait a moment and that he would come soon, Marilyn was already sure of her success. Everyone said Andre was extremely proud and aloof, barely seeing on guests even at the studio. Even A-list stars had to depend on his mood for a meeting. And yet, as a high school student, she had managed to meet Andre immediately just by announcing herself. Clearly, Andre knew who she was or had read those articles praising her online and admired her. Marilyn couldn't help but feel secretly delighted and became shy as she gazed at Alban. She had only seen Andre in magazines and online before, but never imagined that the real-life Andre director was even more handsome than in pictures. His looks, physique, and demeanor were on par with any famous star, and looking at his handsome and cold face up close made Marilyn blush uncontrollably. "Oh," Alban responded indifferently, "may I ask, Tegan, why did you want to see me?" Seeing Andre suddenly turn cold, Marilyn was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what was going on. Marissa stepped forward first. "Mr. Andre, it's like this. Last time, you helped a girl named Deborah with her makeup and let her wear the deep-sea mermaid dress once worn by Madame Demi. That outfit was truly stunning. My daughter is representing Illegitimate at the national piano competition tonight. Could she have the honor of receiving your personal makeup and styling services? If you agree, the remuneration is entirely up to you." Marissa said this with utmost confidence. Andre was willing to provide free styling for Deborah, who had no money at all, just because he felt a connection with her. Wouldn't the obedient and gentle Juliana be more likable than the poker-faced Deborah? And they were even offering payment, Andre surely wouldn't refuse. But in the next moment, Marissa was left embarrassed. "I'm sorry, I never serve young guests. Please return." Alban showed no hesitation, coldly refusing them without any expression, not giving Marissa, this wealthy noblewoman, any face at all. You said what?" Upon hearing this, Marissa's face immediately lost its color. There were several other Crystal employees nearby. Marissa and Marilyn, regulars at Crystal, were always surrounded and served by the staff whenever they came. They had never been treated so poorly in front of others before. "I said, I don't serve young guests. Please leave." Alban appeared indifferent, frowning as he prepared to turn back into his office, not even willing to give them a second glance. "Wait." Marilyn hurried forward a few steps, unable to help but ask loudly, "But last time when Deborah came over, she didn't make an appointment either, right? She's a penniless illegitimate daughter from the countryside who has never come to Crystal, yet Andre still helped her with makeup and styling? Is Crystal's chief director discriminating against customers?" Marilyn's loud outburst drew the attention of other guests outside the reception room, who couldn't help but look curiously towards the glass door of the reception room. "Are you teaching me how to do my job?" Hearing the disdain in Marilyn's tone towards Deborah, Alban's expression turned even colder, looking at Marilyn with a counter-question. "Crystal is mine, and my mood is my service standard. I choose who I serve. Do I need your guidance?" Marilyn was intimidated by Alban's high and mighty presence. Mr. Andre, that's not what I meant. Ember, escort Tegan and her mother out. Alban didn't want to hear her explanations and directly ordered coldly, "Tell the others that Crystal will no longer receive these two guests in the future." Not receive them in the future? Marilyn's eyes widened on the spot. Did this mean that Andre was going to blacklist her and her mother because of what she just said? Chapter 87, A Series of Humiliations, 2. Marilyn was stunned speechless at this. It should be noted that makeup and styling were just the main services offered by Crystal's flagship store. Other branches provided various daily beauty treatments, manicures, eyelash extensions, and more. Positioned as a high-end service with excellent quality, Crystal had become very famous among Illegitimate elite circle and could even be considered one of the primary social venues for heiresses and debutantes. Marilyn had met and bonded with several young ladies from other families during her visits to Crystal's other stores for manicures on multiple occasions. Marissa also frequently invited other madams to join her for beauty treatments or injections. Now, Andre actually wanted to blacklist them? Hearing this, Marissa instantly flew into a rage. Moments earlier, Alban had shown no mercy in front of so many people, embarrassing her. She hadn't even had the chance to react. Now, this person was saying that Crystal would blacklist them? Was she giving this Andre too much respect? A senior makeup artist, at the end of the day, was still just a service provider. Did he really think he was someone important, daring to talk to her like that? Stop serving us. Do you know how much we spend at Crystal each year? Marissa immediately snapped furiously at Alban. Alban chuckled derisively at this, replying coldly, "So, madam, do you spend tens of millions or hundreds of millions at Crystal every year? Only a few million in consumption. Do you think Crystal needs your patronage, or that bit of money?" That bit of money? Turned out, to this Andre, a few million was merely an insignificant sum. Marissa wanted to retort but thought better of it. No matter what background Andre came from, he indeed didn't lack money. If he cared about a few million, he wouldn't have previously turned down invitations from renowned actresses offering millions as rewards, nor would he casually spend 8 million on a gown designed by Mrs. Joabia. Facing this enigmatic, wealthy, and arrogant individual who clearly disregarded them, Marissa was seething inside but unable to vent her anger. She couldn't even threaten him because he wasn't afraid, and given the Liu family's influence, it was impossible for them to bankrupt Crystal. Seeing Marissa fall silent, Alban gave her a cold glance before turning away and said coolly, "Ember, show them out." He then turned and walked straight back to his office. As soon as he stepped in, his phone in the pocket of his suit trousers rang. Alban pulled it out and saw that the caller was Esther, which made him involuntarily catch his breath. After a second, he took a deep breath and answered the call. The icy demeanor he showed towards Marissa vanished as his gaze softened and his voice became gentle. "Hello? Big brother Andre," the girl's apologetic voice came through the phone. "Sorry, I only just saw your message." So she did reply, it just took her time to see it. For some reason, Alban felt relieved. In the past, apart from his sister, Alban never cared about anyone else's attitude towards him. But perhaps it was due to how this girl made him feel. Though this girl and his sister were different in age, status, and appearance, Alban always had a vague sense that Esther shared some connection with his sister. Their presence gave him a similar feeling, making him care without realizing it. "No problem, are you coming to Crystal?" "I'm here at the store," Alban asked. To my surprise, the girl declined. "No need, thank you for your kindness, big brother, but I plan to wear my school uniform for tonight's competition, so there's no need for special makeup or clothing changes." Wear school uniform, huh? Fair enough, it wasn't a glamorous gala where appearances mattered. The piano competition relied on skill, not beauty. Moreover, Alban imagined the girl in her school uniform, no matter how ordinary it might be, she would still look good. "Alright," Alban agreed, adding, "but can you send me a picture of your school uniform? I'd like to see." Esther wasn't sure why Alban wanted to see her school uniform. Mathun she had just finished school and was in the bathroom. She took a selfie in front of the mirror and sent it to him. Just as she left Xingjing School's gates, Esther saw Gil's car parked nearby. He had said he would take her to dinner first and then accompany her to the exhibition center. Seeing Esther arrive, Gordon quickly got out of the car to open the door for her. Esther naturally slid into the vehicle and nestled onto the lap of the tall man. Today, Gil was dressed more formally than usual. Beneath his black suit jacket was an imperial collar shirt paired with a double-breasted vest and a dark red tie, showcasing his broad shoulders, full chest, and slim waist perfectly, a look that was both dignified and restrained. Esther was highly satisfied with the man's taste in clothing and physique. Unable to resist the allure of this reserved elegance, she couldn't help but wrap her arms around the man's waist and raise an eyebrow as she asked, "Why are you so formally dressed today?" Gordon started the car from the driver's seat. Hearing Esther's question, he was about to explain that it was because this was the first time the boss was officially attending Tegan's performance, showing how much he valued it. But then, through the rearview mirror, he saw the girl slowly pulling on Gil's tie and leaning closer. "Are you trying to seduce me by tying your shirt and tie so tightly, hmm?" Gordon drew in a sharp breath. No wonder Tegan is called Tegan, she really says anything. The next moment, Gordon watched as their boss let out a light hum and then, with an expression of utmost seriousness, began to loosen his tie and unbutton his shirt. "Wait, Campbell, aren't you taking it too seriously? Isn't that too fast? You're acting like a little housewife." Esther's eyes twinkled with amusement, and her lips curved into a smile. As the man tossed his tie aside and undid 3 buttons of his shirt, exposing his well-toned pectorals above his narrow waist, he opened his arms to her once again. His deep eyes were filled with unmasked affection. Satisfied, Esther allowed herself to be embraced once more, savoring the exclusive sense of safety that only he could provide. The car stopped in front of the exhibition center. Just as Esther and Gil walked through the entrance, she heard a clear voice calling her name nearby. Esther? Turning her head, she saw a slender man with elegant and cool features walking up to them. He glanced at her first, then looked over at Gil beside her. It seemed as if he took a deep breath. Meanwhile, Marilyn entered the venue accompanied by a crowd of adoring classmates from Xingjing A class. Marissa and Renee stood proudly beside her. Renee had arranged front row seats for the entire class, which earned Marilyn plenty of face. As soon as she had the students sit down, Mona widened her eyes and stared behind them. My goodness, isn't that foreigner Master Jobin? Mona pointed in shock. Quick, look, he seems to be coming our way. Chapter 88, The Series of Humiliations begins, 3. Hall. Deborah heard a clear, cold voice calling her from not far away. She looked up and saw Alban walking towards her. Alban first glanced at her, then at the man standing in front of her, Wally, seemingly taking a deep breath. Brother Andre? Deborah lifted her head. Why are you here? Are you looking for me? A friend gave me tickets to the piano competition, so I drove over. Just happened I also wanted to give something to you. The man beside the young girl exuded an imposing aura, his whole demeanor radiating an air of superiority. His gaze was deep and scrutinizing as he looked at Alban. However, Alban did not linger on the man's gaze, keeping his eyes on the young girl. Can we talk for a moment? Sure, Deborah turned her head and spoke to Wally, then go into the venue first, I'll find you later. The moment his gaze met the young girl's, the man's stern expression suddenly softened. He replied in a low voice, all right. After Wally left, Alban took out a small black velvet gift box from his trouser pocket and handed it to Deborah. This is for you. For me? What is it? Deborah accepted it and opened the little gift box, finding inside an exquisitely crafted brooch. Under the vivid natural rose, 3 tassels of different lengths hung delicately, each adorned with several round pearls. Among them, the longest chain ended with a baroque pearl that appeared both vintage and elegant. Alban stared straight at Deborah, secretly observing her reaction since she opened the gift box. Deborah's eyes flickered subtly. It wasn't because of the brooch itself, but because she hadn't expected Alban, whom she had only met once, would have some awareness, wanting to test her through this piece. This brooch was designed by her former self for him. Romance is hidden within the rose, pinned at the closest spot to my heart. With every heartbeat, I think of you. She had seen Alban wear this brooch before. Is this a brooch? The girl's bright eyes lit up with unmasked surprise and admiration. How beautiful. Clearly, the girl had never seen this brooch before. Seeing Deborah's reaction, Alban's eyes couldn't help but darken slightly. It seemed he had been hoping for an answer, yet it vanished in an instant. Indeed, what was he even thinking? Her sister indeed left and hasn't made any contact till now, but she isn't dead. Moreover, her sister is 33 years old, while the young girl in front of him is only 17. There's no way they could be the same person. Alban suddenly felt that his inexplicable intuition was illogical and almost neurotic. So he took a deep breath. Yes, it's a brooch. I noticed your school uniform looks a bit plain. This brooch will complement your style, adding grace to your overall look, so I got it for you. Give it to me? The girl paused, intending to refuse. Thank you, brother, but this brooch looks quite expensive. I just accept it. Alban's tone was cool and calm as he looked at Deborah. If you don't mind, I can put it on for you. Deborah understood Alban. Having confirmed she wasn't the person he imagined, Alban wouldn't have any other thoughts about her. Offering to pin the brooch was merely a professional gesture considering her overall appearance. So she stood up straight. Okay, thank you, brother. Alban pinned the rose brooch at Deborah's collar, placing the pearl on the end of the longest chain 8 centimeters to the right and slightly lower than the rose. Once the brooch was on, it instantly added an understated and mysterious touch of nobility to Deborah's originally simple and plain British-style school uniform. Indeed, it suited her very well. After fixing the brooch, Alban withdrew his hand, regaining his usual cold, detached demeanor. Then I'll leave first. Wishing you success in the competition. As Alban turned to leave, Deborah also took a deep breath. Meanwhile, inside the venue, the atmosphere was lively. When Cohen approached the position where Class A of Xingjing was seated, everyone in Class A burst into excitement. This was Cohen, a world-class music master. They thought they were already fortunate enough that Professor Gillisong helped them secure front-row seats, allowing them to see the master's back from the audience. Never did they expect the master himself would actually walk towards them. Not just passing by, but clearly heading straight for them. I'm not seeing things, right? Master Cohen is coming our way? Yes, he's definitely coming this way. He must be here to see Clarissa. Yes, Master Cohen appreciates Clarissa very much. He not only praised her as a genius but also said he was looking forward to her performance tonight. He must have come over to greet her before the competition starts. My goodness, it's so enviable that Master would personally come over to greet her. And look how young he appears, I remember he had gray hair in his previous media appearances. Indeed, he doesn't look like a 60-year-old at all, more like 40 or 50. The classmates around were whispering, casting admiring glances at Marilyn. Marilyn felt like she was floating on air. Partly because everyone was praising her and treating her like a star, and partly because of her nervousness. She hadn't expected Master Cohen would personally come over to greet her. This was too much attention. He must truly consider her a genius to treat her this way. But it could also be out of respect for her uncle. Marilyn glanced subconsciously at Renee, who indeed looked very confident. Marilyn couldn't contain her joy. Having such a powerful and doting uncle was simply the best. What did that Deborah have now with her eldest brother and fifth brother pampering her? She was still nothing compared to her. In no time, Cohen had already reached the seating area of Class A. Renee stood up first, greeting him warmly. Mr. Cohen, welcome to Wagwa. I didn't expect you to specifically come early just to greet Juliana. It's truly an honor. Marilyn immediately stood up beside Renee, blushing slightly. Hello, Mr. Cohen. I'm Marilyn, very glad to meet you. Cohen had asked Deborah about her during dinner that day, and Deborah told him she was studying in Class A at Xingjing High School in Illegitimate. So Cohen asked how many students were in her class and offered to invite her classmates to watch her performance. After returning to the hotel that night, Cohen instructed the organizers to reserve 50 tickets for Deborah's entire class. Upon arriving at the venue today, Cohen was eager to see Deborah. Seeing a group of students in high school uniforms, he naturally assumed she was among them and approached excitedly. To his surprise, he didn't find the girl he was looking for, but instead encountered this man and a girl he didn't recognize blocking his way. Hearing the man say something about specifically coming early to greet Juliana, it's an honor, Cohen looked puzzled. He politely looked at Renee and said, thank you for the welcome, but who are the two of you? Chapter 89, A Series of Humiliations begins, 4. When Jobin said this, coupled with his bewildered expression, everyone present was stunned. What was going on? Hadn't Jobin watched Marilyn's performance videos before and praised her as a genius, expressing his anticipation for her performance tonight? And didn't Professor Gillisong get tickets for their entire Class A because of his deep friendship with Jobin, who had proactively spoken to the organizers? Now, Jobin was standing right in front of them, asking who they were. The look on the master's face clearly showed that he did not recognize Renee or Marilyn at all. Everyone gaped, even Marilyn herself looked bewildered and immediately turned to Renee. Matt, what's going on? All eyes shifted toward him, and Renee took a deep breath. He thought Jobin simply didn't know what he looked like and immediately introduced himself. Nathanan, I am Renee. To his surprise, Jobin still responded with confusion. Renee? Mr. Gillisong, do I know you? Renee clenched his fists. For the first time in his life, he felt so embarrassed in public. He had told Marilyn before that he and Jobin had some acquaintance, but in reality, their acquaintance was limited to a few exchanged emails. Renee always assumed that Jobin knew who he was. After all, he was also a renowned professor at Gillis University in China. But he never expected that Jobin didn't know him at all. Even after introducing himself, Jobin couldn't recall him. However, after about 10 seconds, Jobin seemed to finally retrieve the name from his memory, exclaiming, Oh, I remember now, you are the gentleman who sent me emails recommending your niece. When Jobin finally recognized him, Renee instantly felt less embarrassed and became excited. Yes, Nathanan, my niece is also participating today, and she has quite an impressive list of awards. Oh, good luck then. Jobin only glanced at Marilyn and offered a casual encouragement. While speaking, he seemed distracted, searching for something around. Just one good luck, and that was it? Didn't Master Jobin say he watched all of Marilyn's videos and praised her as a genius, eagerly looking forward to her performance? Not recognizing her was one thing, but now he gave such a perfunctory encouragement. It was obvious that he didn't take her seriously. Everyone wore complex expressions, and Marilyn felt so humiliated she wished she could find a crack to crawl into. How could this be? Her uncle had said earlier that he sent her performance video to Jobin, and Jobin said he was looking forward to her performance. Could it be that Jobin never even opened the video, and his words of expectation were just polite talk? This was too embarrassing. She had been boasting about Master Jobin's appreciation for days, afraid that others wouldn't know he admired her. In the end, Jobin stood in front of the whole class and directly revealed that everything was just her imagination. He didn't even know who she was. Marilyn felt like she was having heart palpitations and found it hard to stand steady. At that moment, however, Jobin suddenly lit up. Sheng. Finally found you. Jobin called out excitedly. Hearing the word Sheng, everyone was immediately roused. Lifting their eyes, they saw Jobin calling to Deborah, who was standing not far away. Everyone's eyes widened even more than when they saw Jobin not recognizing Renee and Marilyn. Deborah had been searching for Yanni Northsky in the venue and turned around upon hearing the familiar voice, slightly surprised. Jobin? Master Jobin knows Deborah? Deborah was actually addressing Master Jobin by his first name? Could it be that Jobin had been looking for Deborah all along? This fact hit everyone unexpectedly. Everyone watched dumbfounded as Jobin walked over quickly and hugged Deborah warmly, without any of the formality he had shown them. Sheng, I've been looking for you. Jobin said, I asked the organizers to arrange seats for your classmates in the front row, and your seat is at the very front so you can enjoy the performances while waiting for your turn. After you told me you composed a new piece, I became so eager to hear it. I even brought a recorder, see. Saying this, Jobin took out a small, elegant black tape recorder from his suit pocket. Some observant people noticed that this was the top-of-the-line recorder, costing over 300,000 renminbi. But no one had the heart to care about the tape recorder anymore. Everyone's focus was on Master Jobin saying he had arranged for the organizers to seat Deborah's classmates in the front row. What did this mean? Did it mean that the tickets they got for the front row of the competition weren't because of Renee but because of Deborah? That meant all of them sitting here now was actually due to Deborah. But Deborah had never mentioned anything about this in class. All eyes shifted back to Marilyn. Marilyn's shoulders trembled instantly. The tickets for the piano competition, were they not obtained by her uncle from the organizers? As the class president, Marilyn had always been responsible for her class's affairs. In the morning, she had just asked Renee to help get some tickets for the whole class, and in the afternoon, the competition organizers contacted her, saying Master Jobin had prepared 50 tickets for the entire class. Marilyn naturally assumed her uncle had gone to the organizers to get the tickets. And she also believed Jobin did this because of her. But now it seemed, it wasn't like that at all. Jobin didn't even know who she and her uncle were. How could he have given the entire A-class tickets because of them? It was because of Deborah. Because of Deborah? How could Master Jobin know Deborah, a girl from the countryside and an illegitimate child? Seeing the complicated expressions around her, Marilyn felt like her head was going to explode with embarrassment, frustration, and anger. If it weren't for the upcoming competition, she would have wanted to run away immediately. Fortunately, a shout came from somewhere in the crowd nearby, pulling her out of this mortifying situation. Monty is here. Monty is actually watching the piano competition too. Everyone, go see. Chapter 90. Miss is definitely angry. Monty? Upon hearing this shout, the crowd in the entire venue instantly erupted. Monty, currently a top-tier all-rounder in the entertainment industry, film, and music scene, is also Huagua's youngest ever Best Actor. His handsome appearance has angered gods and men alike, possessing incredibly high popularity. Whenever those playful, beautiful almond eyes of his slant upwards, countless female fans can't help but scream uncontrollably. Marilyn suddenly seemed to come back to life, her eyes immediately gleaming with excitement. It's Oral. He actually came to the venue, he must have come to watch her perform. Marilyn always felt that among the 5 brothers of the Liu family, apart from Atli, Oral Monty was the best to her. Although he could hardly return home several times throughout the year, every time he did, he would bring her gifts and fondly pat her head with a smile. The fact that her brother was an A-list celebrity seemed like something straight out of a novel, which had earned Marilyn plenty of face in the debutante circle before. Many young misses had previously taken the initiative to befriend her just to get Monty's autograph, and every time she asked her third brother for it, he would help her sign. And today, her third brother actually appeared at the venue without even giving her a heads up. Oral must have wanted to give her a surprise. Everyone else couldn't care less about how Marilyn was publicly humiliated by Cohen just now and rushed towards the exit of the venue, wanting to catch a glimpse of the superstar. Marilyn was extremely excited as well, but at this moment, she couldn't go find her third brother because she had more important things to do. Matt, Marilyn glanced around and looked at Renee. Matt, follow me over here for a moment, I have something to tell you. Not to mention being publicly humiliated in front of classmates. Renee was renowned in Beijing, wherever he went, people respected and surrounded him. When had he ever been so humiliated in public like that? It was simply like being slapped across the face. Turns out, from start to finish, it was all his self-infatuation. That Cohen didn't even know who he was and hadn't bothered to open the video of Marilyn he sent over. Huh, what a world-renowned master. Isn't he just a pianist? Does he really consider himself that big a deal? Moreover, one moment he treated them indifferently, the next he warmly welcomed that good-for-nothing illegitimate child. A girl who obtained the competition qualification only by sleeping with old men, no telling if she can even play the piano. He ignored Juliana, who has won awards since childhood, and instead eagerly approached that illegitimate child who has never participated in any piano competition. Isn't that Cohen blind? Renee was so angry that his face turned green, barely holding back from blowing up in front of these kids. Walking into a corner with Marilyn, Renee's expression remained sour. Juliana, what do you want to say to Matt? Marilyn checked around and saw that there was no one nearby, so she whispered to Renee, Matt, you know someone from the contest organizers, right? Renee nodded. Yes, I do. What's going on? That, Marilyn's eyes darted around. Matt, I heard the order for the performance later is arranged directly by the organizers. Can you ask someone to put me right before Esther? Why? Hearing such a request from Marilyn, Renee didn't quite understand. This competition is judged right after each person finishes playing. It shouldn't matter whether you play before or after Esther, right? How could it not matter? Of course, it mattered. Because the piece she planned to perform today was the original composition that she stole from Brianna's backpack yesterday. Marilyn had resolved to kill Esther yesterday to prevent her from appearing in today's competition so she could use her piece for the competition without worry. However, who knows what happened last night? Esther reappeared today and made it to the venue smoothly. If Esther performed first and played the Dusk Drowns, what would she play when it was her turn? So she had to perform before Esther. Once she finished performing and it was Esther's turn, Esther would surely be stunned and blank-minded upon hearing her piece being played. All contestants had reported to the organizers yesterday whether they were playing an original composition or not. She reported original, and Esther must have done the same. She was curious to see what Esther would play after she had already performed her piece. Esther certainly couldn't compose and play an original piece on the spot. If she couldn't produce a single note at the piano, it would be hilarious. She had merely lost face in front of her classmates earlier, but this Esther would lose face in front of all the judges, audience, and live stream viewers. With this thought, the gloom from Marilyn being slapped in the face just now was swept away, and she even began to look forward to it. How would Renee know what Marilyn was thinking? He just assumed that her intention to perform before Esther was to make Esther seem insignificant by comparison when she performed after her. So he agreed, okay, since the order of appearance isn't important, I'll go arrange it. Thank you, Matt. Marilyn breathed a sigh of relief. Matt, since Cohen didn't give you face just now, I will definitely bring honor to you in the competition. Seeing his beloved niece acting so understanding, Renee felt much better. He patted Marilyn's head, his eyes showing both comfort and a hint of malice. Juliana, with your talent, winning first place is not a problem. I want to see how that illegitimate child Cohen favors can compete with you. On the other side, all the students from Class A went to see Monty, while Marilyn dragged Renee into a corner, discussing something secretly. Only Esther remained motionless. Speaking of which, having been at the Liu family for many days, she hadn't met her famous top-tier celebrity third brother or the mysterious fourth brother yet. But eventually, she would meet them. After a brief chat with Esther, Cohen was invited backstage by someone from the organizing committee. Esther found a staff member and asked where Wally was. Wally's name had clearly been specifically mentioned, as the staff member immediately pointed upstairs. Mr. Yanni is currently in the VIP reception room on the second floor, but no one else is allowed to go up there casually. But Esther did not wait for him to finish and walked straight upstairs. As soon as Esther arrived at the door of the VIP reception room, she heard a soft and sweet, "Brother Yanni," a woman's voice. Esther immediately frowned. Without hesitation, she pushed the door open the next second. Her eyes met Wally's first, then her gaze fell down to see a woman almost clinging to Wally, her hand placed on his chest. This woman, isn't she Avon from the Herb family? Wally similarly met the girl's eyes first. His expression turned cold as he abruptly pushed Avon away from him. However, in an instant, he saw the delicate and beautiful rose brooch at the collar of the girl's uniform, something that wasn't there originally. This brooch was given by the man who came to find her earlier. The air suddenly became still for 2 seconds. For a moment, neither Esther or Wally said anything. But this sudden change left Gordon dumbfounded. Just as he was about to speak up to explain for his boss, he saw the girl at the door looking at Wally and Avon expressionlessly, then turning around and walking away. Turning around and walking away directly. Gordon's mind buzzed. He knew Miss must have misunderstood, and from her expression, she was definitely angry. Chapter 91. Did you not hear me tell you to get lost? Gordon couldn't help but wail inwardly. Why didn't the young miss enter earlier or later, but precisely when Avon splashed water on President Yanni's chest and suddenly lunged forward to wipe it off? The moment Miss opened the door, she saw a woman clinging to President Yanni. How could she not be furious? Anyone in her place would have been angry. President Yanni, Miss she. Gordon quickly looked at Hewitt, implicitly asking what to do since Miss was obviously angry. Big brother Yanni, you. Having just been shoved hard by Hewitt, Avon, wearing 8-centimeter heels, almost fell to the ground but barely managed to steady herself. Hewitt, however, took a deep breath, his expression turning dark and menacing instantly. Lifting his eyes toward Avon, he coldly spat out one word, leave. What? Avon's eyes widened. She never imagined that Hewitt would make her, the respectable daughter of the Herb family and current CEO of the Herb Group, leave in front of others. After all, she was a prominent figure in Illegitimate, and the Giannis and Herbs were related by marriage. For Hewitt to show no respect for her was too much. It was only because she had spilled some water on his suit while talking, and then moved closer to wipe it off. Though she admitted there was some intention behind spilling the water. But before she could do anything, she was pushed away. Now, Hewitt telling her to leave outright seemed excessive. Could it be because Esther, the Liu family's illegitimate daughter, saw the scene? Was he so willing to humiliate her publicly over an insignificant village girl? Hewitt didn't want to say another word. He lifted his hand and removed the suit jacket Avon had touched, throwing it aside. He even took off the waistcoat inside and tossed it away as well. Now, he was left in a dark-colored shirt only. His stern and handsome face bore an unmasked look of disgust, as if he couldn't spell out the word disgusting loud enough. Big brother Yanni. Seeing this, Avon felt deeply humiliated, her eyes instantly reddening. Big brother Yanni, how can you treat me like this? Have you forgotten that grandfather once wanted to matchmake us? Did you not hear me tell you to get lost? Hearing this, Hewitt's face darkened. Also, don't call me with such disgusting terms anymore. Don't ever let me hear those matchmaking words again. Disgusting terms? Avon was speechless on the spot. This was the first time someone had called her disgusting to her face. Although everyone said that after taking over the Yanni family business, Hewitt had become increasingly temperamental and hadn't kept any women around for years after returning from studying abroad to Illegitimate. But Avon was confident in her charm. She believed that Hewitt had no women around because ordinary girls did not meet his standards. And she, whether it was family background, appearance, figure, education, or social status, was the best in all of Illegitimate. If she willingly approached him, Hewitt would surely fall for her. In the past, due to Hewitt being in a wheelchair, regardless of how excellent he was, Avon wasn't interested in spending the rest of her life with a cripple, even if she liked him. But since seeing Hewitt's legs healed at the Herb residence, Avon had been looking for opportunities to see him again these days. So upon learning that Hewitt would be at the convention center tonight for the piano competition, she immediately came over. But she never expected. Growing up as the daughter of the Herb family, pampered and revered, Avon couldn't bear this humiliation and stormed out, gritting her teeth. Gordon finally breathed a sigh of relief, pulling a long face to ask Hewitt, "What should we do now, President Yanni?" Miss saw everything when she pushed the door open. She must have misunderstood and left without a word. Shouldn't you explain it to her? Thinking of the emotionless expression of the young lady just now, Hewitt's heart also tightened. But the next second, the sound of the hall broadcast came from outside. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the venue of our 7th National Piano Competition this evening. Please find your seats in an orderly manner. Contestants are requested to proceed backstage to collect their performance order. The competition will start officially in 10 minutes. The competition was about to begin. So she should be backstage now." Hewitt took a deep breath. "Let's go out first." Originally, the organizers had arranged a specific viewing seat for Hewitt upstairs, but after coming here, he had someone switch his seat to the closest position to the stage. He wanted to be closer to his little girl. 10 minutes later, the host in a deep blue evening dress walked onto the stage to introduce the procedures and judges of this competition to everyone present. When the spotlight shone on the guest judge Jobin, the audience erupted into cheers, and the big screen zoomed in on Jobin. While Class A students were cheering and clapping, Yen Nina stared at the screen for a moment and whispered to Ava, "Don't you think Master Jobin looks familiar?" "Familiar?" Ava looked puzzled. "Jobin is a world-class master. We've seen him on TV and online before, so of course he looks familiar." "No," Yen Nina took another hard look at Jobin, who was sitting slightly ahead of them. "What I mean is, don't you think Jobin's profile and back view resemble that old man who was rumored to be with Esther in a hotel room? You're saying the person at the hotel reception with Esther was Master Jobin? How can th?" Ava had a disdainful expression, but she froze mid-sentence as she hadn't finished her sentence. How could this be possible? The photo she took that day came to her mind. Looking up, she saw Master Jobin's dark brown hair, his somewhat aged profile, his slightly hunched figure, and the black windbreaker he wore. Ava couldn't help but widen her eyes. How could this man look exactly like the one in the hotel that day? At the same time, the screen also showed the performance order of this competition. There were 18 contestants in total. Marilyn was second to last, while Esther was the last performer. Chapter 92, Masters are astonished by how strong she is. This time, Master Jobin was invited as a judge for the piano competition. There were 6 other judges from both international and domestic backgrounds, all of whom were already well-known figures in the industry. Scoring was based on a 10-point system, with the highest and lowest scores from the 7 judges removed and the average score, rounded to 2 decimal places, serving as the final basis. Ultimately, the top 3 would be selected based on their scores and would receive cash prizes of 100,000, 50,000, and 30,000 yuan respectively. Contestants who did not make it into the top 3 would each receive 1,000 yuan as participation compensation. This was a nationwide art competition, highly regarded both in China and worldwide. The venue had multiple camera setups, and online live streaming focused on the stage. After the host's introduction, the first contestant took the stage immediately. All were high-level performers after careful selection, reading the sheet music accurately, playing fluently and precisely, and delivering lively and natural performances that brought auditory and visual enjoyment to the audience. However, what viewers inside and outside the screen were most looking forward to was Marilyn, who would be the penultimate performer. Indeed, Marilyn was known as the Yanadal Piano Princess and music prodigy, as well as being the daughter of the prestigious Liu family, with many fans online. Sure enough, when Marilyn came on stage, cheers erupted from the audience. She truly lived up to being an heiress, beautiful and elegant. She looked simply stunning. After Marissa left Crystal in a huff following her dismissal by Alban in the afternoon, she immediately took Marilyn to another well-known styling studio. Now on stage, Marilyn looked exquisite with her makeup, her seaweed-like black curls cascading over her chest, wearing an elegant white off-shoulder gown, perfectly complemented by her earrings, bracelet, and necklace. The graceful curve of the off-shoulder gown accentuated her slim waist, while the pleats of the long skirt rippled beautifully with her steps. Her skin was as fair as snow, like a blooming lotus under the spotlight, exuding charm and grace. No wonder she was a young lady of wealth. Look at Marilyn's appearance, figure, and demeanor, she simply outshone everyone else. The chat rooms of the live stream were flooded with comments such as, "What a beautiful young lady. Wow, wow. What kind of dream can I have to marry this little princess? True aristocrats are true aristocrats, not comparable to that private child from the countryside," etc. The internet has no memory. Marilyn had already manipulated public opinion to cover up her impersonation incident when she saved someone from the truck. Instead, Esther. Although Esther had been praised for saving Yen Nin Yen, she was now the target of online abuse due to the blurry hotel photo circulating online. In the fast consumption era, netizens' praise and condemnation seemed too casual and cheap. Upon taking the stage, Marilyn gracefully bowed to the judges and the audience before sitting down at the piano with elegance. The host timely explained that she would be performing her original composition titled Twilight Descent. Twilight Descent? Esther, sitting backstage in the waiting area and watching the big screen, suddenly felt her expression stiffen. Such a title could not be a coincidence. Indeed, when Marilyn played the first note, Esther immediately confirmed that it was the piece she had written just yesterday. No wonder the score she placed in her bag went missing yesterday. Esther's eyes turned cold. She had thought she had left the score at Yanni family and didn't take it back, so she hadn't given it much thought and reported to the organizing committee a new copy she made herself. So, did Marilyn take advantage of last night at the Liu family, knocking her out to steal the finished score? That meant, the pieces they both reported to the organizing committee were identical. Such a significant issue, and no one from the organizing committee informed her? Esther almost laughed sarcastically. Clearly, the person responsible for reviewing the compositions at the organizing committee had been bribed by Marilyn. And Marilyn wanted her to embarrass herself in front of the entire venue and online audience today. Once she signed up for the original composition category, the scoring mechanism was different. She couldn't play someone else's work. If she only prepared this one piece and it was exactly the same as what Marilyn played just before her, then should she play or not? If she played, inevitably the audience and netizens would be shocked, leading to questions about who copied whom. Given Marilyn's reputation in going first, it was obvious who would get support from both the audience and netizens. If she didn't play, whether sitting awkwardly at the piano or not daring to go on stage and withdrawing, she would become a laughingstock in Illegitimate overnight. Her sister indeed had a calculating and cunning mind. Watching Marilyn on the screen, Esther pulled the corner of her mouth in mockery. On stage, Marilyn's performance of the piece left everyone amazed. This, Twilight Descent, was in the nocturne style and in ternary form. The first section introduced the melody with the lower register, accompanied by middle-range harmonies, softly narrating the sentiments of poet Hassan. In the second section, emotions surged intensely and passionately, murmured whispers gradually transforming into an outpouring of feelings, where romantic harmonic language was fully expressed. The third section returned to the ambience of the first, remaining as a narrative flow. The integration of high and low registers with harmonies achieved a perfect fusion, enriching and enhancing the texture of the music. Finally, the whole piece ended with a clear and tender tone, akin to strolling hand in hand with a lover at sunset, enjoying time together, evoking deep emotional resonance that lingers indefinitely. Throughout her performance, Marilyn appeared elegant and composed, her fingers swiftly gliding over the piano keys, completely absorbed in the music. Upon the completion of the piece, the audience initially fell silent for 2 seconds. Then they erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Even Joe Abery from the judges' panel looked stunned at Marilyn on stage. It was too beautiful. Joe Abery hadn't expected this contestant, whom he barely noticed before, to possess such superb composing skills. A gentle and melodious tune ran through the entire composition, with the right hand playing broken chords in fluid undulations. At times it whispered intimately, at other moments it turned passionate and deeply affectionate, conveying a sense of fate and commitment in love to the listeners. Absolutely brilliant. Her arrangement could rival Lilia's work. Though not necessarily outstanding in playing technique, considering just the arrangement and rhythm along with the emotional atmosphere of this piece, it was clearly at a master level. As the cameras switched to Joe Abery's face, internet users and on-site spectators alike saw his eyes light up as he excitedly exclaimed the word, amazing. Amazing, truly astounding. Even a world-renowned master was impressed. This must be incredibly powerful. The majority of the audience, both online and live, were laymen who essentially listened for enjoyment, merely able to discern whether it sounded good or not. But seeing Master Joe Abery's reaction, this was clearly more than just sounding good, it was godlike. Indeed, Marilyn, the musical prodigy, did not disappoint. Their idol was truly the best. On stage, Marilyn, catching sight of Joe Abery's approving gaze, was moved to tears, as if she already saw the trophy of the champion waving towards her. Chapter 93, You Call This an Ugly, Uncouth Monster? The comments in the live broadcast were flying by rapidly. My God. My God. My God. For the first time in my life, I'm crying while listening to a piano piece. This piece really stirs my heart so much. I finally understand what it means to have atmosphere. The finale is like being intimately embraced by a lover under the sunset, indeed it's dusk's downfall. Piano Princess really lives up to her name. Marilyn is so beautiful and talented, she's the epitome of a distinguished young lady. Marilyn absolutely outclasses her wild duck sister. There's no doubt she'll be champion. Anyone online who said Esther was better should come out now. Not only were domestic netizens unceasingly praising, but foreign live broadcast viewers also left a flurry of positive comments. Comments like, who is this girl? Which piano master's student is she? This piano piece is incredible. I'm going to record it and listen several times. Amidst the cheers from the audience, Wally's stern brows furrowed, and Gordon beside him even drew in a cold breath. Mr. Yanni. Gordon couldn't help but speak up. If I didn't hear wrong, wasn't that song Marilyn just played the one Miss wrote at home yesterday? Yesterday, Esther composed while playing at the top floor of the Yanni family mansion, with Wally listening on the sofa next door the entire time. However, Gordon standing outside could also hear the music and was moved by it as well, making it quite memorable for him too. When Marilyn started playing the first segment earlier, he felt it sounded familiar. Upon hearing further, he realized that what Marilyn played was identical to what Miss played yesterday. What was happening? How did Miss Marilyn end up playing Miss's composition first? More importantly, since Miss's original piece had already been played, what would Miss play when it was her turn? Even if Gordon noticed this, Wally would have definitely recognized it sooner. But when he messaged Esther asking if there was anything he needed to do, the young lady did not reply. Read without responding. Clearly, she was still angry with him. Wally couldn't help but take a deep breath. Oddly enough, although he worried about the young lady, he had an inexplicable confidence and certainty. He believed that even in such a predicament, his little girl would handle it with ease. After the judges discussed, they all put forward the scores they wanted to give. After removing the highest score of 9.75 and the lowest score of 9.45, Marilyn's final score was actually 9.57. 9.57, the highest score in the whole venue. And she held a steady lead over the current second place. Seeing the numbers displayed on the screen, Marilyn's eyes instantly lit up, her heart beating wildly with excitement. Now she had secured first place with this song. As long as Esther stumbled or couldn't perform anything decent on stage later, she would be the champion of this competition. The special admission offer from Peking University, her aunt and mother's pride and praise, the #1 hot search on Weibo tonight, the pursuit and adoration from both domestic and international internet users. All these belonged to her now. Even Jobin looked at her differently now. Seeing Jobin's approving look, Marilyn finally got some sweet revenge on Jobin for previously looking down on her. Then there was Oral. He must be secretly watching her performance from some VIP seat. He must also be proud of her earlier performance. At this moment, Marilyn was immersed in the joy of ranking first and didn't feel at all ashamed of her victory. She didn't fear Esther stepping up and saying that the music she played was stolen from her. She had the skills, experience, reputation, and fans. Esther, compared to her, had nothing besides that video from the banquet. Even her competition experience was a blank slate. Who would believe that such a fantastic piece was written by Esther? They would only believe it was her creation. Marilyn calmly accepted everyone's envious gazes and walked off the stage amid thunderous applause. In stark contrast, the scene changed when it was Esther's turn to get on stage. After the host announced her, the audience fell into silence. The camera panned across the crowd, capturing looks of disdain, contempt, or mockery on their faces. The netizens' comments in the live broadcast were filled with insults, too vulgar to mention. It was all due to the recent rumors. Some said Esther had been sleeping with old men for competition qualifications, sacrificing her dignity and body for a mere reputation, disgracing all the girls of Huagua. Others commented that although Esther and Marilyn shared the same father, they were worlds apart. One was a noble and elegant prodigy young lady, while the other was an uncouth country illegitimate daughter. Even before Esther took the stage, some viewers spammed messages urging her to get off. A girl who hasn't even participated in a piano competition, yet shamelessly tries to gain attention at this age. Don't come up here and disgrace Chinese people in front of the whole world. Roll, roll, roll. Never mind these uninformed netizens stirring up trouble for entertainment. Even other contestants waiting backstage gave her disdainful looks as she passed by. You can never imagine the malice others might hold against you. Even if they've never met you or truly understood you. Esther walked onto the stage under such circumstances. All participants tonight were dressed to the nines, especially the female contestants who subtly competed in beauty, each more meticulously adorned than the last. But when the audience saw the host step down and a girl in school uniform walk up instead, her ink-black hair tied into a high ponytail with a dark red bow, revealing a petite face and a fair, graceful neck. Her forehead was smooth, beneath arched brows were eyes as black as lacquer, calm and serene. Her delicate features seemed favored by nature, beautiful enough to capture anyone's gaze immediately. She had a slender but well-proportioned figure. Wearing a white shirt over her uniform jacket, paired with a dark red pleated skirt, and knee-high socks accentuated her slim and straight legs. Especially the rose brooch on her uniform jacket complemented her mysterious demeanor. At first glance, she looked dignified, absolutely beautiful, yet aloof. So pretty. A completely different vibe from Marilyn. It was as if she transcended the dust though born among it. As if she knew everything but cared for nothing. The girl simply lifted her stunning eyes, glancing calmly around the audience, causing everyone below to unconsciously hold their breath. Not to mention, did someone like her really need to sleep with old men for qualification? A single look could make the elites vie to help her. What have they been saying about this Esther online? Forget whether the hotel rumor is true or what kind of character she has, calling her an uncouth monster is blind, isn't it? Chapter 94 Slap in the Face, Dimensional Strike, Part 1. Just as the audience on-site and netizens watching the live stream were marveling at the young girl's appearance, the large screen slowly revealed the name of the piece Deborah was about to perform. A simple 4-character title. Upon Wasteland. Upon Wasteland? At this moment, Marilyn was sitting in the audience, practically floating from the praises lavished upon her by an excited Marissa and Renee. She hadn't yet fully embraced the joy of coming in first place and the applause from the crowd when she stared wide-eyed at the screen. What is Upon Wasteland? Didn't Esther originally report that she would play Twilight Descending? Could it be that besides Twilight Descending, she has other original compositions? Did she ask the staff to switch it last minute? Marilyn couldn't help but grit her teeth. The composition level of Twilight Descending was already top-notch in her eyes. She didn't expect Deborah to have other original pieces. How could someone from a dirt-poor single-parent family in the countryside be so competent? What if this new piece surpasses Twilight Descending? Wouldn't her champion position then be at risk? The audience and netizens had no clue about these backstage manipulations, they just found the title intriguing. Upon Wasteland, though simple, evoked an inexplicable grandeur, leaving everyone curious about its theme. However, when the girls sat down at the piano and the close-up camera focused on her, the audience was even more surprised. The young girl remained calm, seated gracefully before the piano. Yet, her hands were empty, and there wasn't a single sheet of music on the stand. No sheet music? Did this mean she intended to play without the score for this competition? Everyone couldn't help but look with astonishment. Playing without a score isn't uncommon in piano competitions as long as the player memorizes the piece thoroughly beforehand. But this piano contest was different. The competition was advanced by nearly a month, giving contestants only a few days from confirming their participation, creating a new piece, to practicing it. Writing and mastering a new piece within such a short time was already impressive. To play without a score, especially when it wasn't required. Unless the girl had extraordinary memory and piano skills or had created the piece long ago but never released it. Regardless, her presence at the piano had already piqued everyone's interest. All the audience wanted to see just what level of piano skill Esther possessed. If it were true that she obtained her spot through inappropriate means with the organizing committee, her technique must be terrible. If her skills were subpar, playing on stage would expose everything and reveal a conspiracy within the organizing committee. Netizens relished the drama. Comment sections filled rapidly with mockery and anticipation for Esther's and the committee's downfall. The audience also wore looks of disdain. Especially Renee, who scoffed derisively, eyeing Esther with contempt. Let's see what kind of mediocre tune this bastard child can play. However, soon after the piano notes began on stage, Renee's eyes widened, his mocking expression freezing on his face. This can't be. This can't be. The young girl's demeanor was gentle and serene. Spotlights above cast a soft golden glow over her. But the moment she pressed the first piano key, her expression changed dramatically. Her aura suddenly became intense and commanding. This transformation made both the on-site audience and netizens catch their breath unconsciously. Thud 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 thud. The opening chords and trills jolted everyone awake. Such powerful piano sound. The first segment of the music started resolutely, then turned profoundly sorrowful. It was like countless explosions striking the earth, shaking the ground beneath. The elongated trill resembled smoke billowing after an explosion, leaving behind desolate ruins. Baby birds, having lost their homes, mourned atop the ruins, their prolonged cries heart-wrenchingly plaintive, making people tear up. Such a strong sense of atmosphere. Just the first part left everyone below wide-eyed, even causing a pause in the live chat. Too powerful. Compared to all previous performers, this seemed like an entirely different level. Yet, this was only the beginning. The second part of the composition slowly builds up from a desolate atmosphere. It seemed as if people, who had suffered from war, finally endured their inner pain and struggles, supporting each other as they emerged from shelters to bravely face the ruins before them. The brutal war had taken countless lives, even survivors had experienced loss, losing loved ones and friends, becoming displaced, homeless. But with the war's end, nothing could break the aspiration for beauty and belief. Thus, everyone encouraged each other, growing hope within the cracks of despair. The third segment of the music felt like everyone was striving for the same goal. They wanted to rebuild their homes, see bombed-out houses rise again, and watch fields filled with rice fragrance and livestock. They wished for their country to grow stronger, so it would have the power to avoid foreign invasions and allow future generations to be born in peace. Therefore, the melody became vigorous and inspiring, every note firm and heart-stirring. The young girl on stage threw herself wholeheartedly into the performance. Her expression changed from sorrowful to tense and then suddenly relaxed, her hair disheveled and eyes brimming with tears. Her movements were without any hesitation or pause. Her fingers danced swiftly over the black and white keys, so fast that they seemed to leave trails behind. The sincere and fiery notes resonated with an irresistible force, stirring up the deepest emotions in everyone's hearts, making all feel stirred and trembling with excitement. In the final section, after the emotion reaches its climax, it suddenly calms, becoming profound and majestic. Amidst the vast music, people seemed to see skyscrapers rising from the ground, once unreachable dreams now realized. The sleeping lion had awoken, the long-oppressed nation stood tall again atop the world. Looking back on the hardships endured, each person is a hero. We are all heroes. Art knows no boundaries, evoking resonance without words. Everyone was deeply moved by this gradually escalating emotional wave. By the time the piece concluded, both the live audience and netizens were moved to tears. What an emotionally powerful impact. After pressing the last key, the girl abruptly withdrew her hands. Her reddened eyes still glistened with unshed tears, her chest heaving with intense emotion. The entire venue fell silent. So silent that it seemed the lingering tones of the music still echoed through the hall, reverberating in everyone's ears, leaving them unable to calm down. A wave of dizziness washed over Deborah as she closed her eyes. A clear tear slid down her cheek like a star falling from the night sky. Silence, only silence. The first to break the silence was Cohen, already weeping profusely. Cohen stood up excitedly, his lips trembling as he looked at Deborah, leading the applause. A few seconds later, the crowd below seemed to awaken from a deep slumber. One person stood up, then another, and soon, the entire audience rose spontaneously. From the agitated crowd erupted waves of applause and cheers. This was the most genuine reaction from the depths of everyone's hearts. Chapter 95, Abject Humiliation, Dimensional Strike, Part 2. What is a dimensional strike? If Marilyn's performance just now was impressive to everyone, then Deborah's piece could only be described as shocking and unparalleled. This was no longer merely an issue of superior piano-playing technique. The entire composition seemed like a story written in musical movements. With the notes leaping forward, it unfurled the scroll of history before everyone. On Wasteland. What does on Wasteland mean? Even though modern China stands proudly at the pinnacle of the world, reclaiming its voice, no Chinese person can ever forget that less than a century ago, their country endured a period of invasion, humiliation, plunder, and oppression. That humiliation is etched into every individual's national bloodline, and this composition titled, On Wasteland, suddenly awakened the sealed memories in everyone's veins. Striving, spirited, battling, upward. On Wasteland, there lies indomitable hope. Marilyn's piece portrayed the lingering affection between lovers, while Deborah's composition depicted the magnificent landscape and reconstruction of home and country. From scale to concept, it had already surpassed a level. Not to mention the impeccable technique and performance that left nothing to criticize. The tears shed by the girl after finishing her performance fell almost into each heart, making everyone catch their breath. The live streaming chat froze for a moment. Those who mocked and waited for the girl to make a fool of herself had vanished as soon as the first few notes of the music rang out. There was no need to differentiate between professionals and amateurs. Anyone with normal hearing could tell how powerful the girl's piano skills were. Others simply weren't comparable to her. Some even felt that this performance wouldn't have paled in comparison to Master Cohen's past live performances. It carried a sincerity and fervor unique to youth. Because of youth, because of representing a new force, tears welled up. True, a dimensional strike. At this moment, no one in the chat mentioned anything about the girl needing to sleep with elderly committee members for competition eligibility. With such skill, even Master Cohen personally writing a competition invitation letter to the girl wouldn't be excessive. Did she really need to sell her body or sleep with someone to gain eligibility? Fabio, sitting in the audience, took a deep breath. At this moment, he finally understood why, when the girl saw vicious comments on Weibo and he asked if he should do something, she said it wasn't necessary because she knew what to do. She didn't need his tactics or connections, nor did she need any explanation or justification. Strength was the best proof. It gave a resounding slap to all the trolls. In the audience, Marilyn's lips trembled as she shook her head, murmuring in disbelief, how could this be? How could this be? Marissa and Renee also appeared as if they had been struck by lightning, unable to snap out of it. In stark contrast, Atlee stood on the other side of the stage. My sister, wow. Truly remarkable. Atlee still had tears at the corners of his eyes from the previous performance, almost jumping around like a husky, wanting to rush on stage to give flowers to Deborah. He was held back by Josue, who pulled him by the collar, saying with a touch of helplessness, do you think this is a concert? Calm down. In the VIP viewing area upstairs, Illegitimate, who had been wearing sunglasses, also took them off, revealing a rarely serious expression in his usually carefree eyes. Tang Jun, his assistant, took a deep breath. You were right. This sister you haven't officially met is indeed much more talented than your sister Juliana. The judges' evaluations were unprecedentedly unanimous. No criticism or advice, only sighs and praise. When the final score appeared on the big screen, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. 9.85 points. Removing the highest and lowest scores, the average score from the remaining 5 judges was still as high as 9.85. This was the highest score achieved by a competitor in 7 years of the China piano competition, breaking the record outright. Compared to Deborah's 9.85, Marilyn's 9.57 seemed insignificant. The champion was decided. The venue erupted in applause. Only the girl remained calm, slowly standing up from the piano as composed as before her performance, neither arrogant nor humble. Once the last competitor had finished performing, following protocol, the host invited all participants back onto the stage. The large screen displayed the rankings of the 18 competitors by score, with Deborah far surpassing everyone else in first place. There was no doubt who would receive the trophy for the champion. Marilyn clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug deeply into her flesh, barely managing to force a smile in front of the camera. But this smile was worse than no smile at all, looking more painful than crying. So I announce, according to the scores, the champion of this piano competition is contestant number 18, Lu. Before the host could finish saying, Deborah, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The third-place contestant, named Quentin, suddenly stood up and snatched the microphone from the host, his face flushed with excitement. This Deborah cannot be the champion. She didn't play her own original composition just now. This violates the competition rules, and her score should not count. What? The entire venue erupted in shock. All the audience members were bewildered, and the live streaming chat exploded with rapid-fire comments. Even the judges were stunned. Quentin claimed that Deborah did not play her own original piece. But how could that be possible? The judges were all renowned figures in the industry, and there were no shortage of professionals and amateurs in the audience. If such a stunning piano piece had been previously published or performed, it would have caused a sensation. They couldn't have possibly missed it. Only Master Cohen showed a sudden flash of realization, as if he understood something, instinctively looking towards Deborah on stage. Ah, that's it. No wonder he felt a faint sense of familiarity while listening to the performance. It was for this reason. Suddenly being accused of violating the rules, the girl did not argue but merely turned her head to glance at Quentin, who was visibly agitated. The judge next to Cohen couldn't help but ask Quentin, contestant, what do you mean when you say Deborah's piece isn't original? Are you claiming someone else composed it? Of course. Quentin exclaimed. I'm a fan of Lilia, and I was born with perfect pitch. Others might not notice, but I can tell. This piece Deborah just played is simply the reverse playback and rearrangement of Lilia's Daytime Fireworks. If you don't believe me, compare the recording. The competition requires all contestants to perform their original compositions. Deborah played Lilia's piece. How is this not a violation of the rules? Not only should Deborah not win the championship, but her competition eligibility should also be revoked because this is intentional cheating and infringes on Lilia's rights. She should be punished. Chapter 96, Public Disgrace and Consecutive Rebuttals. Esther performed a reversed and adapted version of Lilia's Daytime Fireworks. Due to the reverse play and adaptation, it was initially impossible to detect any trace of the original melody. But once Quentin pointed this out, everyone recalled. It truly was like that. The four-part arrangement, similar war theme, progressively layered emotional melody, all characteristics were akin to Lilia's masterpiece-level compositions. Isn't this Lilia's Daytime Fireworks? Lilia's Daytime Fireworks is incredibly famous worldwide. Back in the day, when this piece was announced as a special track on Jobin's new album, it shocked the entire world. Unfortunately, Lilia remained so low-profile and mysterious that despite the global netizens' efforts, no one could uncover Lilia's true identity. Regardless, not knowing who Lilia was did not stop Daytime Fireworks from being hailed as a divine composition by netizens. Daytime Fireworks was even included in the 10th grade piano examination curriculum of China, making it essential listening, learning, and practice material for pianists. Is this Esther insane? If you can't write an original piece and want to participate using someone else's music by reversing and adapting it, wouldn't it be wise to choose something less famous? Using Lilia's piece for competition meant that if not exposed during the competition, she would definitely be discovered afterward. Isn't this just asking for trouble? No matter how impressive her technique or how breathtaking her performance just now was, claiming someone else's reverse-adapted work as her own original creation was an unforgivable act. With fans all over the globe, what made Esther think she could pull such a stunt without facing severe backlash? Alicia never imagined such a turn of events. She wondered why Esther suddenly changed her piece. Instead of preparing another original composition, she chose Lilia's music for the contest. This is fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Alicia's heart raced with excitement. In this situation, not only would Esther lose her eligibility to compete and face global criticism, but Alicia would regain the first place in the piano competition. It felt like heaven was assisting her. The audience erupted into discussions, and live stream chat exploded with comments from Lilia's fans lashing out fiercely. The host was taken aback, having not expected such a twist. Other contestants looked at Esther with disdain, likely cursing under their breaths if not in front of cameras. Quentin was indignant. Regardless of how shocking her earlier performance was, breaking the rules was still a violation. Not winning first place wasn't an issue, but second place must belong to him. The host quickly reacted and, after taking a deep breath, tentatively asked, "Number 18 contestant, is what number 13 contestant said true?" This dramatic scene seemed destined to go down in the history of the Chinese piano competition. Mathulance fell across the venue. Cameras immediately focused on Esther, with everyone holding their breath, waiting for her response. Then they saw the young girl pause and say, "What he said is correct. This piece, Wasteland, is indeed a reversed and adapted version of Daytime Fireworks." Esther admitted it. This Esther actually confessed, right there on stage, in front of all the spectators and viewers worldwide, that the piece she played was indeed Lilia's. The crowd immediately burst into chaos. Some people couldn't resist shouting for Esther to get off the stage, yet they heard her continue, "But I did not violate the competition rules." The rules require the submitted pieces to be self-created, whether written before or recently, regardless of prior publication. Daytime Fireworks was originally my composition, and its copyright belongs solely to me. Whether I play Daytime Fireworks directly or recreate it based on inspiration and adapt it into Wasteland, both are my creations. What? At first, no one understood. What was Esther saying? She claimed daytime fireworks was her creation. Was she delusional? Everyone knew daytime fireworks was created by Lilia. But then someone realized. And those who grasped it couldn't help but gasp. Could it be? Is Esther implying she is Lilia? At that moment, whether it was the audience, live stream viewers, judges, or even Quentin, who had been so bold, everyone was stunned into silence. Quentin's eyes widened more than at any other moment tonight, his lips trembling as he incredulously asked, You can't possibly mean, you are Lilia? Quentin was a loyal fan of Lilia. From the first time he heard daytime fireworks, he was profoundly moved by the grand and profound nature of the entire piece. He had always wondered what kind of person could write such a piece. Lilia was too mysterious, making people even more curious about his true identity. Some said Lilia was actually a master in the piano world who kept a low profile and wore a mask to avoid revealing his identity. Others speculated that Lilia must be very old, perhaps having personally experienced the ravages of war, which accounted for the profound impact of the music. Previously, all speculations on the internet assumed that Lilia was male and over 40 years old, someone with a life full of vicissitudes, thus imbued with wisdom and compassion. But now, this teenage girl standing on stage in her school uniform, how old could she be? She wasn't even an adult yet. How was this possible? Who would have thought of such an unexpected twist? If the girl truly was Lilia, her admission would send music lovers worldwide into a frenzy. Everyone waited for the girl's response. She then lifted her eyes to Quentin and calmly said, I am indeed Lilia. A collective gasp echoed through the hall. 1 year ago, I composed daytime fireworks because I saw a certain country suffering from constant war, with countless civilians struggling to survive under relentless artillery. I hoped that peace could give them some strength to persevere, and also that the war would end soon, bringing peace to the world. Quentin's lips trembled again. He stared at the girl, nearly dazed. Today, I created Wasteland because that country is now in the process of post-war reconstruction, which reminded me of our nation's history. We have also experienced war and endured wounds that time cannot erase. But we never succumbed during the war, and after the war, we rose up with determination. That's why we stand strong among the nations today. But what I wanted to express goes beyond war. As Romain Rolland said, there is only one heroism in the world, which is to see the truth of life and still love it. Natural disasters, human miseries, exploitation, and wars. What I conveyed in A Wasteland is a steadfast courage in adversity and despair. The girl's words were deeply moving. Compared to daytime fireworks, Wasteland was undoubtedly more uplifting, igniting a persistent hope deep within people's hearts. You really are Lilia. Quentin was speechless. He never imagined that the idol he revered turned out to be a teenager over 20 years younger than him. He had studied piano for over 30 years and couldn't even come close to matching her skill. But at that moment, Alicia suddenly stood up, visibly agitated and indignant, saying, Just because you say you're Lilia doesn't make it true. Lilia is so low-key and mysterious that she wouldn't come forward to refute you. So, whatever you say goes. Chapter 97, Public Disgrace plus Repeated Humiliation 2. In just a few short minutes, Marilyn's heart had been on a tumultuous roller coaster. When Brianna's score came out, she thought she wouldn't be getting first place. But then Quentin pointed out that the piece Brianna played was actually Lilia's composition, not her own, which made her incredibly hopeful. The championship was hers again. However, before she could enjoy this joy for long, an incredible twist unfolded when Brianna claimed she was Lilia. Unbelievable, it was really too unbelievable. She had started learning piano at the age of 5, taking expensive lessons every week and participating in various international and national piano competitions, yet her skills still fell far short of Lilia's level. How could Lilia possibly be Brianna? How could Lilia possibly be this girl who grew up in the countryside, didn't know if she had even taken piano lessons, and had never participated in any piano competition? She refused to believe it. She absolutely did not believe it. Jealousy clouded Marilyn's mind, but the audience, netizens, and other judges were not fools. If just any high school girl stood up and said she was Lilia, they would not have believed her either. But the young girl had just performed a flawless, breathtaking performance that captivated the entire audience, playing from memory with composure throughout. Such a level was far beyond ordinary people, even surpassing the judges sitting on the panel. And if the piece wasn't her own creation, how could she express the emotions within it so profoundly? But this time, before Brianna could respond, Joe Abery from the judging panel abruptly stood up, visibly agitated. He walked directly onto the stage and, frowning at Marilyn, said, What do you mean Lilia can't come forward to refute it? Sheng is indeed Lilia. As soon as Master Joe Abery spoke, everyone realized an issue. That piece, Daytime Fireworks, had originally been sent directly by Lilia to Joe Abery's email a year ago. Even though no one knew who Lilia was, Master Joe Abery clearly understood. Facing the camera, Joe Abery said, A week ago, I saw online a performance by a Chinese teenage girl at a banquet. Because I wanted to meet her, I set my trip to China in Illegitimate. Only after I emailed Lilia about this did I learn that this admired Chinese teenager was Lilia herself, which thrilled me immensely. So I immediately rescheduled my flight and met Sheng upon arriving in Illegitimate. After dinner, Sheng even personally drove me back to the hotel. This time, inviting Lilia to participate in the Chinese piano competition was my personal recommendation to the organizing committee. Miss Marilyn, do you see any problems with this? Ever since Quentin pointed out that Brianna was playing Lilia's composition, more and more people flooded into the live stream, with the number surging to over 1 million. Some netizens came for the drama, some for the conflict between contestants, and some were Lilia fans lashing out at Brianna. But the brief words spoken by Joe Avery contained massive information. Master Joe Avery must have referred to the piano performance by Brianna at the Herb Family Charity Gala. It turns out that Master also didn't know Lilia's true identity like we did. Now I get the same shock he felt when he received the email. This isn't the main point. The key is that Master Joe Avery mentioned he personally recommended Brianna to join the competition, meaning Brianna was invited directly by the organizing committee and did not enter actively. Watson, you hit the nail on the head. This means Brianna doesn't need any backdoor entry, making those rumors about her obtaining qualification by sleeping with the organizers absurd. Wait, I just compared the photo of Brianna with a man at the hotel reception desk that circulated online, and that man, from his hair color and back view, is definitely Master Joe Avery. Didn't Master say that Brianna took him to dinner as soon as he arrived in Illegitimate and even dropped him off at the hotel? That photo must have been taken by someone who caught Brianna sending Master back to the hotel. Dang, Master Joe Avery has a worldwide reputation for integrity, and he previously openly declared Lilia as his soulmate. Such pure relationships are maligned on Weibo. Thankfully Master does not use Weibo, otherwise he would surely be furious. Oh no, some people have already posted those vile comments from domestic Weibo to foreign social media. Now our reputation is tarnished internationally. They probably think our netizens lack brains and have low morals. It's all because of that person who took the photo without understanding the facts. They just snapped a picture and posted it online. Those marketing accounts are even dumber, fabricating sensational stories without investigating the truth. Weibo should really clean up these accounts. Ava, sitting in the audience of Class A, blushed with embarrassment, clutching the edge of her clothes tightly. It turned out that what Yen Nina said earlier was correct. The old man at the hotel with Esther was indeed Joe Avery. Everyone now understood why Master Joe Avery had been searching for Esther's presence in the venue earlier, and why he seemed so excited when he saw her. And why Master Joe Avery personally arranged for the competition organizers to prepare tickets for their entire class, even securing them front row seats. This was too dramatic. Esther's revelation made this already dramatic scene even more so, with discussions in the live audience and comments in the live stream never stopping. The host regained her composure and said somewhat excitedly, Mithun's Master Joe Avery has vouched for Miss Esther. I can now announce that Miss Esther is undoubtedly the champion of the 7th Chinese National Piano Competition. She continued, therefore, the runner-up of this competition is contestant number 17, Miss Marilyn, and the 3rd place is... Hold on. Before the host could finish her announcement, Esther interrupted her, once again silencing the crowd. The host paused, surprised. What is it, Miss Esther? Do you have any other questions? Esther said, Mithun's the competition rules state that contestants must play their own compositions. I would like to know what the punishment is if someone submits someone else's work. The rules clearly state that if a contestant doesn't use their own composition, they will be disqualified, the host replied. Moreover, submitting someone else's work is far worse than having someone write it for you. Such contestants will never be allowed to participate in the Chinese piano competition again. From the moment Esther said, hold on, Marilyn had stiffened. Her shoulders began trembling uncontrollably as she heard what Esther said next. No, don't. She knew what Esther was going to say. She was going to expose her. This would ruin her in front of so many spectators and the entire internet. Esther scanned the audience. I did not improvise on the spot because my original piece for this competition had already been played by someone else. The host's eyes widened, and she gasped, you mean? Esther gave Marilyn a cold look. The one who truly used someone else's composition to compete is this Miss Marilyn. The piece she just played, Dusk Sunk, is mine. Chapter 98, High-End Humiliation only needs the most direct evidence. Did they hear it right? What Esther was saying was that the piece she had written and prepared for the competition was preemptively performed by her sister, Marilyn. In other words, Twilight's Descent, which made everyone entranced just now, was actually composed by Esther. Another history-making drama unfolding before their eyes. The audience's eyes all lit up. Well then, even though the tickets were several times more expensive than usual this time, given the performances and twists one after another today, the ticket price was absolutely worth it. You're talking nonsense. Marilyn exploded on the spot. Not caring at all about maintaining her elegant image in front of the camera as she usually did, she pointed at Esther's nose and started to refute emotionally. The piece I played is one I wrote myself. You are framing me. Marilyn had thought that Esther might speak up if she fell into a situation where she had no piece to play or after she won first place. But in her original conception, Esther was just someone who grew up in the countryside and had never participated in a piano competition. Compared to her, she wasn't worth a dime. Even if Esther accused her of stealing her composition, no one would believe that someone like her could create such high-level pieces. But things were different now. Esther's impromptu composition and performance had just received a record-breaking high score of 9.85, and Master Jobin personally confirmed that she was Lilia, whose fans spanned the globe yet remained low-key and mysterious. A year ago, when Esther was only 16 years old, she had already composed a masterpiece at the master level called Daylight Fireworks. Compared to Daylight Fireworks, or The Wasteland Above, she had just played, Twilight's Descent was much simpler in arrangement and easier in performance. Marilyn's refusal to admit this was within Esther's expectations. Marilyn not only didn't dare, but couldn't admit it. Once the accusation of stealing someone else's work was confirmed, it would be equivalent to being branded with a mark of shame. Marilyn would no longer be able to participate in piano competitions and would essentially be blacklisted in the industry, with her reputation completely ruined. But Esther had no intention of letting her off. People have to take responsibility for their actions and bear the consequences of each choice and decision they make. She brought this upon herself. Just now, when the host announced that Marilyn's performance piece was Twilight's Descent backstage, I realized that Marilyn had performed my piece before me. I don't know how she managed to steal my work, nor do I know what kind of deal she struck with the staff responsible for reviewing the competition pieces. But if I hadn't had the ability to improvise and play without sheet music, what everyone saw just now would have been exactly the same as her previous performance, leaving me panicking on stage. The entire scene was eerily quiet. As Esther spoke, the audience involuntarily put themselves in the scenario she described, feeling cold sweats just thinking about it. If 5 minutes before going on stage, you discovered your prepared piece had already been played by someone else, what would you play when you went on stage? Even if you had created other works before, without the sheet music and no prior practice, it was bound to end in failure. Even if you told people what happened, who would believe a person with no experience in composing and no history in piano competitions accusing a renowned piano princess, who had won countless awards since childhood, of stealing her piece? Not only would no one believe it, but the young girl might even be considered deliberately causing trouble, possibly being escorted out by security. Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. While feeling relieved for the girl, they were also profoundly impressed by her superhuman ability to improvise and adapt on the spot as well as her piano skills. If what she said was true, it meant that she had made a judgment and decided on the piece and its adaptation direction within 5 minutes, replaced the piece with the staff, and then completed a perfect performance on stage. She was too strong. This was a real musical genius. Upon hearing Esther's words, Marilyn's hands were trembling, but she forced herself to calm down. No matter what, she absolutely couldn't admit it. What's the point of what you're saying? Marilyn gritted her teeth as she looked at Esther. You say I played your piece, but where's the evidence? I certainly have evidence. Esther's eyes were unruffled as she looked at Marilyn as if she were watching a jumping clown. First, when I wrote Twilight's Descent, someone recorded me bursting with inspiration at the piano and spontaneously creating the piece. In other words, this video records how this piece came into being. I will submit this video to the organizing committee after the competition. If you can provide similar evidence of creation, you can also submit it together so that professionals can make professional judgments. Upon hearing this, Marilyn's lips couldn't help but tremble. Esther actually had a video recording of her creative process? She never thought of this. However, Esther wasn't finished yet. Second, since you didn't think I was Lilia, or perhaps your level isn't high enough for you to recognize it, there's a short triplet at the beginning of the first section of Twilight's Descent. This triplet is the same as the one in the same position in Daylight Fireworks. It's my habit in composing, or you could consider it a watermark. I think, no matter how you try to explain or argue, you can't explain why a piece you wrote has my watermark, can you? Watermark. Watermark? After hearing Esther's words, Marilyn's eyes widened. Standing on stage, she heard murmurs from the audience below, and felt her mind go blank, with deafening ringing in her ears. It's over. This time, it's really over. How could she possibly explain away something like a watermark? Even up to this point, the truth was already clear enough to everyone. But the final blow came with Esther's third point. Third, if you say the piece is written by you, then I would like to ask you, why is the title of this piece Twilight's Descent? You might say you thought the name fit, but let me tell you, this title has special significance. The name contains the name of someone I like. This piece was originally written for him. Esther stood up straight, her stunningly beautiful eyes slightly lifting, gazing at a man sitting in a corner of the auditorium below. As soon as these words were spoken, a buzz spread through the entire venue. Lilia actually has someone she likes. And composing music for the one she likes and naming it after them, how romantic. In the audience, Gordon's eyes widened as he excitedly said to Wally beside him, "Did you hear that, Mr. Yanni? No wonder Tegan called this piece Twilight's Descent, it turns out she wrote it for you. Tegan even publicly announced on stage that you are the one she likes." Chapter 99 First Meeting, My Yanadal Matthews Tour. Wally, of course, heard it. The strikingly handsome man with a formidable presence sat in his seat, still looking composed. But others didn't know that his breath had already paused the moment his gaze met the girl's. His heart felt as if it had been struck by something, beating violently like never before. Wally was unaware that besides being Hanley's close disciple, Deborah had another mysterious and lesser-known identity as Lilia. And that afternoon, he had listened to Deborah compose and play all along. The girl did not tell him the name of the piece, nor did she mention that this tune was written for him. She always brought him unexpected surprises. How could he not be moved? On the stage, the sudden turn of events meant that the competition results, which could have been announced directly, now had to be delayed. After all, the results couldn't be announced until the organizing committee had thoroughly investigated Marilyn's plagiarism. As soon as the competition ended, Deborah hadn't even made it off the stage when she was swarmed by media and reporters from various outlets. Many people pushed microphones and cameras urgently into her face, throwing out a myriad of questions waiting for her response. These journalists were originally here for Cohen, but since the master had already appeared in public, the young girl who fell off her horse at the competition site was clearly more valuable for interviews. At this moment, several Weibo topics about Deborah and Lilia had exploded, and the entry about Marilyn's plagiarism had surged to the top of the trending list. The netizens were all fervently discussing it. OMG, OMG, tonight's piano competition was almost as thrilling as watching a movie, filled with twists upon twists. Who would have thought that the rural illegitimate daughter, who was blasted online for sleeping with an old man to get the competition qualification, is actually the world-renowned, lifelong confidant of Master Cohen? Some experts have already enhanced the hotel photo. The man in the photo is indeed Master Cohen, and the hotel surveillance footage has somehow been released, showing that Deborah left the hotel after helping the master finish the registration. That was just a normal photo, only filthy-minded people would see filth in everything. Those cyberbullies' faces should be swollen by now. I love these modern feel-good plots. The one whose face should be swollen is Marilyn, who was once praised as the piano princess and musical prodigy, ended up stealing Lilia's composition and denying it, even stealing Lilia's watermark. How embarrassing. Wasn't there also that incident where she tried to take credit for saving the mayor's child under a truck? Clearly, Deborah saved the kid, but Marilyn acted like she did in front of the camera. If the kid hadn't pulled off her mask, she would have gotten away with it. Wow. There's actually such a thing? How come all the comments I saw before were saying she was framed by her illegitimate older sister? It looks like Marilyn has her army spreading rumors to blacken Deborah's name. I wonder who Lilia likes. The title, Twilight Fading, contains the name of the person she likes. Is it Twilight or Fading? It can't be color or hemathunking, right? Me too. But everyone has no clue. Just thinking about Twilight and Fading together makes me think of a certain big shot. Me too. And that big shot is from Illegitimate too. Could it really be him? I know who you're talking about. Isn't it rumored that the reason he never appears in public is because he's disabled and has to use a wheelchair? Would Lilia like a disabled person? So what? With his family background and wealth, I'd still want to marry him even if he's in a vegetative state. Marrying into the Yanni family means becoming a billionaire's wife. Plus, Wally is said to be extremely handsome, even more so than any male celebrity. Girls, wake up. It's not sunset yet, why are you talking in your sleep? Also, when you say better looking than entertainment stars, please leave my Arif brother out of it. He's the best. Deborah was unaware of these rapidly developing discussions on Weibo. Just as she was being cornered by journalists and frowned, suddenly a few sturdy men who looked like bodyguards squeezed in. They seemed quite used to such situations, behaving very professionally and trained. They shielded Deborah in the center, and the leading burly man opened a path for her while explaining, "Miss Deborah, we are Mr. Liu's bodyguards. Mr. Liu is waiting for you in the nanny car outside the venue. He has already greeted your other elder brothers and will meet up with them at the restaurant later. You will leave with him in our car." Mr. Liu? Deborah immediately knew it was Monty. Only a top-tier celebrity who always attracts crowds of fans wherever he goes would have such professional bodyguards who could so easily escort her out of the reporters' crowd. However, Deborah hadn't seen this third elder brother during her performance and didn't know where he had been sitting to watch the competition. "Restaurant?" Deborah asked. "Yes," the man nodded. "Mr. Liu said you might be hungry after performing, so he booked a table at the restaurant. After dinner, Mr. Liu will take you all back to the Liu residence." "Oh, I see," Deborah nodded. As she walked toward the exit, she sent a text message to Wally, "My third elder brother wants to take me to dinner." A few seconds later, she received a notification, "Okay, you go ahead." Deborah didn't reply immediately, and Wally sent another message. "Sorry for what you saw upstairs earlier that upset you." Before going on stage, Gordon had already messaged Deborah explaining everything about the incident. That Avon had been staring at Wally admiringly when Deborah saw her at the Herb residence last time. It wasn't surprising she tried to cozy up to him today using those small tactics. Deborah had turned away not because she thought anything was going on between Wally and Avon. It was just that something inside her felt stifled, and now she realized this emotion could be described as jealousy. Seeing she hadn't replied yet, Wally sent 2 more messages. "I promise you that from now on, no woman will ever come near or touch me again, regardless of any reason. Sorry, can you forgive me?" Before Deborah could say a word, the man had apologized twice. He didn't even try to make excuses for himself but only apologized sincerely and hoped for her forgiveness, while making his own commitment to be a good man. Deborah replied, "All right, I forgive you." Feeling such petty jealousy and getting sulky with the one she liked, turning off her phone, Deborah felt like she was becoming more human-like. Escorted by the bodyguards through twists and turns, Deborah finally saw a nanny car. As she approached, a man got out of the car. Very tall with long legs, dressed in a black hoodie and casual pants, wearing high-top Martin boots. A blue diamond earring sparkled on his right ear, handsome even without looking at his face. The moment Deborah looked up, she met the impeccably handsome face and beautiful, smiling eyes of the man. Monty smiled warmly, naturally opening his arms and hugging the girl tightly. First meeting, Monty's smile deepened, speaking softly with a voice full of affection. My little sister, you're even more impressive than I imagined. Chapter 100, Spoiled by 4 Older Brothers. The black hoodie the other person wore carried a faint scent of lemon, light and not at all unpleasant. Esther was hugged tightly, looking up at the handsome man before her who seemed to have stepped right out of a comic. She called out, Oral. Monty's eyes curved with satisfaction at the girl addressing him so directly as brother, a charming smile forming on his lips. Though he said it was their first meeting, his actions showed no trace of unfamiliarity as he kissed Esther on the forehead. His voice was lazy and indulgent as he ruffled the girl's hair. Good girl, shall I call you Yanadel Not? Esther had seen Monty's profile online before. Even among the sea of good-looking men and women in the entertainment industry, Monty's looks were top tier. He was so handsome that every time foreign media selected the most attractive Asian faces, he never fell out of the top 3. Whether it was height, figure, appearance, or talent, Monty was flawless. His only flaw in the entertainment circle was his personality. With a pair of affectionate almond eyes that gave anyone a sense of deep emotion, combined with a casual manner and an indifferent smile, he always acted gracefully and politely. Such an appearance and temperament were incredibly charming. Very few people who met Monty personally didn't fall for him, their hearts would involuntarily race wildly. He appealed to both insiders and outsiders, regardless of age or gender. But despite his loving eyes, his heart was cold beneath. He appeared friendly to everyone but actually kept a distance from anyone. Those who confessed to him were always kindly turned down, and he never interacted with fans either offline or online. In the circle, he had no friends. Therefore, some hated him, calling him arrogant and aloof, criticizing him for playing around with people's feelings. But others loved him even more because of this, unable to stop loving him. Esther felt that Monty's cynical attitude was just on the surface. What lay deeper inside him was something she couldn't see yet. Oral can call me whatever you want, Esther smiled faintly. Monty ruffled the girl's hair again, his eyes smiling warmly. Zephyr watched this scene from the side, feeling somewhat surprised. Was this bloodline? Even though they were meeting for the first time, there was an inexplicable chemistry between them. He knew Monty too well. Just by seeing how Monty behaved now, Zephyr could tell that he genuinely liked this little sister upon their first meeting, unlike how he treated others, including the adopted Marilyn.